Roommate, in One Piece, which beauty do you like the most? Hancock or Robin? Moku looked at his roommate with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Because this statement already revealed a lot. This guy, he likes both Hancock and Robin. Most importantly, he knew exactly why this guy liked them. Wasn't it just because of their physical appeal? He even euphemistically said, "Who can bear to let a child starve? You just want her body, but you refuse to admit it." Seeing Moku staring at him, without speaking, the roommate couldn't help but say in a very Chinibu tone, "I am the god of wishes. As long as you tell me which character you like, I can make you travel to the world of One Piece, give you unparalleled power. You can have a harem. Enjoy the pleasures of many wives." Moku. This crazy roommate, he was helpless. Really. And knowing this guy as he did. If you didn't answer, he would definitely not stop. So after thinking for a moment, he replied, "Personally, I like Belmere, Nami, and Nojiko. Tashigi Kana are also good. And Violet and Rebecca. Of course, Perona is also quite fine." Huh. The roommate was completely dumbfounded because in his mind, among the people Moku mentioned, only Nami was relatively popular. The others, sometimes hard to even remember. Just like Violet, Rebecca, Belmere, Nojiko, their presence was very, very low. Only Perona's ability almost caused the Straw Hat Pirates to be wiped out. And the way her powers manifested was very funny, that's why people remembered her. He was very puzzled and asked why. Ahem. He had to say his Chinibu roommate hadn't grown up yet. So he leaned over to his ear and gave him the first lesson of life. As Moku spoke, the Chinibu roommate's eyes grew brighter and brighter, his expression more and more shocked, as if a door to a new world had opened. His heart was stirred for a long time. After a while, he said to Moku, "Damn, you're the one, you really know how to play." At that moment, his admiration for Moku was like the surging Yangtze River, endless. Then he waved his hand and said even more Chinibu, "I am the god of wishes, since you have answered sincerely. Then I shall fulfill my promise. Travel." Huh. The next second, the roommate froze completely. Because Moku had disappeared. Yes, disappeared. He was right there just a moment ago. But now he was gone. Vanished into thin air. As if Moku had never been there. This. The roommate was completely freaked out. Because he wondered if he was hallucinating. He muttered subconsciously, "Could it be? This past month playing LOL alone every day, it's taken too much out of me. Am I hallucinating?" Otherwise, how could he explain a grown man vanishing right before his eyes? His handsome face was now pale with fear. In the world of One Piece, on a small island in the East Blue, a tall, slender man was smoking in a corner of the island. He simply couldn't believe that his Chinibu roommate had sent him to the world of One Piece with a wave of his hand. Could this guy really be the so-called god of wishes? Was there a god so Chinibu? He had to say this was even harder to believe than coming to the world of One Piece. Most importantly, could this idiot be reliable? Sending him to the world of One Piece was fine. But where was the promised unparalleled power? If not that, at least give him a cheat ability. Like a dimensional space, or a system, or a shop, or 100 times cultivation speed. Just give me one of those. Nothing at all. How was an ordinary person like him supposed to survive in this world where strength was everything? Time flew by, and before he knew it, he had been in the world of One Piece for a month. He had gone from initial shock to excitement to accepting the reality. His heart had grown cold. Weakness is a sin. Crocodile. The weak have no right to talk about justice. Crocodile. So-called ideals are just reality that only those with power can speak of. What did I take? Money, fame, trust, life, reign. What do you want me to return? The things I have taken are too many. Crocodile. These are Crocodile's classic quotes. No, in this world they could be considered proverbs. No matter how much he trained his body, he could only be a little stronger than the average person. At best, he could go from fighting a few to fighting 10. If he wanted to show off, he could shout in this ordinary little place, "I want to fight 30. That would be possible. But what use was that? Once he got out to sea, he would be an ant crushed in an instant. Of course, there was another path to strength. That was the devil fruit. But how easy was it to get a devil fruit? And with his strength, unless his Chinibu roommate suddenly had a change of heart and threw one at him. Otherwise, forget it. Going out to sea meant death. Because he was too weak. So reason conquered passion, and he accepted his fate. He would just be a slacker. Why not even a slacker system? You old six. Moku cursed at the sky. Moku. Moku. Just then a rough voice sounded not far behind him. He turned his head and saw the village chief of this small island walking towards him hurriedly. Moku looked confused. After he had been transported to this island, it was the village chief who had taken him in. Moreover, the village chief was very open-minded. As long as the assigned tasks were done, he basically let him do whatever he wanted. Unless something really happened. "Chief, is something the matter?" Moku was very grateful and respectful to the chief who had taken him in. So he immediately stood up from where he was sitting. Moku's action was not lost on the village chief. He gave Moku a deep look, a hint of guilt in his eyes. Finally he sighed, "Alas. Follow me." Moku nodded and followed, his heart full of questions. He couldn't help but ask, "Chief, what exactly is the matter?" The chief was silent for a moment, then a conflicted expression appeared on his face. After a long time he said, "Pirates are coming." Nika froze. He had been in this world for a month, and had some understanding of it. When pirates came it was usually for three things: robbery, collecting money, or conscripting labor. The first were pirates just passing through. They did whatever they wanted, burning, killing, and looting. This was ruled out first, because if that were the case there would be a lot of noise. Even if the place he was in was remote, he would still hear the commotion. The latter two. These were the actions of pirates who had a fixed area. In this area they demanded all villages and towns hand over their valuables. At the same time, they also demanded people to replenish their pirate crew, to become cannon fodder in the pirate group. And now what he was facing was probably. Moke instinctively turned to leave. Moke. Seeing this, the village chief's heart tightened, and he immediately called out to stop him. Moke halted at the sound, and looked back at the village chief. Reading the deep entanglement and complex emotions in the old man's eyes, he could well understand the dilemma the chief found himself in. If he sent Moke, the village would lose one less young man to serve as cannon fodder for the pirates. But Moke would surely die. If he didn't send him, then one more of the village's youth would have to go in his place. Those young men were all children the chief had watched grow up. The very fact that the chief had come to him already revealed the decision he had made deep in his heart. After all, how could an outsider compare to the village's own sons? Yet he still chose to tell Moke the truth. That was because for a fleeting moment his conscience and principles had won out. For what he was doing was essentially sending Moke to die in place of the villagers. But the moment Moke chose to walk away, he called him back. Clearly, when faced with the stark choice between lives, he had chosen to shatter his own principles and become a villain. Such is human nature. Had it not been for this life or death dilemma, he would undoubtedly have been a good man. But there are no ifs. Reality stood squarely before them. And now this same moral dilemma lay before Moke. For the chief was old. If Moke truly wanted to flee, the old man could never catch him. But after today, he would inevitably face the hostility and animosity of the entire village. On this small island, he would no longer have a place to stand. Moke furrowed his brow, for this too was a difficult choice. Nevertheless, he decisively chose the latter, because at worst he could find a way to hitch a ride on a ship and leave this island behind. After all, boarding a pirate ship was nearly a death sentence. Just look at the original story. Those low-level grunts died by the hundreds. If he stepped onto that pirate ship, he would undoubtedly be among that vast sea of corpses. Sensing that Moke had firmly made up his mind to leave, the chief quickly added, "The ones coming are the Alvida pirates. Their captain Alvida is a notorious pirate with a 5-0 belly bounty on her head. Even ordinary marines have to steer clear of her. If you board her ship, you probably won't. He wanted to say won't die, but the words simply wouldn't come out. Even he would blush at such a blatant lie. Yet he could no longer hesitate. Otherwise the village would have to spare another young man. That was the last thing he wanted to see. Who? Moke's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that the one coming to demand both money and men was her. She was, after all, one of the more memorable supporting characters in One Piece. Then a key realization struck him, and he felt a surge of excitement. He quickly asked, "Is she the female pirate with a face full of freckles, a plump build, and ugly appearance, and carrying an iron club?" The village chief was taken aback, replying with surprise, "You know of her." Moke's blood was practically boiling with excitement. If Alvida was still in her original form, that meant she hadn't yet eaten the Paramecia type Smooth-Smooth Fruit. Didn't that mean he had a chance? Blackbeard had waited decades aboard the Whitebeard pirates for the dark fruit. Moke wouldn't mind spending some time on Alvida's ship for the Smooth-Smooth Fruit either. Of course, with his current strength, boarding Alvida's pirate ship was extremely dangerous. But hey, go big or go home. Before, he had seen no hope at all, so he had resigned himself to fate. But now the opportunity was right there in front of him. As a transmigrator, if he still gave up, now he'd truly be a waste. So he nodded and said to the chief, "All right, I'll go." "What a—" The village chief was stunned. His gaze shifted as he looked at Moke, his eyes betraying his confusion. Moke's change had been too drastic. The chief couldn't help but think to himself, could this brat have actually wanted to join Alvida all along? It wasn't a baseless suspicion, after all. In this world, there were many people who idolized pirates for their notoriety, even going so far as to follow them. If that were truly the case, then it would be for the best, because that would ease his guilt considerably. But he didn't ask. He was afraid the answer would be no. After the two reached an agreement, they made their way toward the island's only port, the chief walking ahead with Moke following behind. Suddenly remembering something, the chief turned to caution him. "By the way, although Alvida is extremely brutal in temperament, as long as you keep complimenting her beauty and go along with her every whim, she's actually much easier to deal with than other pirates. Once on board, just praise her to the heavens. As long as you make her happy, no one else on that ship will dare bully you, even if you're just a newbie." It had to be said. The old fox knew exactly which strings to pull. Soon the port came into view, and the first thing that caught their eye was the Alvida pirates' ship. There was no helping it. The vessel was far too conspicuous. Not only was the entire ship painted pink, but its sails were adorned with enormous hearts. If it belonged to some other beautiful female pirate, it might have been acceptable, but with Alvida's appearance paired with that ship, it was simply, where is that old village chief? Why hasn't he shown up yet? We're still one short. Has he forgotten the power of my iron club? Alvida was growing increasingly impatient. The chief rushed over at once. Miss Alvida, you are so beautiful and charming. I could never forget anyone else, but I could never forget you. Holy crap. Moke was utterly stunned by the chief's shameless performance. Then he glanced at Alvida's face, her figure, and her fierce, intimidating aura. How could the chief even praise her like that? And so nauseatingly sweet. Did he have no conscience at all? Utmost respect. Utmost respect. It had to be said. This chief had Alvida completely wrapped around his finger. Sure enough, Alvida, who had been showing signs of anger, instantly broke into a broad smile upon hearing the chief's heartfelt compliments. Old man, you've got good eyes, haha. Alvida burst into loud laughter. Then she swept her gaze over Moke, who had arrived with the chief. So this is the last one from your village. There was a hint of scrutiny in her eyes, because she could sense that this young man before her was distinctly different from the other youths on this island. The chief nodded eagerly. This is one of the finest hands in our village, and he already deeply admires you. As he spoke, he frantically signaled Moke with his eyes. It was practically a silent order. Flatter her. Flatter her like your life depends on it. Well, Moke's lips twitched involuntarily, but he forced a professional smile onto his face, and swallowing his conscience blurted out, in my heart you are like the stars in the sky, so dazzling and radiant. And like the bright moon at night, so gentle and tender. There is simply no other beauty in this world like you. The village chief. Kid, you've got a bright future. The other villagers were speechless, thinking he was even more unscrupulous than the village chief. The pirates were also stunned, sensing a rival for their status. Alvida now looked at Moke with a gaze that had shifted from scrutiny to great satisfaction. Although her pirates flattered her daily, none had ever made her heart flutter like this young man. Alvida burst into laughter again, but this time a hint of shyness crept onto her face. Moke felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, did I overdo it? If this woman takes a fancy to me, I wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Looking at Alvida's freckled face and barrel-shaped figure, Moke's face twitched. This was no longer a matter of turning off the lights. It was a life-threatening issue. Fortunately, what Moke feared did not happen, and Alvida quickly regained her composure. Nevertheless, Alvida asked him kindly, what weapon are you skilled in? Moke thought for a moment and replied, I'm proficient with firearms, hitting the target every time within 200 meters. He wasn't boasting. During his university military training, he had achieved the top shooting score in the entire school. Later, an instructor noticed him and provided special training. A rifle at 200 meters was no challenge. The instructor said he had the potential to be a sharpshooter and once urged him to enlist. Unfortunately, his ambitions lay elsewhere. The instructor deeply regretted it, but respected his choice. Alvida said, good, from now on you are the captain of my ship's musket squad. The pirates gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape. The village chief and the villagers were equally stunned. Is she that capricious? Even Moke was amazed, as he had expected Alvida to at least test his marksmanship. Unexpectedly, she appointed him directly. Moke was at a loss. Yet what he felt most keenly was the unchecked power of the strong. When you possess absolute strength, every command you give is obeyed by your subordinates, no matter how capricious or absurd. Thus, Moke boarded Alvida's pirate ship and became a proud pirate. As the Alvida pirates sailed away, the villagers wore expressions of worry. An elder could not restrain himself and voiced his concern to the village chief. Chief Wonamo could take revenge on the young men from our village. Exactly. My son Xiaohai is also on that ship. Now that Moke is the captain of the musket squad, if he targets my son is doomed. A middle-aged woman began to weep bitterly, as such a scenario was entirely possible. The parents of the other young men also turned to the village chief, their eyes hostile. Then they shifted their gaze to the young lad beside the chief. This lad was the youngest among the eligible villagers, and they had previously sympathized with him. But now, because of him, their children were in danger. Their stance changed. Sacrificing several village youths for one person was an unwise choice, even though they knew that becoming a pirate almost always meant death. Without Moke's involvement, at least there was hope. Now there was only despair. The village chief's expression also darkened. Earlier he had only thought of letting Moke take one spot to reduce the village's sacrifice. But now he realized this was a lose-lose situation. No matter what he did, he would be criticized. If he didn't let Moke take the spot, the villagers would say he was partial. If he did, they would say he was foolish for endangering the other youths because of one person. But if he had let Moke replace their own children, they would have shown a completely different face. Such is human nature. The village chief sighed deeply, his heart heavy. He had abandoned his inner kindness and principles only to be met with misunderstanding and blame from the villagers. Captain Alvida stood at the bow holding half a map and gazing ahead. Straw Hat, just you wait. Once I find Lia's treasure, I'll recruit troops and expand, and then I'll make you pay. Lia's treasure. Moku, standing not far from Alvida, immediately caught the key point. His eyes lit up, for he suspected that the Paramecia Smooth-Smooth Fruit Alvida had obtained might have come from this treasure. At this thought, Moku clenched his fists, but he suppressed his restless heart to avoid revealing anything. Time passed quickly, and half a month went by. Alvida sailed around the nearby waters countless times, until finally a small island only a few miles in circumference appeared before them. Alvida excitedly swung her iron club instinctively. Captain, trouble. A pirate ship has appeared on the port side. Alvida was startled, then her expression changed drastically. She quickly looked to the left. Moku did the same. A very peculiar pirate ship was speeding toward them. Why peculiar? Because its figurehead was initially shaped like an elephant. Upon closer inspection, the elephant's trunk was topped with a small clown's red nose. Looking even more carefully, they saw that the red nose was actually a massive cannon muzzle. Moku was stunned, as the ship's distinctive features made it instantly recognizable. This should be the pirate ship of Buggy the Clown. Sure enough, when Moku looked at their Jolly Roger the Skull, also had a red nose. This confirmed it was Buggy the Clown, as such a pirate flag was unique in the world of One Piece. He turned his gaze back to Alvida. So these two met here, and later formed an alliance to take down Straw Hat Luffy. Moku's eyes fell on the tiny island in the distance. If that was the case, the probability of the Paramecia Smooth-Smooth Fruit being on that island skyrocketed. Moku trembled with excitement. Many might underestimate the Paramecia Smooth-Smooth Fruit, but it was truly underrated. For example, the time-based Slow Fruit was incredibly powerful, yet in the hands of Foxy the Silver Fox, it became as weak as a minnow. Similarly, the Smooth-Smooth Fruit that Alvida ate not only beautified the user, but also allowed attacks to slide off. If developed to its peak, it would be absolutely game-breaking. Ultimately, the true potential of a devil fruit depended on who consumed it. Moku was determined to seize this opportunity, knowing that the right fruit in the right hands could change everything. This was no idle talk. Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Paraspero, and Mr. 3. All three possessed Paramecia-type devil fruits, the Num Num Fruit, the Lick Lick Fruit, and the Wax Wax Fruit, respectively. These three fruits were remarkably similar. In particular, Charlotte Paraspero and Mr. 3 had developed their abilities along nearly identical paths. Yet the gap in their strength was vast. Thus, aside from certain exceptional devil fruits, it ultimately depended on the user. Moreover, from Moku's perspective, the Slip Slip Fruit far surpassed those three. Buggy the Clown, a pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries. Among the pirates of the East Blue, those with bounties exceeding 10 million were few and far between. Yarasuda, being an East Blue pirate herself, knew all too well the caliber of such a notorious figure. She immediately recognized Buggy's pirate flag, her expression darkening. A bounty to a certain extent served as proof of one's strength. Alertness surged within Yarasuda. She glanced at the island before her, then turned her gaze toward Buggy's ship, which was rapidly approaching. She faced a dire dilemma. If she boarded the island, conflict over the treasure was inevitable. And should battle ensue, the outcome would likely be her defeat, or even her death. Yet to abandon the treasure lying mere moments away filled her with unwillingness. Still, Yarasuda quickly made her decision. With a fierce gesture, she commanded, full speed ahead. Land on the island as quickly as possible. We must find the treasure before Buggy does. It was not only she who grew tense. Moku too felt the weight of the moment. Though Buggy was but a minor figure in the world of pirates, he was far beyond anything Moku could currently match. Under Yarasuda's orders, the pirate ship surged toward the island. They successfully landed before Buggy's arrival. The moment they set foot on shore, Yarasuda followed the route marked on the treasure map, racing toward the island's center. The pirates, including Moku, trailed closely behind her. Soon a massive cave appeared before them. This is it. A flicker of delight crossed Yarasuda's eyes. With a wave of her hand, all the pirates charged into the cave behind her. But the moment they entered, they froze in astonishment. Before them lay 6 branching passages. Clearly the correct path was hidden on the missing half of the map she possessed. There was no time to search each one individually. Without hesitation, she divided her crew into 6 groups, each entering a different passage. Before entering, Moku subtly positioned himself at the rear. As they crossed the threshold, he slipped away unnoticed, taking cover outside the cave entrance. He kept a close watch on everything happening within. When he saw the pirates split into 6 groups, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. For this situation was incredibly favorable to him. All he needed to do now was wait. As long as it was not Yarasuda who found the Paramecia Devil Fruit, his chances of success would be greatly increased. Time ticked by, until finally he spotted Buggy's crew landing on the island. Only then did movement stir within the cave. Captain, we found it. There's so much treasure inside. A pirate sprinted out from the 3rd passage. Moku's eyes lit up, and without a moment's hesitation, he strode confidently into the 3rd passage, as if he belonged there. Seeing him as one of their own, no suspicion arose. They simply assumed he, like them, was eager to grab a share of the spoils. After all, they were pirates. Who among them wasn't greedy for wealth? Besides, there were still 7 or 8 of their comrades guarding the interior. Moke had not yet reached the deepest part of the third passage when a blood-curdling scream echoed through the darkness. His expression shifted immediately. Something had gone wrong inside. This was precisely what he had hoped to avoid. Moke rushed forward without delay. TSK. A devil fruit. It truly is a devil fruit. When Moke reached the far end, he saw a pirate standing there holding a devil fruit, laughing maniacally. Yet the smile on his face was twisted and sinister. What was most terrifying was the sight surrounding him. 6 pirates lay dead in pools of blood. 4 of them had been stabbed from behind, struck down by a swift covert assassination. The killer had then turned his blades upon the remaining 2. Bang! Without a second thought, Moke raised his gun and fired. The bullet struck the man squarely in the chest. He felt a sharp pain, instinctively looked down, and then turned his gaze toward Moke. Upon seeing Moke, he paused in surprise. It's you. In that instant of being shot, countless faces flashed through his mind. But Moke, a mere newcomer, was not among them. Slowly he collapsed. His eyes held an expression of deep reluctance. Though he was merely a squad leader in Yarasuda's pirate crew, he was one of the rare few among East Blue pirates who understood the power of devil fruits. He knew that consuming a devil fruit would instantly elevate him to the rank of a formidable power in the East Blue. Without hesitation, he had turned his blades upon his own subordinates. For this was his only chance to grow stronger. After all, he was an ordinary man. Nothing more, nothing less. Despite years of arduous training, he had only managed to become a lowly squad leader commanding a handful of men. Ambitious as he was, how could he let such an opportunity slip away? Yet fate was cruel. Just as the devil fruit rested in his palms, he would never have the chance to consume it. Moke swiftly stepped forward, snatched the devil fruit from his grasp, and devoured it in one motion. Then he cursed under his breath, "Fool. You should have eaten it the moment you got it." What was there to gloat about? When it came to devil fruits, consuming them immediately was always the wisest choice. The squad leader said nothing. His eyes closed forever. Even in death, his heart was pierced one final time. Indeed, what was there to gloat about? He should have eaten it right away. But Moke paid him no further mind. Instead, he focused inward, carefully feeling the changes coursing through his body. In no time, Moke's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Wasn't this supposed to be the slip fruit? Why has it become the absorption fruit? Did I grab the wrong fruit? Or has my arrival triggered a butterfly effect, altering the course of this world? But soon excitement overtook him. Compared to the slip fruit, the absorption fruit was far superior. No, extraordinarily superior. The Gura Gura no Mi, the Yami Yami no Mi, the Goro Goro no Mi. They were all utterly inferior in comparison. For this fruit's power was to absorb any substance it touched, assimilating it into the user's own body. Contact with iron would turn him into an Iron Man. Exposure to lightning would grant him the ability to unleash thunder, just like Enel. He could even achieve elemental intangibility, much like a natural-type devil fruit user. If the dark fruit was the most exceptional among natural-type abilities, then this absorption fruit was undoubtedly the most extraordinary among all Paramecia-type devil fruits. Even the Nika fruit would have to step aside. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a burst of hurried footsteps approached. Moke's expression shifted slightly, for the arriving individuals were likely Alvida and her underlings. After all, one of his men had already gone to report. Coupled with the gunshot he had just fired, Alvida was certain to sense something amiss. Thus she hastened her pace. Moke pressed his hand against the ground, and his body rapidly transformed its surface, turning the same earthy yellow as the terrain beneath him. Indeed, Moke's body had now assimilated into the soil. The moment the transformation was complete, a faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. If consuming a devil fruit merely granted a rudimentary understanding of its power, then experiencing it firsthand revealed its true terror. With a mere wave of his hand, the ground rippled like water, swallowing the corpses until they vanished without a trace. Not even a droplet of blood remained. TSK. What a convenient ability for murder and plunder. It even saves the trouble of digging graves. When all had returned to calm, Alvida burst in with her gang. The moment she entered, she froze. Only Moke stood before her. Strange, each group should have counted 7 or 8 members. Though hot-tempered, she was no fool. Warily eyeing Moke, she demanded, "Moke, why are you alone? Where are the others?" Moke's lips curled into a smug grin. Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of a box, and he froze completely. Only then did he notice that those who had entered with Alvida were carrying numerous treasures. Evidently, there was more than one branch path laden with riches. And this box was one of them. The most crucial point was that he recognized this box. There had been one just like it at the feet of the squad leader from whom he had snatched the devil fruit moments ago. It was highly likely that it had contained the Paramecia-type Absorb fruit. If so, then what lay inside this box now? The Paramecia-type Smooth fruit. But if that were the case, the Smooth fruit would still be here. Then what about the Paramecia-type Absorb fruit he had consumed? How could that be? Could it be that his otaku roommate had arranged this as a perk for him? Seeing Imoku's silence, Alvida's face darkened. She could not tolerate being ignored by a mere underling. Imoku, I'm talking to you. Tell me where the others went, or I'll make you taste the power of this iron club. With that, Alvida strode toward Imoku, brandishing the iron club in her hand. Imoku's gaze finally returned to Alvida. Seeing her still obese figure, the smile on his face deepened. He stomped his foot. Ah! A startled cry erupted behind Alvida. She instinctively turned to look. One glance was enough for Alvida's pupils to contract to pinpricks, for she witnessed a most bizarre scene. At the feet of the underling carrying the treasure box, 2 hands emerged from the ground. One hand struck the underling squarely on the chin, sending him sprawling. The other hand snatched the treasure box from his grasp. Then both hands withdrew into the earth, vanishing along with the box before everyone's eyes. Hiss! A collective intake of cold breath swept through the underlings. They instinctively retreated several steps, as if putting distance between themselves and Imoku might grant them some solace. A devil fruit user. At that moment, shock overwhelmed Alvida. Why did Buggy the Clown command a bounty over 10 million? Why did he dominate a region? Why did even the Marines of the East Blue hesitate to provoke him? Was it not because he was a devil fruit user? When she looked at Imoku again, her gaze had transformed entirely. Her earlier contempt had given way to solemn wariness. Yet soon her composure shattered, for she saw at Imoku's feet a hand holding the stolen treasure box emerge from the ground. The hand offered the box to Imoku, who took it and opened it directly. Indeed, inside lay another devil fruit. Alvida's pupils trembled at the sight. She had never imagined being so close to becoming a powerhouse. Damn it! Regret consumed her. Simultaneously, she glared venomously at one of the underlings. It was all his fault. If he hadn't told her that treasures lay this way, she would have inspected every item from the other path. How could she have missed this devil fruit? This thought drove her past the brink of reason. Bastard. That's mine. She charged at Imoku, iron club raised high, ready to strike him down. The force behind her swing seemed intent on crushing him into a pancake. Rumble. But just as the club was about to land, a wall of earth as hard as iron surged from the ground, successfully blocking the blow. Not good. Alvida, a pirate with a bounty of several million, was no stranger to combat. She immediately sensed danger. But it was too late. Imoku uttered a single word: thrust. In the next instant, a spear shot out from the center of the earthen wall. The attack was utterly unexpected, and the distance between them was far too close. Moreover, she was a power type, heavy and cumbersome. There was no way to dodge. Schluck. The spear pierced straight through Alvida's body. Remember, this was only the East Blue. Alvida was merely a pirate with a bounty of a few million. She was no inhabitant of the new world where one could survive having a gaping hole blown through their body. CC Captain. Oh. The underlings were utterly stunned. In their minds, Alvida had been invincible. At least they had never seen anyone defeat her. That was why they had submitted to her rule. Run! The underlings finally snapped out of their shock. Casting aside their treasures, they fled. But Imoku had no intention of letting them escape. Earth released mudslide torrent. The soil beneath his feet came alive, surging like a tidal wave toward the fleeing underlings, swallowing them whole. When calm returned, the underlings were revealed, each encased in mud, frozen in their escape, poses like statues of earth. If no one broke the mud encasing them to set them free, they would be corroded by the soil and eventually become true mud statues. Moke gazed at the scene once again, marveling that the devil fruit was truly a shortcut to power. At this moment, his strength was likely unmatched in the East Blue. Even Smoker could do nothing against him. However, he still had a critical flaw: his own physical strength had not improved. He relied solely on his fruit's ability, a situation that made him vulnerable to a counterattack. Just like Enel, who possessed near-admiral level power, was defeated by Luffy, who was far weaker than him. Although the fact that his fruit granted immunity to lightning damage was a significant factor, another crucial reason was that Enel relied too heavily on his devil fruit and neglected to train his own body. This left his physique too frail, allowing Luffy to overwhelm him with a barrage of punches. Therefore, Moke needed to remedy this weakness. To do so, he had to find a suitable substance to absorb and turn it into a permanent ability. That was the truth. The devil fruit ability also had stages: domination, manipulation, and awakening. Upon first consumption, the fruit's power became akin to an innate talent. One could freely control the ability, and techniques were merely manifestations of the user's application. Just as Sabo, after eating the Mera Nomi, could wield it effortlessly. Through continuous development, when one's understanding and application of the ability reached a higher level, that was the manipulation stage. At this stage, even the same technique had vastly increased power. It could be said that any ability user who reached this stage could secure a place even in the Grand Line. Finally, there was the awakening of the fruit. Once one reached the level of awakening the ability, and the user became completely one. The user could fully unleash the inherent power of the devil fruit. Fruit awakening was the strongest state for an ability user. Those who attained this level became renowned figures even in the New World. However, very few ability users ever reached this level. And Moke was currently at the initial domination stage. The absorption fruit at the domination stage could absorb an entire object or substance, turning it into a permanent ability. This could be regarded as forming a permanent passive skill. For instance, with the Earth ability, now he instantly became a Logia-type Earth fruit user. But this was not what Moke desired. Because even if he became a Logia type, he could only dominate in the East Blue in the first half of the Grand Line. Once he entered the New World, encountering anyone with armament hockey would spell his doom. Therefore, Moke's original intention remained unchanged. He still wanted to alter his body's potential. Only then, aside from his fruit ability, could he also enhance his own strength through training and constant combat. His gaze inevitably fell upon the swords and blades on the ground. To be honest, swords were a good choice. By absorbing them, he could turn into an Iron Man. His body would be completely transformed, gaining room for improvement. But he looked down on ordinary blades. At the very least, they had to be at the level of a famous sword. Because once absorbed, his body's hardness would reach that of a famous blade. Thinking of famous swords, Moke immediately recalled Smoker's Logtown, where there were more than one such blade. Zoro's Yubashiri Sandai Kitetsu and Tashiji's Yuru no Toki were all good choices. Thus his next target was Logtown. Moke was a decisive person, once he had a goal, he never hesitated. Therefore he grabbed the two boxes containing the devil fruits. One held the Paramecia type, Sub no Mi. The other would be packed with some small and valuable items from here. After all, in any world, money was indispensable. He then walked out. But when he reached the surface, he found Buggy and his men waiting at the exit. The moment Buggy saw Moke, his gaze turned malicious. Moke also looked at the clown. Buggy momentarily lost in thought. After all, this man was a child of fortune. Even the user of the Paramecia type Lucky Fruit Baccarat couldn't compare to his luck. With a strength level of a mere weakling, he had somehow become a Shichibukai and even a Yonko. Could you not be impressed? In his presence, even Luffy had to step aside. After all, Luffy had fought tooth and nail all the way, often barely escaping death. Without his protagonist's halo, he would have died countless times. But this guy was simply a scavenger king. He picked up opportunities all the way and became a Yonko, essentially winning by lying down. Kid, hand over what you're carrying. Otherwise, I'll make your life a living hell. Buggy's face was full of greed. If it were anyone else, Moke would have killed them outright. But this guy? Forget it. The world would lose a lot of fun without him. Moreover, this guy had a keen eye. Once you showed enough strength, he would disappear on his own. So Moke ignored Buggy. Instead, he raised his hand toward the sun. The bright sun was blazing, and under the intense light, Moke could clearly feel the warmth. The next moment, Moke's hand lit up. The corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. Indeed, it works. He then looked at Buggy and said with a playful smirk, "Clown Buggy, right? As a major pirate in the East Blue, you must have an eternal pose for Logtown." Devil Fruit user. Buggy had sailed with the pirate King Roger, though his strength was lacking. But his experience far surpassed that of the ignorant pirates in the East Blue. So he immediately recognized the key. His expression changed, and his pupils contracted. However, Buggy only bowed to the strong. To others he was arrogant. He stared at Moke and said coldly, "I do have an eternal pose for Logtown, but who do you think you are? Do I have to hand it over just because you say so?" Moke was not angered. Instead, he asked with a hint of mischief, "Have you ever been kicked by light?" Buggy was stunned, then full of question marks. Finally, he sneered, "You think you're..." Before he could finish, he saw a light gathering on Moke's right leg, and soon the entire leg radiated brilliance. He had seen Kizaru in action, so he was truly intimidated. But he quickly regained his senses and roared, "Kid, whatever trick you're playing, you'll die at my hands today." He knew that two identical devil fruits could not exist in the world. Kizaru was still alive. How could this guy have the same ability? Just then, a man riding a unicycle and holding a longsword stepped forward. "Captain Buggy, why dirty your hands with such a fellow?" Moke glanced at him and immediately recognized him. This was Buggy's right-hand man, Kabeji. Buggy, hearing this, glanced at Moke's glowing leg and thought, "Let him test the waters first." That's not a bad idea. Although the opponent couldn't be Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi, he was still an ability user. So he nodded and added, "Don't hold back." Kabeji nodded in response. He then launched his strongest move, Amazing Female Police Trio Steam Bath Hot Spring Murder Case. He spun to create smoke, leaped into the air, and slashed at Moke. It seemed as if he intended to cleave Moke in two. Moke stood there motionless, as if the attack was not directed at him at all. Kabaji, among the pirates of the East Blue, could be considered fairly proficient. Despite lacking a bounty poster, his strength surpassed that of Alvida before she consumed a devil fruit. After all, he had at least exchanged a few blows with Soda, whereas Alvida was instantly defeated by Luffy. Thus, do not underestimate him. His speed was quite remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Moke, his long sword piercing straight through Moke's heart. "TSK." Kabaji laughed smugly. But Baki's eyes were nearly bulging out as he shouted, "Kabaji, fall back." Kabaji was bewildered. Hadn't he already taken care of the enemy? Why was the captain so anxious telling him to retreat? Yet at that moment he heard Emoku's voice. It seems you truly wish to experience the sensation of being kicked by light. Hey. The pupils of Kabaji's eyes contracted sharply to pinpoint his face, full of disbelief. He had just driven his sword straight through the opponent's heart. How could he still be alive? With immense shock, he looked at Emoku, his gaze landing on Emoku's chest. Instantly his expression changed, drastically shifting from incredulity to terror. Because he discovered that the spot where his long sword had pierced through this man had not shed a single drop of blood. Then the terror in his eyes turned to fear. Crash. The next instant Emoku's legs swept out, striking Kabaji's abdomen directly with tremendous force. Kabaji was sent flying. You. Baki the clown pointed at Emoku, momentarily too shocked to speak. For the ability Emoku now displayed was indistinguishable from Kizuru's, shattering decades of his understanding of devil fruits. Finally he murmured, could it be that Kizuru is dead? After much thought this was the only possibility. And yet it seemed utterly improbable. After all, given Kizuru's speed, if he wanted to flee no one could stop him. At that moment Emoku transformed into a beam of light and swiftly arrived at Baki's side. By the time Baki reacted, Emoku had already reverted to human form. The shock caused Baki's entire body to split apart, and he scattered in different directions. Hiss! Then Baki sharply inhaled cold air as a sharp pain rushed to his head, forcing him to stop. He turned back to see Emoku stepping on his foot, grinning at him with amusement. Mister, I was wrong. Truly, Baki the clown promptly surrendered to the situation. Emoku, still want the treasure in my hand. Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Baki wore a fawning and humble expression. He even tactfully handed over the eternal pointer to Emoku with both hands. This is the eternal pointer for Logtown. You know when to yield. After taking the eternal pointer for Logtown and confirming the direction, Emoku turned into a beam of light and headed toward Logtown. Phew. Baki let out a deep sigh of relief, then immediately rushed toward Kabaji. But when he reached Kabaji, he found him lying motionless on the ground, clearly already lifeless. His pupils trembled. Only then did he realize he had truly dodged a bullet. Several days later, a beam of light landed in Logtown. It was Emoku. His goal was clear. He asked someone for directions to the weapons shop and went straight there. But unexpectedly, he saw a woman with glasses enter the shop just ahead of him. Emoku was slightly taken aback, muttering, "Isn't that Darsher?" She was once considered the official match for Suada after Kuna. And meeting at the weapons shop, wasn't that her and Suada's scene? He hadn't anticipated such treatment. However, he was not a man easily distracted by women. After his initial surprise, he calmed down and followed Darsher inside. Once inside, he spotted the weapons shop owner, bald, red-nosed. That was him. Emoku's lips curled slightly. Then he scanned the shop. He didn't spare a glance at the swords on the racks. Finally, his gaze fell on a barrel containing the cheapest swords. If he remembered correctly, the Sandai Kitetsu was among them, and it was incredibly cheap. Only 500 berries. Boss, I'm here to pick up Shigeru, Darsher said as she approached the owner. The owner nodded and handed Shigeru to Darshi. Your Shigeru is ready. The polishing fee is 500 berries. Darsher didn't pay immediately, but drew Shigeru and examined it carefully. She was a sword fanatic utterly obsessed with famous blades. The owner, clearly familiar with Darshi, didn't rush her. Instead, he turned his attention to Emoku and said with a smile, "Customer, what kind of sword are you looking for? I have all grades here." Emoku did not reply, but walked over to the barrel of swords. He touched each one in turn. When his fingers brushed against a sword with a small strip of white cloth wrapped around the hilt and scabbard, he immediately felt a sinister and overbearing power. Spirit energy. Such dense spirit energy. Without a doubt this was the Sandai Kitetsu. Emoku pulled it out and drew the blade. Swoosh. A cold gleam flashed, and an even more dominating spirit energy surged forth, stunning Emoku. He hadn't expected this spirit energy to have the power to captivate the soul. He couldn't help but recall Suada's spirit energy from the original story. Perhaps it came from the Sandai Kitetsu. Stop. Emoku's action caught the owner's attention. When he saw Emoku trying to touch the Sandai Kitetsu, he cried out in alarm. Darshi, who had been carefully examining Shigeru, also looked over. At a single glance, her eyes became intensely focused. She rushed to Emoku's side, staring fixedly at the Sandai Kitetsu in his hand. Then she pulled out a sword catalog from her bosom and quickly found the record for Sandai Kitetsu, hilt no Makugi no Makugiana with koshiri, hilt, and scabbard wrapped with a small strip of white cloth. Blade length 88 centimeters, a width 1.7 centimeters. Edge long, large curvature, no blood, groove Hammond typical of flame pattern steel, folded and forged. No mistake, this was the Sandai Kitetsu. Emoku, however, paid them no heed and began to stroke the blade of the Sandai Kitetsu. The next moment his ability activated. The hand caressing the Sandai Kitetsu instantly transformed into a blade-like form emanating the same spirit energy as the sword. At that moment, he seemed to become a devil fruit user with the power of the cut fruit wielding eerie spirit energy. This scene did not escape the eyes of the owner and Darshur. They both exclaimed a devil fruit user. Moku then turned to the owner smiling calmly. I want this Sandai Kitetsu. How many berries? The owner raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Then he advised, since you know it's the Sandai Kitetsu, you should know it's a cursed sword. None of its owners have died a natural death. You. Just tell me the price. Moku cut him off before he could finish. The owner was taken aback, hesitated for a moment, then said, the swords over there are all 500 berries. Since you picked it out from there, it means you are fated. So just 500 berries will do. What? Darshur exclaimed in disbelief. Then with characteristic bluntness, she said, buy it right now. Under normal circumstances, it's worth 10 million berries. Moke finally looked at Tashigi, revealing a brilliant smile. Thank you. Then he turned to the shop owner. I'll take this sword. But I know you have another famous sword here, named Yubashiri. Let me see it. What? Tashigi, who had been staring intently at Sandai Kitetsu, couldn't help but exclaim again. At the same time, the look she gave the shop owner became piercing. Off. The shop owner was shocked. He had never expected that the other party even knew about Yubashiri. It seemed he came prepared, but he quickly regained his composure. Then rubbing his hands, he sneered. Although I don't know how you learned that Yubashiri is here. But since you know about it, I suppose you also know its value. Moke didn't waste words. He took out a sapphire from his bosom. He gently flicked it over. The shop owner instinctively caught it. He was a businessman, though his business was in swords. But a businessman's eye was still sharp. He could tell at a glance that this sapphire was the finest of the finest. Gulp. He couldn't help swallowing. Because the price of this sapphire was too high. If sold to those great nobles, it would be at least tens of millions. And Yubashiri was only 10 million. Of course, famous swords were also luxuries for swordsmen. Often they had a price, but no market, yet no matter how high the price, it was far inferior to this top-grade sapphire. Even adding the Sandai Kitetsu, he could still make a huge profit. Who? The shop owner took a deep breath. When he looked at Moke again, his gaze had changed. Because this guy in front of him was too extravagant. He asked tentatively, are you using this sapphire to exchange for Yubashiri and Sandai Kitetsu? Moke nodded. Yubashiri is only 10 million. Even if you meet a swordsman who really likes it and has money, at most it's around 20 to 30 million. Sandai Kitetsu is the same. It's enough. The shop owner and Tashigi both brightened upon hearing this. Being able to accurately state the market price of the swords meant that this person also understood swords. This made the two of them feel a bit of goodwill. The shop owner gave Moke a deep look, then smiled. Then please wait a moment. After saying that, he turned and entered a room behind the counter. Shortly after, he came out holding Yubashiri in both hands. He handed it to Moke. From now on, it's yours. Moke looked at Yubashiri, feeling a secret joy in his heart. Swords. Almost all men like them, after all, who didn't have a dream of being a swordsman or a warrior in childhood. With his goal achieved, Moke naturally wouldn't linger here. After all, his goal was the Grand Line and the New World. Because that was his stage. Moke hung the two swords at his waist and walked out of the weapon shop. Can you wait a moment? Seeing Moke about to leave, Tashigi immediately followed. Because she hadn't had a chance to carefully examine those two swords yet. Of course, if she could get her hands on them, even better. Unfortunately, Moke didn't pay attention and instead quickened his pace. However, Tashigi didn't give up and also sped up. Moke looked back, his brow slightly furrowed. He had to admit this woman was a bit annoying. Besides, right now he was only focused on improving his strength. Women were something to consider after he had enough power. Moreover, with strength, what kind of woman couldn't he get? Bang! At that moment, a person rushed out from a corner, colliding heavily into Moke. The other person let out a cry of pain and cursed, "Are you made of iron? So hard. It hurts like hell." Moke's face twitched. After absorbing Sandai Kitetsu and assimilating its body, he could indeed be said to be made of iron. However, Moke looked at the guy on the ground, his eyelids twitching. Because this guy was also a famous character in the original story. There was no helping it, this guy's features were too conspicuous. Look at that grass-green mohawk, the eye tattoo under his right eye, the nose ring, a face like a demon, black wing-shaped half-ring tattoos on his chest, and a short sword at his waist. Isn't that Bartolomeo Luffy's super fanboy, right? This guy was born in Logtown. Wait, something seems off. Right at this time, Bartolomeo hasn't eaten the barrier fruit yet. If everything goes according to the original story, couldn't he snatch that barrier fruit as well? Damn, that's right, in the entire One Piece world, these two devil fruits are the easiest to intercept. But the prerequisite was that everything must return to the original storyline. However, in the original story, this guy only got the idea to go to sea after seeing Luffy being executed by Buggy and Alvida together. It was also then that he began to regard Luffy as his idol. Now he was just a small-time thug in Logtown. But the key was that Alvida had been taken out by him. Buggy was also badly scared by him. And without Alvida as an ally, would he still come to Logtown to cause a big scene like in the original? Would he? If not, would Bartolomeo still go to sea? Wait a moment. Why must it be Buggy and Alvida? He could do it too. Anyway, as long as he could suppress Luffy on Roger's execution platform, that would be enough. But to go against Luffy for a barrier fruit, it didn't seem impossible. Moke's eyes lit up. This was the barrier fruit. With it, he could cultivate a powerful subordinate. At this moment, Bartolomeo had already stood up staring at Moke with a fierce expression. Kid, today you're going to. It's you again, Bartolomeo. Tashigi had caught up looking at Bartolomeo with a very unfriendly gaze. As a Navy officer from Logtown, how could she not know a small-time thug like Bartolomeo? After all, these guys were also a source of instability in Logtown. She often went to take care of them. Corporal Tashigi. Bartolomeo's face stiffened, and he took a step back. At this time, he was not yet the supernova he would become. He was just a small-time thug, and the Navy was his nemesis. Gulp. Bartolomeo couldn't help swallowing, then decisively turned and ran away. As he ran, he shouted, "Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." Seeing this, Tashigi couldn't help rolling her eyes, then asked Moke with concern, "Are you all right?" Moke watched Bartolomeo's retreating figure, then turned to look at Tashigi. His gaze swept over the shigure in her hand, finally, settling on the Sandai Kitetsu and Yubashiri at his waist. A glint flashed in his eyes, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. That was there was still some time before Luffy's arrival. He couldn't just wait around in Logtown, could he? He had to find something to do. For example, swordsmanship. After all, he couldn't have no other combat ability besides his devil fruit powers. The original story had proven that all-round improvement was necessary to have no weaknesses. And swordsmanship was a good choice. Although Tashigi's strength was ordinary, teaching a beginner like him some basic swordsmanship was still possible. But how could he get Tashigi to agree to teach him swordsmanship? Then Moke couldn't help smiling. He took the Yubashiri from his waist and handed it to Tashigi. "What are you doing?" Tashigi was a bit bewildered by Moke's action. "Though it's a bit presumptuous, I want to ask you to teach me swordsmanship. This Yubashiri is the reward." Off. Tashigi, already bewildered, became even more perplexed. Moke then patted the Sandai Kitetsu at his waist and smiled. "You don't want this Sandai Kitetsu to gather dust in my hands, do you?" Those words sound weird. Something feels off. Time passed swiftly. 3 months had vanished in the blink of an eye. Smoker cast a scrutinizing gaze at Tashigi, for he had noticed that over these 3 months she had been frequently requesting leave. Especially in the past fortnight, even when she was present her mind often wandered. She was utterly out of sorts. "Tashigi, what's wrong with you?" Smoker could no longer hold back and asked. Ordinarily, as long as it didn't affect official duties, he wouldn't meddle in his subordinates' private affairs. But now, it had indeed begun to interfere. Tashigi shook her head upon hearing this. "Nothing, Captain Smoker." "Nothing." Smoker's eyelid twitched. He wasn't blind, how could he not see through her? So he pressed further, "What exactly happened to leave you so distraught?" But the moment these words left his mouth, he couldn't help but recall the rumors circulating in the base recently, that Tashigi had been dating a man. Could it be true? Was she in love? Tashigi, however, answered irrelevantly, "Captain Smoker, do you think women are inherently inferior to men in the way of the sword?" Smoker struggled to keep up with her train of thought, clearly taken aback. Yet at that moment he began to grasp the situation and offered a word of comfort. "Women are only lacking in physical strength compared to men. But that's all. After all, in swordsmanship, strength is merely one factor. So don't be discouraged. Compensate for your lack of power in other areas. As long as you keep striving, the name Tashigi will surely be counted among the great swordsmen one day." "Is that so?" Tashigi's eyes brightened at first, but then dimmed again. She murmured, "But how do you explain that guy? In just 3 months. What?" Smoker didn't catch it, his face full of confusion. At that moment Tashigi turned and walked out, a hint of loss in her eyes. Smoker. Was she really in love? Regardless, Tashigi now looked exactly like a woman heartbroken over love. Yet a heartbroken woman asking about swordsmanship. As a man who had been single for decades and relied solely on his own efforts, Smoker felt his head spinning. He stood up, having made a decision. He had to figure out what was wrong with Tashigi. He didn't want to see his promising subordinate waste away like this. So he followed her. In a small grove on the outskirts of Roguetown, Moke stood wiping the Kitetsu 3. The Shigure was leaning against a tree nearby. He had made a pact with Tashigi. She would teach him swordsmanship for 3 months, and after those 3 months the Shigure would be hers. And today was the final day of the 3 months. If before Moke had only practiced swordsmanship to compensate for his shortcomings, now he had become a true swordsman. Because over these 3 months, he had fully integrated into this world, possessing a courageous heart, a strong heart, and a swordsman's heart. He was no longer the college student who ate instant noodles and watched videos in his dormitory. Moke's ears twitched, and he turned his head to look, breaking into a smile. "Tashigi, you're here." Tashigi tightened her grip on the Shigure. Over these 3 months, the first month had been spent teaching Moke the basics of swordsmanship, and the remaining 2 months had been continuous sparring. As a result, Moke's combat experience had skyrocketed. Tashigi bit her lip. "Moke, among all the people I've met, you are the most talented swordsman." In just 3 months you have achieved what took me 6 years. No. You have already carved out your own path in swordsmanship, while I am still shackled by learned techniques. So you have surpassed me. Today is the last day, or it's time to end this. As she spoke, Tashigi walked over to the Shigeru and picked it up. As a blade fanatic, her heart filled with joy at the sight of this sword. Because from today onward the Shigeru would belong solely to her. She had earned it, for she had taught Moke swordsmanship without reservation over these 3 months. Then she turned to Moke. I know that for the past 2 weeks you've been holding back. Before you leave, could you show me your own technique? Moke nodded, bending his knees slightly and assuming a sword-drawing stance. The next second he and the Kitetsu 3 in his hand simultaneously released a ghostly aura. Even his eyes had turned a deep emerald. One sword-style ghost flame flash. In an instant Moke vanished before Tashigi's eyes. When he reappeared, he was 3 or 4 meters behind her, slowly sheathing the Kitetsu 3. Boom. At the same time, a 3-meter-tall tree beside Tashigi was severed. On the cut surface of the fallen tree, a purple-tinged green flame erupted. It began to burn rapidly. Of course, this ghostly flame was formed from ghostly chi. Tashigi's eyes widened, filled with sheer astonishment. This guy 3 months ago couldn't even swing a sword correctly. But now, he had unleashed such a powerful technique. He was probably only a step away from the realm of a great swordsman. Not to mention her, even Moke himself was often puzzled. Why did he possess such absurd talent in swordsmanship? After much thought, he could only think of one unlikely possibility. That he had absorbed the Kitetsu 3 and become the sword man of the Kitetsu, thus gaining such extraordinary swordsmanship talent. Of course, there was another possibility. He might have always had this talent in swordsmanship, but in his previous life, he never had the chance to cultivate it. However, he leaned toward the former. Tap, tap, tap. Just then footsteps sounded. Moke and Tashigi both looked over. Upon seeing the newcomer, they were both taken aback. Because it was none other than Captain Smoker. Though Moke knew he would eventually encounter him, he never expected it to happen here in this manner. Tashigi, on the other hand, felt a pang of guilt. But the next second they both froze in shock. Smoker said to Tashigi, "So this is your boyfriend." Then he scrutinized Moke and said coldly, "Since you're with Tashigi, you should be more considerate of her. A grown man, how can you argue with your own woman?" Huh. Moke was baffled. Tashigi was equally baffled, but immediately blushed. She glanced at Moke, then quickly ran to Smoker and explained, "Captain Smoker, it's not what you think. I was just teaching him swordsmanship." "You teach him swordsmanship?" Smoker looked utterly unconvinced. He had just witnessed that slash of the young man's. It was quite impressive. Even at Marine headquarters, he could easily earn the rank of lieutenant commander. Though Tashigi had talent in swordsmanship, she was still too green. Given her current strength, it would be more fitting for this young man to teach her. Smoker's expression struck a sharp blow to Tashigi's heart. Nevertheless, she explained the whole situation to Smoker. "What?" After hearing the story, Smoker couldn't help but exclaim. When he looked at Moke again, his gaze had changed entirely. With an incredulous expression, he said, "So this guy is also a devil fruit user. So this guy, from having no swordsmanship at all to reaching this level, took only 3 months. Well, Moke's swordsmanship talent truly stunned him. He was after all a disciple of Zephyr. As far as he knew, neither among his generation nor the 2 adjacent generations had there been such an abnormal individual. Even among all of Zephyr's students, only Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji in their prime possessed such monstrous talent. Who? Smoker took a deep drag of his cigar and exhaled. For a moment smoke filled the air, and it also helped him calm down considerably. At that moment he looked at Moke as if he were a rare treasure. "Are you interested in joining the Marines? If you're willing, I'll personally recommend you to Marine headquarters. With your talent and strength, I can't promise much, but a lieutenant commander position at HQ is within reach. Of course, that's just your starting point." Moke shook his head upon hearing this. Though joining the Marines wasn't a bad option, it came with too little freedom. Just like Smoker before him, if the Marine headquarters ordered him to stay in Logtown, he would have no choice but to remain. Most importantly, Moke had no desire to be subservient to anyone, let alone become a pawn of the Celestial Dragons. He shook his head without hesitation, saying, "I'm honored by your regard, but my ambitions lie elsewhere." At his words, Smoker's expression shifted subtly, his gaze turning sharp as he fixed his eyes on Moke. In this world, one either became a Marine or a pirate. There was little room for anything else. The alternatives were scarce. So this young man with such a resolute refusal had most likely already set his mind on setting sail as a pirate. And with talent like his, once he became a pirate, he would surely grow into a major threat, something Smoker certainly didn't want to see. However, Moke wasn't a pirate yet, nor had he committed any crime or harmed anyone. His principles wouldn't allow him to eliminate this future threat under such circumstances. With a low sigh, Smoker thought to himself, "I hope for Tashigi's sake this kid doesn't stray down the wrong path." "Smoker, Captain." Just then a Marine soldier came rushing over. "My." Smoker frowned. "What's happened?" "We've spotted the Straw Hats." "The Straw Hat crew." Smoker was momentarily taken aback, then his gaze sharpened with intensity. In his view, someone like that absolutely couldn't be allowed to leave the East Blue. If he were allowed to grow, he'd become a headache, even for the Marines. After all, just a month ago Luffy had defeated Arlong and earned a bounty of 30 million berries, making him the highest bounty pirate in the East Blue. And that was just his first bounty. Naturally, it made him a prime focus of the Logtown Marines. With a whoosh, both Tashigi and Mo-ku turned their attention. Tashigi knew that the Straw Hats counted an exceptional swordsman among their ranks. Mo-ku, however, felt a surge of excitement. He murmured inwardly, finally, Luffy Roronoa, Zoro Nami Usopp. Today is going to be an interesting day. He could hardly contain his anticipation. Smoker turned to Tashigi and said, Tashigi, let's go. Yes, Captain Smoker. She immediately fell and stepped behind Smoker, but as she passed Mo-ku, her gaze lingered on him with a complex expression. Mo-ku, however, seemed not to notice, calmly watching her leave. Then he raised his hand toward the sun, feeling the warmth of the sunlight on his palm. Light elements were instantly absorbed, and once again Mo-ku transformed his body into that of a light-based entity. Having absorbed Sandai Kitetsu and gained a permanent ability, even after activating the absorption fruit's power, he could still absorb other substances to transform his body. However, when not using his powers, he would revert to his Kitetsu swordman state. With a flash, Mo-ku transformed into a beam of light heading straight toward the heart of Logtown. What was that? Since Mo-ku hadn't deliberately tried to hide, both Smoker and Tashigi noticed the beam of light. Their pupils contracted simultaneously, and confusion filled their minds. Smoker in particular sensed that the light beam resembled a Logia-type ability user like himself. Mo-ku meanwhile quickly arrived in town and made his way back to the weapons shop. He knew Roronoa Zoro would inevitably end up there. Sure enough, when he stepped into the shop again, Roronoa Zoro was already there. However, since Sandai Kitetsu and Yubashiri had already been snatched up by Mo-ku, the shop no longer held any famous blades. In the end, Zoro could only purchase 2 swords worth 500 berries each. Of course, another reason was his lack of funds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have settled for the shop's cheapest blades. The weapons shop owner's eyes lit up at the sight of Mo-ku. My distinguished guest, what would you like to purchase this time? The owner looked at Mo-ku as if he were gazing upon gleaming gold. Mo-ku chuckled softly. I'm not here to buy swords this time. He gestured toward Roronoa Zoro. I'm here for him. Huh. Roronoa Zoro looked puzzled, then scrutinized Mo-ku carefully. Yet after racking his brain, he couldn't recall ever meeting him. Soon, however, his gaze fell upon the Sandai Kitetsu at Mo-ku's waist. His pupils narrowed slightly, though he didn't recognize the blade's name. As a swordsman, instinct told him it was a fine blade. Moreover, he sensed a familiar aura from Mo-ku, one that belonged exclusively to a swordsman. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, for he had already guessed the other's intention. His hand instinctively drifted to the hilt of Wado Ikemanji. With a hint of excitement, he said, If you want to fight, then let's fight. The shop owner blinked, his gaze darting between Roronoa Zoro and Mo-ku, then realization dawned. He quickly interjected, There's a small sword testing ground in the back of my shop. Perhaps. He trailed off, but his meaning was unmistakable. Mo-ku and Roronoa Zoro both nodded in unison. All right. Their agreement was remarkably synchronized. Following the owner, they passed through a door behind the counter, traversed a small storage room, and arrived at a sword testing ground spanning a good 50 square meters. Mo-ku and Roronoa Zoro exchanged a glance, then nodded in satisfaction. This space was more than sufficient for their bout. They made their way to the center of the testing ground, and came to a stop about 4 or 5 meters apart. Both assumed their drawing stances. Zoro's gaze once again fell upon Sandai Kitetsu, fully aware it was an exceptional blade. The 2 ordinary swords in his hands would likely not withstand a direct clash. I'll use one sword style then. He adjusted his stance, his right hand gripping the hilt of Wado Ikemanji. The next moment, both drew their blades simultaneously and charged at each other. Their swords clashed fiercely, Wado Ikemanji against Sandai Kitetsu. The immense force sent both stumbling backward several steps. This single strike had ended in a draw. Both Mo-ku and Roronoa Zoro's eyes lit up. For Mo-ku, it gave him an accurate measure of his swordsmanship. He was also delighted knowing that his skill in the sword now stood on equal footing with this world's sword prodigy. Moreover, with the empowerment of his devil fruit and 3 months of rigorous training, his raw strength was no longer inferior to Roronoa Zoro's either. In that moment, his spirit underwent a complete elevation. His aura shifted, growing sharper and more formidable. He became like a drawn blade, unsheathed and ready. Roronoa Zoro naturally sensed the change in Mo-ku, but rather than retreating, his fighting spirit only burned brighter. This man before him was the strongest swordsman he had encountered in the East Blue. Of course, that man with the hawk-like eyes was an exception. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 warriors swung their swords in relentless succession, the third Azura and Shusui colliding again and again, producing the sharp ring of steel striking steel. Their figures darted back and forth across the sword testing ground like phantoms. Wonderful, wonderful. The shop owner watching from the sidelines couldn't hide the excitement blazing in his eyes as he observed the two giving it their all. He too had harbored a dream of becoming a sword master, but alas he lacked the talent. Yet to witness such a breathtaking duel in his lifetime, what more could a man ask for? After another devastating clash, both warriors retreated several steps once more. This time, neither charged forward. Instead, they locked eyes, each searching desperately for an opening in the other's defense. They were both gathering their strength for a more powerful strike. One sword-style flying dragon, flame. Roronoa Zoro drove his legs against the ground and launched himself into the air, positioning Shusui behind his back. A dragon-shaped sword technique materialized, enveloping him in its form before both man and dragon surged toward Mach. Seeing this technique, Mach's pupils contracted slightly. It must be said, swordsman Zoro was truly exceptional. Every move he executed was both domineering and dazzling. No wonder he was one of the most popular characters in the world of pirates. And this technique was not merely impressive to behold. Its power was no less formidable. Should it strike an enemy, scorching blue flames would erupt from the wound, consuming the target entirely. One sword style, Shura Slash. Mach, still grounded, felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. He took a deep breath and crouched slightly. Gripping the third Azura in his reverse hand, he extended it behind his back. Demonic aura erupted from his body, coalescing into the form of a Shura demon wielding a long blade. Just as Roronoa Zoro's dragon-shaped strike was about to connect, Mach swung the third Azura decisively. The Shura demon formed from his demonic aura slashed its blade downward in unison. Boom! Their attacks collided with devastating force, once again generating a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward from the two combatants. The wind howled against their clothing, flapping violently. The shop owner felt as though he were caught in a Category 7 or 8 typhoon, his body struggling to remain upright. Thankfully, a wall stood behind him. Even so, his gaze remained locked on the two fighters, terrified of missing even the slightest moment. Clang! The next instant, Roronoa Zoro shattered through Mach's Shura defense, and Shusui slashed across Mach's body. At that moment, Roronoa Zoro had already reigned in his full strength. After all, this was a sparring match, not a life-and-death battle. Yet, even with reduced power, if that strike had landed true, it would undoubtedly have wounded Mach. Both Roronoa Zoro and the weapon shop owner shared this assumption. But when Shusui struck Mach's body, instead of the expected sound of flesh being cut, a metallic ring echoed through the air. How is this possible? The shop owner cried out in astonishment. Then he remembered. This man before him was not merely a swordsman, but also a devil fruit user. Roronoa Zoro was equally stunned. His gaze fell upon the spot where Mach had been struck. The clothing was torn open, revealing Mach's pale skin beneath. Yet not a single mark marred it. I have lost. Although defeated, Mach showed no discouragement. If anything, he was somewhat elated. How long had he been cultivating? And what about Roronoa Zoro? This battle confirmed that he had already reached a level of swordsmanship capable of rivaling Roronoa Zoro. He was certain that upon their next encounter his skills would far surpass Zoro's. Mach sheathed the third Azura and turned to Roronoa Zoro with a smile. I suppose you will also head to the Grand Line. I look forward to our next meeting. We shall fight again then. Agreed. Roronoa Zoro did not hesitate for a moment and readily accepted. For Mach was the only swordsman in the East Blue who could match him, and he was more than pleased to have such a rival. Moreover, he did not feel that Mach's swordsmanship lagged far behind his own. What he could see was that Mach's true deficiency lay in combat experience. Most importantly, in a genuine life-and-death battle. Perhaps he would be the one to lose. For Mach's body was as hard as iron. His most powerful technique had failed to inflict even the slightest wound. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that, like Luffy, he too was a devil fruit user? Mach departed, for he still had other matters to attend to. His duel with Roronoa Zoro had been nothing more than an attempt to gauge his current swordsmanship level. As for now, he quickly made his way toward the execution platform, for no matter how the plot or characters shifted due to his presence, one thing would never change. Luffy would still head to the execution platform. And that was his opportunity. If he could suppress Luffy on that platform, then all the plot points would return to their original course. Indeed, when he arrived at the execution platform, Bartolomeo and his childhood friend Diazo were already in the square below. Especially Bartolomeo's distinctive appearance and eccentric attire made him impossible to miss. Soon his gaze fell upon the execution platform. He saw a straw hat wearing figure constantly climbing upward. As expected, the smile on Mach's face could no longer be contained. Mach placed his hand upon the ground, activating his ability. His body immediately began to transform, entering the natural type Mud state. Facing a protagonist with overwhelmingly powerful plot armor, like Luffy, a natural type devil fruit, was far more advantageous. He then softly uttered Mudbind. The next moment, the earth beneath the execution platform seemed to come alive. It surged wildly, wrapping around the entire base of the platform and rapidly ascending upward, as if intent on swallowing the whole structure whole. What? Luffy at this point had already noticed the anomaly below. His eyes bulged in terror. After all, this was not the Luffy of 2 years later. His experience was limited. The only devil fruit user he had encountered was the utterly useless clown Buggy. Yet Luffy was an exceptionally persistent person. Before achieving what he set his mind to, he would never stop. He accelerated his pace, climbing toward the very top of the execution platform at incredible speed. But under Mock's control, the mud rose even faster. Just as Luffy reached the summit of the platform, the mud arrived, completely engulfing the highest platform along with Luffy himself. Luffy's head was the only part remaining above the surface, his eyes filled with panic. For no matter how he struggled, he could not break free. He felt as though he had fallen into a quagmire. Meanwhile, the mud beneath Mock's feet rose like ocean waves, lifting him to the same level as Luffy. You are a pirate, are you not? You should have long since accepted the possibility of death. As he spoke, Mock slowly drew the third Azura from its scabbard, assuming a posture as though to sever Luffy's head. Who are you? Luffy panicked, struggling desperately. Even though he knew it was futile, it was the primal instinct for survival. Yet when Mock's blade came down, Luffy suddenly grew calm and flashed a smile toward the crowd below. It was precisely that smile that stunned everyone present. Mock smiled as well, for that was exactly the effect he had intended. Boom. At that moment, a thunderclap echoed from the sky, followed by a bolt of lightning that descended, striking Mo-ku with uncanny precision. Yet everything unfolded as Mo-ku had anticipated. Under the force of that thunderbolt, his body was completely obliterated. He scattered into countless droplets of mud, splattering in all directions. But instantly the droplets converged again, and Mo-ku was restored to his original form, now standing on the ground. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips, and inwardly he chuckled. You old fox, long I knew you'd pull that move. This. In a corner of the plaza, Dasiki stood in utter astonishment. Smoker's eyes widened as he turned to Dasiki. Didn't you say he was a user of something like the chop-chop fruit? Like hell, he was a chop-chop fruit user. That was clearly elemental manifestation. It was obvious he was a natural element ability user, probably the mud fruit. At that moment, Smoker's gaze toward Mo-ku shifted even more profoundly. A swordsmanship prodigy and a natural element ability user. If such a man joined the Marines, he would surely achieve greatness. Perhaps he would become one of the future admirals. Then his gaze turned to Luffy. His expression instantly hardened. The most important thing now is that guy. Dasiki, follow me. With that, his body transformed into a plume of smoke, darting toward Luffy. He moved with incredible speed. By then, Luffy had already freed himself and spotted the Marines. Crucially, Nami and Usopp had also arrived. They grabbed Luffy and ran. Tsk. Mo-ku watched Smoker and Dasiki chase after Luffy and saw Bartolomeo's worshipful eyes fixed on the Straw Hat Captain. He could barely contain his excitement and let out a laugh. I never imagined you were not only a formidable swordsman, but also a natural element mud fruit user. At some point, the weapon shop owner had approached Mo-ku. The owner wore a fawning smile, his gaze filled with sycophancy. Mo-ku turned to him, puzzled, unsure why the man had come. He asked, something on your mind? The owner hesitated, then made up his mind. Well, my wife has a younger sister named Ada. She's a cook who loves culinary arts. To perfect her skills, she went to the Grand Line, saying there are better ingredients there, and she wanted to explore. If you happen to pass through Cook Island on your way to the Grand Line, please help my wife and me find out about her. The last we heard from her was there. The owner bowed deeply to Mo-ku. Mo-ku was quite surprised. In the original story, the owner had never mentioned this to Roronoa Zoro, had he? It seemed that because of him the world had already changed. That thought sparked his curiosity. He wanted to see just how much had changed. He nodded. Don't worry, I'll be going to Cook Island. I'll ask about Ada for you. The owner froze for a moment. He had only asked Mo-ku to inquire if he happened to pass by, fully aware he didn't have the influence to request a special trip. This. Regaining his composure, the owner's face lit up with disbelief. Then he was overjoyed. Thank you so much. As in the original story, with the help of Dragon, the Super Dad, Luffy's crew successfully broke out of Lowtown and headed for the Grand Line. Soon they reversed the current and climbed Reverse Mountain. Thus they took their first step into the Grand Line. Mo-ku's attention was now fixed on Bartolomeo. He was determined to see how that guy had obtained his Paramecia-type barrier fruit. Time passed, and with Smoker also pursuing Luffy, Lowtown descended into chaos. After all, Lowtown had been the weakest and most peaceful of the 4 seas. Smoker had played a huge role in that. Now, without his deterrent presence, both pirates and thugs like Bartolomeo ran wild. Especially Bartolomeo, who was inherently lawless. With Smoker gone, no one could restrain him. Boss, I've got the info. The guy coming to Lowtown is the stray dog captain from East Blue Base 12. Who? Bartolomeo was dumbfounded. The 3 great scourges of the East Blue Marines, Captain Morgan, Captain Nezumi, and this stray dog captain. Only a fool like Smoker was unaware. The local populace had long known. But to be fair, those 3 were indeed the plagues of the East Blue. Yet their strength, one weaker than the next. Bartolomeo grinned. This is perfect timing for me to set sail. I'll use this guy's head to make a name for myself, and at the same time rid Lowtown of one more pest. He was born in Lowtown and didn't want the stray dog captain to take command there. Otherwise the entire town would be plunged into hell. Moka, secretly watching Bartolomeo, raised an eyebrow. What was Lowtown? It was the throat of the East Blue. Marine headquarters would never let a weakling sit in that position. Even if a man's character was flawed, his strength had to be adequate. Even if not as strong as Smoker, he needed enough power to deter the pirates of the East Blue. Otherwise all of Smoker's hard work over the years would be wasted. Bartolomeo had some skill, but only against ordinary people. Facing a successor to Smoker, he would be meeting his doom. Damn, Moka muttered to himself. Could there be something more to this? Maybe Bartolomeo had already obtained the barrier fruit before this. Otherwise he couldn't see how the current Bartolomeo could defeat the marine sent to replace Smoker. 3 days later a small warship sailed into Lowtown's harbor. Soon a squad of marines disembarked, led by a towering captain. TSK. As they stepped off the dock and entered the town, Bartolomeo and his gang surrounded them, eyeing the stray dog captain with contempt. Captain Stray Dog, I know you've skimmed plenty. Hand over some coin for us, or you won't make it through today. Moka, watching from the shadows, twitched his mouth. This Bartolomeo sure has guts. Ha! Colonel Yigo at this moment seemed to have heard the funniest thing in the world and burst into loud laughter. Bartolomeo's expression froze, because Colonel Yigo's laughter truly provoked him. It even gave him a very uneasy feeling. Chafe. In an instant Colonel Yigo vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of Bartolomeo. So close that a single wave of his hand could strike the other's face. 6 powers. From the shadows, Moka's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. Speaking of the Marines, the 6 powers is an unavoidable topic. It can be said that most Marine officers, except those who use swords, basically know a few moves of the 6 powers. Even some sword users know the 6 powers. However, it must be said that no Marine who masters the 6 powers is weak. Because the 6 powers cannot be practiced by everyone, one must reach a daily of 500. Do not underestimate this 500 daily. For example, the daily value used to test Marine combat power is also a standard to prove a person's strength or weakness. The most ordinary Marine soldier in this world has a daily value of 10, and those above 500 are considered superhuman. Look at the members of CP9, some of them only have 500 or 600 daily. Of course, this value is neither rare nor top tier. But in the first half of the Grand Line, it can still be considered somewhat powerful. Not to mention in the weakest East Blue, it absolutely qualifies as a strong person, and a crushing one at that. Huh. Bartolomeo was so frightened that his eyes nearly popped out. He instinctively stepped back, but how could he in his current state be a match for a Marine who had mastered the 6 powers? Bang! Colonel Yigo directly kicked him, hitting Bartolomeo squarely in the abdomen. Under the immense force, Bartolomeo flew out like a kite with a broken string. And then Colonel Yigo did not stop. Chafe. A kick was delivered. Chafe. Another kick. The same technique, simple and direct, yet none of the underlings brought by Bartolomeo could withstand a single move. Impossible, this is impossible. At this moment Bartolomeo, who had fallen 7 or 8 meters away, saw this scene, with a face full of shock and terror. Soon nearly 100 underlings were all lying on the ground. They either had broken legs, broken arms, or broken ribs. It was evident that Colonel Yigo had not held back. Finally he stepped toward Bartolomeo one step after another with a slight upward curl of his lips, revealing a mocking smile. Bartolomeo was so scared that he jumped up from the ground and backed away step by step, enduring the pain. At the same time still unable to believe it. How is that possible? You can't even beat that guy Shiping. Upon hearing this, Colonel Yigo seemed to recall something. Then he couldn't help but laughing very joyfully. I say, who gave a little thug like you the courage to lay a hand on me? So you know that guy Shiping. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. This guy Shiping was from Lowtown, and like these people before him, he was a thug. It wasn't strange that someone knew him. But that guy was his white glove. That time he lost to Shiping was just for show. After all, that guy had pulled off a big job. He couldn't be kept anymore. Besides, that time was just a chance encounter on the sea. He couldn't really capture that guy, could he? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? After letting him go, find an opportunity to kill him silently. Then take all the money he had stolen for himself and finally use that money to bribe some connections. The little loss of reputation was nothing compared to this. Otherwise, how could he sit in the top position of the East Blue? With this position, he could rake in even more wealth. By then he would have more money to bribe connections, and naturally, he would be promoted faster. What a great thing. But he never expected that it would give these trash the illusion that he was weak. Come on. Although he was not as strong as Simiji, he was at least a Marine trainee from the same class as Simiji. On the Grand Line his strength might not count for much, but here in the East Blue with Simiji gone, who could be his opponent? There was simply no one who could last even one exchange. Just like these rabble before him, he could kill them with a wave of his hand. I'll fight you to the death. At this moment Bartolomeo had also come to his senses. His eyes were wild and his face was full of ferocity, because he understood that he had no other choice but to fight to the death. Even if he died, at least he would die with some dignity. Bartolomeo directly lunged at Colonel Yigo. Unfortunately, Bartolomeo's movements were as slow as a turtle in Colonel Yigo's eyes. Colonel Yigo dodged with a quick sidestep, easily evading. After Bartolomeo missed and brushed past him, Colonel Yigo lifted his leg and kicked him right on the buttocks. Under the immense force, Bartolomeo was kicked flying once again. Colonel Yigo's mouth involuntarily curled up, revealing a cold smile. At the same time, he swept his gaze around. To him, Bartolomeo was not much different from those underlings. He could also take him down in one move. This cat-and-mouse situation was meant to intimidate everyone in Logtown, whether local thugs or foreign pirates. To make them understand that even if Simoji had left Logtown, there was still him, Colonel Yigo. It was still not a place where they could run wild. However, he did not notice that the direction Bartolomeo was flying toward was exactly where his subordinates were. Those subordinates were just ordinary Marines, ordinary beyond ordinary, and without paying attention they were directly hit by the flying Bartolomeo. Immediately they were knocked over. At that moment a box in one of the men's hands fell. A fruit that looked somewhat like an apple rolled over to Bartolomeo's side. Damn! Moku's eyes lit up. Colonel Yigo also changed expression. He probably never expected such an accident to happen. That was a devil fruit he had obtained by chance, and he was planning to use it to build connections. Bartolomeo was stunned for a moment, then immediately grabbed the devil fruit in his hand. Without a second thought, he directly shoved it into his mouth. How dare you? Shave. In an instant, Colonel Yigo vanished from his spot. But no matter how fast he was, there was still a certain distance. Perhaps in the original story, he was just a step too slow, allowing Bartolomeo to eat this devil fruit, and Bartolomeo used it to turn the tables and escape. Not to defeat Colonel Yigo, but at least to leave safely. But now no one could be faster than Moku, and he was already prepared. Therefore he had absorbed sunlight early on. At this moment, transforming into a beam of light before Bartolomeo could eat the devil fruit, he arrived beside him and snatched the devil fruit from Bartolomeo's hand. Who are you? Colonel Yigo abruptly stopped, his eyes full of wariness as he looked at Moku. Because he recognized at a glance that Moku possessed a Logia ability, and moreover it was a glint fruit ability similar to that of Admiral Huang Yuan. This made him have to take it seriously, have to be wary. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is, this devil fruit is mine now. Thank you. Saying this, he casually waved the devil fruit in his hand. Bartolomeo, it was already in my hands. I thought I had struck it rich at first. But instead, Colonel Wild Dog. He ground his teeth in fury. This was the key he needed to bribe his way up the ranks. If not for his fear of Mock's abilities, he would have made a move long ago. But since the other party now knew this was a devil fruit, there was no way he would return it. In other words, battle was inevitable. Colonel Wild Dog was a decisive man, and after making his choice, he wasted no words. His entire body vanished from everyone's sight once more. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Mock. Yagyu. His index finger shot forward like a spear aimed straight at Mock's forehead. Clang. Mock did not choose to dodge. Instead, relying on his abilities, he prepared to counterattack. Just as Colonel Wild Dog's finger was about to strike Mock's brow, the third Shichika sword flashed from Mock's hand, carving a cold arc through the air. But the moment the blade connected with Colonel Wild Dog, the latter activated Soru, once more entering a high-speed movement state. He evaded Mock's strike and reappeared 10 meters away. At this moment, his gaze toward Mock shifted once again, filled with a mixture of shock and confusion, as he said, "You truly are a natural-type devil fruit user. But Admiral Kizaru is still alive and well. How did you obtain the Pika Pika no Mi?" He had never heard of any natural-type devil fruit similar to the Pika Pika no Mi. Originally, he had assumed Mock only possessed a Paramecia-type fruit with abilities resembling that of the light fruit. At most, it would have similar movement and attack methods. But after that exchange, he had confirmed that this opponent was indeed a natural-type user, for only such a user could achieve elemental transformation. Mock grinned. "That's none of your concern. By the way, have you ever been hit by a light kick?" The moment the words left his mouth, light elements gathered around Mock's foot, causing his entire right leg to blaze with brilliance. "No good." Colonel Wild Dog's expression darkened instantly. "Soru." At the same moment, Mock's right leg lashed out and a beam of light erupted forth. Rumble. Having dodged just in time, Colonel Wild Dog watched as the beam sliced through the space where he had stood moments before striking a warship at the harbor. Its devastating power pierced clean through the warship's hull. With a thunderous explosion, the vessel split in two and began sinking rapidly. Hiss! Colonel Wild Dog involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. If that had struck him, he would have been dead or crippled at the very least. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. However, he was someone trained by Zephyr. Even if his character was lacking, his strength was undeniable, and his courage even more so. The pressure Mock exerted upon him did not make him retreat. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. Staring intently at Mach, he said, "Since being transferred to the East Blue and serving as Vice Admiral here, it has been far too long since I had a proper fight." The moment those words fell, Mach's body underwent a transformation. Gray fur sprouted across his entire frame, and his hands began to morph into claws. Now he understood why this man was called Colonel Wild Dog. Because he was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, the Inu no Mi model Wild Dog. Soru. In the next instant, Colonel Wild Dog vanished once more. Damn it. It had to be said, using Soru oneself felt incredibly satisfying. But when an opponent used it, it was an absolute headache. Mach could only maintain full vigilance. When he reappeared, he was already behind Mach. Yagyu. Clang. This time Mach did not choose to use elemental transformation. When Wild Dog unleashed his ability, a vague sense of unease had stirred within him. So he reversed his grip and slashed the third Shichika sword backward. He struck Wild Dog's finger with pinpoint accuracy. What surprised Mach was the terrifying power emanating from Wild Dog's finger, which caused his hand to tremble. It had to be said, Zoan-type devil fruits were incredibly suited for martial artists. Setting aside everything else, the sheer enhancement to physical strength was truly frightening. However, what frightened Mach the most went even deeper. Turning his head at that moment, he saw that Wild Dog's finger was wrapped in armament hockey. What the hell? We're in the East Blue. Using armament hockey. Isn't that a bit too much? Mach's mind raced with complaints, yet he also felt profoundly relieved. Most importantly, he continuously reminded himself in his heart, never underestimate anyone in the future and never rely too heavily on elemental transformation. One misstep and the outcome of being trapped in an iron body illusion would be tragic. In an instant, Mach transformed into a beam of light, creating distance between himself and his opponent. At this moment, the way he looked at Colonel Wild Dog had changed somewhat. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Wild Dog's mouth, revealing a hint of smugness. This was his final trump card. He had awakened armament hockey not long ago, although it was only at the most basic level, and he could barely wrap it around his fists. It was already enough. This was also his trump card, with the confidence to rise to the rank of Vice Admiral at headquarters. And at this moment, Mach too felt his battle spirit ignite. Shining. The next second, light elements gathered around Mach, causing his entire body to shine like a miniature sun. The intense light made everyone unable and afraid to look directly. A single glance felt as though one's eyes were on fire, too painful to keep open. II-style ghost flame flash. Seizing this opportunity, Mach channeled all the demonic energy from his body and the third Shichika sword, merging them into one. Swish. Mach's figure flashed and vanished. When he appeared again, he had already sheathed the third Shichika sword behind Colonel Wild Dog. Splat. As the light around Mach dissipated, a wound erupted on Colonel Wild Dog's body and blood gushed forth. Colonel Wild Dog's face was filled with disbelief. After all, in the East Blue, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. He never expected. Damn it. Wild Dog cursed under his breath. It had to be said, Mach's technique was truly troublesome. It rendered one unable to see, and since Wild Dog had awakened armament hockey rather than observation hockey, how could he possibly dodge an attack without sight? Rankaku. Wild Dog spun around and unleashed a Rankaku slash. Clang. Mach's reaction was no slower. The third Shichika sword flashed from his hand in an instant, and he swung it, forcefully blocking the attack. However, the overwhelming impact forced him to retreat 4 or 5 meters. Soru. And would Colonel Wild Dog miss such a perfect opportunity? With a single Soru, he appeared directly behind Mach. Yagyu. His index finger aimed straight at the back of Mach's head. Yet the next second, he froze entirely. His fingers were less than 10 centimeters from Mach's head. But Colonel Wild Dog realized that at this very moment, he could not move an inch. He looked down and saw that unbeknownst to him, his entire body had been entangled and bound by the soil surging up from the ground. At this moment, his face was filled with shock and bewilderment. Swish. And just then, the Sandai Kitetsu in Mach's hand traced an elegant arc through the air. It slashed toward Colonel Wild Dog's neck. Not good. Colonel Wild Dog's expression shifted drastically, for at this moment he had lost all mobility and could not evade. All he could do was watch helplessly as the Sandai Kitetsu drew closer and closer. Iron body. With no other choice, he could only resort to passive defense. Swish. The Sandai Kitetsu swept across Colonel Wild Dog's neck. Clearly his iron body could not withstand Mach's strike. First a wound slowly appeared, then blood gushed out wildly. No. No. Impossible. Colonel Wild Dog's face was filled with disbelief. This guy before him was clearly a Logia-type devil fruit user similar to the Glint fruit. How could he also control the earth? But then he noticed that unbeknownst to him, the skin of this guy before him was no longer so radiant, but rather dull and even tinged with yellow. Unfortunately, it was all too late. At this moment, Mach curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Just moments ago, when he forcefully took the Colonel's Rankyaku and was pushed back 4 or 5 meters, he had taken the opportunity to touch the ground with his hand, transforming from the Glint ability to the Mud ability. Also, Iron Body was indeed the strongest illusionary technique. Under the full force slash of his demonic aura, that guy's defense was directly broken. He was dead beyond dead. Crack. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, a person took a photo of Mach and very professionally found a suitable angle capturing the moment Mach sheathed his sword, with an air of disdain for the world. Meanwhile, Mach looked for Bartolomeo's figure, but found he had already vanished without a trace. Mach was slightly stunned and murmured, truly worthy of being an important character. His life is really tenacious. But now there was no need to stay in Logtown any longer. He aimed his hand at the sun in the sky, transformed back into the glint ability, and then, as a beam of light, shot directly toward Reverse Mountain. Then he quickly rushed into the Grand Line and swiftly arrived at the first island. On the Grand Line, multiple routes could be chosen. And on the first island of each route, there would be an underground information network. Almost all eternal poses for the islands could be bought there, albeit a bit expensive. Thus, as soon as Mach landed on the island, he immediately found a tavern. A waitress saw Mach and immediately greeted him with a professional smile. "What would you like to order?" Mach did not waste words and got straight to the point. "I want an eternal pose for the chef's island." As he spoke, his nose twitched, for a fragrant aroma wafted over, stirring his appetite. So he added, "Also bring me your most famous dishes." "All right. Please take a seat anywhere, and I'll be right back." TSK. Mach casually found an empty table and sat down. But a group of people all stared at him in unison. Some eyes were even hostile. They even let out sneers. Another clueless rookie. Probably still dreaming of becoming the Pirate King. Aren't all rookies like that? So naive. Mach raised an eyebrow and swept his gaze across everyone present, his eyes tinged with disdain. After all, the veterans here were mostly worthless men who had lost their courage. They only put on airs in front of newcomers. "Hey." A burly man stood up and walked toward Mach. "Kid, an eternal pose for a specific island isn't cheap. I figure you have some money. Pay for our table too, and leave some for me to spend. How about it?" He spoke as if asking, but his tone brooked no argument. Mach sat there looking up at the newcomer. Seeing the man's expression as if he had already won, Mach couldn't help but laugh. A waste who only dares to squat on the first island at the entrance of the Grand Line dares to mock those who have dreams. Sure, most of those guys aren't good people, but they're still far better than you wastes. Silence. The tavern instantly fell into a dead hush. Whether it was the newcomer or those who had been expecting a show, every face froze in place. For Mach's words were like a slap across their faces. Instantly, the way everyone looked at Mach changed. No longer spectators, they now seemed ready to devour him. Especially the burly man whose eyes bulged with fury. "You?" But just as he was about to explode, he met Mach's gaze. At this moment, Mach's pupils had turned purple and demonic aura surged from his body, sweeping outward. The burly man bore the brunt of it. No sooner had he uttered a word than he seemed struck by a heavy blow. His face paled, his body swayed, and he swallowed the rest of his words. Hiss. Everyone present felt a chill of energy sweep through, making them shiver involuntarily. Most importantly, the aura of this young man had changed. It brought unprecedented pressure upon them. Everyone gasped. After all, they had come from the Four Seas and had some experience. They could only realize they had met a tough opponent today. Mach said coldly, "Leave all your valuables behind, and you may leave. Otherwise, you will pay for your offense with your lives." Everyone's faces stiffened. They had intended to bully a rookie and get a share of the spoils. Who would have thought they'd end up being robbed instead? Now they were all dumbfounded. But these were pirates with blood on their hands. Greed was their nature. How could they easily hand over their money? Bang! A pirate sitting near the window smashed through it and leaped out. Rumble! But before he could celebrate, everyone in the tavern saw Mach's index finger aimed at the man with a massive amount of light gathered on it. Then a beam of light shot out, piercing through the back of the fleeing man, and without losing momentum, it blasted into a large tree 100 meters away. The terrifying power snapped the tree in two. Because the tavern's window was quite large, most people saw it clearly. The tavern fell into silence once again. Gulp. Hiss. Someone swallowed, someone inhaled sharply. When they came to their senses, the way they looked at Mach had completely changed. There was no longer any contempt or reluctance, only awe. Then they immediately placed all their money respectfully on Mach's table. After that, they retreated out. Ziaha. At that very moment, a most distinctive laugh echoed from a corner of the tavern. Damn it. The moment the laughter arose, though Moku's expression remained unchanged, his heart jumped into his throat. In One Piece, many characters have unique laughs. Some can be identified by their laugh alone. Like this one. It was undoubtedly Blackbeard, one of the future four emperors. Moku's pupils contracted sharply. He never expected to encounter such a big boss right after entering the Grand Line. With his current strength, he was no match for him. Who? Moku slowly exhaled, trying to calm himself. Then he turned his head to look at the corner where the laughter had come from. Sure enough, the large man who had been facing away was now looking at him. His eyes held a hint of appreciation. Beside him sat a man who looked terminally ill and barely alive. Q. Moku recognized him instantly. Blackbeard's initial 4 commanders were Lafitte, Jesus, Burgess, Van Auger, and this Q. But why was Blackbeard here at the entrance to the Grand Line? No, on the contrary, this was the entrance to the 4 Seas. If his memory served him right, among Blackbeard's 4 commanders, Lafitte was born in the West Blue. He was originally a police officer in the West Blue known as the Demon Sheriff or Demon Cop. He was also the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates and would later become the captain of the 5th ship. And since Blackbeard only had Q with him, did this mean it was the point in time when Blackbeard went to the West Blue and successfully recruited Lafitte? But what was this guy doing in the West Blue? Was he going there specifically to recruit Lafitte? Was one Lafitte really worth the trip? By now most of the people in the tavern had fled. Blackbeard stood up from his seat and walked over to Moku. At the same time he studied Moku intently. You're absolutely right. These people who can abandon their dreams. How dare they insult those who hold dreams in their hearts? Moku silently furrowed his brow. Ziaha. Seeing that Moku did not reply immediately, Blackbeard added, how about joining my crew? He had witnessed Moku's performance just now. Not only was his aura astonishing enough to intimidate others at a glance, but he also possessed a powerful devil fruit ability. Then his gaze fell upon the Sandai Kitetsu in Moku's hand. He must also have considerable swordsmanship, a man worth recruiting. Moku was silent for a moment, then broke into a somewhat Chinibu smile. No can do. My dream is to become the man who will be the pirate king. Ziaha. Blackbeard was momentarily taken aback, then burst into loud laughter. The look in his eyes toward Moku changed. A hint of scrutiny appeared. Finally, he said meaningfully, I look forward to our next meeting. With that he walked out of the tavern because he understood. This kid was not one to submit to others. Q followed closely behind. After stepping out of the tavern, Q glanced back and said to Blackbeard, this kid is still green now, but sooner or later he'll become a rival. Why not? Before he could finish, Blackbeard cut him off. On the sea there are countless such people. Should I kill everyone I see? Can I kill them all? He paused, also glancing back, and said with great arrogance, besides, if one day he really stands against me, I'll personally tear off his head. Ziaha. In his eyes, Moku was not even worthy of being called an opponent right now. Or rather, in his view, it was still uncertain whether Moku could ever reach the level to stand against him. After Blackbeard left, Moku let out a deep breath. To be honest, he didn't want to have a head-on conflict with Blackbeard at this time. There was no chance of victory, but he had already prepared to fight. But, TSK, Moku's hand already resting on the hilt of the Sandai Kitetsu tightened. The desire to grow stronger had never been so intense. Without enough strength, you don't even qualify to be an opponent. Or rather, others don't even have the interest to make a move against you. Not long after Blackbeard left, the waiter from before approached. This is the eternal pose for Cook Island. 30,000 belly. Moku's face twitched. It wasn't that he didn't have the 30,000 belly, but he lamented how expensive the black market was. For reference, the 2 swords Zoro bought in Lowtown cost only 10,000 belly in total. Still, he paid promptly because he was short on that amount. Then he added, do you have any intelligence for sale? The waiter nodded. Of course. Are you looking for someone, or do you want to know about something? Moku, Cook Ataborn in Lowtown, East Blue. She once appeared on Cook Island. I need all the information on her now. The waiter said, please wait a moment, and turned to leave. Moku frowned slightly because he sensed that this waiter was different from before. He no longer wore a humble smile. Instead, there was a faint hint of superiority. Moku wondered what had caused this change. He had just demonstrated his strength, so logically the waiter should have been more awed. Interesting. Moku watched the waiter's retreating figure with a meaningful expression. Soon the waiter returned holding a piece of paper. With a polite smile he said, the Cook Ada you're looking for is quite a figure, so the price is a bit high. In the underworld, the price of intelligence about a person is often determined by their strength and status. Oh, Moku looked surprised. He had only agreed to find her because the weapons dealer had given him 2 famous swords. But this turned out to be an unexpected bonus. As long as the intelligence's accurate price is not an issue. The waiter raised a finger. 100,000 belly. Then he took out a den mushi. It's expensive, but it has its reasons. For this 100,000 our people will keep an eye on her. As soon as her location changes, we'll notify you immediately. Until you find her. Moku was taken aback. This service was worth the price. He nodded and took out a blue gem from his chest. The waiter took it and examined it carefully. He judged in his mind, this is a bit ordinary but still worth 100,000. Then he handed the paper to Moku. Cook Ada, 30 years old. Chef Ada, 30 years old. Once the captain of the gourmet god pirate crew, a dual-blade swordsman exceptional in culinary skills. And equally formidable in strength. Bounty of 130 million. She won first place in the Cook Island culinary competition that year. But on that very day she was ambushed, all her crew members were killed or wounded, leaving only her to survive by sheer luck. Thus her temper became extremely volatile, and she would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. She remains on Cook Island because she firmly believes that the one who schemed against her back then is still there. This was the content written on that paper. Moke's eyes were filled with astonishment. He never imagined that Chef Ada had a bounty over 100 million. That was enough to match the price of a supernova. Moreover, that bounty was from a few years ago because she had been on Cook Island all these years searching for the culprit. Therefore, her bounty had never changed. Interesting. Moke promptly added, do you have information on the one who schemed against her back then? If you have it, bring it. I'll buy it together. The waiter was slightly taken aback, then narrowed his eyes. Considering this is your first time cooperating with us, and you have the potential to become a premium client, I'll make an exception to warn you anyone who purchases this information will have their own information appear in that person's hands as well. So are you sure? Moke was momentarily stunned, then narrowed his eyes. Because the information implied by this guy's words was no ordinary matter. First, he was not the first person to buy information about the culprit from the underworld. Second, the culprit was no small figure. The fact that Ada was still on Cook Island indicated that either the buyer had been dealt with, or had retreated after learning the culprit's identity. Nevertheless, he nodded. Thanks, but just bring the information. I'm getting curious. The waiter said, all right, but the price is a bit high. After all, everyone knows that this information could potentially bring a pirate with a bounty over 100 million into one's fold. As he spoke, he gave Moke a meaningful smile as if to say, aren't you also thinking the same? Moke couldn't help but laugh. Oh, then I'd like to know how much she is worth in your underworld. The waiter said 10 million berries. Moke's eyes lit up. The higher the price, the stronger Ada's strength. Thus, upon hearing this price, he was instead delighted. He then took out a string of jeweled necklace. This should be worth 10 million berries. The waiter said, please wait a moment. At this point, the smile on his face became more sincere. Selling information worth over 10 million as bonus would naturally be substantial. Soon the waiter returned with the information. New world under Doflamingo, a member of the Don Quixote family Gladius. Paramecia type Bomb Fruit, user bounty 31 million. Actually possesses strength exceeding 100 million. Using his Bomb Fruit ability, he ambushed Ada, blowing up her gourmet god pirate crew, killing everyone except Captain Ada, and successfully seized the devil fruit from Ada's hands. Holy shit. Moke couldn't help but show a shocked expression. He never imagined that the perpetrator would be Gladius, a member of the Don Quixote family. No wonder. Behind him stood Doflamingo and the entire Don Quixote family. But what kind of devil fruit could have drawn Gladius to act? Moreover, Gladius chose to ambush rather than confront head-on. And even the ambush failed to kill Ada completely, leaving a pending threat. This shows Ada's strength. In other words, Gladius's strength was inferior to hers, yet it wasn't worth Doflamingo's personal intervention, thus creating this situation. Moke immediately felt that the money was well spent. And even more that recruiting Chef Ada as his first crewmate would be a good choice. Moke suddenly thought of something and added, oh, and give me a route map to Cook Island as well. The waiter chuckled lightly, then took out a map from his pocket and handed it over. This route map is a personal gift from me. Moke's eyes flickered. Then many thanks. He then added, now shouldn't we get down to business? The waiter was momentarily stunned, then laughed. You are truly perceptive. You noticed that? Phew. The waiter took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and said, then I now represent Baroque Works and formally invite you to join our organization. With your strength, once you join Baroque Works, you will immediately become a senior agent of Baroque Works. Holy shit. Just now it was Doflamingo's Don Quixote family, and now it's Crocodile's Baroque Works. Truly impressive. But then again, in the underground intelligence network, the new world looked to Doflamingo while the first half of the Grand Line looked to Crocodile's Baroque Works. However, he had no intention of becoming Crocodile's subordinate. Just as he was about to speak, the waiter interjected, don't be too quick to refuse. You can listen to the terms we offer. First, intelligence sharing. All the intelligence you need will be provided to you for free. Meanwhile, if someone intends to harm you, or if someone comes to buy information about you, you will be notified immediately, and they may even send personnel to assist you. Second, after joining, as long as you complete the tasks assigned by Baroque Works, you can move freely during other times. Moreover, upon completing tasks, Baroque Works will grant very generous rewards. Third, you can choose the form of cooperation. Intelligence will be given priority to you. If someone targets you, you will be warned. But you need to pay berries. And of course, you must also complete certain tasks. If you choose this form, you have the right to choose. Not every task must be completed. In a year, you only need to pick 2 or 3 from the assigned tasks. It must be said that the third form of cooperation was quite appealing. However, it was unnecessary. Problems that could be solved with money were not problems. Intelligence, just buy it with berries. After all, no matter how nicely it was phrased, once he agreed, it would be equivalent to being under Crocodile's Baroque Works command. Thus Moke decisively refused. The waiter could only leave regretfully. Moke then looked at the route map to Cook Island, and soon the names of 2 small islands shook him. Whiskey Peak and Asco Island. It must be said that this route partially overlapped with Luffy's. The former was the lair of bounty hunters where Princess Vivi and Luffy would both go. The latter was the island where the sacred sword was located, especially the latter which held great attraction for Moke. After all, the sacred sword was extremely mysterious and powerful. It could automatically heal wounds, enhance the strength of its user and allies, and even control minds, achieving unity between man and sword. It was incredibly awesome. If he absorbed it, his strength would surely reach a new level. However, he also needed to visit Whiskey Peak, not to see Princess Vivi, nor to meet Luffy's crew again, but because there was a famous sword named Huajo there. If he remembered correctly, it was in the hands of an agent of Baroque Works. In the original story, it was ultimately obtained by Tashigi. Since he intended to recruit Ada, besides the information about the culprit, he needed a proper gift. For a swordsman, what better gift than a famous sword? After a hearty meal at the tavern, Moke rested for the night. The next morning, he transformed into a beam of light once again and headed toward Reverse Mountain. Marine Headquarters. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sprang from his seat in shock, exclaiming, "What?" Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru, who happened to be in his office, looked over. Garp in particular forgot to put the donut in his mouth. He rarely saw Sengoku so flustered. Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned, sensing a foreboding that another major incident had occurred. She asked, "What's wrong?" Sengoku hung up the den mushi and exhaled slowly to calm himself. "Captain Wild Dog, who replaced Smoker in the East Blue, has been killed." "How is that possible?" Garp was astonished. He often visited the East Blue and knew it well. There were only a handful of pirates with any real strength there. None of them would have the nerve or the power to kill the highest-ranking Marine officer in the East Blue. Tsuru thought the same. If there were any formidable pirates in the East Blue, it wouldn't be called the weakest of the four seas. With some doubt, she asked, "Has a strong figure emerged in the East Blue?" Sengoku nodded. "Moke. Age unknown. Place of birth unknown. He possesses decent swordsmanship and is a devil fruit user." He paused, then added, "According to intelligence, he learned his swordsmanship from Petty Officer Tashigi, Smoker's subordinate. His devil fruit is extremely unusual. Not only does it grant abilities of light and earth, but he also has the Logia-specific elementalization." Tsuru and Garp were both dumbfounded. Garp blurted, "Sengoku, you must have misheard. Which Logia can control both light and earth?" Even Sengoku himself doubted it. If he hadn't confirmed it multiple times, he wouldn't believe it. No. Even after repeated confirmation, deep down, he still found it hard to accept. He murmured, Logia. By nature it represents a single natural element. How can one person possess two natural abilities? Could there really be such a devil fruit? Or does this person have two devil fruit powers at once? Either possibility defied their long-held understanding. Tsuru snapped back to reality and said to Sengoku, "Since he learned swordsmanship from Smoker's subordinate Tashigi, why not ask them? They might know what's going on." Sengoku's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Smoker, who was chasing the Straw Hat Pirates with all his might, stared out at the sea in a daze. Soon a soldier ran up to Smoker holding a den mushi. "Captain Smoker, it's Fleet Admiral Sengoku from headquarters." Smoker's pupils contracted. Not only him, but Tashigi also looked over with concern. Smoker had acted first and reported later. Headquarters would never have approved his pursuit of the Straw Hats otherwise. This was likely trouble. Why else would Fleet Admiral Sengoku call personally? But there was no turning back now. He reluctantly took the den mushi. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, this is Smoker." Sengoku asked, "Do you know about Moke?" Smoker and Tashigi were both taken aback, having prepared to be reprimanded. They were also puzzled as to why the Fleet Admiral was asking about Moke. After a moment, though still confused, they answered promptly. "Yes, we know him. He's a friend of my subordinate Petty Officer Tashigi. He possesses terrifying swordsmanship talent and an extremely unique devil fruit ability." Sengoku said, "Tell me more." Smoker looked at Tashigi, who understood immediately. 3 months ago, I met him at a weapon shop in Loketown. He bought 2 famous swords at once. He used one of the swords as payment for me to teach him swordsmanship. I agreed. At that time, he knew nothing about swordsmanship. 3 months later, his skill far surpassed mine, and he's only a step away from being a swordsman. His talent is beyond anything I've ever seen. Even the vice admirals at headquarters who are skilled in swordsmanship can't compare to his talent. His devil fruit ability is very special. When we first met at the weapon shop, he displayed a power similar to the Paramecia dice fruit, turning people into blades. Later, when we were capturing the Straw Hats, he helped us. At that time, he showed elementalization and the ability to control Earth. She glanced at Smoker, then added, "Captain Smoker, and I speculate that he might have multiple devil fruit abilities." Sengoku exclaimed in shock. Then the den mushi's face turned into Tsuru's. "This guy has such terrifying swordsmanship talent. And he has a power similar to the Paramecia dice fruit. Plus earth and light. That means he's a triple ability user with monstrous swordsmanship talent. What's more, each ability is stronger than the last. The light element power especially is almost a copy of Kizaru's. Anyone facing such a person would have a headache. He could fight or flee as he pleased. This is trouble." Smoker couldn't help asking, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, what did that kid do to warrant your personal call?" Sengoku replied bluntly, he killed Captain Wild Dog who was replacing you. Smoker and Tashigi gasped in unison, but both were confused. Tashigi said, that's not right. I spent 3 months with him, and I could sense he had no ill will toward the Marines. Sengoku said, he stole a devil fruit that Captain Wild Dog was supposed to turn in. Smoker and Tashigi's pupils contracted. Except for the celestial dragons, a devil fruit is the most important strategic resource in any organization. One devil fruit can quickly cultivate a strong fighter, or even recruit one. The implications were huge. Tashigi gripped her sword Shusue tightly, her face filled with anger. I will never allow a famous sword to fall into the hands of such a person. One day I will reclaim the Sandai Kitetsu from him. Back in Sengoku's office, he had hung up the Den Den Mushi, but his brow was furrowed even more tightly. 3 months from zero to a step away from swordsman. What kind of swordsmanship talent is that? And his abilities? Sengoku felt a headache coming on. Beside him, Vice Admiral Tsuru also looked grave. Even her good friend Momosaji didn't have such talent. Including Garp, the three fell into a brief silence. Then Tsuru spoke first. Sengoku, I suggest we issue a bounty. Then Vice Admiral, he spoke first. Sengoku, I suggest a bounty of 100 million belly. 100 million belly. Garp exclaimed, not because he was inexperienced. This was the initial bounty. Vice Admiral, he nodded. Yes, directly set the bounty at 100 million belly. After receiving a clear answer, Garp was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled. This young man, named Mo, could not only possess terrifying swordsmanship talent, but was also suspected to be a triple devil fruit user. A bounty of 100 million was truly not too high. A single Logia ability similar to the Glint Glint fruit was already worth 100 million. However, Garp did not immediately express his opinion, but pondered for a long time. After making a decision, Sengoku said, why not directly set the bounty at 300 million belly and elevate him to the heavens? Huh. Garp and Vice Admiral, he both looked at Sengoku. Especially Vice Admiral, he who knew Sengoku was always steady in character. The 100 million belly she had just suggested was a figure she considered appropriate and acceptable based on Sengoku's personality. But unexpectedly, Sengoku acted contrary to his nature. Suddenly a glint of wisdom flashed in Vice Admiral He's eyes as she said with some surprise, you intend to include him in the 7 warlords of the sea. Hearing this, Garp curled his lips. He expressed disdain for the 7 warlords of the sea, but did not voice any objection. Sengoku, exactly. Given his relationship with Smoker and Tashigi, the odds of him accepting are high. Of course, he must first survive this wave of attacks, otherwise no matter how great his talent or how many devil fruits he has, it will be useless. Vice Admiral, he smiled. Then let's add fuel to the fire, showcase his triple devil fruit abilities on his wanted poster, and clearly indicate that he is a triple devil fruit user and suspected of having mastered the method to possess multiple devil fruits. Hearing this, Sengoku was taken aback. Then he was overjoyed. He could already envision various forces swarming toward Imoko. Meanwhile, in the New World, Don Quixote Doflamingo had already received underground intelligence. A Logia user similar to the Glint Glint fruit. With just that he dares to oppose me, Doflamingo. Newcomers sure don't know their place. He turned to Gladius beside him. That little cook is your hidden asset. This time eliminate her as well. Gladius nodded, yes, young master. A few days later at Reverse Mountain, a pirate ship bearing a straw hat sailed into the harbor. At that moment, a news coup flew overhead. Nami saw it and tossed a coin. The news coup caught it, dropped a newspaper, and it landed right in front of Nami. Nami picked it up, and her beautiful eyes widened. She exclaimed, Luffy, come quick. Is this the guy you and Zoro met in Logue Town? Whoosh. Nami's words instantly drew everyone's attention on the ship. They gathered around and looked at the newspaper. There a wanted poster appeared before their eyes, a figure sheathing his sword looking down upon the world. And then the enormous bounty. A full 300 million. Luffy shouted. Yeah, that's the guy who helped the Marines catch me in Logue Town. But isn't that guy a Marine? Why is he wanted? Zoro also nodded. That's right, the one I crossed swords with. I never expected he'd have such a high bounty. Swordsmanship prodigy, triple devil fruit user. Then his eyes fell on a line of text below the wanted poster, and his eyes widened after reading it. His gaze was filled with shock, and he murmured to himself, so he wasn't going all out back then. Meanwhile, a blue-haired girl curiously approached. At the same time, a beam of light landed on their deck, taking the form of a person. The newcomer was naturally Imoku. He scanned everyone present: Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Princess Vivi. Everyone was here. He hadn't expected such a coincidence. They had all reached Reverse Mountain at the same time. After all, he had set out 3 months later than this group. Also, they could only rely on sailing. And they didn't have an eternal pose. Their journey was entirely dependent on luck. Unlike him, who had a clear route and a definite eternal pose. How could he not be faster? Hey, you. Want to fight again? Luffy immediately assumed a fighting stance. Clearly, Imoku had left a deep impression on him. Eek! Nami and Usopp hid behind Zoro in fright. Sanji quickly stepped in front of Princess Vivi looking like a devoted dog, Princess Vivi, rest assured. I won't let him harm a single hair on your head. Moku. To be honest, among the entire Straw Hat Pirates, the one he respected the least was Sanji. Though Nami and Usopp were timid, they would step up when needed. But Sanji, as long as there was a beautiful woman, he would instantly grovel. Even if he knew his comrades were in danger, he wouldn't fight back. He would dawdle endlessly. If not for the Straw Hat Pirates each having plot armor, by the time he sorted things out, weaklings like Nami and Usopp would have died countless times. Calling it a gentleman doesn't hit women. In truth, he was a pure lapdog, one with no boundaries whatsoever. Don't be agitated. This time I won't fight you. Moku hadn't finished speaking. A person descended from the sky, landing on the deck, his eyes fixed on Moku. Greed flickered in his gaze, as if before him was not a person, but a rare treasure. Then he let out a strange laugh. Haha, I didn't expect to wait until I found you. What luck? Who are you? Moku looked bewildered, for he had never seen this person before. Zoro took the newspaper from Nami behind him and tossed it to Moku. It should be because of this. Moku caught it and looked. Good heavens. They had directly set a bounty of 300 million, and even claimed he was a triple devil fruit user who knew how to possess multiple fruits. Wasn't that putting him in the hot seat? Sengoku, you sly old fox. The newcomer laughed. Having read the newspaper, I suppose you know why I'm here, right? Hand over the method to consume multiple devil fruits, or else. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Haha, Vulture, this isn't something you can hawk. Better share it with everyone. At that moment, a group of people emerged. They stood below the ship staring at Moku. The two leaders were a man and a woman. The man looked like a rock singer. The woman was tall and slender with short golden hair. She wore a yellow hat, lemon slice-shaped earrings, a yellow one-piece dress patterned with lemon slices, and white high heels. She wore white gloves and carried a yellow and blue striped umbrella. With her charming looks and ever-present smile, she could easily be described as a sweetheart. But when it came to fighting, she was utterly ruthless. Moke recognized them at a glance. This pair was none other than Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, senior agents of Baroque Works. Behind them stood Mr. 7, a Miss Father's Day, Mr. 8, Miss Monday, and of course Mr. 11. Moke's gaze fell directly on the blade in Mr. 11's hand. If he wasn't mistaken, that sword was Huajo. As for these people, he paid them no mind. Not just them, even Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were beneath his notice. Two pathetic weaklings. What a waste of the Paramecia-type bomb fruit and kilogram fruit, two rather impressive devil fruits. The vulture-faced man sneered with equal disdain. You two have bounties of 10 million and 5 million berries respectively. How dare you act cocky in front of me? Who gave you the nerve? Baroque Works. In a flash, Moke transformed into a beam of light before anyone could react. He appeared beside Mr. 11 or snatched Huajo from his hand and began admiring the blade. Wow, Mr. 11 stumbled back 7 or 8 steps in shock, then erupted in fury. Give Huajo back. Mr. 7, a Miss Father's Day, Mr. 8, A and Miss Monday exchanged glances, terror visible in each other's eyes. They then retreated several steps in perfect unison. Damn it. Mr. 5, a Gem and Miss Valentine Makita were also enraged, for in their eyes Moke's blatant disregard was an insult to them. Especially Gem. If looks could kill, Moke would have died countless times over. Booger imagination cannon. Gem dug a finger into his nose, rummaged around, and pulled out a massive booger. He then flicked it with the power of the bomb fruit, sending it flying toward Moke. Upon impact, it would trigger a violent explosion of considerable force. But it was utterly revolting. A powerful devil fruit dragged down several notches by its user. Moke didn't even have the desire to swing his blade. He once again transformed into a beam of light, dodging the disgusting attack. In the same instant, he appeared before Gem, pressing his index finger to the man's forehead, light particles rapidly gathering at his fingertip. Not good. Gem's face twisted in panic. He wanted to dodge, but there was no time. But at that very moment, Moke sensed a fierce gust of wind rushing toward him. His expression shifted slightly. He pushed off with both legs and retreated 7 or 8 meters. And there at the spot he had just occupied stood a tall, muscular figure, a man with a shaved monk's head clad in martial arts-style robes. Mr. 1 Des Bones. Moke couldn't hide his surprise. He never expected Crocodile to send even him. This was after all Crocodile's top enforcer. Des Bones now studied Moke with a scrutinizing gaze. I thought you were just some lucky bastard who ate a powerful fruit by chance. But it seems you do have some skill. You actually dodged my dust cutter. As Des Bones spoke, a woman with a massive afro swayed her way into view. She looked at Moke with a knowing smile. The Marine's bounty on you isn't without merit, huh? Hey, don't you Baroque Works people ever quit? At that moment, the vulture man who had arrived first leaped down, landing between the two groups. His face was arrogant, as if he considered no one present worth his attention. Des Bones didn't even glance at him, his gaze fixed squarely on Moke. Gem Makita, this one's yours. Moke looked at these people, each acting as if they had him cornered. He quickly realized the problem. He had no notable achievements to his name. So no matter how high his bounty was, these people wouldn't take him seriously. Thus he needed a battle that would deter the masses. Otherwise, every stray dog would come sniffing around. Only now did he truly understand the power of being set up for a fall. Bloom chrysanthemum slash. Dazbones turned his palms and fingers into blades, pressed them together, and lunged at Moke. Moke's eyelids twitched. It was then that he realized Dazbones hadn't awakened armament hockey. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't harm Moke in the slightest. So, why would Crocodile send Dazbones here? This wasn't just some random underling. Suddenly a thought struck Moke. Could it be that Crocodile himself had come? Nothing else made sense. Because no one understood the invincibility of a Logia user better than another Logia user. So Moke didn't even bother dodging, letting Dazbones' attack hit him head-on. Just as he expected, with his body elementalized, Dazbones couldn't inflict a scratch on him. Dazbones' pupils contracted. So you really are a Logia user. Hey, are you all ignoring my presence? The vulture man spread a pair of wings from his back. He was actually a rare Zoan-type user of a flying species. Clearly he was about to make his move, because he wouldn't allow his prey to be stolen by others. But at that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure, and his entire body tensed. He whipped his head around, and when he fully recognized who it was, terror flooded his eyes. In an instant he beat his wings and shot skyward. Without a second thought, he chose to flee. But a figure chased him down at breakneck speed, driving a steel hook deep into the vulture man's abdomen. Why run? Just a moment ago you acted like you couldn't care less about Baroque works. God. The vulture man spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly despairing, and gasped. So the one behind Baroque works is you. The newcomer was of course Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile grinned lightly. You know too much. So die. As soon as the words fell, he killed the person without a moment's hesitation. It must be said that Crocodile's entrance was quite domineering and stylish. Dazbonesai winked at Gem Mikita, and the others then leaped up and landed on the Straw Hat Pirates' ship. They confronted the Straw Hat Pirates. Obviously, they had no intention of leaving any survivors. The Straw Hat Pirates naturally knew that these people meant trouble. Instantly, the two groups became tense. At this moment, Moke stared intently at Kulaka. I never expected you to come as well. Kulaka, a Logia-type ability user similar to the Glint Fruit, is worth my personal trip. Moke was somewhat flattered. If he remembered correctly, in the entire Baroque works, only Dazbonesai was personally invited by him. But now this situation was a huge trouble. But he absolutely would not back down. Pointing at the vulture, he said, so if I refuse to join Baroque works, will I end up like that guy today? Kulaka's lips curled slightly. This is why I like talking to smart people. No need for too much nonsense. So what is your choice? Upon hearing this, Moke directly transformed into a beam of light and left the scene. He was not fleeing. He was hiding Huazhou and the package containing 2 devil fruits and a collection of jewelry. After all, he was about to face Kulaka. Carrying these items, he could not fight at full strength. Then he turned back into a beam of light and returned to his original spot, facing Kulaka head-on. Seeing Moke return after leaving, Kulaka looked thoughtfully in the direction Moke had just gone. Kulaka said meaningfully, it seems that in your package there is something you value greatly. That devil fruit you stole from the wild dog colonel of the East Blue. It must be said that Kulaka was truly a meticulous person. He guessed it in one go. Crescent Moon Sand Dune. But as soon as the words fell, he launched an attack. Kulaka enlarged his arm and turned it into a crescent-shaped sand blade to slash at Moke. Moke's pupils contracted slightly. Kulaka's Crescent Moon Sand Dune technique was truly terrifying. Because once struck by the sand blade, all moisture would be drained, leaving the victim to fall weakly as a dehydrated mummy. Only Luffy, with his protagonist's plot armor, didn't die even after being drained dry. If it were anyone else, after being drained of moisture, they would be absolutely dead, with no chance of resurrection. Water is the source of life, and that is not just an empty saying. Everyone is inseparable from water. However, this move was useless against him. Naturally, as long as it was not Sea Prism Stone or Armament Hockey, all attacks could not harm him. Sure enough, the sand blade sliced Moke in two. But so what? He immediately recovered as before. Kulaka also brushed past Moke. At that moment, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, but this time his smile carried a hint of ferocity. The golden hook on his right hand stabbed backward toward Moke's shoulder. Clang. At this moment, Moke, who had been motionless and allowing the attack to hit him suddenly. The Sandai Kitetsu in his hand was instantly drawn, and with a backhand swing, he blocked the attack. Then the two each retreated a few steps. However, their expressions were different. Moke stared intently at Kulaka's golden hook, because now it was coated with armament hockey. Damn. Moke was greatly shocked, but he also found it expected. What kind of figure was Kulaka? He was someone who dared to attack Whitebeard, and later even joined forces with Mihawk to establish the Cross Guild. How could he not even know armament hockey? If he really didn't, it would be too unreasonable. Kulaka looked at Moke with even more appreciation. He had used the sand blade to lull Moke into thinking that Like Dazibanasai, he could not inflict effective damage on a Logia-type user. Unexpectedly, this kid had counterattacked during the second attack. It showed that everything was within this kid's expectations. Instead, he himself seemed a bit embarrassed. It seems you are also aware of armament hockey's existence, so you should understand that. At this moment, only I can harm you while you are powerless against me. So, are you still going to persist? After saying this, his aura suddenly changed. He said with a hint of murderous intent, "Let me remind you, my patience is not very good. Opportunities won't be given to you forever. The next time I strike, it might be your death." Moke couldn't help but burst into laughter. If it were any other Logia type, that would be true. But for you Kuluaka dear, it's not necessarily the case. Because he had not awakened armament hockey. If it were any other Logia type, he would indeed be powerless. What do you mean? Kuluaka dear raised an eyebrow, but his heart tightened. Because as a Logia-type Sand Fruit user, he naturally understood that his fruit ability was different from other Logia types. It had a huge weakness. Moke asked meaningfully, "Kuluaka dear, do you usually take a bath? Have you ever experienced the feeling of surfing?" Kuluaka dear's face darkened instantly, because the implication in Moke's words was all too obvious. At this moment, the way Kuluaka dear looked at Moke changed. If before he still had the intention to recruit, now he truly harbored murderous intent. Because he would not allow his weakness to be known by others. "You want to die? Then I'll grant your wish." Kuluaka dear's lower body turned into sand and flew toward Moke at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he was in front of Moke, the golden hook coated with armament hockey, stabbing unhesitatingly at Moke. Moke was prepared. He ducked down and successfully dodged the attack. At the same time, his hand touched the ground. His body transformed instantly. The next moment, the ground surged and finally condensed into a giant fist. He threw a punch at Kuluaka dear. This sudden attack caught Kuluaka dear somewhat off guard. However, Kuluaka dear quickly counterattacked. He swung his golden hook to meet it. Clearly, he intended a head-on collision, but he never expected that when his golden hook collided heavily with the fist rising from the ground. The golden hook seemed to strike a mud pit, sinking directly into it. Then his arm sank into the mud fist. Not good. Kuluaka dear's face changed drastically. He forcibly stopped his attack and decisively transformed into his elemental form. Moke's mouth could not be suppressed because this was only the beginning. The best was yet to come. Sure enough, Kuluaka dear's expression changed again. There was even a hint of shock in his eyes. Because he discovered that the arm trapped in the mud fist could not be elementalized. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How is that possible?" What was even more terrifying was that this colossal mud fist seemed to transform into a bottomless black hole, incessantly devouring everything around it. Desert Great Sword. At this moment, Crocodile dared not underestimate Mock in the slightest. He turned his arm into a sand blade and charged from the ground towards the point where the mud fist connected with the earth. It was clear he intended to sever the entire mud fist. This would cause Mock to lose control of the mud fist, allowing him to break free. Whoosh! This move was undoubtedly one of Crocodile's most powerful attacks. Not only was it incredibly fast, but its power was also immensely devastating. It successfully achieved its goal, severing the entire mud fist from the ground. Rumble! Yet at that very instant, the mud fist suddenly exploded. Mud splattered everywhere, and naturally Crocodile, being closest, was the first to be hit. In an instant, he was engulfed by the mud. Now, one sword style Azura slash. This was the exact moment Mock had been waiting for. Instantly, he and the Sandai Kitetsu in his hand erupted with demonic aura, which coalesced behind him into a formidable Azura wielding a demonic blade. Whoosh! This single slash directly struck Crocodile's abdomen, which was covered in mud. Schluck! Blood sprayed out from beneath the layer of mud. How is this possible? Crocodile exclaimed in shock. He simultaneously shook off the mud clinging to him, and only then did he notice the crucial detail. Where the mud had fallen away, the area was soaked. Crocodile's pupils involuntarily constricted sharply. He looked at Mock again, his expression shifting once more. Indeed, this guy has already figured out my weakness. He absolutely cannot be allowed to live. At this point, Crocodile's murderous intent towards Mock intensified. Mock, however, merely smiled. Wherever there were green plants on the surface, there was bound to be a water source underground. Where there is water, the soil is damp. And he could create and control any earth he came into contact with. So for him, dealing with Crocodile simply required using the moist soil from deep underground. Of course, to make Crocodile fall for the trap earlier, he had used dry earth to wrap the moist soil, causing Crocodile to let his guard down and step right into the snare he had laid. The reason Crocodile's arms trapped within the mud fist couldn't undergo elementalization was precisely because the moisture in the mud had soaked his body. Infinite Swamp. Just as Crocodile's killing intent surged, Mock wasn't about to miss such a golden opportunity. He immediately unleashed his ultimate move, fueled by his ability. The ground transformed into a vast swamp, causing Crocodile's feet to sink directly into it. Crocodile's expression changed drastically once again. Surface desiccation. Crocodile dared not be careless. He immediately touched the swampy ground with his right hand, instantly absorbing all the water from the swamp. This move was Crocodile's signature technique. It was also the move he used to create deserts capable of desiccating the entire land, draining moisture from buildings and trees, alike turning everything into a barren wasteland. But when Crocodile looked up, his expression changed. Mach was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, the entire harbor began to tremble violently. Then he saw the seawater in the ocean begin to surge upwards. Not good. Crocodile had no idea what would happen next, but he knew it certainly wasn't anything good. He decisively retreated. Boom. His instincts proved correct, as in the next second over a dozen colossal mud hands emerged from the sea. Each mud hand was a massive 20 meters in size, and each one carried a huge amount of seawater hurling it towards him. The water displaced by the dozen-plus giant hands surged towards Crocodile like a tidal wave. Crocodile's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He had never seen a devil fruit user attack in such a manner. Mach, who had long since retreated to a distant high point, let out a sinister chuckle. Devil fruit abilities themselves are despised by the sea, but as long as one's body isn't largely submerged in seawater, then the ability can still be used. Furthermore, it's fine for the conjured abilities to come into contact with seawater. Even someone like Big Mom could use her ability to create sea sludge homies. So it wasn't strange at all that Mach could do what he was doing. And now Crocodile had no way out. He could fly, yes. But as a Logia-type user, he needed to elementalize his body in order to fly. However, at this moment, a large part of his body was soaked, making elementalization impossible. Naturally, he couldn't fly either. Crocodile's face darkened. Desert Saber. Crocodile transformed his arm into a giant sand blade and launched it, possessing the sharpness to cleave the very ground, even splitting a desert. And this time his target was the oncoming seawater. At this moment, there was only one path for him to cut through the water before him, so that the seawater would flow past him on both sides. Only by doing so could he have a sliver of hope for survival. Whoosh! The sand blade shot forth, hurtling directly towards the wave. Simultaneously, the dozen or so colossal mud hands, as if losing control, crashed heavily into the sea. Their immense size caused another massive surge of seawater to erupt from the surface. This formed yet another wave sweeping towards Crocodile. So although the first wave was successfully split by Crocodile's sand blade, he was now forced to contend with this second wave. Crocodile's expression turned extremely grim, but he had no choice but to unleash his Desert Saber once again. He attempted to cleave through this second wave as well. However, the loss of control over the mud hands also signified that Mach had switched his ability. He had transformed into his glint ability, flying high up into the sky. He pointed his index finger directly at Crocodile, who was wholly focused on dealing with the waves. Laser beam. A beam of light shot forth. Rumble. The laser beam directly struck Crocodile, causing a violent explosion. Immediately after, Crocodile was swallowed whole by the ensuing second wave. When everything finally calmed down, Crocodile was nowhere to be seen. Mach descended from the sky, standing there for a long time, murmuring, "Is Crocodile dead? Did the mighty warlord of the sea just get taken down by me like this, eh?" Even Mach himself found it hard to believe. Daz Bones, watching from the merry-go, was also stunned, his eyes wide with shock. In his mind, Crocodile was the very embodiment of strength. It was precisely for this reason that he had agreed without hesitation when Crocodile personally invited him. But now, damn it. Daz Bones couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had been locked in a fierce battle with Zoro, but now all his will to fight evaporated, because the fight had become meaningless. How is this possible? At this moment, a woman wearing a cowgirl hat, standing in a corner in the distance, had eyes filled with sheer astonishment. She too couldn't believe that Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, had been killed by a newcomer. This is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Just like the person who haunted her dreams, he was a user of a natural-type devil fruit. In her eyes, such a person had always been an insurmountable force. Robin gazed at Mach from afar, her eyes flickering with thought. Robin's past was a tragic one. When she was very young, her entire clan was wiped out, leaving her alone to struggle through the harsh world. Her childhood was steeped in misery. She was branded the demon child wherever she went. Pursued by the Marines with a bounty of tens of millions of berries on her head, she was hunted wherever she set foot. She constantly sought out powerful figures to serve as temporary shields. Yet she was also repeatedly betrayed. This forged her cynical nature, trusting no one. Her alliance with Crocodile was purely one of mutual convenience. She needed Crocodile's protection while seeking the historical text of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Crocodile in turn needed her ability to decipher poneglyphs to find the ancient weapon Pluton. But now, Crocodile was dead and her safety net was gone. She urgently needed a new patron, one even stronger than Crocodile. Was there a suitable candidate? A rookie just setting sail in desperate need of information and powerful, useful allies. Who could be more perfect than her? A subtle smile curved Robin's lips, for a plan had formed in her mind. Meanwhile, Mach, having dealt with Crocodile, was heading back to where he had hidden his belongings. Arriving at the hiding spot, he found the beautiful woman sitting nearby watching him with an amused glint in her eyes, as if she had been waiting for him. Mok's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized the woman instantly. It was Robin, beloved by fans everywhere. She had a wheat-colored complexion and long, straight black hair. A white cowboy hat sat atop her head, and she wore a matching white coat. Beneath it was a purple crop top open in the middle and fastened with something resembling shoelaces accentuating her figure. A matching purple short skirt perfectly showcased her long, shapely legs. Admittedly, while she wasn't as captivating as she would become years later, she was certainly already quite endowed. However, how did she know he had hidden his things here? She must have already been on this island silently observing the situation unfold. And she chose to appear here now. Mok's eyes narrowed as a suspicion formed in his mind. Nico, Robin, what is the meaning of your presence here? Robin's expression flickered slightly at being seen through so easily, but she quickly regained her composure. A charming smile touched her lips. I'm here to propose a partnership. Partnership? This was unexpected for Mok. He had assumed she would join his crew directly, much like she had joined Luffy's in the original story. Nico, Robin, I hold the entire intelligence network and all the agents of Baroque Works formerly under Crocodile's command. Of course, except for Das Bones and those who appeared today. They already know Mr. Zero was Crocodile, but I am confident I can persuade them to continue working for Baroque Works. Oh, Mok's eyes lit up with surprise. He never expected Robin to offer this. This was a far more significant development than her simply joining the Straw Hats in the original story. Although only 3 of Crocodile's top agents were truly formidable, Mr. 1 Mr. 2 1 Mr. 3 the entire Baroque Works organization boasted a vast network of informants. They might not be fighters, but they were exceptionally skilled at gathering intelligence in the first half of the Grand Line. Having a large intelligence organization at his disposal would certainly be advantageous. Mok's gaze towards Robin shifted. And what would you require from me? Robin was silent for a moment before speaking bluntly. When the time comes, I need you to offer me your protection. Mok chuckled. You mean from the Marines? Robin's pupils constricted, struck by the feeling that this man understood her all too well. For a moment she hesitated, but Mok then said with deep meaning, as long as you swear true loyalty and harbor no other intentions, then you shall be my partner. Even if an admiral of the Marines were to come, I will ensure your safety. I never break my word. Robin was stunned, staring at Mok in disbelief. In that moment, she understood completely. This man knew everything about her past, and yet he was willing to accept her. This stirred something within her. Often in the past, people had promised support only to betray her at the first opportunity. But looking into Mok's sincere eyes, she felt an inexplicable sense of safety. Mok had already walked to the hiding spot and retrieved his belongings. He glanced back at Robin with a slight smile. Crocodile could protect you. Do you think I am inferior to him? Besides, you've brought me the intelligence network he painstakingly built. That alone warrants my protection. Robin listened to his words. Upon reflection, it did make sense, and her heart settled a little more. Mok then studied her for a moment before speaking. How about this? Send Mr. 1 Mr. 2 1 Mr. 3's teams to Aska Island to retrieve the sacred sword hidden there. Once they succeed, deliver it to Chef Island. And you find Van Auger and Jesus Burgess for me. One is a sniper, the other a brawler. Robin's expression turned serious. She understood. This was a test. For her, for Mr. 1 Mr. 2 1 Mr. 3, and the entire Baroque Works organization. Robin nodded, then broke into a smile. From now on, you are the new Mr. Zero of Baroque Works. Your word is our highest command. Mok then changed his tone. Can you truly persuade Des Bones? To be honest, he held the man in high regard. If that man's ability were to be awakened, he would be absolutely terrifying. And he has the potential to do so. Robin nodded confidently. Of course. Mok gave a satisfied nod. Excellent. I look forward to our meeting on Chef Island. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku's face was darker than a storm cloud. He had just received the report of Crocodile's defeat at Mok's hands. Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke up. By defeating Crocodile, he has proven his strength to the world. I suggest we immediately dispatch Smoker and Tashigi to invite him to join the 7 warlords of the sea. She added emphatically, it must be before he becomes embroiled in another conflict with the Marines. Upon stepping onto Chunyang Island, Moku's eyes involuntarily brightened. Now he finally understood why it was called Chunyang Island. Because it was literally swarming with female chefs everywhere. Sophisticated older sisters, seductive older sisters, and the kind that looked mischievously naughty. Lolas. All kinds of Lolas. Cute ones, world-weary ones. And various charming middle-aged women, young maidens. Good heavens. Even someone like him, who had witnessed the explosion of information, was left utterly dumbfounded. Gulp. Emoka couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This was absolutely a kingdom of women that was not a kingdom of women. It was truly a paradise and a death trap for men. Because every man would want to come to a place like this. Yet the first men never lived long. Don't ask why. Wow, that one is really huge. A huge pineapple, a real huge pineapple. And that one her waist is truly slender. If she were to twist and turn on top of him, it would be bliss beyond compare. This. My goodness. This, but is really perky. What is a peach-shaped butt? This is exactly it. If he were to press her against the table. With his current strength, if he truly wanted to, he could even take all the female chefs on Chunyang Island into his harem. Without strength, it's called fantasy. With strength, it's called facing temptation head-on. At this moment, he finally understood King Zhou. A pool of wine and a forest of meat. Wasn't that only natural? Whoosh, whoosh. Imoka took a few deep breaths, striving to calm himself down. At the same time, he silently chanted in his heart. Women only slowed down the speed of drawing a sword. Stay calm. Then he asked a female chef, "Excuse me, do you know where Ata is?" Ata. The female chef was taken aback at first, then immediately scrutinized Imoku with a hint of caution. "What business do you have with Ata?" Imoku. "I come from Logia town in the East Sea, entrusted by her brother-in-law. If I happened to pass by Chunyang Island, I was to check on her. Because she hasn't contacted them for years." The female chef was momentarily stunned, then her expression darkened. Ata was one of the 3 guardians of Chunyang Island, having sacrificed much for the island and its female chefs. And because of that, sigh. She let out a sigh. Then she said, "Wait a moment. I'll go ask Ata if she's willing to see you." "Imoku, thank you." He muttered inwardly. This Ata is quite well known on the island, and she seems to be highly respected. Soon a tall woman wearing a veil approached him. "Ata?" Imoku asked with some doubt, because in the world of One Piece, very few women wore veils. The newcomer nodded. "You are the one my brother-in-law entrusted." Imoku nodded, then brandished the Sandai Guiche in his hand. "Sandai Guiche? I obtained it from your brother-in-law." Ata's expression shifted slightly, for Imoku's words revealed that her brother-in-law was a weapon shop owner. This made her believe him a bit. However, after all these years, she had experienced too much to trust easily. So she pressed further, "Is there any other proof?" "Imoku, your brother-in-law said that Shuezo was originally meant for you, but your sister never agreed to let you leave Logia town, so." At this point, Ata was completely convinced. Because this matter was known only to her sister, and her brother-in-law. So when she looked at Imoku, her gaze became much warmer, carrying a sense of encountering an old friend in a distant land. "Ata, are my sister and brother-in-law doing well?" Imoku nodded. "Except that your brother-in-law's hair has thinned a bit more, everything else is fine." Ata couldn't help but laugh. "If you said that in front of my brother-in-law, he'd definitely get angry with you." After saying that, she added, "Thank you so much for coming all the way here. I have nothing to repay you. How about I cook a delicious meal for you to enjoy?" Imoku's eyes lit up. Good. He was also eager to try the culinary skills of his future ship's chef. Ata led Imoku into a very luxurious restaurant. "Imoku, may I ask, after you went to sea, you kept in touch all along. Why did you suddenly stop contacting?" Ata's body stiffened at the question. "Because I..." Just then a voluptuous woman approached. "Ata, Sister Hai-La, it's not your fault. Blame those despicable slave hunters." Imoku was not stupid. He could understand the situation now. In a place full of beautiful young ladies everywhere, all dressed in uniforms, without a few powerful protectors, these beauties simply couldn't be safeguarded. After all, in the world of pirates, beautiful women were also a form of wealth. Not to mention pirates, there were even slave hunters who specialized in capturing beautiful women from all over the world, sending them to auction houses, to nobles, and even to the Tianlongren. That alone was enough to cause them trouble. After all, these beauties could be traded for a huge amount of belly, faster than robbery itself. From the conversation between the two, and the veil Ata wore, he could roughly guess that she had been injured in some battle while protecting this chef, named Hai-La. And her face was hurt. For a woman, a face is almost as precious as life itself. Although he sympathized with Ata's misfortune and admired her loyalty to her comrades, inwardly he was secretly pleased, because Ata's facial injury greatly increased his chances of successfully recruiting her. So he said straightforwardly, "Ata, would you be willing to join my pirate crew? If you are willing, I will avenge your former comrades. And I will heal the scars on your face. How about it?" Ata's expression changed upon hearing this. She looked at Imoku with a different gaze. "So you're just like those others. Your real goal is to recruit me into your own pirate crew." Imoku was very frank. "I didn't mean it at first, but along the way I learned about your strength. Just now I also learned about your character. Plus I happen to have the things and information you most need. So it's hard not to be tempted." Ata frowned and was about to speak. Hai-La, overjoyed, interrupted. "Can you really heal the scars on her face?" To her, Ata's disfigurement for her sake had been a constant burden. So for her, nothing was more important than Ata's beauty being restored. Imoku thought for a moment, recalling that the smooth fruit had cosmetic effects. If it could change a big pancake face and full freckles, what was a scar? So he nodded. "I dare not say with certainty, but I am 80 to 90% confident." Obviously, he didn't make an absolute promise for fear of the unexpected. Hai-La said excitedly, "Great. I agree on her behalf." "Ata's sister Hai-La, what about those slave hunters?" Before she could finish, Hyla interrupted, "Don't worry, CG and I are here." Then she added, "Besides, aren't you going to avenge your comrades? You'll leave sooner or later, won't you?" Ata's heart trembled at these words. But thinking of all the female chefs on Chunyang Island, she hesitated again, but Moke shrugged. "I'll be staying here for a while anyway. I'll take care of those slave hunters for you." "You?" Ata and Hyla looked at Moke, their eyes filled with doubt. The only multi-devil fruit user in the world does have the right to say that. At that moment, a tall woman from the Long-Arm tribe stepped out from the side. Yet her gaze at Moke carried a hint of reverence. A multi-devil fruit user. Isn't a person only supposed to eat one devil fruit? Ata and Hyla were utterly bewildered, even questioning if they had misheard. If it weren't for the fact that the newcomer was their elder sister Zixisai, they would have already retorted. The newcomer continued, "Moreover, not long ago he defeated the Shichibukai crocodile. I imagine that within a couple of days your new bounty poster will be distributed worldwide." "What a—" Ata and Hyla couldn't help but exclaim in unison. When they looked at Moke again, their expressions had completely changed. If Moke truly possessed such strength, then those slave hunters were indeed nothing. Zixisai rolled her eyes and then looked at Moke, because most of the people who come here have ulterior motives. "So I did some checking in the underground information network. I never expected such a pleasant surprise." Then she added, "If you can truly heal Ada's injuries, then I will support her joining your pirate crew." "Ada." Zixisai. "Ada, to be honest, I've long known from the underground forces who harmed your companions." Upon hearing this, Ada's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Zixisai. Zixisai then spoke with a hint of apology. "I shouldn't have kept this from you. But I chose to remain silent before, because that person is far beyond your ability to deal with. And you're so straightforward. I was afraid you'd do something reckless." Saying this, she turned to Moke. "But now you have the capital to stand against that bastard." Moke narrowed his eyes. He had to admit the one who could guard this entire island of beautiful chefs was indeed no ordinary person. She hit the nail right on the head. However, Moke had already anticipated this. One of the Shichibukai Don Quixote Doflamingo is Ada's enemy. It was Gladius, a subordinate of Doflamingo, who ambushed her chef pirates. Ada's face instantly changed. Indeed, that man was not someone she could contend with. She could never match him alone. The shift in Ada's expression did not escape Moke's notice. He immediately added, "I can be straightforward with you. Even if Ada doesn't join my crew, I will eventually come into conflict with Doflamingo. So, you need not doubt that I would deceive Ada in this regard." Then from the bundle in his hand, he took out a box and handed it to Ada. "This is my sincerity." Zixisai, Ada, and Hyla exchanged glances, then Ada pulled the box over and opened it. She was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "A devil fruit." "Moke, this is the Paramecia type, the smooth-smooth fruit. Eating it will make your skin incredibly smooth, even capable of deflecting attacks. Most importantly, it is one of the rare devil fruits that can completely transform a person. To put it bluntly, no matter how ugly someone is after eating it, they will become an extraordinarily beautiful woman or handsome man. There's such a devil fruit." Zixisai, Ada, and Hyla stared wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. Ada took the devil fruit in trembling hands, then looked at Moke again. Finally, she made up her mind. She brought the fruit to her lips and took a bite. Soon something miraculous happened. With such sincere sincerity, Moke successfully recruited the chef Ada under his command. Time flew by, and half a month passed quickly. Robin Mr. 1 Mr. 2 1 Mr. 3 arrived at Chef Island, and secretly found Moke. Mr. 1 handed the sacred sword to Moke with both hands. Moke looked at Mr. 1 and then at Robin. "I'm curious, how did you convince him?" Robin blinked, revealing a charming smile. "That's a secret." Moke chuckled lightly and didn't press further. Instead, he took the sacred sword and reached his hand toward its blade. "Careful, Mr. 1 Mr. 2 1 Mr. 3's faces changed drastically. These three had suffered from this sword's power before. They had only been able to bring it out by suppressing its power with the orb's energy. "Ha ha ha." Moke laughed heartily. "I see you've experienced its bite. But, to me it's just nourishment." Saying this under everyone's gaze, he touched the sacred sword. Boom. The eerie power within the sword seemed provoked and instantly erupted. It frantically surged into Moke's body. But the next moment Moke absorbed this power, attempting to assimilate himself into the same eerie substance. However, the ghostly aura belonging to the Sandai Kitetsu within him suddenly felt the pressure. It seemed unwilling to be replaced and fought back with all its might. For a time, neither could overcome the other. Seeing this, Moke looked surprised. He didn't intervene immediately, but watched the two forces clash. In the end, he discovered that the two powers were beginning to merge. His eyes lit up, and he immediately activated his devil fruit ability. Under its intervention, the two forces truly fused. It possessed both the domineering nature of the ghostly aura and the eerie quality of the sacred sword. Simultaneously, Moke felt his control over his abilities reach a new level. The eerie power of the sacred sword and the ghostly aura of the Sandai Kitetsu were all drawn into his body. This time, it wasn't merely absorbing a bit and transforming his body into the same substance. Instead, it was completely absorbed and turned into his own power. The sacred sword itself eventually entered Moke's body, entirely manifesting as a tattoo of the sword on his chest. The ghostly aura on the Sandai Kitetsu in his hand had also vanished. It became an ordinary fast sword. Meanwhile, these two powers continuously tempered Moke's body. Moke felt that every aspect of his physique was rapidly improving. Most importantly, at the moment the sacred sword entered his body. Aside from the eerie power, there was also a tyrannical force within the sword. Though faint, it undeniably existed. Although it entered Moke's body along with the sacred sword, it constantly resisted. What is this? Moke was bewildered, then used his evolved ability to frantically absorb it. Finally, a strand of it was successfully absorbed. That strand directly rushed into his mind. Boom. A terrifying force erupted from Moke, sweeping outward in all directions. Robin Mr. 1 Mr. 2 1 Mr. 3 were the first to be hit. Their faces went pale. Robin even staggered, nearly falling. Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, the domineering force within the sacred sword was none other than Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, only those possessing Conqueror's Haki could wield the sacred sword, otherwise they would be controlled by it, becoming its puppet. It was only because he encountered Moke, who possessed an even more formidable devil fruit ability, that he avoided being enslaved by it. The trace of Conqueror's Haki on the sacred sword was imbued through countless battles by the previous king, who wielded it. Just like a black blade. The difference is that a black blade is imbued with armament Haki, while the sacred sword is imbued with Conqueror's Haki. Of course, the ability to absorb the Haki on the sacred sword was also because this trace of Conqueror's Haki was masterless. But most importantly, upon entering the body, the sacred sword immediately achieved a state of perfect unity between man and sword, directly skyrocketing his swordsmanship cultivation. Just like Zaka in the original story, after the sacred sword entered his body, he advanced 2 realms consecutively, entering the 3rd realm of swordsmanship, Flying Slash, enabling him to unleash sword chi that traveled beyond his blade. For the divisions of the sword path, the first stage is the elementary swordsman. Initially, Zoro could be considered at this level during his training at Kushiru's dojo and before encountering Mr. 1. Simply put, one who can wield a sword and possesses sword techniques can be called an elementary swordsman, the most fundamental level of the sword path. However, Zoro stood at the pinnacle of this level from the moment he appeared. He was but a step away from the second stage. The second stage, the swordsman, it was during his battle against Mr. 1 of Baroque works that Zoro comprehended the art of cutting iron, truly establishing himself in this stage. Thus, he became an iron-cutting swordsman. The 3rd stage, the sword master Flying Slash. Essentially, all who reach the sword master level can unleash sword chi that flies off the blade. Zoro mastered this after arriving at Skypiea. The 4th stage, the final level, is the black blade. One must at least attain intermediate armament Haki to possibly achieve it. By imbuing armament Haki onto the blade to achieve hardening, which requires intermediate armament Haki, one can truly cut through anything. Anything with a unit area and Haki strength inferior to one's own can be sliced in two. Now Moke had also directly reached the 3rd stage. In other words, Moke was now a bona fide sword master. Moke took a deep breath, then instantly drew Sandai Kitetsu and swung it toward the sea. A slash of a full 2 meters in height shot forth, carving a deep chasm into the ocean's surface, much to the shock of Robin Mr. 1 Mr. 2 1 Mr. 3. Then Moke closed his eyes again, savoring the sensation. At this moment, his devil fruit ability had advanced to another level, and his swordsmanship had leapt 2 realms, entering the realm of swordmaster. His body had also undergone a qualitative transformation under the influence of the sacred sword and the eerie aura of Sandai Kitetsu. At this moment, Moke truly possessed the confidence to compete with the true monsters of this world, rather than resorting to underhanded tactics like against Crocodile. Then he noticed that his Conqueror's Haki was gradually growing stronger. That trace of Conqueror's Haki, after being absorbed, had successfully awakened his own Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, after the awakening aided by his devil fruit ability, it began to devour that trace of Conqueror's Haki. Ha ha ha. Moke couldn't help but burst into laughter. Because a thought crossed his mind: if Conqueror's Haki could do this, what about armament Haki? Gecko Moria, I'm coming. Are you ready? TSK. He was eagerly anticipating whether absorbing masterless armament Haki could similarly awaken his own. Even more, he looked forward to absorbing all the armament Haki from the Black Blade after awakening his own. How powerful would his armament Haki become? After calming down, Moke said to Robin Mr. 1 Mr. 2 1 Mr. 3 Robin Mr. 1 Mr. 2 Mr. 3 a return to the original base and continue the intelligence business. And begin infiltrating the new world. I hope that by the time I enter the new world, your intelligence network there will have already made significant progress. The 4 replied in unison yes. Moke added, also don't forget to improve your own strength. You are still too weak now. When your strength reaches the level of 300 million, you will be qualified to stand in the open and become a member of my crew. Robin Mr. 1 Mr. 2 1 Mr. 3 all changed their expressions upon hearing this. Especially Mr. 1, who was a prideful individual. Someone's coming. Having reached the sword master level, Moke had become incredibly perceptive. He cast a glance at the four, who immediately understood. After all, they could not yet reveal their relationship with Moke. So the four quickly departed. Soon 2 tall figures appeared before Moke. The one on the left bore 4 X-shaped scars, 2 on his face and 2 on his neck, with curly forked beard and flowing brown hair that hung down to his shoulders. His most striking feature was that his left eye had no pupil. The one on the right had a mohawk hairstyle with dark purple hair tied back into a top knot. He sported a handlebar mustache, wore a light purple striped suit with a dark blue shirt and a white tie. Over his shoulders hung a white marine coat, and a samurai sword was sheathed at his waist. Both were highly distinctive, and Moke recognized them at once. They were Vice Admirals Doberman and Mamanga. These two were elite Vice Admirals of Marine Headquarters. He was quite surprised that they had come together. By now Doberman and Mamanga had also recognized Moke, and their expressions changed simultaneously. Doberman said coldly, "So it was you who unleashed the Conqueror's haki here." As he spoke, his hand moved to the hilt of his sword. Mamanga did the same. 2 Vice Admirals arriving together. "I'm truly flattered." Moke's hand was also on the hilt of Sandai Kitetsu. Mamanga raised an eyebrow with a slight smirk. "Coincidentally, Doberman and I came to this chef island to enjoy some fine food. But running into you is certainly unexpected." Both sides had locked onto each other, tension crackling in the air. Brubble. Brubble. Just then a din-din mushy rang on Mamanga's person. Moi. Mamanga was puzzled and Doberman was equally surprised. Neither could figure out who would be calling at this moment. Mamanga glanced at Moke, then finally chose to answer the din-din mushy. "This is Mamanga." "Who is this?" The next second the din-din mushy transformed into the likeness of a man smoking a cigar. "Vice Admiral Mamanga, this is Smoker. I ran into your men on the island, so I thought I'd give you a call. If you encounter Moke, don't act rashly. Fleet Admiral Sengoku has invited him to join the 7 warlords of the sea." Mamanga. Doberman. This call couldn't have come at a worse time. The two exchanged glances. Then Mamanga said, "Smoker, I never received this transmission from you." With that, without waiting for Smoker's reply, he hung up directly. "Not good." Smoker's expression shifted dramatically. He turned to a Marine beside him and asked, "Did you see which direction Vice Admiral Mamanga went?" The Marine instinctively pointed in a direction. Smoker immediately transformed into a plume of smoke and rushed off in that direction at breakneck speed. Tashiji followed closely behind. Damn. Moke was somewhat astonished because Mamanga's intent was now crystal clear. He wanted him dead. Otherwise there was no other explanation. Moke slowly drew Sandai Kitetsu. Since the man wanted his life, he would not extend any courtesy in return. After all, with his vastly enhanced strength at this moment, he wasn't afraid of a 2-on-1 fight. Moreover, these two were heavyweight Vice Admirals of the Marines, perfect opponents to test his skills against. Doberman was the first to make his move, drawing his long blade as well. Armament haki immediately coiled around the blade, for he understood well. This man was a Logia user. Without the coating of armament haki, no attack could inflict any harm upon him. With a sudden burst of leg power, Doberman shot forward like a cannonball. His speed was blinding, in the blink of an eye he was upon Moke. His long blade slashed viciously toward Moke, as if intending to cleave him clean in two. Moke showed no signs of backing down, swinging his own Sandai Kitetsu to meet the attack. Clang. This exchange was devoid of any flamboyance, raw head-on power at its purest. Under the immense recoil, Moke's body trembled slightly. Doberman, however, was pushed back a full 7 or 8 paces. A smirk crept onto Moke's lips. At this moment he could stand toe-to-toe with a Marine Vice Admiral and gain the upper hand with relative ease. All through sheer physical might. Indeed, his body, empowered by the twin swords, was no longer what it once was. TCH. Although bested, Doberman's face burned with defiance. He swung his katana fiercely, unleashing a blade of energy that shot toward Moke at blinding speed. Yet Moke stood utterly motionless, as if the incoming attack wasn't meant for him at all. My. Both Doberman and Mamanga stared at Moke, who seemed to have abandoned all resistance, their faces etched with confusion. The very next instant Doberman's slash struck Moke dead on. And in that moment Moke was like a black hole, absorbing the slash completely into his body without a trace. Doberman and Mamanga were both well-traveled veterans. Yet even they were stunned, exclaiming in unison, "What kind of ability is this?" Not good. Years of combat had granted Doberman an uncanny intuition. And his instincts screamed that Moke was extremely dangerous right now. He braced himself completely. Sure enough, the next second Moke swung Sandai Kitetsu, unleashing a slash twice the size of Doberman's own. Not only that, it was also twice as fast. In the blink of an eye it was already upon him. Fortunately, he was prepared. He raised his katana and held it defensively in front of him. Boom. Under the overwhelming force of the doubled slash, Doberman could barely hold his ground. He was steadily pushed backward by the sheer power of the attack. His feet carved 2 deep furrows into the ground. Doberman. Seeing Moke overpower Doberman with a single strike, Momonga couldn't stand by any longer, his face betraying growing concern. At the same time, he swung his katana, fiercely unleashing a slash even more formidable than Doberman's. Its target was Moke's incoming attack. He was trying to help Doberman, but how could Moke simply stand by? He swung Sandai Katetsu once more, sending out a slash of his own, successfully intercepting Momonga's attack. Meanwhile, Doberman was at his very limit. With a mighty roar, he unleashed every ounce of his remaining strength, only just managing to deflect Moke's slash, sending it flying into the sky. Huff, huff, huff. Doberman stood there gasping for breath. In that moment, the way he looked at Moke had completely transformed. Earlier, when they'd read the report of Moke killing Crocodile, they'd truly believed what the intelligence claimed. That Moke had exploited Crocodile's weakness to water and taken advantage of his opponent's arrogance and carelessness to get the kill. If given another chance, Moke wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance against Crocodile. But now they realized they had been wrong. Setting everything else aside, Moke's sheer swordsmanship alone, coupled with that strange ability he just displayed, was enough to contend with Crocodile. And he was still a multi-devil fruit user. Gulp. Doberman swallowed hard. In that moment, he understood they had picked a fight with the wrong man. Swift dash, Momonga flashed over to Doberman's side, for he too realized that one-on-one, they stood no chance. Only by joining forces could they hope to fight him. He exchanged a glance with Doberman. The next second, both men swung their katanas simultaneously. One vertical and one horizontal slash raced toward Moke, one after the other. Moke, however, sheathed Sandai Katetsu and assumed an Iaido stance, ready to draw and strike. Just as the 2 slashes were about to hit him, he moved, one sword-style ghost flame slash. Moke vanished from his spot in an instant, entering a trance-like state. The 2 incoming slashes were cut apart cleanly. Not good. Doberman and Momonga's faces drained of color as their pupils constricted violently. Although their observation haki had both detected Moke's high-speed movements, his speed was simply too fast. When Moke's figure finally reappeared, he was already behind them. He slowly sheathed Sandai Katetsu. SHHK. A gash appeared across Doberman's chest, blood spurting out violently. Then flames ignited upon the wound. Momonga, though uninjured, found his sword-wielding hand trembling uncontrollably. The disparity between the 2 was starkly revealed. One, despite catching Moke's movement with observation haki, still couldn't dodge in time. The other had managed to block with his blade, though his trembling hand was ample proof that blocking that attack hadn't been easy for Momonga either. Moke, however, simply curled his lips into a cold sneer, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He was no saint. Toward those who sought to kill him, he would show no mercy. Void Sky. Moke activated his ability, instantly absorbing all the oxygen within a 100-meter radius, turning the area into a death trap for all living things. Doberman and Momonga continued to inhale, but quickly realized it was futile. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed them. They exchanged a glance, terror flashing in their eyes. They were afraid. Yet they also knew there was no turning back. Only by fighting to the death could there be even a glimmer of hope. Holding their breath, their faces twisted with ferocity, they gripped their katanas tightly. And their auras shifted, signaling everything was about to change. At the critical moment, Mogu rushed within 100 meters. As soon as he entered, he immediately sensed something amiss, and his expression changed drastically. Close behind, Dasichi also rushed in, soon clutching her neck with both hands and collapsing to the ground in great pain. This scene naturally fell into Moku's eyes, although he had hired her to teach him swordsmanship with the reward of Shuezo. But no matter what, she was his guide on the path of swordsmanship. There was still some bond between them. He couldn't just kill her too. In the end, Moku withdrew his ability. Daobo Man and Wushu seemed to finally be released, breathing heavily with relief. Mogu and Dasichi also recovered. At this moment, the way they looked at Moku had completely changed, for they understood that they were no longer on the same level as him. Especially Dasichi. But she had a very stubborn temperament, as she still rushed angrily in front of Moku. How could you kill Colonel Wild Dog? He was a Marine captain. As she spoke, her gaze fell on the Sandai Katetsu in Moku's hand. Your behavior is an insult to it. Moku's mouth twitched upon hearing this. He had to admit this girl was too naive. So he didn't hold back and said bluntly, so only you Marines can do whatever you want in the East Sea. Before you talk about my Sandai Katetsu, go find out what kind of scum Colonel Wild Dog really is. A guy like that draped in justice. What a ridiculous joke. What do you mean? Dasichi asked, puzzled. Mogu's expression shifted slightly, and his eyes became complicated. Unlike Dasichi, he understood much of the darkness in the world. Yet he felt a hint of joy, because this meant Moku hadn't simply killed out of greed for a devil fruit. There was goodness in his heart. For this reason alone, having him as a Shichibukai was far better than any other pirate. Mogu took a deep drag of his cigar, then slowly exhaled. Finally, he cast a warning glance at Daobo Man and Wu Shu. Marshal Sengoku has ordered that Daichi and I invite Imo-ku to join the Shichibukai. At last his gaze turned to Imo-ku. Are you willing? Shichibukai. Imo-ku's face showed surprise. He really hadn't expected Sengoku to pull such a move. Having read the original story, he knew well that the Shichibukai system would eventually be abolished. They would even be targeted and hunted down by the Marines one by one, eventually forcing the Shichibukai to band together into a new Yonko force. If he joined, could he use this status to recruit some of them? Could he even bring them all under his command? Especially the Empress. Thinking of this woman, Imo-ku suddenly felt it wouldn't be a bad thing to slow down his sword a little. Seeing Imo-ku's silent, Daichi immediately played the emotional card. For the sake of the time we've spent together, please think it over carefully. Captain Imo-ku, and I don't want to cross swords with you one day. Imo-ku had already made up his mind, so he replied, I only targeted Colonel Wild Dog, not the entire Marines. Moreover, there is the bond of teaching swordsmanship between us. So I agree to join. Good. Excellent. Imo-ku and Daichi were overjoyed. Daobo Man. Wu Shu. Both suddenly felt that the fight earlier was not worth it. They got hurt for nothing. The two exchanged awkward glances. Should we leave? Imo-ku, however, glanced at the swords in Daobo Man and Wu Shu's hands. He could tell that these were no ordinary blades. They were definitely not inferior to his Sandai Kitetsu, especially the one in Wu Shu's hand. Sigh. What a pity. If Imo-ku had arrived a little later, these two swords might have become his collection. Imo-ku took out a transponder snail from his pocket and handed it to Imo-ku. This snail connects directly to Marshal Sengoku. Every Shichibukai has one. Imo-ku took it, and the moment he accepted the transponder snail, he officially became a member of the Shichibukai. Imo-ku then handed him a wanted poster. Imo-ku's pupils contracted. He understood that this was a token of allegiance. But the person on this wanted poster was truly extraordinary. A month later, Eita exclaimed in admiration, Captain, your talent in swordsmanship truly makes me feel inferior. During this month, Imo-ku had learned dual-wielding swordsmanship from Eita. The speed of his progress made Eita question her own existence several times. Eita handed Huazhou to Imo-ku. Captain, now that you're also a dual-wielder, this Huazhou. Before she could finish, Imo-ku interrupted. That was your joining gift to the crew. How could I take it back? Besides, my second sword will be in my hands soon. But we need to complete the mission assigned by Marine Headquarters. After all, I've become a Shichibukai, so I should at least go through the motions. Eita chuckled softly. Indeed, it would be unreasonable to delay any further. At this moment, not only had the wounds on her face healed, but she had also become even more beautiful. Confidence had returned to her. She added, Captain, after you deal with this guy, are you going to recruit strong allies to expand the crew? Her eyes lit up as she spoke. For she knew that defeating the Don Quixote da Flamingo crew would require more than just her and the captain. Only with more and stronger partners could they annihilate that group. Imo-ku nodded. A month has passed. The intelligence I requested should be arriving soon. When it does, I'll bring you 2 strong allies. But then he changed the subject. However, before that, I need to obtain my second famous sword. As a swordsman, he naturally loved blades. Eita's eyes sparkled. I'm curious which famous sword is so highly valued by the captain. You won't be disappointed. Imo-ku stood up and gazed into the distance, a slight smile curling his lips. Finally, they're here. Eita followed his gaze, and her expression changed instantly. The murderous intent in her eyes was undisguised. She gritted her teeth. These bastards are finally here. Imo-ku chuckled. Didn't we buy intelligence from the underworld knowing they would come and wait here on purpose? So don't get too excited. Their fate is already sealed. A small vessel came to rest at the harbor. Leading the group were 3 individuals who bore a striking resemblance to one another. They were the 3 chieftains of this slave-hunting crew. Ada's gaze turned exceedingly solemn as she cautioned, Captain, these are 3 of the Sea Hunter's 10 elite officers. They are triplet siblings. The one in the middle is the eldest sister Yashi, a Paramecia-type freeze fruit user. On the left is the second brother Yura, a Zoan-type snowy fruit user. On the right is the youngest brother Yuji, a swordsman, whose skill rivals my former self. Mock narrowed his eyes slightly. He had to admit, this was indeed the mightiest slave-hunting force dedicated exclusively to capturing prey for nobles and celestial dragons. The ones who had set their sights on this place were none other than the Sea Hunters, one of the 3 largest slave-hunting organizations in the world of One Piece. These scoundrels would hunt anything. Beautiful men, beautiful women, rare races, even pirate captains. In short, once they had set their sights on a target, there was nothing they could not capture, nothing they could not sell. As one of the 3 greatest slave-hunting organizations in the pirate world, the Sea Hunter strength was no mere exaggeration. The fact that the youngest brother Yuji alone could match the previous Ada spoke volumes. His power was well beyond the 100 million berry threshold. As for the eldest sister Yashi and the second brother Yur, one a Paramecia freeze fruit user, the other a Zoan snowy fruit user, their strength was equally formidable. In fact, their combined might surpassed that of most pirate crews among the future Supernova 11. And yet these three were merely a fraction of the Sea Hunters' 10 elite officers. This illustrated the true might of the Sea Hunters. It also offered a glimpse into the overall power of the slave hunting industry as a whole. With a whoosh, Yashi and Iji leaped down from their pirate ship, landing squarely before Mach and Ada. Their gazes first fell simultaneously upon Ada. Naturally so, Ada possessed both striking beauty and an enviable figure. She was curvaceous, alluring, and seductive, yet carried the commanding presence of a swordsmaster. This lent her an air of heroic grace. Two contradictory qualities were seamlessly fused within her. She was undeniably a uniquely captivating beauty. Having now consumed the Paramecia Smooth-Smooth Fruit, her allure had been elevated to an entirely new height. In all the pirate world, only the pirate Empress Hancock could rival her. Such beauty left even the three siblings, who had captured countless beauties, momentarily stunned. Their eyes then lit up in unison. Yashi was especially delighted, exclaiming with admiration, "Who would have thought this Cook Maiden Island held such premium goods?" With this, she turned to her youngest brother. "We can finally procure a devil fruit for you, Iji. Once you have it, your power will surely surpass ours, and make you the strongest among us siblings." Yuta burst into hearty laughter. The three of them knew that Iji had always possessed the greatest innate talent. It was thanks to Iji that he and his elder sister had once captured slaves that satisfied the celestial dragons, earning them devil fruits in return. This had elevated them to formidable warriors. Now, it was their youngest brother's turn. Once his power soared, perhaps they could even rise to become the fourth great slave-hunting organization. At this thought, a glimmer of ambition flashed in his eyes. Among the three, only the youngest brother Iji remained composed. Ada gave him a strange sense of familiarity. His gaze then drifted to the blades at her waist, and his pupils contracted sharply. He had recognized one of the two swords at Ada's side. His head snapped upward, a hint of shock in his voice. "Your dual blade, Ada. That explains the familiarity," he added. "I knew you seemed familiar. So it's you." "What, eh?" Yashi and Yura both exclaimed in surprise. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they became instantly wary. They were seasoned individuals who understood that such a dramatic transformation in a person was almost certainly the result of consuming a devil fruit. And Dual Blade Ada's original strength was already on par with their youngest brothers. Now empowered by a devil fruit, her power had undoubtedly surged. How could they not be concerned? Fortunately, the three possessed an unrivaled synergy. Even with Ada's enhanced strength, they held no fear. Hey. You three are so fixated on a pretty face that you've forgotten about me, treating a living, breathing man like thin air. Mach was growing exasperated from the sidelines. As a newly appointed warlord of the sea, being so thoroughly ignored hardly sat well with him. The three finally turned their attention to him. At first their expressions showed confusion at the sight of Mach. Then their faces contorted in shock, their pupils trembling violently. The eldest sister Yashi cried out, "The newly appointed warlord Mach." Mach saw no point in wasting words. Pointing at Iji, he turned to Ada and said, "He's the one who wounded you back, then isn't he? Then take your revenge with your own hands. Leave the other two to me." "Captain." "Thank you." Mach's words struck a chord deep within her. Yashi, Yura, and Iji exchanged glances, then launched their assault with flawless coordination. Iji's long blade was drawn in an instant, and with a single explosive push of his legs, he closed the distance to stand before Ada in the blink of an eye. Frozen prison. Yashi stomped her foot, and the ground beneath her instantly froze the ice, racing toward Ada. Everything in its path was encased in frost. Yura, the Zoan snowy fruit user, immediately shifted into his hybrid beast form. Sorrow. The next instant he vanished from his original position. He reappeared directly behind Mach. Shurgon. His index finger stabbed forward like a bullet, aimed straight at the back of Mach's skull. Their coordination was truly impeccable. The durable Zoan user Yura moved to pin him down, while the other two launched a ferocious assault and a controlling strike respectively, a flawless strategy. Had it been anyone else, their plan would have succeeded. But Mach's Sandai Katetsu was out of its sheath in an instant. With a fierce swing, a devastating slash tore through the air straight toward Yashi. The shockwave carved through the ground as it traveled, threatening to split the very earth in two. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Yashi's expression turned grim. She was forced to halt her assault on Ada. The freezing power came to a dead stop just 3 or 4 meters from its target. Meanwhile, Mach did not retract his Sandai Katetsu after the swing. Instead, he continued the motion, sweeping the blade backward. His target Yura's outstretched finger. Bastard. Yura cursed under his breath, aborting his attack and narrowly evading Mach's strike. A cold smirk curled at Ada's lips. Now she faced only Iji. Her blade was already out, meeting his attack with a solid parry. Huazhou traced a glint of cold light through the air, slashing toward Iji's neck. His pupils contracted. Ada's strike was blindingly fast with an unpredictable angle, exceedingly difficult to dodge. He thought in alarm, this woman's swordsmanship has improved yet again. A faint smile curled at the corner of Ada's mouth. Over the past month, she had been teaching the captain the dual blade style. During this time, the captain often sparred with her, rapidly sharpening his skills in combat. Thus, the captain wasn't the only one who had improved this month. She had too. After all, to her, the captain proved to be an excellent training partner as well. However, Yuji was no pushover. At the last moment, he leaned backward. Whoosh! Huajo sliced through the air with a cold gleam, leaving a gash on Yuji's neck. Yet it wasn't fatal. Even so, it gave Yuji a great scare. In the face of life and death, all his strength erupted in an instant. He forced Ada back, retreating several steps himself to create distance. This scene did not escape the eyes of Yashi and Yer. Both were startled, crying out in concern, "Gee, you better worry about yourselves." Mach swung his Sandai Katetsu once more, unleashing another terrifying slash. But this time the target was Yer. Iron Body. The attack came too fast for Yer to dodge. He could only defend passively. Moreover, anticipating the point of impact, he coated his body with armament hockey. Ice Dragon. Yashi, not daring to let Mach continue his assault, launched a powerful counterattack. Mach's slash struck Yer first, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Navy's 6 powers techniques appeared in someone from a slave-catching crew. Yet for ordinary Marines, learning them was an extremely demanding endeavor. In other words, risking life and limb was less rewarding than capturing a pretty girl. How ironic. And true. After all, they specialized in capturing slaves for nobles and celestial dragons. If they pleased the celestial dragons, a single word from them was enough. To obtain the 6 powers, it was just a matter of the celestial dragon's whim. But this guy probably didn't know that Iron Body is the greatest illusion technique of pirates. Whoosh! Mach slash tore through Yer's defense, leaving a deep bone-visible wound across his chest. Blood gushed out. Meanwhile, Yashi's ice dragon was less than a meter away from Mach. Yet Mach seemed not to notice, or perhaps there was no time to evade. He let the ice dragon slam fiercely into him. Great! Yashi couldn't help but rejoice. She was extremely confident in her ability. Whoever was struck by her ice dragon would be frozen forever, becoming an ice statue. After all, her ability was on par with Admiral Akiji's. The difference was that one could become elemental and the other couldn't. That was all. TSK. But at this moment, Mach's lips curled into a smile, sending a chill of foreboding down her spine. The next second, she witnessed a bizarre sight. The massive ice dragon, nearly 8 meters in size, upon colliding with Mach, seemed to hit the entrance of another dimension and vanished swiftly. Or perhaps Mach's body was like a portal to another dimension. It completely absorbed the entire ice dragon. What made her skin crawl even more was that Mach's body began to rapidly transform, becoming an ice statue. She could swear it was absolutely not due to her ice dragon's freezing. The next moment, an ice dragon twice as large burst forth from behind Mach. But the target was not Yashi, but the already gravely wounded Yer. It was as if Yashi's ice dragon had passed through Mach's body and doubled in size, hurtled toward Yer. No. Yashi's face turned pale with despair, for she was powerless to stop it. And Yer was consumed by sheer terror, for wounded as he was, he could only watch helplessly as the colossal ice dragon, over 10 meters in size, grew ever larger in his eyes. Rumble. The ice dragon slammed into Yer, sending him flying with tremendous force. Then, instead of dissipating, the ice dragon continued to push Yer, crashing through everything in its path, trees and all else. All were instantly frozen and shattered into pieces. It only stopped after hitting the base of a small hill 200 meters away. The impact embedded Yer deep into the earth. He was now limp, all over, with blood oozing from his eyes, mouth, and ears. From the deep bone-visible wound, his frozen internal organs could even be seen. Clearly he was dead beyond any doubt. Yer! Yashi cried out in grief, her hatred surging to her head, clouding her usual reason. She raised both hands. Ice. World's end. Countless ice shards materialized out of thin air, hovering above her head, then rained down upon Mach. Everything they touched, ground, trees, was frozen instantly. Soon everything within 100 meters of Mach was sealed in ice. That area seemed to become a separate realm, a frozen world. Yet an ice figure within that world stood at ease. Mach looked at Yashi as if she were a fool. Are you stupid? That ice dragon just now couldn't harm me in the slightest. Do you think these ice shards can? As he spoke, Mach raised his hand, and instantly countless ice shards materialized above his head as well. This? Yashi was dumbfounded. Then a shower of ice shards descended upon her. Ice shield. Seeing this, Yashi decisively used her ability to conjure a massive ice shield to block in front of her. Pitter-patter. The ice shards seemed so insignificant against the giant shield. How could they possibly move it? At that moment, Mach's demonic energy fused with the holy sword's eerie power burst forth, coalescing into an Ashura looming behind him. One sword style Ashura slash. Mach and the Ashura swung their blades in unison, unleashing a slash even more powerful, fierce, and razor-sharp than before. Where it passed, it was unstoppable, carving a chasm into the ground. Yashi's ice shield was split in half, and the slash struck her. Squelch. A massive wound tore through Yashi's entire body, blood spraying everywhere, staining the ground. No. E.G. still fighting. Ada witnessed this and roared in despair. Ada sneered coldly. You have feelings. How ridiculous. Her face was full of mockery as she spoke. Then she added, well, it's good that you have feelings so you can deeply understand the pain of losing a loved one, eh? And realize how much suffering those whose families you've captured endure. With those words, Ada unleashed her strongest attack. Dual blade style. Twin blade style, Dragon Fang. Ada thrust her dual blades forward, charging ahead. Simultaneously, a dragon-shaped slash formed with her two swords, serving as the fangs of the dragon. That was the reason behind the technique's name. Abe's expression changed drastically at the sight, instinctively wanting to dodge. Yet as soon as he moved, the dragon-shaped slash altered its trajectory. Abe immediately realized this attack could only be met head-on. Gritting his teeth, he raised his katana to block his body, sinking slightly. Clang. The next moment, Ada's dual blade slammed fiercely onto Abe's katana. Under the immense impact, Abe was forced backward. His legs carved two deep furrows into the ground. Unfortunately, he still failed to hold. At the final moment, his arms gave way and his hands trembled. The blade blocking Ada's swords shifted, causing his defense to be broken through. Ada's twin blades plunged deep into Abe's chest, piercing through. Gurgle. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Abe's lips. He forced a sinister grin. The sea hunters won't let you get away. Ada, uninterested in his dying threats, yanked her blades out. Blood gushed wildly. Abe collapsed heavily. Ada, however, smiled, for the crisis on Cook Island had finally passed. Her heart eased, allowing her to leave without worries. She then walked to Abe's body, retrieved his sword, and admired it closely. One of the 50 fine blades Nagamitsu Onamaru had long been coveted by her. She glanced at her own sword Huajo. Now both her blades were renowned swords. For a twin-blade swordsman, this was a true point of pride. As for the sea hunters, she paid them no mind. After all, her captain was a warlord of the sea, and her own strength had soared. Who feared whom? Meanwhile, Mach had boarded the ship of the three siblings. It was a small vessel like the Going Merry, perfectly suited for a pirate crew of two like Mach's. Most importantly, upon closer inspection, he discovered the ship was built entirely of high-quality timber. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Until he crafted his own pirate ship, this would serve as an excellent interim vessel. Mach chuckled. These three sisters must have delivered a ship just for us. Brew, brew, brew. At that moment, Ada approached, carrying a package. The den mushy inside kept ringing. Mach's grin widened. Looks like Sengoku is getting impatient. Sure enough, upon answering, Sengoku's voice came through. Mach, it's been a month. You're still on Cook Island. Your time is running out. If you don't secure the target I gave you within half a month, our agreement is void. Then. He didn't finish, but Mach understood the implication. This was his pledge of allegiance after becoming a warlord. If he failed, his position as warlord would be lost. Mach, it's just that a reckless slave-hunting crew was targeting Cook Island, which I protect. So I delayed a bit, but I've already locked onto the target. He won't escape. Sengoku, good. After hanging up, Ada frowned slightly. Captain, half a month is a bit tight. Perhaps. Mach waved his hand. We'll follow the original plan. For the target, we have to wait for Mr. 3's success signal. Otherwise, even if we go, we can't act. Mr. 3. Ada looked puzzled. Mach didn't hide it. One of the members of my intelligence network. You'll meet him soon. You two will be working together often. Ada's eyes lit up. She never expected Mach to have an intelligence organization. But the more power Mach held, the better for her. She was thrilled, though curious why Mr. 3 had to go. Wasn't he just a spy? The Marines had already informed them of the target's location. Normally that wasn't necessary. Mach smirked. The target Sengoku gave him was a scheme of setting a tiger to eat a sheep, truly malicious. But for him, it was like delivering a great general. When he learned who the target was, he'd woken up laughing several times. 10 days later, Mach arrived at the Florian Triangle, his target being Thriller Bark, where Gecko Moria resided. However, upon entering, Mach frowned. The Florian Triangle was shrouded in thick fog, making it impossible to determine direction. Mach felt helpless, troublesome. Ada's eye twitched, and she made her first suggestion since joining. Captain, I think the first thing we should do after leaving is find a navigator. Mach nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Wait after we deal with this place and the target Sengoku gave us. A navigator will be a priority. But for now. Mach extended his right hand, touching the pervasive fog around him. Ada was astonished to see Mach's entire form become somewhat ethereal. Then she witnessed something unforgettable. The surrounding fog seemed controlled, dispersing outward. Above, a beam of sunlight broke through. Captain, you. Mach chuckled softly. I'm a Paramecia user of the Absorb Fruit. Whatever material I touch, my body transforms into it. And I gain similar fruit abilities. For example, if I absorb iron, I become like an iron user. If I absorb this mist, I gain the Logia mist ability. Controlling the mist becomes as easy as pie. What? Ada gasped, her eyes filled with shock. Now she realized that the so-called multi-fruit abilities on Mock's bounty poster were completely a misunderstanding by the Marines. But such a devil fruit existed in the world. Wouldn't that be equivalent to having countless abilities? Fire, light, magma, ice, earth. The possibilities were endless. At that moment Ada felt immense relief. She was grateful to have joined the captain's crew. With such a devil fruit ability, becoming an emperor, or even the pirate king, was just a matter of time. Who cared about a mere doflamingo? Aboard the terror-inspiring thriller bark Gecko Moria and his three monstrous commanders, Absalom, Hogback, and Perona, all raised their heads simultaneously to gaze at the sky. Astonishment was written across their faces. Their thriller bark was anchored at the very heart of the Devil's Triangle. Although this location wasn't as shrouded in fog as other parts of the sea, the sky directly above was perpetually veiled in mist. Yet now the haze had dissipated, revealing a blazing sun overhead. Sunlight flooded the entire thriller bark with brilliance, stinging their eyes and making it hard to see. Gecko Moria let out a peculiar laugh. Then a hint of puzzlement crept onto his face. How strange. By all logic, the Devil's Triangle has been enshrouded in mist for centuries. Why would it suddenly clear away? Hogback nodded in agreement. The Devil's Triangle is very similar to the Calm Belt. Both are seas with extremely stable weather patterns. Such a dramatic change shouldn't be possible. As he finished speaking, an inexplicable sense of foreboding settled over him. Absalom, however, looked utterly unconcerned. Who cares? It doesn't affect us much, so what does it matter? Hora hora hora. Perona chimed in with her signature laughter. But at that moment a hint of confusion clouded her face. Combined with her naturally airheaded demeanor, she looked utterly adorable in her bewilderment. Gecko Moria finally snapped back to his senses. He turned to Absalom and ordered, "Absalom, go check the edge of the ship. See if the fog over the ocean has dissipated as well." Absalom replied, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Mock and Ada had already arrived at the harbor of the thriller bark. Ada's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "Captain, this is the thriller bark." If she hadn't been able to clearly see the ship's sails now that the fog had lifted, she would have doubted Mock's words entirely. No, even now she was beginning to question herself, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. Mock, however, simply nodded in confirmation. Truth be told, even he was utterly stunned. Though he had watched the anime and knew the thriller bark was colossal, nearly the size of a small island. It wasn't until he saw it with his own eyes standing right before it that he could fully grasp its sheer magnitude, truly deserving of its reputation as the world's largest pirate ship. Suddenly it struck him that the thriller bark would make an excellent secret stronghold. At that thought, despite originally intending only to retrieve the sword and leave, he began to consider claiming this place as the intelligence headquarters for Robin and the others, a remarkably fitting choice. What is that? Ada was shocked once again as she spotted a gigantic spider. What made it even more bizarre was that this creature had the upper body of a human. Once again her understanding of this world was completely turned upside down. Trash. Mock sneered with contempt, well aware that this was one of Gecko Moria's fabricated zombies. He raised his blade and cleaved the creature cleanly in two with a single stroke. He added with a hint of regret, Gecko Moria was once a fearsome pirate who ruled the seas. Now look at him, utterly washed up. And who might you be, you insolent brat, daring to speak of our captain with such disrespect? He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. A figure appeared at the spot where the spider-human had just fallen. After casting a brief glance at the slain creature, he turned his piercing gaze toward Mock and Ada. However, the moment his eyes landed on Ada, his entire demeanor shifted to one of excitement. His pupils morphed into hearts. Lust consumed him instantly. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself into the air and landed squarely in front of Mock and Ada. Absalom was a perverted deviant who habitually used his abilities to spy on women, preferring delicate and vulnerable types over strong and assertive ones, which led him to constantly mock both Perona and Sindri. Now Mock and Ada could see the newcomer clearly, a long-haired man with flamboyant attire and a hideous countenance. Absalom, one of the 3 monstrous commanders. Mock recognized him instantly, and a wave of revulsion washed over him. He loathed this man, for Absalom was a perverted voyeur who used his powers to spy on women. Compared to him, even Sanji seemed positively virtuous. Among all the pirates in the story, he consistently ranked second on fans' most wanted dead list, just behind Momonosuke. No, in fact, before Momonosuke ever appeared, Absalom was the undisputed number 1. He had shamelessly molested Robin upon their first encounter, and later tried to take advantage of Nami while she was bathing. At that moment Nami was completely naked. He had her pressed against the wall. If Sanji hadn't arrived just in time, that degenerate would have gotten away with it. But there was one thing that couldn't be overlooked. He had seen Nami in all her glory. Damn it, how could anyone tolerate that? So Mock leaned close to Ada's ear and whispered, "This bastard is one of Gecko Moria's 3 top officers. He's a user of the Paramecia type, clear fruit. He's a sex maniac who uses his ability to spy on women constantly." The moment those words left his mouth, Ada's face darkened considerably. The look in her eyes as she regarded Absalom shifted instantly. She harbored nothing but the deepest contempt for those who would debase themselves by taking advantage of women without any sense of decency. A murderous intent surged within her. In a flash, both Huajo and Nagason Kotetsu were drawn from their sheaths, their cold steel gleaming menacingly. Dual-style flash slash. Ada entered a state of high-speed movement, appearing to vanish into thin air to the naked eye. Oh no! Absalom, who had been leering just a moment before, suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. He tensed every muscle in wary alertness, but it was already far too late. By now Ada had already materialized behind him. Huajo and Nagason Kotetsu slid slowly back into their sheaths. SHLCK. A massive X-shaped wound erupted across Absalom's chest. Not only deep enough to reveal bone, but so extensive that it split his entire torso into 4 distinct sections. How is this possible? Absalom collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't fathom that this woman possessed such overwhelming power. He was after all one of the 3 top officers under a warlord of the sea, and yet he couldn't even withstand a single strike. Even Ada herself seemed taken aback by her own performance. She turned around in astonishment. Captain, is this guy really one of the top officers under a warlord of the sea? She had encountered officers serving under the warlords before. Take Gladius, for instance. The man who had ambushed her crew slaughtered every one of her comrades and nearly claimed her life as well, though she harbored an undying hatred for him. There was no denying Gladius's formidable strength. But looking at this pathetic wretch before her, the two were simply not on the same level. Mach replied, indeed he is, but don't compare him to Doflamingo's subordinates. They're in completely different leagues. After all, this is the first half of the Grand Line, while Doflamingo operates in the New World. Meanwhile, Gecko Moria's expression darkened as he witnessed a shadow drifting back. This signified that the zombie he had created had been slain. Hogback and Perona exchanged uneasy glances upon seeing this. They came to a shared conclusion. We have an intruder. Gecko Moria turned to Perona and commanded, go and investigate. He then added, do not go in person, use your ability. Hora hora hora. Perona let out her signature laugh and activated her power. Negative. 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 One by one she conjured ghosts and dispatched them toward the harbor under her control. Midway they encountered Mach and Ada, who had already set foot on the island. Ghosts? Ada's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Indeed, in the world of pirates, there were still many who feared such apparitions. Brook had given many a fright with his soul projection. Thus Ada's reaction was entirely understandable. Mach quickly cautioned her, Gecko Moria commands 3 elite officers known as the 3 Mysteries. The first is Absalom, whom you just cut down. The other 2 are Hogback and Perona. These ghosts before you were created by Perona. She is a Paramecia type ghost fruit user. There's a devil fruit like that. Ada's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Yo-ho-ho-ho. At that moment a peculiar laughter echoed from behind them, and from the sound of it the source was rapidly approaching. Oh-ho. Mach's eyes lit up as he thought, how could I have forgotten about this fellow? He then chuckled and turned to Ada. In a moment you'll witness an even more extraordinary devil fruit user. Huh. Ada looked bewildered at first, but quickly caught on, and turned to look behind her. It was evident she now understood who Mach was referring to. When a sprinting skeleton came into her view, she was utterly stunned. While she had to admit, those ghosts didn't seem so frightening anymore. Mach, Brooke is someone who has died once. Died once. Ada was initially puzzled, but then she looked at Brooke's skeletal frame and murmured to herself. I suppose that's fitting. With an appearance like that it'd be strange if he hadn't. Mach overheard her and laughed. He is a Paramecia-type underworld fruit user. He can come back to life once after being killed. Well, that's... Despite her forewarning, Ada was still taken aback. Truly. Negative. 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 Meanwhile, the ghosts were getting closer. Mach couldn't help but remind her, Ada, you'd better focus on what's in front of you. Ada turned once more to face the drifting specters, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Though this devil fruit had startled her, it was merely a momentary surprise. After all, Absalom, another member of Moria's 3 Mysteries, had been felled by a single strike from her. His strength was underwhelming, a sheer waste of such formidable devil fruits. The Paramecia-type transparent fruit and the ghost fruit were no less impressive than her own Paramecia-type smooth-smooth fruit. She drew both Huajo and Nagasono Kotetsu from their sheaths, bent her knees slightly, and surged forward with explosive speed. Her target, the approaching ghosts. Whoosh! Just before making contact, she swung her blades, tracing arcs of cold light through the air. Not good. Ada's expression shifted dramatically, for her strikes utterly failed to extinguish them. In fact, they hadn't harmed the ghosts in the slightest, as though the phantoms lacked any physical form. Her twin blades passed straight through them. Compounding the issue, the suddenness of the attack, combined with her overconfident mindset, left her unable to retract her swing. She couldn't even pull back to evade. All she could do was watch helplessly as the ghosts collided with her, yet they remained intangible, passing right through her body. In that instant, every negative emotion buried within her surged to the surface, shattering her will and her swordsman's spirit. She collapsed to her knees. I don't deserve to live in this world. If there's an afterlife, I'd rather be reborn as a little bird. Yo-ho-ho-ho. At that moment, Brooke arrived on the scene. Seeing Ada kneeling on the ground, he couldn't help but chuckle with amusement. Then turning serious, he remarked, Perona's ability is quite troublesome. Over the years, countless people have fallen victim to it. Negative. 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 The ghost then changed direction, drifting toward Mach. Mach narrowed his eyes, ghost eye, conquerors. An aura of spectral energy surged from his body, his pupils turning violet red, seemingly ablaze with purple flames. Simultaneously, his conqueror's haki erupted with full force. The spectral energy alone possessed a fear-inducing effect akin to conqueror's haki, and when fused with the mysterious power of the sacred sword, it became even more potent. Combined with conqueror's haki, the result was far greater than a simple sum of its parts. A scream escaped Perona from within the distant castle. After all, she shared a visual link with her ghosts, or perhaps a spiritual one. These negative ghosts could be considered extensions of her very soul. Thus, she not only witnessed Mach clearly through their eyes, but also felt the full force of his intimidation. Her already pale face turned even whiter. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Huff, huff. She took several deep breaths just to steady herself. Conqueror's haki, Brooke also exclaimed in surprise. As a seasoned veteran, he recognized it at once, and his gaze toward Mach shifted with newfound respect. What just happened? Ada had recovered from her negative state and shot to her feet, though her expression was extremely grim. Confusion still lingered in her mind. Mach chuckled lightly. Those were Perona's negative ghosts. They have no physical form, so ordinary attacks are useless against them. And once they pass through you, you're plunged into endless negativity, utterly helpless. If you had come here alone today, you'd have been done for. Ada's pupils contracted. But Mach quickly added, I deliberately didn't warn you. Remember this. In the New World, devil fruit users are plentiful, and their abilities are incredibly diverse. One careless moment, and you'll fall into a trap. So from now on, no matter how weak your opponent seems, always give it your all. And when attacking a devil fruit user, you must coat your blade with armament haki. Mark my words. Ada nodded solemnly. Indeed, that feeling of despair was something she would never forget for the rest of her life. Nor did she ever want to experience it again. This lesson was truly unforgettable. Then Ada turned her gaze to Buluk. A living skeleton. What a remarkable sight. When Ada had just knelt on the ground, Buluk hadn't yet seen her true appearance. Now that she stood and looked at him, he was completely captivated. He had never beheld such a stunningly beautiful woman. Coming to his senses, he blushed with a bashful face and sidled up to Ada. May I see your panties? Ada. For a moment, she didn't react. But soon a blaze of fury ignited in her eyes. You perverted skeleton, go to hell. Buluk was sent flying with a kick. TSK. Moke let out a strange chuckle. The Straw Hat Pirates had two idiots, Shan-Ji and Buluk. The former utterly shameless, the latter driven purely by male curiosity. It was harmless. When facing a woman, he would strike, without mercy, unlike Shan-Ji, who went weak at the knees at the sight of one. To be honest, Buluk was still quite weak at this point. But even so, he was on par with Duafulaming's senior officers, and stronger than some of them. Most importantly, Buluk had considerable potential. His rate of improvement wasn't slow. By the original story's 2-year timeskip, he was barely passable. Besides, Moke needed manpower now. And both he and Ada were sword masters. How hard could it be to boost Buluk's strength? A few rounds of beatings, and he was sure his power would rise. After careful consideration, Moke extended an invitation. If I'm not mistaken, you're here to reclaim your shadow. How about this? I help you get it back, and you join my crew. Buluk, who had been knocked to the ground, immediately sprang up. Yo-ho-ho, deal. Buluk had come here many times before, always failing. He knew well that alone retrieving his shadow was nearly impossible. Ada was astonished, as she hadn't expected the captain to recruit this lecherous skeleton. Moke, he's a decent swordsman. Just one step away from being a sword master. Once he joins, you'll train him properly. His strength will improve quickly. Then when we face Duafulaming, we'll have another capable fighter. At these words, Ada, who had been a bit reluctant, immediately entered a sage mode, her gaze toward Buluk shifting. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Buluk let out his signature laugh again, but this time it sounded a bit feeble. He instinctively stepped back a couple of paces. Because Ada's expression gave him an ominous premonition. Inside the castle, Palina had also snapped out of her daze, and now she ignored everything else. She rushed out and released all the zombie generals under Abisaluo's command. These zombie generals were undoubtedly the elite combat force of Uegwang Moli's zombie army. He moved quickly. By the time Moke, Ada, and Buluk reached the castle gate, the generals were already blocking the entrance. Leading them were Longma and Captain Yuehan, the strongest among the zombie generals. Unlike the original story, Ziwalong was absent. But these two were more than enough for the current Buluk. Turning to Ada, Moke said, the front two zombies are Longma and Captain Yuehan. Both were remarkable figures in life, and even as zombies they retained considerable strength. Perfect for Buluk to practice on. Keep an eye on him. He added, don't intervene unless he's about to die. Even if his bones crack he can recover with some milk. Buluk, was that a human thing to say? Ada nodded earnestly. Buluk, there's really no need to be so serious. Moke chuckled lightly then said, you all have fun here. I'll go meet Uegwang Moli. With that he turned into a mist and dissipated into the air. Huh. The next second Longma felt his hand go empty. Looking down well, his sword was gone. Ada saw this too. Her eyes lit up, so the captain was after his sword. I'm curious what kind of blade it is. Then her gaze fell on Captain Yuehan. Both of these men the captain had mentioned were extraordinary in life. They both wielded swords. If Longma's sword was excellent, Captain Yuehan's couldn't be too bad either. So she became interested in the twin swords in his hands. Though she couldn't use that many herself, she could always collect them. Everyone has their hobbies. Uegwang Moli seemed to sense something amiss and emerged from the castle's central chamber, colliding head-on with Moke as he entered. Both were startled, neither expecting to encounter the other so suddenly. Coming to his senses, Moke shook his head at Uegwang Moli. Once he had been a formidable figure, 23 years ago, at only 27 years old. He dared to challenge Kaido, but was defeated, lost all his comrades, and was crushed into self-doubt. Thereafter, dejected and distrustful of his own strength, he sought only external aids, allowing his power to steadily decline. All his former ambition was gone, replaced by a bloated body. Uegwang Moli's pupils contracted. As a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, he was among the first to learn of a new member's induction. So he recognized Moke immediately. He wasn't foolish. Moke's uninvited visit meant no good. His eyes narrowed and he sneered, then demanded, what did you do to Abuseluo? Abuseluo had not returned to report, and now this man had broken into the castle and stood before him. A foreboding feeling rose in his heart. Moke replied flatly, killed him. Uegwang Moli's pupils trembled, and he roared, you're asking for death, brat. Uegwang Moli was enraged. Shadowbox. He transformed his own shadow into scattering bats, which then enveloped Moke. A cold smirk curled Moke's lips. He instantly turned into mist and dispersed. The next second the bat shadows formed a black box-like cube where he had stood. Had he reacted a moment slower, he would have been trapped inside. Uegwang Moli certainly had some tricks. Moreover, his Paramecia-type shadow fruit was extremely powerful. What a pity. The dissipated mist recoalesced into a human form on Uegwang Moli's left. Then his gaze fell on the shadow beneath Uegwang Moli's feet, as most of his attacks were shadow-based. He looked down at his own shadow, lost in thought. This shadow ability seems not so bad after all. Let's find a chance to try it. Flying bat. Gecko Moria once again split his shadow into numerous bat-like shadows. They all flew toward Moke. Moke was puzzled. Why use such a similar move again? It was too cheap. It was completely useless against him. He turned into mist again, evading all attacks, then coalesced into human form on Gecko Moria's left side. Shadow Blade. As if anticipating this, Gecko Moria instantly launched an attack. She turned her shadow into a spear and thrust it at Moke. In the original story, this attack was incredibly powerful, even able to pierce the descendant of Ors, who was larger than a giant. It was one of Gecko Moria's strongest moves. But now he wasn't facing Little Ors Jr. of the Whitebeard Pirates. Moke drew Chioshui in an instant and firmly blocked the strike with the blade. Gecko Moria's pupils contracted. He knew Moke wouldn't be easily defeated, but he never expected his strongest attack to be parried so effortlessly. Admittedly, Moke's strength far exceeded his expectations. Swoosh. Moke wasn't one to take a beating without retaliation. He unsheathed his other famous sword, Sandai Kitetsu, its cold gleam flashing. A horizontal slash shot forth, aiming straight for Gecko Moria. Moke was confident in this strike. To be honest, the old Gecko Moria would have dodged without any problem. But the current Gecko Moria was so fat that even walking was difficult. How could she dodge? Just as Moke expected, Gecko Moria's face twisted in shock as the slash rapidly approached. Shadow Warrior. Just as the slash was about to hit the spot on Gecko Moria's body, suddenly turned into a dark shadow. Moke's slash, upon striking the shadow, passed through it, as if hitting an illusion without substance. It slammed into the castle wall not far away, leaving a deep gouge. Moke's pupils contracted slightly. He remembered, Gecko Moria's Shadow Warrior technique allowed her to swap positions with her shadow, or even exchange parts of her body with the shadow. That was exactly what she just did, swapping her abdomen with the shadow. Admittedly, this move was excellent for evading attacks. Alright, I underestimated you. Moke finally became serious. With those words, Moke emitted a large amount of mist, and soon the entire hall was filled with thick fog, severely impairing Gecko Moria's vision. Gecko Moria's expression darkened. Moke's move had effectively blinded her. This situation was extremely disadvantageous for her. A strange laugh echoed from the dense mist. Gecko Moria perked up her ears and roared, Shadow Blade. She once again turned her shadow into a spear and thrust it toward the source of the sound. Swoosh. At that moment, another slash cut through the layers of mist, striking Gecko Moria's obese body. "Ah!" Gecko Moria cried out in pain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Moke kept shifting positions within the mist. Each time he moved, he unleashed a slash from a different direction, an angle, all aimed at Gecko Moria. "Ah! Ah!" Gecko Moria let out continuous cries of pain, then roared in fury. "Brat, if you have the guts, come out and face me." Gecko Moria, how do you like my mist concealment technique?" Moke laughed complacently. He had learned this move from Zabuza Momochi in Naruto. That guy loved using it, and admittedly, it was incredibly satisfying to torment opponents with it. But it was just Gecko Moria. Even if he abandoned this advantageous position and faced her head-on, what was there to fear? Moke swung his sword, and the mist dissipated entirely. He sheathed Choshuei holding Sandai Kitetsu, one-sword style Ghost Flash. Moke entered high-speed movement and charged at Gecko Moria. Swoosh. Moke brushed past Gecko Moria, leaving a trail of blood on her body with Sandai Kitetsu. But it wasn't over. Moke made a sharp turn, and Sandai Kitetsu drew another bloody line on Gecko Moria. 1, 2, 3. Moke circled Gecko Moria, striking 13 times each cut, leaving a deep gash on her body. When Moke finished the Ghost Flash and reappeared, Gecko Moria was already covered in wounds, blood staining her entire body. Gecko Moria could no longer stand. She knelt on one knee, her face filled with terror. She had never felt so powerless since facing Kaido 23 years ago. Gecko Moria knew she had no way out now. It was either fight to the death or resign herself to death. Resignation was impossible, and waiting for death was even more unthinkable. So she had to go all out. Activate the ultimate move. Shadow Collective. This was Gecko Moria's strongest technique, using the power of her devil fruit to absorb all the shadows under her control into her body. In the original story, she absorbed 1,000 shadows in the final battle, causing her to continuously enlarge and enhance her power with terrifying destructive force. But this required enormous mental strength. Without sufficient willpower, she would lose consciousness or go berserk. Honestly, this move was truly powerful. But her mental strength and willpower were insufficient. In the original story, after absorbing 1,000 shadows, she lost control until Luffy hit her body repeatedly with Gear 2 Jet Bazooka, forcing half of the shadows out and restoring her consciousness. If she had never stopped training her own physical strength and mental fortitude, using this move might actually have allowed her to fight Kaido. Although this move somewhat relied on external power, it was indeed formidable. However, Moke had no intention of stopping her. Watching Gecko Moria absorb shadows and grow stronger, Moke became excited. He murmured, "That's more like it. After all, she's a warlord of the sea." As Gecko Moria continued to absorb shadows, her body expanded rapidly. Eventually, she became as huge as a giant. The castle could no longer contain her, and a corner burst open. Moke had already retreated outside. His hands gripped the swords tightly. When Gecko Moria reached her limit, he drew both blades, two-sword style, Avicii Hell. Dual sword style, Avicii Hell. All the ghostly chi on Moku's body instantly surged forth, manifesting a phantom of the Avicii Hell around him. And Moku stood like a demon god in the Avicii Hell, majestic, ferocious, and contemptuous of all. Boom. Purple ghost flames ignited on the twin blades. Moku slowly crossed Choshuei and Sandai Kitetsu in front of him, then swung them fiercely backward. A massive X-shaped slash wreathed in blazing ghost flames shot forth. It was so fast that Uegwang Moria hadn't even reacted before this special attack struck him heavily in the chest. An enormous X-shaped gash instantly appeared. Yet strangely, though, the wound was deep enough to reveal bone, not a drop of blood flowed. The purple flames seemed almost alive, frantically burrowing into the wound. Uegwang Moria let out a blood-curdling scream. The shadows he had just absorbed into his body surged wildly out of the wound. Uegwang Moria's body shrank drastically, finally returning to its original size. Now Uegwang Moria knelt on both knees, blood spurting from his mouth. He understood. He had lost, utterly and completely, because Moku had even waited for him to reach his limit. Otherwise Moku would have struck long ago. A loser has no right to speak. That's the rule of this world. Ahem. But I want to beg you for one thing, if possible. Spare. Hwagubake and Pei Luana. Ahem. As he spoke, Uegwang Moria coughed violently, blood gushing from his mouth. Then he crashed to the ground. Thus, another warlord had fallen. Moku looked at Uegwang Moria with some emotion. He truly hadn't expected that before dying the man would care about Hwagubake and Pei Luana. He sighed softly and muttered, "For the sake of how much you value your comrades, I'll grant you a favor. I can spare Pei Luana. But that perverted Dr. Hwagubake will go with you. If he keeps living for the sake of his wife Xi, he'll do even crazier things." As Moku walked toward Ata and broke the den mushi in his pocket, rang. Buruburu. Moku paused, then couldn't help but smile. Because this Den Den Mushi was exclusive to the Bala Kogong's wash, only 4 people could call it Luo Bin Mr. 1 Mr. 2 1 Mr. 3. And the one calling now was either Luo Bin or Mr. 2. Either way it was good news. Thinking this, Imoku's mood brightened. He answered, I am Mr. 0. The Den Den Mushi rang with Mr. 2's voice. Mr. 0, this is Mr. 2. I've arrived at Xia Island and locked onto the target. Imoku nodded with satisfaction. Good. You're 2 or 3 days earlier than I expected. Hide yourself well. Don't let anyone see your true identity. Mr. 2 Mr. 0, rest assured. I changed my face when I came, and not just once. Now I'm wearing the face of an islander. I didn't even wear my ballet costume. No one will recognize me. Imoku was even more satisfied. Good. Then wait there. I'm done here too. I'll be at Xia Island in 3 or 4 days. It had to be said. Mr. 2's ability was practically the best for intelligence work. On the ship, Imoku had just hung up the Den Den Mushi when Ata and Brook approached, escorting Pei Luana. Pei Luana caught sight of Yueguang Moria's corpse in the distance. Her pupils shrank to pinpricks, trembling like an earthquake. Because in her heart Yueguang Moria was an invincible existence. She never imagined he would now be a cold corpse. Imoku looked surprised. Done so quickly. Ata said that perverted skeleton and the Ryuma Captain John. They practiced a bit. I handled the rest. Imoku nodded. That made sense. With Ata's awakened armament, hockey swordsman skills, beating these people was like child's play. Then his gaze fell on Brook. Cracks had appeared in his skull, leg bones, and arm bones. Clearly he was badly injured. TSK. Looks like you've been through the ringer. Still, it was good for him. Ata said excitedly. Captain, now we're going after that target, right? Imoku nodded. Coincidentally, Mr. 2 just called. It's time to go. As he spoke, he looked at Pei Luana. Ata immediately understood. Captain, this little girl's own strength isn't much, but her devil fruit ability is quite useful. Why not? Take her in like Brook. She'd be a decent asset against Doflamingo. Imoku glanced at Pei Luana, then at Ata, surprised. She agreed to join. Ata turned to Pei Luana, who nodded frantically like a startled rabbit. I'll join. Imoku's eyes turned playful. It seemed Pei Luana had suffered quite a bit at Ata's hands, almost traumatized. He went along with it. All right, as you wish. From now on, she's our comrade. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Pei Luana and said meaningfully, but if you want to be my comrade, your current strength won't cut it. You'll need to improve yourself. Pei Luana, yes, Captain. Brook shot Pei Luana a sympathetic look. He had experienced it firsthand and knew exactly what kind of days lay ahead. Miserable. For days passed in a flash. Imoku and his crew sailed their pirate ship into the port of Xia Island. Finally here, Brook and Pei Luana. These 4 days they had been virtually beaten in turns by Imoku and Ata. It was a human tragedy. So they were even more eager than Imoku and Ata to reach Xia Island. Still they were curious. Who was the captain here to see? Then Imoku pulled out 2 wanted posters. Edward Weibel II, Whitebeard, bounty 4800 berries. Miss Back and bounty 2300 berries. What? Brook and Pei Luana's eyes nearly popped out. Because one had a bounty of 3300 berries, the other 400 berries. So to them, whether 4800 or 2300, these were formidable foes beyond their reach. Gulp. They swallowed unconsciously. At that moment, they understood one thing: joining a pirate crew led by a powerhouse like Imoku meant. The enemies they would face in the future might all be on this level. The two exchanged a glance, and a newfound determination surged within them. They developed a desire to grow stronger, because in such battles without strength they would die, and they didn't want to die. So they had to keep training hard to keep up with the captain and Ata. That's right, the target given by Zhanghua was none other than Adhua Weiber and Miss Bajin. For him, this was simply a great gift from Zhanghua. Captain. Just then a person with a lecherous face quickly approached. Captain. Edge. Pailuna, Buluk, and Ada's expressions all changed simultaneously, then they all looked at Moke, as if to say, does our pirate crew have such a lecherous person? Not to mention them, even Moke's mouth twitched a few times. This face can rival that of Huang Yuan. However, he knew who the newcomer was, so he cut straight to the chase. Mr. 2. Where are Adhua Weiber and Miss Bajin? Mr. 2. Captain, they're staying at an inn on this island. Moke, did you find out why they've been staying on this island for over half a month? Mr. 2 nodded. That Miss Bajin should be searching for a treasure on this island. Treasure? Moke was somewhat surprised. It must be noted that his rise in this world was due to a treasure. Could it be that he could score another one here? He couldn't help but smile. Did you find out what treasure it is? Mr. 2. It seems to be left behind by a captain named Yuehan. Yuehan. Moke turned to look at Ada and Buluk, because if he remembered correctly, that captain named Yuehan had been turned into a zombie general by Yueguang Molia. He was killed by these two. His 2 swords became the pirate crew's collectibles. They are still placed on the sword rack in the collection room of the pirate ship. At this moment Ada also came to his senses. He turned back to the pirate ship and retrieved the 2 swords. Moke took them and examined them carefully. He noticed that the cloth wrapped around the hilt seemed to have been replaced. It was not the original, as there were older traces in the finer details. Interesting. Moke pulled off all the cloth from the hilts of both swords, and then he discovered that there was a groove as thick as half a fingernail in the middle of the hilt. Each groove concealed a piece of paper. Moke immediately took them out. One recorded his life's experiences, and the other recorded the location of the treasure he had left behind before his death. Ada Pilona Buluk and Mr. Two all curiously gathered around. Then Ada asked with some confusion, "Captain, since both papers are here, how did Miss Bajin and the others know?" Hearing this, Moke thought for a moment. Miss Bajin and this Captain Yuehan were originally in the same pirate crew. Perhaps they had some connection before. Or perhaps Miss Bajin obtained other information from somewhere. At this moment, Moke was also somewhat expectant. This Captain Yuehan's treasure was the one that Xiaoqiu Baji sought in the original story. Presumably, there would be considerable gains. Then Moke handed the two swords to Mr. Two. Use these two swords to lure Miss Bajin out. He didn't want a big battle in a crowded place. That would harm many innocent people. Mr. Two. Yes, Captain. Time passed bit by bit, and the sun had reached the direction of due south. Finally, they saw an unusually tall figure approaching from afar. As he kept walking, a short person also appeared in everyone's field of vision. The tall one had a white crescent-shaped mustache that curved upward like, by Huzi's, a burly figure of fat physique and ugly appearance, a nose that always had snot dripping, and thick lips. The short one was an old woman with thick red lipstick, wearing sunglasses, leaning on a cane with a wrinkled face, and dressed in a leopard print coat. These two were too distinctive. Moke recognized them at a glance. The newcomers were exactly Adhua Weiber and Miss Bajin, and at this moment Mr. Two was being held in the hand of Adhua Weiber. Miss Bajin also saw Moke's group clearly. Her gaze fell on Moke, and a hint of seriousness appeared on her face. She looked at Mr. Two. Did you steal those two swords from their ship? Mr. Two nodded repeatedly. Yes. I sneaked aboard when they went ashore to buy supplies, and there was only one person on the ship. Hearing this, Miss Bajin turned to look at Moke again, her eyes becoming sharp, and she said sternly, "Captain Yuehan." Before she could finish, Mr. Two moved. Taking advantage of Weiber's inattention, he immediately activated his ability. Wax continuously flowed from his hands, binding Weiber. He then immediately sprinted towards Moke. Seeing this, Miss Bajin was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. She wasn't stupid, as she couldn't fail to understand that they had been tricked. Weiber, this guy deceived us. Kill him for mommy. Weiber, who was bound, hadn't yet recovered from the sudden change, looking confused and dazed. But as soon as he heard Miss Bajin's words, his entire aura instantly changed. With immense power, he directly shattered the wax binding him. Then he swung a slash at the fleeing Mr. Two, and a terrifyingly powerful cutting wave shot out. The target was Mr. Two. Wherever the slash passed, the ground was split open, showing how terrifying its power was. Moke's Chioshui instantly unsheathed, and he swung it forward. An equally terrifying slash met it, successfully blocking the deadly strike for Mr. Two. Mr. Two, who had narrowly escaped death, couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, feeling a chill shoot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Now he finally understood why Mr. Zero had repeatedly warned him not to confront them head-on. This strength was completely beyond what someone of his level could withstand. Miss Bajin's pupils sharply contracted. At this moment, she had to regard Moke seriously, because the strength Moke had displayed was already no less than Weiber's. And Weiber was her greatest reliance. Moke couldn't help but smile at this. "I've come to claim kinship." Ah. Miss Bajin was completely bewildered. But soon her expression changed again, because a large amount of mist surged from Moke's body, enveloping everything around them, making both her and Weiber unable to see anything. Weiber even shouted, "Mommy. Mommy, I can't see anything." Not good. Miss Bajin, truly a crafty old fox, immediately reacted. Weiber, retreat. But before she could finish, a chill had already reached her neck. She understood that someone had placed a blade against her neck. Gulp. Miss Bajin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She didn't even know how the other party had gotten close. Bang. The newcomer was naturally Moke. "Mommy." At this moment, Weiber's observation haki detected the anomaly, and he entered a berserk state. Upon seeing this, Moke raised his leg and kicked Miss Bajin flying away, then shouted, "Ada Perona Brook, Mr. Two, follow the plan." Ada Perona Brook and Mr. Two understood and immediately rushed toward the airborne Miss Bajin. Negative ghost. Perona launched the attack first. Meanwhile, Moke, once they were all far away, waved his hand to dispel the mist. For he intended to face Weiber head-on to truly test his own strength. The previous battle with Moonlight Moria had been too easy. He had barely exerted himself before the opponent fell. Weiber before him was a worthy opponent. Weiber first turned his head, looking around. "Where's Mama? Where's Mama?" Finally his gaze landed on Moke. "Where's Mama?" In a flash he raised his enormous greatsword and slashed directly at Moke. Moke narrowed his eyes, sheathed Chioshui into the scabbard, and tucked it into his waist. Then his entire body transformed into the state of the slice fruit. He intended to test the limits of his current physique and then crossed his arms above his head. Clang! Weibel's greatsword struck fiercely against his arms. Emoku immediately felt the terrifying force, his legs bending under the pressure. The ground beneath him could not withstand such immense power and shattered. Yellow Monkey, when pursuing Weibel, had once remarked that Weibel possessed combat prowess no less than a young white beard. Later Weibel was subdued by Green Bull. So Emoku had always believed that Weibel's strength, though formidable, was not, as Yellow Monkey claimed, equal to a young white beard. Exaggerated, absolutely exaggerated. Otherwise how could he be captured by Green Bull? Green Bull, though an admiral, was famously intimidated by Red Hair's mere conqueror's haki, a rather disgraceful display. Now experiencing Weibel's terrifying power firsthand, Emoku truly understood Yellow Monkey might have referred to White Beard before he ate the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, when he relied solely on his immense physical strength. Clang! Weibel's blade continued to press down, eventually forcing Emoku's arms down. The sword struck heavily on Emoku's shoulder. Yet it did not wound Emoku in the slightest. In his slice fruit state, his body was equivalent to a legendary blade. To breach his defense, one would need the power to cut through a legendary blade in a single stroke. Weibel was strong, but far from that level. The simple-minded Weibel, seeing this, looked baffled. Then angrier, he withdrew his sword and raised it high once more, finally slashing at Emoku again. But this time his greatsword was coated in armament haki. Emoku's pupils contracted slightly. Armament haki. Emoku did not dare to be careless. He instantly coated his entire body in armament haki. He seemed to transform into a black blade, his very aura changing. His original target in going after Moonlight Moria was to obtain Chioshui, and Chioshui was meant for armament haki. How could he not absorb it? Thus he successfully awakened armament haki. Moreover, forging Chioshui into a black blade required an immense amount of armament haki. And that vast reserve of armament haki all benefited Emoku. At this point, setting aside technique and considering only the volume of armament haki, only a handful in the world of One Piece could surpass him. Perhaps only the Hawkeye, who had tempered his own legendary blade into a black blade, and Garp, who had conquered the world with his iron fists, possessed stronger armament haki. Clang! Weibel's blade fell again, its power still terrifying. Yet with top-tier armament haki, Emoku successfully blocked it. Indeed, his armament haki was far superior to Weibel's, compensating considerably for the gap in raw strength. Emoku roared, unleashing all his power forcibly, pushing Weibel's blade away. Weibel stumbled back 4 or 5 steps before stopping. It must be said, though, dull-witted Weibel was anything but dull in combat. After steadying himself, he immediately struck again with his blade. Emoku was not to be outdone, but this time he chose to draw Chioshui and met the attack. Clang! Once again the metallic clash of sword and blade rang out, the terrifying force colliding between the two weapons, creating wave after wave of gusts that swept outward, rustling their clothes. This strike was evenly matched. Weibel became excited, his fighting spirit soaring. At the same time, he realized how crucial armament haki was in battle. It could overturn the tide. Now he desperately wished to learn the techniques of armament haki and conqueror's haki, believing that mastering them would elevate his power to new heights. One sword style, rising dragon slash. In the world of pirates, many were tall, as a transmigrator, standing only 185 meters. Emoku was at a disadvantage in this regard. Thus he had specially developed this technique. He released all his demonic aura, transforming it into a draconic slash that soared into the sky. Under this powerful strike, Weibel's greatsword was forced back, his blade raised high. At that moment, Weibel's chest was wide open. In a flash, Emoku leaped up and swung both blades simultaneously, slashing fiercely at Weibel's chest. With immense force, Weibel was sent flying, crashing heavily more than 10 meters away. But Emoku had used the back of the blade. Since Sengoku's notification, he had already considered Weibel a capable lieutenant. How could he truly harm him? Roar! Enraged at being knocked back, Weibel sprang up and charged at Emoku, his greatsword raised high, then brought down in a cleaving strike. Stop! At that moment, a short old woman approached, shouting sternly. Weibel halted his blade mid-swing, looking at the newcomer in surprise. Then, overjoyed, Mama. Emoku also looked over and saw the woman was Miss Bajin. Miss Bajin cast a meaningful glance at Emoku, then turned to Weibel. Weibel, it was a misunderstanding. This is your elder brother, Emoku. From now on you must obey your elder brother, as you obey Mama, understand? Elder brother. Weibel turned to look at Emoku, his simple mind even more bewildered. Emoku's face twitched. This title was truly something, considering Weibel was much older than him. It was only because Weibel was simple-minded that he didn't give him a couple of slaps like anyone else would. The content has been cleaned and translated according to the rules. Miss Backen's face darkened. Weevil, aren't you going to call him? Weevil immediately said weakly, Mom, don't be angry. Then he called out to Emoku, big brother. Miss Backen nodded with satisfaction. Remember this from today on. When I'm not around, you must obey your big brother. Understand? Weevil nodded, but his limited brain still stirred. Why won't you be around? Miss Backen said. I have to go find your father, Whitebeard. Don't worry, once I've dealt with him, I'll come back for you. Then you two can finally be reunited as father and son. Emoka was speechless. What a damn strong excuse. Aren't you afraid Whitebeard will come and punch you? Oh, Weevil nodded with a half-understanding look. Miss Backen quickly added, don't worry, I'll contact you every day using a transponder snail. Transponder snail? Weevil tilted his head, looking confused. But regardless, the fact that Emoku was his big brother was already settled. At Marine Headquarters, Lieutenant Commander Brand New hurriedly entered Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, there's an urgent report. He respectfully handed over a report to Sengoku. Sengoku raised an eyebrow, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. An urgent report at this hour. Must be Emoku taking care of Weevil. But the moment he read the first line, his smile froze and his lips stiffened. Fury surged within him. He slammed the table and roared, you bastard. Then he immediately dialed Emoku's transponder snail. It connected quickly. This is Sengoku. Emoku's voice came through. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The Marine's intelligence is really impressive. I've just finished and you already know. Sengoku suppressed his anger. I told you to eliminate Weevil, not to take him as a subordinate. Emoku replied calmly, what's the problem? From now on he's no longer a problem for the Marines. Isn't that right? Then he added, no wait. From this moment on he's also a combat asset for the Marines. Shouldn't you be happy? You? Sengoku was left speechless. On the surface there was nothing wrong with that logic. Who was Emoku? He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And the 7 warlords were allies of the Marines. Now that Weevil was his subordinate, it was certainly good for the Marines. But that was only on the surface. In reality, the Marines did not want the warlord's power to grow too strong. And Emoku himself was already among the more powerful warlords. Now adding another powerhouse of warlord-level strength like Weevil made things uncontrollable. This was absolutely not what he wanted to see. But some words and actions could be done, but not said openly. For a moment, he couldn't find a way to refute. He couldn't just say you're my ally, but you can't increase your power. That would be too shameless. And even if he said it, it would be useless. Click. Sengoku angrily hung up the call. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. Then he picked up the report and continued reading. Ada. Bounty over 100 million. A skeleton swordsman. Where did that come from? Investigate. Perona. Paramecia Ghost Fruit user bounty over 40 million. And now Weevil with a bounty of 480 million berries. How long has it been? Emoku's strength is growing too fast. Wait, Perona. Isn't she a crew member of Gecko Moria? For ordinary pirates, such a bounty wouldn't be memorable. But every warlord was carefully chosen, so he knew their strength and their crews very well. Perona was indeed a crew member of Gecko Moria. His expression changed. Though Gecko Moria's power had declined, he was still formidable. Moreover, he was also a warlord. The 7 warlords of the sea might be part of the same organization, but each one was unruly. None would submit to another. If they all united, that would be catastrophic. He looked up sharply at Lieutenant Commander Brand New. Immediately send Kuma to Gecko Moria's location. Find out what happened. He didn't believe Gecko Moria would just let his crew member follow Emoku without reason. Brand New straightened up. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He immediately withdrew to issue the order to Kuma. Meanwhile, Emoku smacked his lips on the other end. And he calls himself Fleet Admiral. No magnanimity at all. Horo horo horo. Yaho-ho-ho. Upon hearing Emoku's words, Perona and Brooke both let out their signature laughs. Emoku was drawn by their laughter and turned to look at them. The moment he saw them, his expression changed. I was careless. He immediately gave an order. Miss Backen, come with me. Huh. Ada, Brooke, Perona, Miss Backen, and Mr. 2 all showed expressions of surprise. Especially Mr. 2, because this wasn't part of the original plan. He was supposed to slip away, but he didn't question it, knowing Emoku had his reasons. So he immediately followed Emoku onto the ship. Once aboard, Emoku said, Perona has shown her face. The Marines have surely learned of it, and will send someone to Gecko Moria. So I must go back. Now transform into me. Remember, you need to cause a stir on this island. Let everyone see me here. Understand? Mr. 2 immediately understood the gravity of the situation. After all, the captain was a warlord now. It would be inexcusable for him to be involved in taking down another warlord. Unless the captain no longer wanted to be a warlord, this couldn't be exposed. So Mr. 2 nodded immediately. Understood, Captain. After giving his instructions, Emoku absorbed the surrounding air, transformed into a being of air, and dissipated into the atmosphere. To Mr. 2, it was as if Emoku had vanished. Seconds later, Emoku was 100 meters in the sky. He absorbed sunlight and became a user of the glint fruit. Finally, he turned into a beam of light and headed toward the Florian Triangle. Only at light speed could he possibly return to the thriller bark before the Marines arrived. Above the Devil's Triangle and the perilous three-weathered sails, a beam of light descended from the heavens, falling into the castle. Before long, a burly figure materialized out of thin air, wearing a white triangular hat and holding a book with Bible printed on its cover. Moke, observing everything from within the castle, felt his pupils contract sharply. With a hint of shock, he murmured to Xiong. Indeed, the arrival was none other than Ba Suoluo Miao de Xiong. Ba Suoluo Miao de Xiong, hailing from the South Sea, was originally the king of the Sorb Kingdom. Known to the world as the Tyrant, he later joined the Revolutionary Army and became one of its officers for certain reasons. He subsequently became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Before the Great Incident, he voluntarily underwent complete modification by Dr. Vegapunk, losing his self-awareness. He became a rented slave of the Celestial Dragons. After being rescued by Sabo and others, he returned to the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. This was a tragic figure, deeply sympathetic. Yet he never quite understood why he agreed to be turned into a cyborg. How desperate must one be? Perhaps their ideals and goals differed, so he couldn't relate. De Xiong, you are not welcome here. Moke did not reveal himself, but remained inside the castle. De Xiong looked at the castle with a hint of confusion. Flying bats. Countless shadow bats emerged from the castle at high speed, rushing toward De Xiong outside. In an instant, they were before De Xiong, threatening to engulf him. Whoosh! De Xiong's figure vanished, instantly reappearing 7 or 8 meters away. Damn instantaneous movement. Moke inside the castle watched with great envy. Indeed, De Xiong's Paramecia-type Paw Fruit was a highly practical devil fruit integrating offense and support. Once activated, paw pads resembling bear paws grew on his palms. These pads could repel anything touched, including enemy attacks and slashes from swordsmen. They could also expel the target's pain and fatigue from their body, forming a red paw-shaped bubble. This bubble could be transferred to another target, who would then bear all the pain and fatigue of the first. De Xiong harbored many doubts, though he still possessed his own thoughts at this point and was not entirely following the Navy's orders. He was nonetheless curious. Pressure cannon. De Xiong chose to attack forcefully. Using his fruit ability, he struck the air at high speed, generating a powerful paw-shaped shockwave that hurtled toward the castle wall. Shadow Blade. Moke, still inside the castle, transformed his own shadow into a slashing strike composed of shadows, shooting it forth. It met De Xiong's pressure cannon. Boom. The collision between the two produced a violent explosion. A powerful shockwave swept in all directions, rustling De Xiong's clothes. Interesting. At that moment, De Xiong's curiosity intensified, because the strength displayed by Yueguang Molia from within the castle exceeded his understanding of Yueguang Molia. Yet it was indeed the shadow fruit ability. He could confirm this, so he did not doubt that the person in the castle was not Yueguang Molia. After all, people could lie, but devil fruits could not. De Xiong then glanced at the other side of the castle, observing the slash marks on the wall and the broken corner at the highest central point. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place not long ago. De Xiong's figure paused momentarily as his peripheral vision caught 2 bodies lying quietly nearby. If he saw correctly, they should be 2 of the 3 monsters under Yueguang Molia's command. With these 2 corpses, the relationship between Yueguang Molia and Moke was self-evident. It was definitely a fight to the death. He made a conjecture and murmured, could this guy have been beaten by Moke and is now taking his anger out on me? Or perhaps he was injured and too ashamed to show his face. Being beaten by a junior was indeed embarrassing. Forget it. De Xiong left using instantaneous movement. His mission was already complete upon seeing the 2 corpses. As for why Pei Lona was following Moke, that was no longer important. It was unlikely that Yueguang Molia would sacrifice 2 of his loyal subordinates just to put on an act of secret alliance with Moke. Phew. After De Xiong had been gone for a while, Moke finally emerged from the castle. He glanced at the corpses of Abu Salomu and Huegyubake in the distance. He had deliberately left them there, so that anyone who came would see them. The sight of these 2 bodies would dispel most of their doubts. Combined with his display of shadow-like abilities, the deception would likely succeed. In the Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Jean Guo, upon hearing De Xiong's report, felt relieved. Yueguang Molia had only 3 crew members: Pei Lona, Abu Salomu, and Huegyubake. Given Yueguang Molia's experiences, it was absolutely impossible for him to sacrifice 2 of them for a performance. He murmured, it seems I was overthinking. But Moke needs to be restricted. The first half of the Grand Line cannot accommodate such a person. Let him go to the New World and contend with the people there. With that thought, he had already formed a plan. BRR. BRR. At that moment, the Den Den Mushi on Moke's body rang. Moke paused for a moment, then quickly answered. The Den Den Mushi transformed into Luo Bin's appearance. Mr. Zero, I've found information about Jia Siba GSC. Oh, Moke's eyes lit up. He immediately asked, where is he? Luo Bin, Champion Island in the New World. Champion Island? Moke looked puzzled. Luo Bin Champion Island was originally named Jalan Island. It is a place where fighters hold combat tournaments. Many champions are born here, so it gradually became known as Champion Island. He is currently participating in a tournament there. Therefore he will be staying on the island for at least half a month. Moke nodded. Got it. Good work. He added, don't forget about Faneo Ka, and try to find me a capable navigator. Luo bin Mr. Zero, or rest assured. I already have some leads on Faneo Ka. It won't be long before I locate him. As for a skilled navigator, I'll keep an eye out. After their conversation ended, Moke contacted Ataz Den Den Mushi. Set sail now. Head to Champion Island. We'll meet there. Perhaps we can find a very capable companion there. Ataz's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Good, I'll take the men there immediately. Moke's lips curled upward involuntarily. After this attempt he had confirmed that even his own shadow could be absorbed and transformed into an ability. If even his shadow could be absorbed, then what could not? It had to be said that this attempt had granted him a deeper understanding of his absorption fruit ability. Another idea took shape in his mind. If this plan succeeded, he would gain yet another extraordinarily overpowered ability. However, it was time to visit the new world. His target was Caesar Clown. The intelligence network there had not yet been established. Therefore, he would have to rely on the underground intelligence network himself. This was also why he had sent Ada and the others ahead to Crown Island. So he would have to part ways with Ada and the group for now, which would save time. But why seek out Caesar Clown? Because there was a Ryuo fruit there. In the original story, when Tawamian consumed the Ryuo fruit and initially mastered it, it was nearly equivalent to Kaido's Uo Nomi model Sarayu. Such a fruit was naturally something he had to obtain. By then he would recruit Jozu Bizet and have him consume it. Jozu Bizet's strength would surge immediately, reaching the level of a warlord of the sea and becoming another capable general in his pirate crew. At that time he and Wimble would serve as the two vice-captains of his pirate crew. Therefore he was determined to obtain this artificial devil fruit. Moke transformed into a beam of light and headed toward the calm belt. Indeed, he chose to cross the calm belt and arrived directly in the new world. Then he found a small island and descended. He quickly located a tavern, one filled with pirates. Upon seeing Moke, the waiter immediately approached with a bright smile. Guess what would you like to order? Moke asked, do you have any information on Caesar Clown? Caesar Clown. The waiter paused slightly, then realized this guest was not here to drink, but to find someone. This was a major business opportunity. He immediately said, please wait a moment. I will check right away. Moke nodded and casually found an empty seat to sit down. Hey. That guy looks like the newly appointed warlord of the sea. Moke's entrance immediately caught the attention of some pirates in the tavern. Among them, someone had already recognized Moke's identity. Their eyes carried a hint of shock, but the shock quickly turned into reverence. A warlord of the sea may not rival a Yonko, but it still symbolized formidable strength and status. However, some people watched Moke with a touch of provocation. Some even looked eager to test themselves. In the new world, there would never be a shortage of capable yet arrogant individuals. Of course, neither would there be a shortage of foolish ones who, having gained some strength, lost sight of themselves. But in the corner, a tall, burly man with well-defined muscles paused mid-bite, then turned his head to glance at Moke, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Even his sunglasses could not conceal it. Moke seemed to sense something and turned to look at the man, but could only see a side profile with short black hair and lightning-shaped sideburns. Moke's eyebrows rose slightly. For some reason, this man gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen him somewhere before. He quickly shook his head. He hardly knew anyone in this world, so he dismissed it and did not dwell on it. Soon the waiter returned, now holding a box. Guess this is the information on Caesar Clown. This guy's background is quite extraordinary, so it's a bit pricey. Moke simply asked how much. The waiter replied, 2 million berries. Moke did not waste a word. He directly pulled out a jewel of roughly equivalent value and handed it over. The waiter accepted it with a beaming smile, carefully inspected it, and then presented the information on Caesar Clown to Moke. After reading the intelligence, Moke smiled faintly at the waiter and said, then give me a log pose set to Sicily Island. Indeed, at this point in time, Punk Hazard had not yet become an island of ice and fire. Therefore, he could only seek out Caesar Clown himself, not Punk Hazard. And the intelligence indicated that at this time Caesar Clown was in Sicily Island. The waiter took another box from his apron and handed it to Moke. This is the log pose you requested. 100,000 berries. Moke smiled upon seeing this and nodded with satisfaction. Your service is truly thorough. He handed over 100,000 berries and tipped an additional 10,000. The waiter's smile immediately became sincere. Guess would you like to order anything to eat? Moke replied, 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. The waiter said, then I will serve you our restaurant's most famous dishes. After finishing his meal, Moke walked out of the tavern and headed toward the outskirts of town. When he had walked 7 or 8 li outside the town, Moke stopped and turned around. A cold smirk curled his lips. You have been following me this whole way. Come out. TSK. Ha. 2 figures emerged from a relatively concealed spot on the right, laughing loudly and arrogantly. Moke's lips twitched slightly upon seeing them. One was tall and thin like a wooden pole, the other was short and stout like a ball. However, their gazes toward Moke carried a degree of caution. Clearly the reputation of a warlord of the sea still held considerable deterrent power. The tall thin man said, "We are the Loki and Martin brothers of the Loki Brothers pirate crew. Our bounties are 230 million berries and 201 million berries respectively." Moke asked, and Loki and Martin exchanged a glance, then grinned wickedly. "So we brothers would like to borrow your head for a while." Haha. Moke laughed. Neither of them had surpassed 300 million berries, yet they dared to challenge him. Martin said, "Brother, I think this guy is mocking us." Loki replied, "Then let him learn our strength." The moment the words left his mouth, both of them underwent a transformation. Loki's body grew a layer of gray short fur, and he shifted into a human beast form. Meanwhile, fangs protruded from Martin's mouth. Good heavens. Both were Paramecia-type devil fruit users. One wielded the Inu no Mi model Doge, and the other the Buta no Mi model Boar. Loki charged at Moke with lightning speed. Martin, clearly a power-type fighter, followed close behind, also rushing toward Moke. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble. But do not underestimate him. Although his speed was not as great as Loki's, it was by no means slow. He could be described as a nimble giant. How interesting. Moke grew genuinely interested. His sword Akabano instantly flashed from its sheath, releasing a slashing wave toward Loki, who was at the forefront. Loki dodged with a nimble sidestep, easily evading the strike. But Martin behind him was far more reckless. He fully manifested his true form, transforming into a colossal boar and charging straight ahead. Boom. The figure withstood the blow head-on, yet the sheer force of the impact drove him back over 10 meters before he could steady himself. Finally, he jerked his head upward with a violent thrust. Moke's slash was deflected skyward, where it exploded mid-air, scattering the clouds in its path. Meanwhile, Loki had already closed in on Moke's left flank. A sweeping roundhouse kick lashed out toward Moke's abdomen. Moke raised his blade Chioshui and effortlessly deflected the strike. Yet Loki's combat instincts were razor-sharp. Harnessing the rebound force, he spun a full 360 degrees and delivered another vicious kick in straight at the back of Moke's head. Whoosh. Fast as he was, Moke was faster. Chioshui reversed in his grip, cleaving directly toward Loki's leg. Not good. Loki's pupils contracted, for there was no time left to dodge. Armament hardening. Arrogant as he was, he dared not pit his bare flesh against a sharp blade. After all, he was no Kaido, the strongest creature. Armament hockey coiled around his leg. Crack. Yet even so, the moment the blade struck, he felt an overwhelming, unstoppable force. He lost his balance, entirely spun in a wild circle, and slammed hard into the ground, leaving a human-shaped crater in the earth. The sheer power behind Moke's sword strike was terrifyingly evident. Loki's leg trembled slightly. Then, bracing his hands against the ground, he sprang upright in an instant. When he looked at Moke again, his eyes had changed. No more arrogance. Only wariness remained. Then he turned his gaze toward his brother. In his view, only his brother could match this man in raw power. Martin met his gaze, and the two exchanged a silent, knowing nod. Then in unison they moved. Loki bent his knees slightly before launching himself skyward, ascending high into the air. His legs lashed out repeatedly, sending a barrage of Rankyaku slashes hurtling toward Moke. Bloody hell. Moke stood stunned, muttering, "Can't a person even be a proper villain these days without mastering a couple of the 6 powers? Even the slavers earlier knew them." Roar. At the same time, Martin transformed into a colossal wild boar, opened his jaws as a mass of energy converged within. A moment later, an energy sphere shot toward Moke like a cannonball. Heh. A cold smirk curled on Moke's lips. "You really think I'm some pushover, do you? Then today I'll show you just how sharp my blade truly is." Ominous energy began to emanate from Moke's body. He was getting serious. Whoosh. First, he swung his blade at the incoming energy sphere, unleashing a devastating slash that tore through the air. The slash split the energy sphere clean in two, its momentum unbroken, as it continued hurtling toward Martin. Moke then rapidly wove his blade into a web of sword strikes before him. Every Rankyaku slash was blocked. Roar. Martin let out another thunderous roar, charging fearlessly into Moke's incoming slash. He intended to endure this attack, just as he had done earlier. But he failed to comprehend what Moke was truly capable of when he was serious. He was no match for Moke in this state. As he charged headfirst, his 2 tusks were cleanly severed. Then his entire body was sent flying, crashing down over 10 meters away, reverting to his human form. A massive wound ran down his body from the crown of his head to his abdomen, nearly splitting him in 2. "Martin!" Loki cried out in anguish. When he looked at Moke again, his eyes held only hatred and terror. For if Moke could cut down Martin in a single stroke, he could do the same to him. At that moment, however, Moke's brow furrowed slightly. His gaze wasn't on Loki at all. Instead, it was fixed on a dark corner. "I thought you were in league with those 2. But it seems you were planning to reap the rewards while they fought." "What?" Loki was taken aback. It never crossed his mind that while they were tailing Mach, someone else was lurking in the shadows following them as well. Heh. A cold sneer echoed as a tall figure stepped out of the darkness, as expected of a Seven warlord, ever so vigilant. Well, I'll be damned. Mach finally recognized the newcomer. It was Virgo Doflamingo's right-hand man. A flash of insight struck him. That silhouette he'd glimpsed in the tavern earlier. So it was this guy, he realized. No wonder it felt so familiar. Of course it did. Though he'd never met the man face to face, having read the original story, he knew this character rather well. After all, Virgo was one of the more memorable figures in One Piece. But what was he doing here? Virgo glanced at Martin's fallen body, then cast his eyes toward Loki in the sky. He added, I must thank you though. You've done half my job for me. Saved me a good deal of trouble. Huh. Mach was puzzled at first, but comprehension quickly dawned. Virgo was here for Loki and Martin. Vice Admiral Virgo. Loki's unease deepened. Virgo merely smiled faintly. The day you and Rear Admiral Martin deserted the Navy, you should have known this day would come. Mach narrowed his eyes. So Loki and Martin were Navy traitors. That explains it. The Six Powers were Navy secrets after all. There's no way just any pirate could learn them. Boom. Virgo moved the ground beneath his feet, cracking under the force. In an instant he shot toward Loki in the sky. Loki's face contorted with alarm, then twisted into a snarl. You think I'm afraid of you? Armament hardening. His leg was once again wrapped in armament hockey. He lashed out at the charging Virgo with a powerful kick. Still so naive, aren't you? You think eating a devil fruit would let you band together to kill a Seven warlord and take his place? Now you think you can challenge me? Let me make this clear, trash is trash. No matter what devil fruit you devour, you're still trash. With those words he swept his own leg out in a counter. Their legs collided with tremendous force midair. Crack. A crisp snap of bone echoed and Loki gritted his teeth in agony. His leg could no longer hold against Virgo's assault. Boom. Loki was sent flying by a brutal kick. Sure gone. Having gained the upper hand, Virgo had no intention of letting up. He immediately pursued, delivering a killing blow to Loki. From the ground, Mach's pupils contracted. Virgo truly was Doflamingo's top commander. His strength was no joke. And he had every right to that reputation. In the original story, he had single-handedly dominated both Smoker and Law. Had he not been so overconfident, so sure of his armament hockey, or so dismissive of Law's abilities, and chosen to take the hit head-on, Law would never have had a chance to turn the tables. Whoosh! A slash came hurtling directly toward Mach. Moke casually swung his blade, deflecting the Rankyaku's slash. Then glancing at Virgo with a look of disbelief, he said, You're a Navy Vice Admiral, and I'm a warlord of the sea. If I recall correctly, aren't we supposed to be allies? What's with the sneak attack? He added, finding it utterly despicable. Virgo raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Indeed, spending time with naive fellows makes one naive as well. You actually thought you could use this chance to kill the kid and catch me off guard? Moke remained puzzled. Is there some grudge between us that I'm unaware of? Then a thought struck him, his expression shifting as his eyes narrowed. He uttered a name, M. Caesar Clown. That was it. This man was one of Doflamingo's people, and M. Caesar Clown was a crucial card in Doflamingo's hand. Naturally, Virgo was aware of this. In the tavern, he must have overheard Moke purchasing information about M. Caesar Clown from the underworld. Thus he had set his sights on Moke. Virgo's face instantly changed, and his gaze at Moke was now filled with murderous intent. As a pirate who had infiltrated the Navy for years and risen to the rank of Vice Admiral, his mind was exceptionally sharp. The moment Moke uttered the name M. Caesar Clown, he immediately understood that Moke knew something. At the very least, Moke had connected him to M. Caesar Clown. For that alone, even if it meant a fight to the death today, Moke had to be stopped here. Virgo was a decisive man. Once he made up his mind, he acted immediately. While airborne, he kicked sharply a few times in the air. In an instant, he shot toward Moke on the ground at an incredible speed. In his hand, a jade-like ghost bamboo coated with armament hockey lashed out toward Moke's head. To be honest, Moke also wanted to take down Virgo, as this man was one of Doflamingo's most capable subordinates. However, his status as a Shichibukai made him cautious. After all, he wasn't ready to completely break with the Navy just yet. But since Virgo struck first, that changed things. He couldn't just take a beating without fighting back, could he? And given Virgo's formidable strength, Moke couldn't afford to hold back if he accidentally killed him. Even Sengoku couldn't blame him for that. TSK. Moke swung Shusui to meet the attack, coating it with armament hockey. Clang. Their weapons collided fiercely in the air, generating immense power that clashed between them. Wave after wave of shockwaves erupted, sweeping outward. Their clothes flapped violently in the blast. Wherever the shockwaves passed, the ground shattered. When the two separated, Virgo's eyes fixed on the Shusui in Moke's hand. Seeing the armament hockey wrapped around it, his pupils contracted slightly. Physical combat and armament hockey had always been his pride. The Six Powers. Even the so-called CP9 prodigy Lucci would struggle to gain an advantage against him. In terms of armament hockey, aside from Garp the Fist, and Zephyr the Black Arm, even the Navy admirals were slightly inferior to him. One could say his armament hockey had reached the pinnacle. The only shortcoming was that he hadn't yet mastered the technique of emitting armament hockey externally. Otherwise his strength would have qualified him as a candidate for admiral. That was the source of his confidence. Yet now, this young man's armament hockey seemed to surpass his own. How old was this brat? But precisely because of this he had to be eliminated. Virgo vanished from his spot and reappeared to Moke's left front. He swung his ghost bamboo again, aiming straight for Moke's face. Moke held Shusui horizontally, effortlessly blocking the strike. Then he drew Sandai Kitetsu and traced a graceful, yet chilling arc in front of him. Iron Body. Virgo's expression shifted slightly as he activated the defensive technique of the six powers. Clang. Sandai Kitetsu was blocked and Virgo remained unscathed. The only result was that Moke's force pushed him back a few steps. Virgo sneered. Your armament hockey may be slightly stronger than mine, but I still have Iron Body as a defense. You can't break through my defense. Moke's eyes flashed with cold light. Is that so? One sword style Azura slash. He sheathed Shusui and tucked it at his waist. Gripping Sandai Kitetsu, ghostly energy surged wildly, forming an Azura-wielding Sandai Kitetsu behind him. Whoosh. Moke slashed out, aiming directly at Virgo. Not good. Virgo's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected Moke to possess such an eerie power. Yet this wasn't enough to make him retreat. He held his ghost bamboo before him, assuming a defensive stance. Deterrence. At that moment Moke's eyes also turned purple from the ghostly aura. With just a glance Virgo felt immense pressure. Boom. At the same time a terrifying force erupted from Moke, sweeping outward. Conqueror's Haki. Under the dual pressure, even the formidable Virgo was greatly affected, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Whoosh. What was even more horrifying was that his ghost bamboo coated with armament hockey was split in two by Moke's blade. Yes, cut clean through. Virgo's pupils dilated as if in an earthquake, revealing his sheer shock. More critically, Moke's blade continued its momentum toward him. With his ghost bamboo severed, he had no confidence in using his body to take that blow. Nevertheless, he had climbed the ranks through battle. With immense combat experience. At the last moment he successfully entered high-speed movement and vanished from before Sandai Kitetsu. Virgo barely dodged that strike. When he reappeared he was already over 10 meters away. Huff. Virgo let out a deep breath. But immediately his expression grew wary again. He noticed that Moke had also disappeared from his original spot. Not good. The next moment his observation hockey caught Moke's position. He looked up sharply and sure enough saw Moke above him. He felt no joy whatsoever, instead his heart leaped into his throat. One sword style Ghost Dragon Annihilation. A special /6 or 7 meters tall, blazing with ghostly flames. Most importantly, this attack was as fast as lightning. It reached Virgo in an instant, leaving him no chance to evade. Virgo's pupils shrank to pinpricks. At this moment he had no other choice. Armament Iron Body. Boom. Rumble. Under this devastating blow Virgo managed to hold on for but a fleeting instant before being utterly engulfed by the Ghost Dragon. When all returned to silence, a crater spanning a full 20 meters in diameter scarred the ground, with Virgo lying motionless at its center. Yet where was the composed confidence he had displayed moments before? Where was his former dominance? All that remained was utter ruin and misery. Virgo's garments hung in tatters, and a massive gash across his chest still smoldered with ghostly flames. Blood continuously spilled from the corners of his mouth. Heh, heh. Virgo let out a bitter laugh, though it now carried a sinister edge. It seems those two brothers weren't the only naive ones. His gaze then shifted to Moke. It appears not only the young master, but even Marine headquarters has grossly underestimated your true strength. Your current power is already approaching that of Hawkeye, the foremost of the 7 warlords. Moke pressed the tip of the Sandai Kitetsu against Virgo's throat. Virgo seemed to accept his fate, closing his eyes, for this blow had stripped him of all resistance. Moke, however, furrowed his brow. To be honest, many fans lamented Virgo's fate. A character of his caliber departing the stage so early was a true pity. Whether it was his peculiar black-purple armament hockey that could envelop his entire body, or his sheer prowess in single-handedly overwhelming both Smoker and Law, all of it was remarkably dazzling. Killing him outright would be such a waste. In that moment Moke reached a decision. A brilliant radiance began to emanate from the holy sword tattoo on his chest. It surged through the Sandai Kitetsu and poured into Virgo's body. For the holy sword possessed a mysterious power capable of controlling the human mind. Virgo convulsed violently as if struck by a tremendous force and began to struggle. At that very moment Moke's hand pressed firmly upon his head. Memory extraction. Virgo, locked in battle against the holy sword's sinister influence, could no longer resist the power of the devil fruit. His will was utterly shattered. Virgo's agonizing screams filled the air. Meanwhile Moke's face had turned pale, cold sweat beading upon his brow. A torrent of Virgo's memories came flooding violently into his mind. Damn, I was careless. Clearly this technique was not to be used recklessly. No, better yet, never use it again. Nevertheless, this time he refused to give up. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, until his head felt as if it might explode. This was the sum total of a person's entire life. Every memory, even those buried in the deepest recesses of the mind once the person themselves might have long forgotten. It was overwhelming. When the last vestiges of Virgo's memories were finally siphoned away, Moke staggered, his eyes now bloodshot. Memory return. Moke returned the memories, but not before adding his own embellishments. Much had been fabricated from thin air, while Virgo's memories concerning the Doflamingo crew were permanently extracted and retained within Moke's mind. Huff, huff. With everything complete, Moke breathed heavily, slumping down to sit and rest with his eyes closed. Now he truly understood the meaning of a head as big as two. It was genuinely overwhelming. The pressure was immense. If he felt this way, Virgo, who bore the brunt of the assault, was in far worse shape. Virgo had completely lost consciousness. Fortunately, Moke had already used the Holy Sword's power to heal his wounds. Otherwise, he surely would have perished. It was a long while before Virgo slowly regained consciousness. As his eyes fluttered open, a flicker of confusion passed through them. Then, catching sight of Moke seated nearby, he immediately straightened his expression. Rising respectfully, he addressed him, "Young master." Moke had recovered somewhat, though he was still feeling rather dizzy. Never again. Never would he do that again. The sensation was unbearable. Turning to Virgo, a faint smile finally crept across his face. This hardship had not been in vain. The strongest executive under Doflamingo, the most accomplished spy, was now his. He nodded with satisfaction. "Take these two brothers back to the Marines. In a while I'll send you a devil fruit. Hopefully by then your standing within the Marines will elevate even further." Virgo frowned slightly at the words, then nodded. "Yes, young master." "Moke, I know you're averse to eating a devil fruit, but the one I'm giving you is exceptionally suited for a master of physical combat. And you must understand, a devil fruit is merely a means to grow stronger. It won't hinder your personal training." Virgo nodded once more. Then Virgo departed, returning to G1. Moke, however, was elated. With this, he now had a hidden piece on the board within the Marines, and a subordinate of absolute loyalty at that. He yearned for more loyal subordinates like this, but recalling the ordeal he had just endured, he quickly abandoned the notion. He had no desire for his head to burst. Even if it didn't, he feared ending up with a cranium as massive as Vegapunk's. Half a month later, Moke arrived at Champion Island. This was a sacred ground for martial artists, and as such it remained a lawless territory. No faction dared to cause trouble here lightly. For to strike this place was to strike the entire community of martial artists. As soon as he stepped onto the island, a man immediately approached him. "May I ask if you are here to participate in the fighting tournament or to spectate?" Moke paused, slightly taken aback. You see, while absorbing Virgo's memories, he had also acquired his training methods, including the mastery of the 6 powers and armament hockey. The reason he had delayed his arrival by half a month was to assimilate these techniques and turn them into his own strength. His interest peaked immediately. Is registration still open? As far as I know, the tournament here should have already begun. Our fighting tournament offers 2 paths. The first is to fight your way up step by step. The second is the challenge mode. The former is no longer possible at this point. However, if you have confidence in your abilities, you may opt for the latter. Before Moke could respond, a bystander burst out laughing. "Ollie, take a look, this man has twin blades at his waist. He's clearly a swordsman, and you suggest he enter a martial arts tournament. Are you trying to be the laughingstock of the century?" The young man named Ollie, standing before Moke, blushed deeply. He was a newcomer to the harbor reception team, and this was his very first day soliciting visitors. Flustered, he had blundered into such an embarrassing mistake. This was it. He'd probably become the laughingstock of the entire trade for a whole year. Moke, however, grew even more intrigued. "Come, tell me more about this second option, the challenge mode. How does it work?" Ollie was taken aback, then thought to himself, just treat this as practice. Besides, the man before him, even if not a martial arts master, was not someone he could afford to offend. So he immediately launched into his explanation. On Champion Island, 3 or 4 champions reside permanently throughout the year. You may choose to challenge them, and upon defeating one you earn the right to challenge the reigning champion of the current season. Ollie then asked hesitantly, "You wouldn't actually be thinking of challenging the previous champions, would you?" "Let me be clear, only martial artists and brawlers are accepted here." Moke grinned at his words. "Who says I don't know a few martial arts? Where do I sign up?" Ollie and those around him all turned to stare. In all their years here, this was the first time they'd seen a swordsman come to compete in a fighting tournament. How interesting. Everyone had a gossipy streak. They looked at Moke with sparkling eyes. Ollie finally snapped out of it, realizing this man was serious. Immediately he said, "Please follow me. I'll take you there now." Under Ollie's guidance, Moke soon arrived at the very center of Champion Island. There stood a massive bell. Ollie said, "Once you ring this champion bell, all the champions on the island will hear it. Once they hear it, they'll appear." But I must warn you again, once this bell is rung, there's no turning back. More importantly, you must challenge them using only martial arts. Otherwise, you'll break the rules of Champion Island, and every fighter here will turn against you. Interesting. Moke walked forward without hesitation. Hey, look what that swordsman is doing. Soon someone noticed Moke's actions and stared in shock. Is he going to ring the champion bell? He's just asking for trouble. Exactly. A swordsman challenging a fighting champion. He's asking to die. Tisk, it's been ages since someone rang the champion bell. Who cares if he's a swordsman or a fighter? Anyway, we're in for a show. Well, you have a point. And a swordsman bold enough to ring the champion bell must at least be a sword master. Moke paid no attention to their chatter and walked straight over. Then, without hesitation, he kicked it. Dong! The deep resonant bell toll echoed across the entire fighting city. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. No matter what they were doing, they all stopped and looked toward the city center where the champion bell stood. Someone's challenging the champion. Their eyes lit up and many of them quickly rushed toward the city center. For whoever rang the champion bell would have to fight in the arena right next to it. Boom. On Moke's side, a figure descended from the sky. The sheer impact of his landing blasted a huge crater into the ground. The newcomer was a towering giant nearly 4 meters tall, standing before Moke. He wore only a fighting vest, and his muscles bulged explosively. But Moke could tell these weren't the kind of dead muscles from the gym. They were the source of terrifying power. The strongest champion, the Baboon King. Everyone was stunned at first, then cries of surprise erupted. For they had recognized the man who appeared, the strongest among all champions of the past century. It's over. This guy's finished. It's the Baboon King. Good heavens, this swordsman is so unlucky. He rarely shows himself these days. The strongest champion. Baboon King. Moke looked at the man before him, and his eyes lit up. Even the target of this trip, Jesus Burgess, didn't bear such a title. He wanted to see just how strong this man really was. The Baboon King, leveraging his height advantage, looked down at Moke. His gaze fell upon the twin blades at Moke's waist, and his brow furrowed. But he still confirmed, was it you who rang the champion bell? Moke nodded. The Baboon King's expression instantly darkened. Kid, are you here to cause trouble on Champion Island? Oh no, the Baboon King is about to lose his temper. Today's going to be a good show. Quick, go buy tickets. They'll be sold out soon, and then we won't get to watch the fun. The quick-witted ones immediately dashed toward the arena ticket office. Moke, however, let out a calm, light laugh. Then he raised his hand, pointing his index finger at the Baboon King. Finger pistol. A shockwave bullet shot out, moving at incredible speed, and reached the Baboon King in an instant. The Baboon King narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. The 6 styles of the Navy. As he spoke, he seemed to ignore the incoming bullet. He stood there motionless until the moment it was about to hit him. Then with a slight tremor of his body, a shockwave erupted from him, shattering Moke's bullet. 8 impacts fist. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Moke's eyes as well. TSK. The Baboon King let out a strange laugh. You've got some insight. I won this technique from Qing Jiao in a bet 10 years ago. His tone shifted, and his expression grew meaningful. But you kid are interesting too. A dual-blade swordsman who also knows the 6 styles. That's rare. However, since you know martial arts, you haven't broken the rules. A bet. Moke was slightly taken aback, immediately latching onto the key point. The Baboon King burst into laughter. Huh. I'm not only the fighting champion, but also a gambling king. I never lose a bet. How about it? Interested in a wager with me? Moke was intrigued. What's the bet? The Baboon King said, I have a bet arranged with an old friend, and the time is almost up. If you lose, you'll guard Champion Island for a year in my place. How about that? Me? Lose? Huh. Ahem. The Baboon King laughed as if he'd heard the funniest joke. But he quickly caught himself, stifled the laughter, and covered it with a cough. All right then, if I lose, I'll do whatever you say. Moke chuckled at that. Then if you lose, you'll join my pirate crew. How about that? The Baboon King was stunned, then his gaze at Moke changed. You came to Champion Island just for me, didn't you? Moke replied, I came here for someone else. You're a pleasant surprise. A pleasant surprise. The Baboon King laughed, his tone laden with meaning. You're a pleasant surprise for me too. If I win, I'll have a warlord of the sea guarding this place for me. Ha ha ha. Hey. Moke was dumbfounded. So this guy had recognized him from the start. His plan was to have Moke guard Champion Island while he went off to his betting appointment with an old friend. But, are you so sure you've got me figured out? The Baboon King said, under normal circumstances I might not be able to beat you. But the rules here only allow martial arts and physical techniques. So you can't use your swordsmanship or your Logia-type devil fruit abilities. That cuts your strength by more than half. If I still can't beat you under those conditions, then I wouldn't mind following you. Ha ha ha. Moke also burst into laughter. Then let's give it a try. Fei Wong said, follow me. With that, he exerted force from his legs, leaped into the air, and landed in the arena beside them. Moke followed closely and arrived at the arena. Their presence caused those still competing to automatically step aside. Such was the arena's rule. When the champion arrives, regardless of an ongoing match, all must withdraw and yield the space. Among those exiting was Assimilate. Imoka noticed this and cast a glance at him, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It seemed this champion island was his lucky island. Not only had he found Assimilate, but he might also encounter an even stronger opponent. Then his attention returned to Fei Wang. Fei Wang said, "Let's begin." After speaking, he beckoned to Imoka with his finger. The rule of the challenge: the challenger strikes first. Shave. Imoka vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of Fei Wang. With a burst of power, he leaped into the air. Then he kicked toward Fei Wang. Fei Wang stood still, raised his arm, and effortlessly blocked the strike. Fei Wang chuckled at Imoka. "If this is all you have in physical combat, you'll have to stay here and guard the island for me." With that, he unleashed his strength, sending Imoka flying backward. Then he threw a punch through the air at Imoka, 8-punch fist. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted from his fist, hurtling toward the airborne Imoka. "TCH. You underestimate me too much." Imoka crossed his arms in front of his chest, effortlessly blocking the attack. Then mid-air, he swung his right leg, generating a powerful Rankyaku slash that streaked toward Fei Wang. Fei Wang's expression shifted slightly, for the momentum of this Rankyaku slash was formidable, reaching a level he could not ignore. He stared at Imoka and said in a deep voice, "I underestimated you." Then he threw another punch, this time imbued with Buso Haki. Crack! Imoka's Rankyaku slash was shattered outright, revealing the punch's devastating power. Simultaneously, Imoka took several rapid steps in the air, hurtling toward the groundbound Fei Wang at an astonishing speed. Shogun Dragon Claw. Imoka shaped his hand like a dragon's claw, now also coated in Buso Haki. "Still want to clash head-on?" Fei Wang smiled naturally, then threw another punch to meet Imoka's dragon claw. Boom. The claw and fist collided violently, their immense energies clashing and generating surges of powerful gusts that swept outward. The surroundings seemed to be hit by a typhoon of force 7 or 8. Spectators on the stands had to lower their bodies to remain seated securely against the gale. Claw after claw, punch after punch. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Finally, they separated, facing off at a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Fei Wang's gaze toward Imoka had completely changed. "I must say your physical techniques are impressive, on par with an ordinary arena champion." However, he twisted his neck, producing cracking sounds from his joints. "That was just a warm-up. Now it begins." With that, his body transformed. Long fur sprouted, and he became a half-human, half-baboon beast form. He said with a hint of pride, "I'm a Zoan, baboon fruit user." Don't be too surprised. Imoka was speechless. What was there to be surprised about a Zoan baboon fruit user? Besides, weren't devil fruit abilities forbidden? This was outright cheating. Fei Wang seemed to read Imoka's mind. The arena rules allow Zoan fruits that enhance the body. Unfortunately, you don't have one. So you're destined to lose. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Because Imoka had transformed into a state resembling the blade fruit. His arms and one side of his legs had turned into blades, and his body became an unyielding metallic blade. Imoka grinned. "Mine is a Paramecia, but it also enhances the body, so it should be allowed, right?" This. Fei Wang was dumbfounded, then laughed again. "Even if you have one, so what? Soon you'll understand the prowess of the Zoan, Baboon King fruit. I call it the strongest Zoan. Strongest Zoan, Baboon King." Imoka was deeply puzzled. This fruit at best was an ordinary, unremarkable Zoan fruit. It couldn't compare to ancient Zoans or mythical Zoans. Even among ordinary Zoans, it wasn't top tier. Tigers, lions, rhinoceroses, elephants. Which one wasn't stronger? Despite his doubts, Imoka didn't stop attacking. Shave. He vanished again, reappearing before Fei Wang. Shogun Dragon Claw. The blade-edged dragon claw was certainly more lethal. But the next second, Fei Wang also vanished from his spot. Imoka's attack missed, leaving him astonished. If he hadn't misjudged, Fei Wang had used Shave too. The next moment, Imoka sensed a rush of wind behind him. His expression shifted, and he reflexively thrust a finger backward. But he was met with a massive dragon claw. Finger and claw collided once more, the immense force sending both staggering back 7 or 8 steps. Imoka's pupils contracted to pinpricks. A thought formed in his mind, but he needed confirmation. He immediately lashed out with a flying kick, launching a massive Rankyaku slash straight at Fei Wang. Shave. Fei Wang disappeared again, reappearing to Imoka's left. He also swung a leg, sending a slightly faster Rankyaku slash toward Imoka. Whoa, a one-piece version of Kakashi. Imoka was stunned, for he had confirmed it. This guy could copy his techniques, impressively broken. But how could a Zoan, baboon fruit, or as he claimed Zoan, Baboon King possess such an ability? Could it be that baboons in One Piece were different from ordinary animals? Wait, they actually were. He recalled the baboons from Hawk's Island. Right, those baboons could copy their opponent's moves. Like Zoro's techniques, which a baboon learned instantly. So a person who ate the Zoan, baboon fruit would also have this ability. Whoa, calling it the strongest Zoan might be somewhat justified. The Baboon King smiled smugly. Your moves, I can master them with a single glance. The moves you use I can use too. The ones you can I also can. How will you defeat me? As his words fell, the Baboon King bent his legs slightly, then lunged straight at Mach. Fishman Karate 7,000 tile spinning kick. As he reached Mach, he spun 360 degrees in midair and kicked toward him. Shave. Mach adjusted his speed, dodging the strike, and appeared to the left of the Baboon King. Dark energies surged from his body. Tempest kick, demon flame slash. A special slash combining demonic flames and a tempest kick shot forth, reaching the Baboon King in the blink of an eye. Armament hardening. Fishman Karate Tangram Grass Fist. The Baboon King unleashed a 360-degree shockwave using his straight punch. It formed a technique that was both defensively all-encompassing and offensively charged. Boom. The shockwave collided violently with the slash. But the shockwave was torn apart like paper. The Baboon King's face showed shock, yet his reaction was swift. He used Shave to evade the attack. He immediately fired a tempest kick of his own toward Mach, counterattacking without a moment's hesitation. Mach once again used tempest kick, demon flame slash. The two tempest kick slashes collided head-on. However, Mach's demon flame slash remained as formidable as ever. The Baboon King's tempest kick was like the earlier shockwave, split clean in two. The demon flame slash undiminished continued hurtling toward the Baboon King. How is that possible? The Baboon King gasped. Mach, however, curled his lips into a faint smile. You can see through and even learn others' techniques at a glance. But indeed, this devil fruit ability was truly remarkable, because it saved the user from spending considerable time and energy mastering techniques. Moreover, it allowed one to wield a vast array of moves adapting to any situation. In such circumstances, you could overwhelmingly crush opponents of similar strength. You could even turn the tide and defeat those slightly stronger than you. But in the face of absolute power, everything else was but fleeting clouds. Shave. This time Mach held nothing back, going all out. Moving at high speed, he closed in on the Baboon King. Gun technique, Dragon Claw. This time he unleashed his armament hockey, wrapping it around his hand. Simultaneously, demonic energy coiled around his fist. These two terrifying forces elevated Mach's attack to its peak. The Baboon King's expression shifted repeatedly. He had to admit that Mach's words rang true. Still, he felt a sense of defiance. Who was he? He was the strongest fighting champion in the history of Champion Island, spanning a century. How could he lose to someone who couldn't even use his own most proficient power? If he truly lost, what would that make him? At that thought, his eyes narrowed. He summoned his ultimate trump card. Armament Hockey Emission. Armament Hockey wrapped around his fist, and he threw a punch to meet Mach's Dragon Claw. For his final, most powerful strike, he chose his own strongest asset, his fist. Boom. Their attacks collided with tremendous force. The Baboon King's face stiffened, feeling an overwhelming power coming from Mach's hand. Mach's expression also turned grim as he too suffered significant damage. Clang. The Baboon King was sent flying, yet he sustained no harm. He flipped midair and landed steadily back on the ground. He looked at the Baboon King with some astonishment. If he wasn't mistaken, that was Armament Hockey Emission just now. He was puzzled, but the Baboon King was utterly shocked. No, he was questioning his very existence. That punch had been a full power strike, yet he couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. Good grief. He ended up injuring himself. How could he even fight like this? Realizing the situation, he knew he had dug a pit for himself. He had thought he'd gained a huge advantage, but now he'd handed it over. Mach sensed the Baboon King's lost will to fight and smiled lightly. Are you conceding? The Baboon King grimaced. You're a freak. This fight left him unsatisfied. Who would have thought this guy's body was so tough? He took his ultimate blow without a scratch. It was unbelievable. In the whole world, only Kaido could do that. Mach, will you keep your word? The Baboon King rolled his eyes. I always keep my promises. But before that, I must settle a bet with an old friend. After it's done, I'll come find you. Mach nodded without hesitation, of course. He then turned his gaze to Jesus Burgess, who was at the edge of the arena. The Baboon King immediately caught on and followed Mach's gaze. He raised an eyebrow. Jesus Burgess, so he's your target. You've got good eyes. If all goes well, he should be this year's fighting champion. And from what he's shown, he's quite exceptional among past champions. No wonder you went out of your way to come here. Yahaha. Jesus Burgess noticed the two looking at him. He let out his signature laugh. To be honest, he had watched their entire battle. It got his blood boiling. Yet he also knew that these two men were both stronger than him, especially Mach, a swordsman who overwhelmed the Baboon King, widely regarded as the strongest champion with pure physical prowess. It was almost unbelievable. Mach, to quickly improve your strength, you can't be confined to this tiny champion island. You need to go out and see the world's great warriors. If you're willing, join my pirate crew, and I'll take you to duel with the strongest in the world. How about it? Jesus Burgess was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected Mock to extend an invitation. Then he burst into his signature laugh. Yaha. Still laughing, he walked toward Mock. Though he didn't answer verbally, his actions spoke volumes. Mock, however, was slightly surprised. He hadn't imagined Jesus Burgess would agree so readily. Jesus Burgess approached Mock and said, "Captain." He then glanced excitedly at the Baboon King. In his view, what could be more thrilling than constantly challenging this champion, the strongest in the island's history? Moreover, there was also a captain with equally terrifying physical prowess. For a martial artist, the temptation was immense. After all, on this champion island, merely becoming champion was already exhilarating. Fufufu. Just then a peculiar voice rang out from the side. Huh. Another person with a signature laugh, and anyone who is a fan of the sea would instantly recognize this laugh. They would immediately know who it was. Mock was no exception. Turning his head, he saw a very arrogant fellow approaching. With blonde hair, sunglasses, a pink feather coat, cropped pants, and pointed shoes, he walked with a swaggering gait. Who else but Doflamingo, the most notorious pirate scoundrel? What the hell? Why is this guy here? Mock immediately looked at Jesus Burgess. Right, he had come looking for this guy. He had bought the eternal pose to Champion Island from the underworld, perhaps from this guy's organization. Conversely, the information that he was heading to Champion Island naturally fell into Doflamingo's hands. At this thought, Mock's pupils contracted slightly. Indeed, he needed his own intelligence network. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient. If he wasn't careful, his own information would be completely exposed to others. But if this guy was coming for him, what was his intention? Jesus Burgess and Baboon King Burns couldn't help but exchange glances. They thought to themselves, what kind of day is this? On Champion Island, two warlords have arrived at once. Fufufu. Soon Doflamingo came before the three, laughing again. At the same time, he extended his long tongue, licked his lips, and said with a hint of madness, "You really have some skill. You've taken on two good crew members in one go." He had witnessed the entire fight between Mock and the Baboon King. Both of them were quite formidable. Especially Mock. He hadn't even used his Logia ability or swordsmanship, yet he defeated the Baboon King, who was called the strongest champion. Originally, he had come to deal with Mock. After all, Mock had taken in the cook Ada, so the two of them had become adversaries. After all, that Ada would never give up her revenge against him and the Don Quixote family. Then the two sides would naturally clash. In that case, it would be better to take this opportunity to kill Mock and eliminate the threat once and for all. After all, once Mock was dead, Ada alone wouldn't amount to much. But the strength Mock had just displayed made him feel it would be very troublesome. He was confident he could defeat Mock, but he was no longer sure he could kill him. However, he still had to show up and intimidate him, otherwise Doflamingo would be seen as someone to be trifled with. A terrifying force erupted from Doflamingo and swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, people seemed to have their souls taken away. One by one they fell without warning, and only a handful barely managed to stay conscious. However, their faces were pale, as if they had been injured. Baboon King Burns and Jesus Burgess both narrowed their eyes, conqueror's hockey. At the same time, they were also greatly affected. Seeing this, Mock couldn't help but curl his lips into a playful smile. This guy wants to give me a show of force. If so, he was not afraid. His conqueror's hockey erupted instantly. Crack, crack. The two conqueror's hockeys collided continuously, forming a terrifying shockwave that swept across the entire venue. Even under this shockwave, the solid walls of the arena began to crack. At the same time, something like black lightning kept flashing and colliding between them. Doflamingo's expression turned serious. He really hadn't expected that Mock also possessed conqueror's hockey. However, he again extended his tongue and licked his lips, fufufu. Because at this moment, he could sense that Mock's conqueror's hockey had probably only awakened recently. Compared to his own, it was far inferior. So he became even more manic. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes gleamed red. Then his conqueror's hockey burst forth violently, pushing Mock's conqueror's hockey back toward Mock. In the end, only a small circle around Mock remained under his control. Clearly, in the clash of conqueror's hockey, Mock was at a disadvantage. Mock felt the pressure, but his resolve did not waver. Ghostly energy surged from his body, and purple flames flickered in his eyes. With a sharp glare, he said, "Intimidation." The ghostly energy and conqueror's hockey complemented each other, actually pushing back Doflamingo's conqueror's hockey. The red light behind Doflamingo's sunglasses grew stronger, but it quickly faded, and he even stopped his conqueror's hockey first. Mock was puzzled. He had thought this guy was about to fight. After a moment of silence, Doflamingo asked, "You're looking for Caesar Clown?" Mock was speechless. This guy's intelligence network was incredible. He even knew about this. So that's why he had come right. After all, Caesar Clown was the foundation of his cooperation with Kaido. Mock didn't deny it, and nodded. "Is he your man? It seems you've also taken on a good crew member. But don't worry, I'm looking for him. Just to get something from him. Not for his person. A thing." Doflamingo looked puzzled. Mock waved his hand. "Don't worry, that thing is of little importance to you, or to him. Of course, if he refuses to give it when I go to collect it, Then I'll have to take it by force. Hearing this, Doflamingo's pupils contracted sharply. At the same time, he was extremely curious. What could it be that would make Mach willing to completely fall out with him? However, Mach's attitude was unbearable. He snapped angrily, "Kid, don't be too arrogant." Unexpectedly, Mach changed the subject. "Don't be so tense. I have a business deal to discuss with you." Huh? Doflamingo almost twisted his back. With a dark face, he said, "Kid, are you messing with me?" Mach said earnestly, "I really want to do business with you." Oh. Doflamingo became interested. "Tell me more." Mach said, "Devil fruits. In the underworld, that's your business. So are you interested? Devil fruits." Doflamingo's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Then he said meaningfully, "Fufufu. It seems you have grand ambitions. I'm afraid a mere warlord position won't satisfy you." Mach said, "We can also cooperate on intelligence." After saying that, he added, "Money is not a problem." Doflamingo gave Mach a deep look and said with profound meaning, "I recall that your captain's cook has a blood feud with my Don Quixote family. Can you really stand by and do nothing?" Mach said, "That's a matter between her and Gladius." Doflamingo's expression shifted slightly. He understood. The grudge between Ada and Gladius would be settled by the two of them. Neither he nor Mach would interfere. That was Mach's intention. After a moment of thought, he asked, "How many devil fruits do you want?" Mach said, "I'll take as many as you have." Doflamingo said, "Fufufu. Kid, do you have that much money?" Mach said, "If I wanted, I could even buy your entire Dressrosa kingdom." That was no idle boast. Money. He didn't have much, but there were two places where gold was everywhere. Wait. Speaking of gold, how could he have forgotten that fellow in the sky? That guy, in terms of offensive power alone, was undoubtedly at the admiral level. What he lacked was his own defense and armament hockey. As long as he worked on those two aspects, the number of people in the world who could defeat him could be counted on one hand. Tisk tisk. Emoka chuckled. On Skypea, Enel shuddered inexplicably. He couldn't help but wear a puzzled expression, for ever since he had consumed the Logia type, Goro Goro no Mi, he had never felt a chill before. Don Quixote Doflamingo, upon hearing Emoka's words, was first stunned, then his face twisted into a look of shock. By his kingdom of Dressrosa. What an audacious claim. Did he even know how many berries his kingdom of Dressrosa earned in a single day? Fufufu. Are the young folks these days this arrogant? At that moment, Emoka shifted his tone. "I'm serious. Ordinary Zoan and Paramecia types go for 200 million each. For special ones, like ancient Zoans, mythical Zoans, or Logias, we can negotiate the price separately." After saying that, he added, "If you're not at ease, you can choose the location for the transaction." Hearing this, Doflamingo's expression turned grave. "Are you serious, kid?" Emoku replied, "Of course." Doflamingo fell silent. After a long pause, he pulled a den mushi from his pocket and tossed it to Emoku. "Once I prepared the devil fruits, I'll notify you." Then, after giving Emoku a long, penetrating look, he added, "I hope you're not joking, or else I'll make you regret being born into this world." With that, he turned and left. After Doflamingo's departure, Jesus Burgess asked with some doubt, "Captain, are you really going to buy devil fruits from him?" Baboon King Burns, "Something feels off. Could this guy be planning a double cross?" Emoku chuckled in response, "Who knows? But I wouldn't mind pulling a double cross myself." Huh? Baboon King Burns and Jesus Burgess exchanged glances. Well, it seemed their worry was unnecessary. No. Perhaps the other party had already anticipated this. When the time came, who would end up outsmarting whom was far from certain. Baboon King Burns immediately caught on and was about to speak, but Emoka seemed to read his mind. Even if he's not honest in the face of absolute power, he'll only end up eating humble pie. Meanwhile, another person had already appeared beside Doflamingo, Gladius. "Young master, are you really going to sell them the devil fruits?" Fufufu. He let out his signature laugh. "How could I possibly give devil fruits to someone who is destined to be an enemy? When the time comes, we'll milk them for what they're worth during the transaction. Then wipe them out. A 2-for-1 deal." Gladius was taken aback, then hesitated. Young master relying solely on the Don Quixote family to annihilate Emoka's crew might be. Though he was reluctant to admit it. He couldn't deny the formidable strength of Emoka's crew. They were truly impressive. Doflamingo's face stiffened at this. But then he quickly broke into a grin again. Fufufu. Among the goods this time for the trade with Kaido are not only artificial devil fruits, but also several Zoan-type devil fruits, including one mythical Zoan. So this time he'll be coming in person. Then, we'll use his hand. Gladius was overjoyed. Excellent. Perfect. Kaido was the monster known as the world's strongest creature, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, an absolute overlord. Emoka's crew might be strong, but compared to the beast's pirates led by Kaido, they were far too inferior. He could already envision the downfall of Emoka's crew. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh along with Doflamingo. Truly the young master was brilliant. "Young master, then where shall we arrange the meeting?" Doflamingo replied, "Why arrange a meeting? Isn't he looking for Caesar Clown? Just pass him the information, and he'll come knocking on his own." Gladius instantly understood. They would use the location of the trade with Kaido as the site where Caesar Clown was supposedly hiding and feed that information to Emoku. Then without lifting a finger when the transaction was disrupted, Kaido's explosive temper would annihilate Emoku and his crew in no time. Brew brew. A den mushy in Emoku's pocket rang. Mr. Zero, this is Miss All Sunday. I've brought my people to the Florian Triangle, and everything is proceeding according to your orders. Emoku nodded with satisfaction. Besides relocating the intel organization's base, you also need to recruit some capable individuals into the agency so that your intelligence network can expand into the new world. Robin, yes. Then as if recalling something, she added, Mr. Zero, it seems Caesar Clown has caught wind of something and disappeared. Or perhaps someone has covered his tracks. Emoku, I already know. It's probably Doflamingo. He realized someone was investigating Caesar Clown's whereabouts, so he intervened. Robin was astonished. Doflamingo. If memory served, he was another warlord of the sea, wasn't he? Well, Emoku had made his name by killing Crocodile, one of the warlords, and before that Gecko Moria. Now he was going up against Doflamingo. If he took down Doflamingo as well, that would mean half the warlords had fallen by his hand. Warlord killer. The thought made Robin's mouth twitch involuntarily. Just as he ended the call with Robin, the den mushy immediately rang again. Captain, it's me, Ada. We've arrived at Champion Island. Have you made it? Emoku smiled. I'm here. He then looked at Baboon King Burns and Jesus Burgess, and I found 2 excellent partners. 2. Ada was surprised. Besides Jesus Burgess, who else? Jesus Burgess, standing nearby, exclaimed in astonishment, Captain, you really came for me. Emoku patted his shoulder. That means you have a reputation, haha. Then he said to Ada, we're at the island's Coliseum. Come on over. After saying that, Emoku seemed to recall something and turned to Baboon King Burns. By the way, where is the gambling match taking place? Is it far from here? Baboon King Burns, Grand Tesoro. What? Emoku was bewildered. You mean the Golden City, the world's largest entertainment resort? Baboon King Burns nodded yes. Blind Swordsman Ishiao and I agreed to meet there. Emoku stood frozen for a long moment before coming back to his senses. He slowly turned his head. You said you made a gambling appointment with whom? Ishiao. You know him? Baboon King Burns asked with a look of surprise. Ishiao was hardly a well-known figure, barely a blip on the radar. Burns couldn't fathom how the captain had heard of him. Ha ha ha. Mock burst into laughter. What a stroke of luck. I never imagined that taking in Baboon King Burns, a formidable hand, would yield such a bonus. This joy comes straight from the heavens. Baboon King Burns raised an eyebrow. Captain, you've got your eye on him. Could he possess extraordinary strength as well? Mock looked at Baboon King Burns with surprise. You're his gambling buddy. You're telling me you don't know how strong he is, eh? Baboon King Burns felt a bit awkward at that, rubbing his nose. That guy's cursed with catastrophic luck. When we gamble, all I have to do is bet against him. Effortless and worry-free, and a guaranteed win. Who wouldn't want a gambling partner like that? Well, Mock had no retort. Then he quickly laughed again. In that case, let's go meet him together. After all, who holds a grudge against Barry? Ha ha ha. Yo ho 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 ho. Ha ha ha. Everyone present couldn't help but laugh. Who doesn't love Barry? Even Baboon King Burns had set his sights on winning big at the Golden Island. But then Burns frowned. Yes, he wanted to win big. However, if the entire crew went, Mock, Jesus, Burgess, Weevil, Brooke, Perona, Adder plus himself, that made 7 people. If everyone won big, it would surely alert Guild Tesoro, the master of the Golden Island. That man was not to be trifled with. So Burns couldn't help but show hesitation. Captain Guild Tesoro, the owner of the Golden Island, is a heavyweight in the underworld. We're already dealing with Doflamingo. If we pick a fight with him, 2 things might get messy. Mock's eyes narrowed, yet a glint flashed within them. Guild Tesoro, who among One Piece fans didn't know him? He was called the Golden Emperor. To be honest, the man was a legend in his own right. He had built the world's largest entertainment city, Grand Tesoro, and established it as an independent kingdom recognized by the world government. A business genius, he controlled countless industries across the globe. His wealth accounted for a full 20 of the world's total, and he had influence over both the lawful and the lawless. In the underworld, he was the Golden Emperor who bought the dark world with money, his reach extending everywhere. On the surface, he was the king of an independent kingdom sanctioned by the world government. Using the power of money, he freely manipulated the celestial dragons and even leveraged the world government's might. He rose from a penniless slave to the world's richest man, becoming a kingpin among underground forces. A man who could manipulate the celestial dragons and harness the power of the world government. Wasn't that impressive? Absolutely impressive. He had a famous maxim: those without money can accomplish nothing and are only fit to be controlled. Cruel, yet brutally realistic. It laid bare the essence of every world. But if such a man could be brought under his banner, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Even if recruitment failed, seizing his Grand Tesoro would be a massive gain. The wealth within would be a tremendous harvest. Indeed, Guild Tesoro is an extraordinary figure. Not only does he possess formidable power, but he also commands a vast influence. To take him and his Grand Tesoro and make them our own, we need enough strength. With just our current crew, it might be a stretch. You all go ahead. I'll go find a capable hand. Then we'll raise a good ruckus. You're planning to take on Grand Tesoro. Baboon King Burns' eyes widened in shock. Ha ha ha. Mock burst into laughter. Our pirate crew needs its own territory. And I think Guild Tesoro's entertainment city is a fine choice. But he knew that occupying that place would likely make the world government and the celestial dragons restless. Confident as he was in his own abilities, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe that with his current strength and influence, he could hold that territory against the focused opposition of the world government and the celestial dragons. The hard part wasn't taking it, it was holding it long term. He needed to recruit 2 more strong allies. Then Mock suddenly thought of something and turned to Baboon King Burns. By the way, do you have any rubber? Or ceramics? Baboon King Burns, huh? Mock Town. Blackbeard, Doc Q, and Lafitte had just set foot on the island walking along the path toward Mock Town. Blackbeard was in high spirits, having found an excellent crew member in the West Blue. More importantly, Lafitte had presented him with a startling plan. It had set his heart racing. Now all he needed was to find a pirate with a decent bounty and deliver it as a gift to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's desk. Then the plan would be half done. Ziaha. Blackbeard laughed. Moi. But the smile on his face froze instantly. His observation haki had detected a person's presence, and the aura was terrifyingly powerful. Even he had to be on high alert. He turned his gaze toward the sky, and then he saw a beam of light descending from the heavens into the mock town ahead. Light. Blackbeard raised an eyebrow. Light made him think of 2 people. One was the Marine Admiral Kazuru, the Glint Fruit user. The other was the newly appointed Shichibukai, the multi-ability user Mock. Whichever it was, he had to tread carefully. He muttered to himself, who could it be? And what are they doing here? At the same time, on the other side of the island, the Straw Hat Pirates had also landed. They too were heading toward Mock Town. Mock, who had already landed in Mock Town, curled his lips into a playful smile. Mock Town. What a place with special significance. He never expected that despite Robin already being in his crew and Crocodile dead, the plot having changed drastically, the future emperors, Blackbeard and Luffy, would still meet here. Interesting. He walked into the only tavern in Mock Town. As soon as he entered, he saw a group of pirates swaggering and shouting. Well, Mock recognized them at once. It was Bellamy Doflamingo's crazed fanboy. Looked like this guy was destined to get beaten into the ground. Yet sometimes, though the plot remains unchanged, it shifts. At this moment, as Mork arrived, Bellamy's Vice Captain Sarkis heard the commotion and instinctively glanced back. He then turned away with an indifferent expression. However, a moment later, he looked back again, his gaze settling on the 2 blades in Mork's hands. He too was a swordsman. Though his own weapon was a curved knife resembling a kukri, he still considered himself a swordsman. And a swordsman naturally harbors an innate fondness for fine blades and renowned swords. Thus, with just one glance, his eyes were riveted. Sarkis declared arrogantly, "Hey kid, bring me the sword at your waist. Let me have a look." Me, eh? Mork looked incredulous. Shouldn't this guy be causing trouble for Luffy, who was about to arrive? Why was he fixating on him? Sarkis nodded. Yeah, you. Hand over the sword. With a sudden rustle, Bellamy, along with his subordinates Rebus, Muriai, Eddie, and others, all turned their gazes toward Mork. Their eyes held a hint of mockery, for they could see that Sarkis had taken a fancy to the other's blades. Mork couldn't help but chuckle. You want my swords, I? Come and take them yourself if you think you have the skill. Enraged by this, Sarkis became even more arrogant. Do you know that my captain has a bounty of 55 million berry? Suddenly someone in the tavern recognized Mork. Stunned, they exclaimed, He's the new Shichibukai Mork. His bounty is 300 million. What? Sarkis froze in place. After a moment of realization, he swallowed hard and stumbled back several steps in terror. As if only by putting some distance between himself and Mork could he feel a shred of security. Bellamy's expression changed as well. His gaze toward Mork shifted completely. The man he admired, Doflamingo, was also a Shichibukai. In other words, this person before him was on the same level as the one he idolized. He drew a sharp breath, then glanced at the terrified Sarkis beside him, his mind racing furiously. He pondered how to save his vice captain. But in the next instant, a flash of cold light burst forth. A wound nearly cleaving him in 2 appeared across Sarkis' chest. Blood splattered everywhere, and the man slowly collapsed. You? Bellamy felt a surge of anger at Sarkis' death. However, what he met was Mork's contemptuous, world-dominating demeanor. Bellamy swallowed hard, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Mork sneered disdainfully, a coward who bullies the weak. Forever you'll only rule this tiny mock town. Bellamy clenched his fists. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever endured, and it ignited the madness of a pirate within him. Spring Snipe. He transformed both his lower legs into springs, pressing them against the ground to store a massive amount of elastic potential energy in his feet. Then, releasing that energy, which converted into kinetic force, he launched himself at Mork. The more energy stored, the greater the impact of this attack. Yet against absolute power, all his efforts proved futile. Mork extended a single hand and caught the flying Bellamy by the neck. To be honest, the guy had some potential, but only just a little. It was a pity for the ability itself. If properly developed, this power could be quite formidable. With a sharp crack, Mork twisted Bellamy's neck, breaking it. Then, as if discarding trash, he flung the body out of the tavern. Outside the tavern, Blackbeard, Doc Q, and Lafitte happened to arrive just as Bellamy's body landed before them. Blackbeard, Lafitte, Doc Q. They all looked into the tavern, their gazes meeting Mork's. Their expressions shifted slightly, then Blackbeard laughed. Ziaha, I never thought I'd run into you here, the new Shichibukai Mork. His eyes turned hostile. After all, this was the man who had defeated Crocodile to claim the title of Shichibukai. If he could defeat this guy, he too could become a Shichibukai. As for Mork being a multi-ability user in Blackbeard's eyes, it made little difference. Because against his Yami Yami no Mi, all abilities were the same. Moi. Mork frowned slightly. Blackbeard's murderous intent was utterly unconcealed. Even a fool could see it. He thought to himself, is this guy really thinking of picking a fight with me? Right? At this time, this guy was probably aiming to become a Shichibukai, then set his sights on Impel down. So he wanted to use Mork's head as a bargaining chip. What gave him the nerve? If Blackbeard had obtained the Gura Gura no Mi, Mork would have been wary. But without it, what did he have to fear? His hands were already on the hilts of Sandai Kitetsu and Shusui. Unexpectedly, the first to strike was Lafitte. He drew his cane sword and unleashed a slashing attack aimed at Mork inside the tavern. Without even lifting his eyes, Mork unsheathed Sandai Kitetsu, tracing a cold arc in the air. Lafitte's slash was torn apart like paper. Blackbeard's pupils contracted. He had personally recruited Lafitte. Thus he knew Lafitte's strength well. A swordsman, one not inferior to the commanders under Whitebeard, though not on par with the strongest like Marco or Ace. Yet even so, such power was enough to make a name in the new world. But never did he expect Lafitte's attack to be so effortlessly crushed by Mork. His gaze toward Mork shifted, arrogance mingled with wariness. Lafitte, back off. This guy is not someone you can handle right now. With that, Blackbeard stepped forward. He stared at Mork. Shichibukai Mork. Mork's lips curled into a smirk as he stepped out of the tavern, standing before Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach, formerly of the Whitebeard Pirates, 2nd Division. You killed the 4th Division Commander Thatch to seize the Yami Yami no Mi. Now hunted by the Whitebeard Pirates, you still dare to provoke me. He then turned to Lafitte. Join me. There's no future with him. My crew is in need of a navigator. Lafitte. Huh. Doc Q. Speechless. Blackbeard's already ugly face turned even more displeasing. Indeed, poaching his crew members was the ultimate humiliation for a pirate captain. You're asking for death. Blackbeard extended his left hand, activating his dark fruit ability. A black vortex resembling a fan swirl materialized in his palm. Mock's expression shifted slightly as he instantly felt an overwhelming gravitational pull drawing him toward Blackbeard. Having watched the anime, he naturally recognized this technique. This was Blackbeard's signature move, Dark Water. It used the infinite gravitational force of a black hole to pull opponents toward the user, making escape impossible regardless of distance, even for those with the speed of light. Moreover, once contact was made with a Devil Fruit user, their powers would be nullified. It could also absorb Devil Fruit attacks, though only those of a small scale. This technique was truly the bane of Devil Fruit users. But he was not someone like Ace who relied solely on his fruit. Armament hardening. Instantly, armament hockey enveloped his entire body, sealing off the dark fruit's pull. WH what? Blackbeard's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Even in the new world, even within the Whitebeard Pirates, he had rarely seen anyone capable of coating their entire body in armament hockey. He was completely stumped. This single move had the effectiveness of his dark fruit. Whoosh. Meanwhile, Mock moved. The Sandai Kitetsu in his hand was drawn in an instant. One sword style, Ghost Flash. Mock entered a high-speed movement state. When he reappeared, he was already behind Blackbeard. SHHK. A wound appeared on Blackbeard's chest, blood gushing out. A slight smile curled at the corner of Mock's mouth, just as Whitebeard said. Blackbeard is far too arrogant to be so careless in their first exchange. Ziaha. Blackbeard's pupils contracted sharply, but then he burst into hearty laughter, as if he hadn't been wounded at all. He spun around, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, his whole body shot forward. In an instant, he closed the distance to Mock. To be fair, Blackbeard was Blackbeard, even without the dark fruit. His strength was not to be underestimated. He was truly the fearsome man who left a scar on Shank's face. However, Mock simply swung the Sandai Kitetsu in a reverse arc. It was swift, precise, and steady, directly blocking Blackbeard's strike. But then Mock was hit with tremendous force and sent flying. After being blown back over 10 meters, Mock finally stabilized himself, flipping in the air before landing back on the ground. He stood facing Blackbeard. Armament hockey emission. Mock narrowed his eyes. Had his armament hockey not been strong enough, he would have been at a serious disadvantage from that move. At that moment, both combatants became wary. Each had probed the other and suffered losses, and neither dared to underestimate the other any further. Shui slowly slid from its scabbard. Mach assumed an offensive stance, purple flames flickering in his eyes, two-sword style, dragon fawn. Ghostly energy surged forth, coalescing into a spectral dragon. The Sandai Katetsu and Shui formed its fangs. Then he charged forward with all his might. Unstoppable. Everything in his path was shattered. Even the air was split apart, creating two powerful gusts on either side. Armament hardening. Blackbeard coated both fists in armament hockey. With a powerful push of his legs, he leaped into the air to meet Mach's spectral dragon head-on. His fists collided violently with the twin blades. Tremendous power clashed between them, generating wave after wave of shockwaves that swept outward in all directions. Boom. As the shockwaves passed, the ground beneath could not withstand the overwhelming force and shattered apart. The street was completely destroyed. The shops along the street, including the tavern they had just left, were reduced to rubble in an instant. Broken debris was lifted into the air by the shockwaves. Then, struck by the next shockwave, the debris was crushed into even smaller fragments. As for the pirates inside the tavern, they were all blasted into the sky by the shockwaves. Each shockwave dealt devastating damage to them. Now each one of them had vacant stares, having completely lost consciousness. Lafitte and Doc Q had retreated far away, yet they still felt considerable effects from the shockwaves. Lafitte fared better. As a swordsman, such shockwaves posed no threat to him. Doc Q, however, was a different matter. His already sickly complexion turned even worse with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes were filled with relief. Cough, cough. Thank goodness we withdrew in time, otherwise I doubt I could have withstood such aftershocks. Lafitte nodded. Indeed. Even he wouldn't dare stand too close to those two. Zehaha. With the two locked in a stalemate, Blackbeard let out his signature laugh. I must say, I've underestimated you. Your strength is enough to rival the mightiest under the four emperors. Mach, the mightiest under the four emperors. Vice-emperors like Katakuri and Marco. Vice-emperor. Zehaha. That's quite an apt description. Blackbeard laughed even more heartily. Then his tone shifted, but that alone won't save you from becoming another victim of mine. Conqueror's Haki. A terrifying force erupted from Blackbeard, sweeping across the surroundings. Mach, being the closest, naturally bore the brunt of it. His expression shifted slightly. Then Conqueror's Haki erupted from his own body as well. Crackle. The two Conqueror's Haki collided. Blackbeard's pupils shrank to pinpricks. You possess the disposition of a king too. Break. Mach shouted, unleashing his full power. His twin blades shattered the armament hockey coating on Blackbeard's fists, leaving two wounds so deep they reached the bone. Fortunately, Blackbeard reacted swiftly and withdrew his fists just in time. Otherwise, he would have lost both hands. Blackbeard staggered back a few steps, creating distance from Mach. He looked at Mach with a changed expression. Your armament hockey. It truly caught him off guard. Mach merely gave a slight smile. His armament hockey was inherited from the world's greatest swordsman of ages past, Ryuma. The very man who had forged Shui into a black blade. Just thinking about it was enough to convey how terrifying it was. Dark hole. Blackbeard understood that there was no longer any need for further probing. He placed one hand on the ground, releasing darkness over a vast area. Anything the darkness touched was sucked in and swallowed, vanishing into the abyss. Mach's expression shifted slightly. With a powerful push of his legs, he shot straight into the sky, hovering high above, using Moon Step to remain airborne. Once caught in that darkness, one would be compressed and destroyed by infinite force, essentially a miniature black hole. In the original story, when Blackbeard demonstrated his power to Ace, he used this very technique to reduce an entire town to nothing in an instant. That alone spoke to its terror. So how could Mach possibly take it lightly? Moke reached his hand toward the sun, and beneath its rays his body began to transform, dissolving into pure light elements. Gather light. In an instant he bent the surrounding rays of light, drawing them all into his palm. Soon a sphere of light began to coalesce. But this was not yet the end. The radius of gathered light expanded relentlessly. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. 100 meters, 200 meters. Finally, all the light above the entire island converged into Moke's hands. Boom. Under the terrifying concentration of light, even the air caught fire. Around the outer surface of the sphere, a ring of white flames appeared. Most bizarrely, the entire island was plunged into absolute darkness, as if night had fallen. And yet the light sphere blazed with unbearable brilliance. The surroundings were shrouded in complete darkness, not a single ray of light to be found. It perfectly embodied the saying absolute light equals absolute darkness. For in the presence of absolute light, not even the slightest different hue could exist. And as ever more light converged, the sphere's volume grew at an alarming rate. When every ray of light on the entire island lay in his hands, the sphere had already swelled to 20 meters across. With the outer ring of burning flames, it reached well over 100 meters. hovering in the sky like a miniature sun. On the ground, the Blackbeard pirate's captain's pupils quivered as he muttered, "That technique. It feels strangely familiar. I almost thought Captain Ace had arrived." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Blackbeard dared not underestimate his opponent any longer. He unleashed his ultimate move, condensing the darkness he had released into a colossal dark sphere resembling a black hole. Huh. Both men roared in unison. Moke, Sacred Light, Flame Emperor. Blackbeard, Dark Star. One hurled his flame-wreathed sphere toward the ground, while the other sent his dark orb skyward. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew making their way toward town nearly popped their eyes out in shock. Such a battle had far exceeded everything they had ever known. Whether Luffy or Zoro, none of them could comprehend the sheer power on display. Nami, Chopper, and Usopp, the trio of cowards, had huddled together, tongues lolling in sheer terror. Run! Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were the first to snap out of their daze. In one fluid motion, each hoisted a coward onto his shoulder and sprinted away with them, afraid that even a single step too slow would cost them their lives. But it was clear they were already too late. Over there, Sanji pointed toward a small hill on their left. They immediately changed direction and raced toward it. Rumble, rumble. Even as they fled, the two spheres collided midair with catastrophic force. It was as though the world had been split into two distinct realms, one of light, one of darkness. When all else settled into silence, Blackbeard was already gone. Moke! Good heavens! What a speedy escape! But Moke quickly reasoned that it was only natural. Who was this man? Marshal D. Teach of the D. Clan, the future Yonko. Even before consuming the Gura Gura no Mi, he had managed to wound Shanks and escape intact. His strength was nothing short of monstrous. The Straw Hat crew rose from behind a hill. Originally, even the smallest of hills stood over 10 meters tall. Now the entire top had been sheared away, leaving barely half a meter above ground. If they had not been pressed flat against the earth, they likely would have been swept away, just like the hill. Gasp! Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper. All of them drew in a sharp breath. For the island that had been beautiful and verdant moments ago was now nothing but a barren wasteland. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Or rather, even seeing it before them, they still struggled to accept the reality. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper instinctively rubbed their eyes as if hoping to dispel some cruel illusion. Or perhaps they had simply gone blind from the glare. Gulp! Luffy swallowed hard, his conviction wavering for the first time. He had never once doubted his path, but now doubt crept in. Faced with such an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, could he truly defeat them all and become Pirate King? Could he? He glanced at Zoro, and in that moment he finally understood what Zoro had felt facing Mihawk, a mixture of aspiration and despair. Whoosh! Just then a streak of light descended from the heavens and landed before them. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper jumped in fright, and instinctively dove behind Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, peeking out cautiously. The three warriors, however, kept their eyes fixed on the newcomer. When they caught sight of Moke's face, all three widened their eyes in disbelief. Zoro's gaze in particular brimmed with astonishment. "You were one of the fighters just now, eh?" Before Moke could answer, Zoro muttered under his breath, "How is this even possible?" Luffy too wore an expression of utter shock, instinctively stepping backward with a hint of fear. He had experienced firsthand the terrifying nature of Logia-type devil fruits. At this moment he felt utterly powerless to resist. Moke broke into a warm smile. "Luffy, Zoro, it's good to see you again." "Huh?" Chopper looked between Luffy and Zoro, his expression shifting from alarm to relief. "So you know each other? You scare me to death." Luffy, however, remained tense. "Did that smoke man send you to capture me?" "What?" Chopper, who had just relaxed, froze in place. Nami poked her head out and said, "Probably not. He's a pirate now too." Sanji added, "But he's a warlord of the sea, allied with the navy." Zoro stepped forward several paces, his expression serious. "I want to fight you again." "Huh?" Zoro's words caught everyone off guard. "Wait, why did he say again? Have you two fought before?" Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, the battle they had just witnessed had far transcended their understanding. In their eyes, although Zoro was strong, he was still no match for the monster before them. "Huh?" Moke himself was momentarily stunned. Then he couldn't help but laugh and nodded. "All right." Upon receiving Moke's consent, a faint smile appeared on Zoro's face. He drew two of his three swords. "Oh ho!" Moke immediately recognized the three swords in Zoro's possession. Aside from the Wado Ikemonji still sheathed at his waist, the other two blades were no ordinary weapons either. Tisk tisk, truly worthy of being the second in command of the protagonist crew. Even without the Sandai Kitetsu and Aim no Habakiri, he still finds other remarkable encounters. Swish! Moke drew the Sandai Kitetsu from his own waist. Seeing this, Zoro struck first, two-sword style Ushigoma, charging forward like a bull, unleashing countless thrusts. This was a rare aggressive technique of Zoro's. The speed was extraordinarily fast. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Moke, passing right beside him as he surged forward. His dual blades struck in rapid succession. It must be said Moke was no slouch. In that single instant, he had unleashed 13 consecutive slashes. An absolutely lethal technique capable of dispatching an enemy in an instant. Under normal circumstances, being defeated so swiftly would be nothing surprising. But tell me, whom was he facing at this moment? Moke, a swordsman who had long since attained the rank of Sword Lord. Granted, his mastery of the sword path was still far inferior to that of Mihawk, whom Zoro had previously crossed blades with. Yet he was absolutely beyond what Zoro could match at present. Moke wielded the third-generation Shusui in his hand, deflecting each of those 13 strikes one by one. He hadn't even shifted his feet, an indication of the vast gap between them. Zoro's pupils contracted to pinpricks. After all, back in Logtown, he had been somewhat superior to this man in swordsmanship. Unbelievable. He had been surpassed and left far behind in such a short time. Zoro had always harbored immense confidence in his innate talent with the sword. But now, regardless, Zoro was still Zoro. He quickly composed himself and once again assumed his attacking stance. However, he first sheathed both of his blades. Incantation divide the decadent self of this world in twain, two-sword style II, Rashomon. This technique was a I-slash, executed with both blades at speed so breathtakingly fast that it would strike the enemy silently and unseen, leaving no time to even draw one's sword. Clang! Moke raised the third-generation Shusui before him, perfectly angling it to block Zoro's strike. As effortless as ever. Zoro's pupils contracted once more to needle points. Two attacks had once again forced him to experience that same overwhelming sensation of being dominated by Mihawk. Zoro instinctively tightened his grip on his sword hilt. He then drew Wado Ikemonji, holding it between his teeth. 36 afflictions of 1 life, 72 of 2 lives, 108 of 3 lives. 3-sword style Hyakuchirin. Upon activation, 3 waves of blue slashing energy erupted from his 3 blades. These then coalesced into a colossal phoenix-shaped wave of sword energy hurtling toward Moke. Yo-ho! Flying slash. This demonstrated that Zoro had also preliminarily reached the level of a sword lord. Yet even among sword lords there existed vast differences. Moke remained standing completely motionless. With a casual wave of the third-generation Shusui, a single slash erupted forth, meeting Zoro's extraordinary strike head-on. In the next instant, both slashes collided with tremendous force. However, Zoro's attack was severed as easily as paper split cleanly in two. Moke's slash, however, retained its full momentum, continuing its relentless path toward Zoro. Seeing this, Zoro's expression turned grave. He crossed his dual blades before his chest, bracing himself to block the strike. The devastating impact sent an incomparable force surging through Zoro's body. Yet with unwavering resolve, he held his ground. His legs carved 2 deep grooves into the ground. In the end, expending every ounce of his strength, he managed to deflect Moke's slash skyward. Huff! Huff! By now his stamina had been nearly depleted, and he was gasping for breath. Moke then spoke. You have also preliminarily stepped into the realm of a sword lord. However, there remains a considerable gap between us. How about we continue this contest the next time we meet? Zoro's expression darkened considerably, but he understood all too well the chasm that separated him from Moke at present. Finally he replied, it's a promise. Moke then turned his gaze toward Luffy, the corners of his mouth rising ever so slightly. Previously, he had been worrying about how to persuade Enel to join his pirate crew. After all, this fellow was an extraordinarily proud individual. Recruiting him would not be easy. It required not only strength, but also a compelling reason to capture his interest. Now, he had found one. TSK. Moke was so overjoyed, he nearly jumped for delight. Then, transforming into a beam of light, he headed toward Long Ring Long Land. Because once he reached Long Ring Long Land, he could simply fly straight upward to reach the Sky Island. After all, the Sky Island lay almost directly above it. Light speed was extraordinarily swift. Before long, he arrived at Long Ring Long Land, and then shot upward into the clouds, heading for the Sky Island. Within the Sky Island temple, Enel suddenly opened his eyes. His observation haki could be counted among the finest in the entire pirate world. He could extend its coverage across the entire Sky Island, meaning every person who entered was under his surveillance. The same was true for each individual who arrived at the Sky Island. Thus, the moment Moke entered, Enel had already detected him. He looked ahead, for his observation haki had informed him. Someone was rushing toward him at tremendous speed, and they were flying through the air. This astonished him greatly. He murmured to himself, a powerhouse from the blue sea. Whoosh! Before the thought had fully formed, a figure had already landed before him. Enel's pupils contracted sharply, for this speed was no less than his own. Most crucially, the first thing he saw was a beam of light. It was only when this beam landed before him that it resolved into a human form. Enel was utterly stunned, for this ability was remarkably similar to his own. The only difference was that he controlled lightning, while this person controlled light. But wasn't this the power of a god? How could this person possibly possess it? Could he be a god from the blue sea? It must be said that while Enel's strength was truly formidable, his horizons were genuinely limited. The Sky Island was like a cage that had confined his understanding to nothing beyond its borders. Describing him as a frog at the bottom of a well could not have been more apt. He then spoke, "Who are you? Why do you possess the power of a god?" The power of a god. Moke paused for a moment, then understood what Enel was referring to. He couldn't help but smile. "You mean your ability to control lightning and my light ability just now, eh?" Enel narrowed his eyes. "You know I can control lightning." Moke did not answer directly but continued, "This is not the power of a god, but the power of a devil fruit." Devil fruit. Enel looked thoroughly bewildered. Moke produced the Paramecia type barrier fruit. Something like this, of course. Since you consumed a natural type, it would naturally differ from mine. But you undoubtedly acquired the ability to control lightning only after eating a devil fruit. Though I imagine you mistook it for an ordinary fruit at the time. Hearing this, Enel's expression shifted slightly. For Moke was correct. He had indeed gained his divine abilities after consuming a certain fruit. He then raised an eyebrow. "So what? Whether it is the power of a god or not, I am presently the god of this Sky Island." "A god? Moke's expression turned disdainful as he said with amusement, "Then let us make a wager." Enel, "A wager about what?" "Moke, that you will lose to a Blue Sea native whose strength is far inferior to yours." Enel's face darkened. "I am the almighty god. Not only those far weaker than me, even you who claim to be a fellow god, are no match for me." Crackle. Pop. Currents of electricity danced across Enel's hands, discharging 20 million volts. A bolt of lightning flashed from Enel's hand, instantly striking Mock. Mock was prepared. He activated the absorption fruit's ability, and before Enel's utterly shocked eyes absorbed all 20 million volts into his body. How is this possible? Enel couldn't help but exclaim. Crackle. Then something even more astonishing occurred. Mock's body began to transform with arcs of electricity dancing across him. Finally, he raised his hand and released a similar bolt of lightning directly striking Enel. Enel could sense that it was a full 40 million volts. Exactly twice the power of his own attack. What Enel found most unbearable was that Mock now extended his hand with electricity flickering continuously in his palm. Clearly Mock now possessed the same ability to control electricity as he did. Enel was completely dumbfounded. His greatest reliance was his control over electricity. Losing that advantage meant his strength was instantly halved. How could he even fight now? But he quickly regained his confidence. If his lightning couldn't harm the opponent, then the opponent's lightning couldn't harm him either, right? At worst it would be a draw. Mock paused for a moment, then immediately understood Enel's thoughts. Deterrence. Ghostly aura surged from Mock, and a purple flame flickered in his pupils. At the same time, Conqueror's haki erupted, sweeping through the entire temple. Enel bore the brunt of it. Under the dual assault of ghostly aura deterrence and Conqueror's haki, Enel, who had never experienced such an attack, was momentarily stunned. Swoosh. The third-generation Kitetsu in Mock's hand was drawn in that instant, coated with armament haki. By the time Enel came to his senses, Mock had already sheathed the blade. Hiss. Enel drew a sharp breath, feeling pain. Since eating that fruit and gaining the power of a god, he had never felt pain again. This filled him with deep unease. Then he looked down, and his pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks, trembling as if struck by an earthquake. Because there was a wound on his chest, not large or deep, but the blood trickling from it stung his nerves. Injured. He was actually injured. He then looked up at Mock, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if witnessing the most impossible thing in the world. You, how could you hurt me? I am a god, an omnipotent god. Mock had already sheathed his sword, but now armament haki enveloped his entire body. As I told you before, you are not a god, just a Logia-type devil fruit user. This is called armament haki, and it specifically counters Logia types. Enel stared at the armament haki, covering Mock, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of disbelief. Mock said, "Try turning your hand into its element." Enel hesitated for a moment, then chose to elementalize. Then he witnessed something he would never forget. His elementalized hand was grasped by the opponent. The element had failed. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye several days had gone by. Enel sat in the temple, still finding it hard to believe that this world was far larger than he had ever understood. Skypiea was just one special island, and on the blue sea there were people like him. Magma, light, ice, mud, wind. Fine. He could accept all of that. After all, there was one right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe. But this guy said that in a few days someone from the blue sea would come and give him a thorough beating. And what's more, that person would be far weaker than him. That was absurd. He wanted to see what kind of person it was. Someone is actually coming. Enel's observation haki detected someone approaching. He still refused to believe that he with all his power could lose to someone far weaker than him. Rumble. Damn. Mock, who had returned to Skypiea after moving the gold, showed a surprised expression. Swoosh. Mock turned into a bolt of lightning and arrived at the temple. There he saw Enel lying on the ground unconscious. Luffy, on the other hand, looked as if he hadn't had enough of the fight. Mach shook his head and muttered, "That guy is a Nika Fruit user. He counters you completely." Still didn't believe me. "It's you." Seeing Mach, Luffy showed a surprised expression. Then he tilted his head. "You know this guy." Mach nodded in acknowledgement. Then he picked up Enel and was about to leave, but Luffy suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. "You can't take him away." "Huh?" Mach looked at Luffy with confusion. "What do you mean? You want to kill him?" "Luffy, he has to promise to leave Skypiea, or I'll have to beat him again." He waved his fist as he spoke. Mach was stunned. He suddenly understood why Enel had left Skypiea for the moon in the original story, and why Luffy's crew had felt safe leaving Skypiea. That was true. If they didn't make Enel agree to leave Skypiea unless they killed him, the moment they left Skypiea would still be under Enel's rule. In the original story, Enel was probably traumatized by Luffy's defeat. "Mach, don't worry. I'll take him away from Skypiea." No, he has to say it himself. Luffy's stubbornness kicked in. Damn. Mach looked at the hot-blooded figure before him, his mouth twitching. This kid was getting cocky, wasn't he? He didn't think that just because he had beaten Enel he could go toe-to-toe with Mach, did he? Mach raised his hand, clenched his fist, and said playfully, "Luffy, how long has it been since you've had your grandfather's love fist?" "Huh?" Luffy looked confused but replied, "A long time." Then he immediately realized, "You know about my grandfather's love fist?" He remembered that only 3 people knew about his grandfather's love fist: himself, Ace, and Sabo. He also shrank his head, showing how much psychological trauma those fists had caused him. Mach waved his hand. "Never mind how I know. Just know that I'm about to let you relive the taste of that love fist." Armament hardening. Mach's fist was coated with armament hockey, and then with a Soru he vanished from his spot, in an instant reappearing right in front of Luffy. Boom. He punched Luffy square on the head. "That hurts." Luffy cried out in pain, clutching his head. Boom. Clearly Mach wasn't done with him. Punch after punch. Aya, it hurts so much. Luffy was beaten into a frenzy, running around with his head in his hands. In the distance, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper exchanged bewildered glances. Nami asked in a weak voice, "Should we go up and help?" Usopp's face was filled with terror. Chopper stood completely frozen. The scene at Mach Town was still fresh in their memories. Going up there, wasn't that practically courting death? Zoro raised an eyebrow. If that guy really intended to kill him, Luffy would be dead by now. Sanji nodded, for at this moment it felt very much like a senior disciplining a junior. Don't ask him how he knew. He had been disciplined exactly that way by Red Leg Zeph his entire life. Mach grabbed Enel and left. Luffy held his head, looking at the direction Mach had left with a hurt expression, muttering under his breath, "Why does this guy's fist feel just like Grandpa's? That hurts so much." Down on Long Ring Long Land, Mach waited for Enel to wake up. A dozen minutes later, a news bird flew overhead. Mach pulled a coin from his chest and tossed it into the sky. The news bird caught it instantly. A newspaper dropped down moments later. Mach caught it and read. His pupils constricted sharply. Port Gas D. Ace, 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, had been captured. Marshal D. Teach had become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What the hell? Mach was truly stunned. The storyline had already been altered by him countless times. Yet Ace still fell into Blackbeard's hands. Marshal D. Teach still became a warlord. There was no denying it. That Marshal D. Teach was something else. He'd just been beaten not long ago, and now he'd already taken down Ace. Moreover, just like in the original story, that man was setting his sights on him, held down. Interesting. Very interesting. Brew brew brew. Just then the Den Den Mushi in his pocket began to ring. The moment the Den Den Mushi connected, Sengoku's voice came through. "This is Sengoku." Mach's heart stirred. He immediately guessed why Sengoku was calling. He chuckled. "Is this about taking on Whitebeard?" Sengoku's face darkened. "How do you know?" He hadn't said a single word about it. Mach glanced at the newspaper in his hand. That birdbrain Morgans has already plastered Ace's capture all over the news. If I couldn't figure out what the Marines were planning from that, I'd be a complete idiot. Sengoku's mouth twitched at that. Then he couldn't help but mutter a curse. Damn it. Unfortunately, Morgans was beyond the Marines' control. Even as fleet admiral, there was nothing he could do about it. Huh. Sengoku drew a deep breath to steady himself. "Since you already know, I won't beat around the bush. Come to Marine headquarters in 3 days to attend the warlords' meeting." "Fine." Mach agreed without the slightest hesitation, a smile curling involuntarily at the corners of his mouth. The timing couldn't be better. The moment the announcement of Ace's execution was made public would be the moment he seized the Golden City. At that point in time, Marine headquarters and the world government would have no energy to spare for him. TSK. There was no denying it. Blackbeard had played his hand beautifully, drawing away all the fire that was about to come down on him. Enel slowly sat up at that moment. The instant he laid eyes on Mach, his face darkened. He said in a deep voice, "As much as this god hates to admit it, I did lose to someone far weaker than me." He turned his head to look at Mach squarely, his expression serious. "If I join your crew, will you really teach me that hockey?" Mach nodded, "Of course. Enel, and you'll take me to witness the strong warriors of the Blue Sea." Mach handed him the newspaper. "Funny you should mention it. A major event just happened." I suspect a great war will break out before long. When it does, I'll take you there to see it for yourself. Enel's eyes lit up. Losing to someone far weaker than himself had been a heavy blow. So he desperately needed to grow stronger and to gain a proper understanding of this world. Are there many powerful fighters? Mach nodded. Plenty. The Marine's strongest forces will all be there. Fellow warlords like me, the world's greatest swordsman, and even Whitebeard, the man called the strongest in the world, will all attend. Enel's eyes gleamed even brighter with excitement. Finally his gaze fell upon the newspaper, Fire Fist Ace. Mach Portgasti. Ace, 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. He's a Logia user just like you, and his strength is probably on par with yours. The only difference is that you wield lightning and he commands fire. However, you two are remarkably similar. Both of you have developed your abilities to an extremely high level, yet neither has awakened armament hockey, and your physical durability is lacking. In short, you rely too heavily on your devil fruit powers, and that's what left you vulnerable. That's precisely why this man, despite possessing formidable strength, was captured alive, and why you were defeated by someone far weaker than you. Because the moment your devil fruit abilities fail to harm your opponents, or if you were to temporarily lose them, your overall combat power would plummet by more than half. Enel fell silent at those words. He had to admit that Mach had hit the nail right on the head. Whitebeard Pirates. Is that the same Whitebeard you just mentioned, the one they call the strongest in the world? Mach, exactly. Enel fell silent again. A Logia user just like himself, a man whose strength rivaled his own. And that man was merely 1 division commander under Whitebeard. He looked back at Mach. From that perspective, joining Mach's crew and becoming the vice captain wasn't such a hard pill to swallow after all. So he nodded. I'm willing to join your crew. After saying that, he added, but you must teach me that armament hockey. Ha ha ha. Mach burst into hearty laughter. He had finally won over this proud fellow. At the Golden City, Mr. Tanaka stood before Guild Tesoro. He reported, some rather formidable figures have arrived this time. Guild Tesoro raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, tell me, who's come that warrants such a cautious tone from you? Mr. Tanaka, Edward Weevil, 480 million berries. He was once a candidate for the 7 warlords of the sea. Champion King Burns, the strongest champion in a century on Champion Island. Bounty of 320 million berries. Twinblade Cook Ada, bounty of 130 million berries. Jesus Burgess may only have a bounty of 20 million, but he's the new champion of Champion Island. As for Brooke and Perona, though they're relatively unknown, they are both devil fruit users. Most crucially, their captain is the new warlord Mach. Guild Tesoro's expression turned serious upon hearing this, his brow arching. The warlord Mach, the warlord candidate Weevil, and the champion Burns. Those 3 are indeed somewhat troublesome. That was right. Only those 3 were worthy of his attention. The others, even Ada with her 100 million bounty, weren't worth a second glance. Let alone the likes of Jesus Burgess, Brooke, and Perona with their paltry tens of millions bounties. Although he was arrogant, he indeed possessed such strength. Jir Taizaluo's Paramecia type gold fruit had reached the level of awakening. His strength was definitely on the level of the 7 warlords, not much inferior to Duofu Langming. After deep thought for a moment, he turned to look at Mr. Tianzhong. Have Bacala go over and keep an eye on them. Then he added, let them win a little. Mr. Tianzhong immediately understood. A few words about giving them some money to make these guys happy, then kick them out. Don't let these guys lose money. If things turned sour, it would be troublesome. It wasn't that Jir Taizaluo was timid, but rather a question of whether it was worth it. With strength like theirs, if a fight broke out in the city, the losses would be enormous. Therefore, unless necessary, they would not initiate a fight in the city unless they could resolve it easily and quickly. Moreover, what Jir Taizaluo lacked the least was Bailey. Anything that could be solved with Bailey was not a problem. Feifei Wang Boensi led a group of people and quickly arrived at the casino. He swiftly found Yi Xiao, who was already there. He immediately walked over. Yi Xiao, today, we must have a good time. Yi Xiao, you rascal finally came. My gambling skills have improved recently. This time who wins and who loses is really uncertain. Ha ha ha. Feifei Wang Boensi couldn't help but laugh loudly, then turned to Jazasi, Bajasi, Brooke, Ada, and the others. You guys find a place to have fun yourselves. I'll catch up with this old friend. Brooke, yo ho ho ho. I'm going to play roulette. Perona, horo horo horo. I'm going to play the fruit machine. Weiber followed closely behind Perona because among these people, she was the one who needed the most protection. So before leaving, Moke had him follow and protect Perona. Jazasi, Bajasi, and Ada exchanged a glance. One of them liked fighting, the other liked cooking. They had no interest in gambling at all. So they chose to follow Brooke and Perona respectively. After they left, Yi Xiao asked Feifei Wang Boensi the doubt in his heart. Why did you bring so many people this time? In the past, you were like me, always alone. Feifei Wang Boensi did not hide anything and told him the whole story. Finally, he smiled bitterly. I guess I was tricked by you. Because of the bet with you, I ended up being given away. Yi Xiao. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. At the same time his brows furrowed because he had no good impression of pirates. In his eyes pirates were all reckless and lawless fellows. They were murderers, arsonists, looters, villains who stop at nothing. Moke had already coordinated with Feifei Wang Boensi, so at this time Feifei Wang Boensi persuaded, "Would you like to join our pirate crew? Then we can gamble every day." Yishao raised an eyebrow. "I won't judge your choice, but there's no way I'll become a pirate." Feifei Wang Boensi, "Don't I know your character? If the pirate crew I joined was one that did all kinds of evil, I wouldn't even mention it to you." Yishao couldn't help but laugh. "Are you trying to tell me that there are good pirates?" Feifei Wang Boensi, "Whether there are good ones or not I don't know. But guys like Whitebeard and Red Hair aren't that bad, right?" Yishao fell silent. These two pirate crews were quite good to the island residents under their protection. As long as they paid a certain amount of Bailey each year, they could receive protection. They usually didn't bully ordinary people, especially Red Hair. Feifei Wang Boensi immediately added, "Although our captain is a pirate, he wants to build a peaceful kingdom. Therefore he needs a person with a sense of justice to become the kingdom's peace officer. I think you're quite suitable. Moreover, if you join, the justice in your heart can be implemented in this kingdom, even on all the islands under our pirate crew's control. Consider it." "What?" Yishao was shocked. After reacting, his expression changed. He asked tentatively, "Your captain isn't a member of the Revolutionary Army, is he?" Because Feifei Wang Boensi's words sounded just like Long's Revolutionary Army. Feifei Wang Boensi, "No. Our captain said he only wants to protect the people in the areas he controls, not to overthrow the world government, because that would cause even greater casualties, and it would plunge the entire world into chaos. But there was one thing he didn't say: as long as one possessed absolute power by directly killing all the celestial dragons in the world, he would become the new creator and rule the entire world. Why overthrow the world government? As long as he became a new celestial dragon, the world government would be his." Yishao's expression changed again. Yishao had a sense of justice. Logically, Long's revolutionary ideals suited him better. But why did he eventually choose the Navy? Very simple, because he didn't want the entire world to fall into war. He joined the Navy hoping to use his actions to change the entire Navy and thus influence the entire world government. It must be said that he was somewhat persuaded, because at this moment he had already begun to consider joining some organization. He realized that relying on himself alone, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't help more people. Feifei Wang Boensi saw that Yishao didn't immediately refuse, and his eyes lit up. This showed that Yishao was seriously thinking about it. He had taken the first step toward success. He immediately said, "Our captain is a newly appointed Shichibukai backed by the world government and the Navy, plus his strength and the few of us crew members. I believe it won't be long before we can establish our own power. If we add you, we can build our own all nations, and then your justice can be carried out throughout the entire all nations." Yishao's expression had a subtle change. Feifei Wang Boensi, "Our captain also said that instead of unrealistic ideas of saving the whole world, it's better to do your best within your own power to protect the kingdom you control. Let the people of the kingdom live in peace." Yishao's expression completely changed, but he still didn't speak. "Haha, let's go. Let's go gamble first." Feifei Wang Boensi understood that Yishao couldn't give an answer so quickly, so he didn't rush for a reply. He pulled Yishao toward a gambling table for comparing dice. An old man wearing a top hat who had been facing away from Yishao and Feifei Wang Boensi was gambling happily. Just as Feifei Wang Boensi was pulling Yishao away, he turned his head slightly and glanced at Feifei Wang Boensi and Yishao. A strange light flickered in his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "Interesting. I came here just to have some fun, but I didn't expect to see such an interesting thing. Shichibukai Moke." Then his gaze swept across the surroundings, eyes filled with awe, truly worthy of being the world's greatest entertainment city, so magnificent and resplendent, earning a fortune every day. If our revolutionary army could seize this place possessing the world's largest money sink, would we still worry about funds? At this thought, he couldn't help but grow excited. He decided to observe carefully and then report to Dragon to see if they could take down Guild Tesoro and make this place serve the revolutionary army. Meanwhile, two bolts of lightning descended from the sky, landing in this golden city. Who are they? Tanaka, watching from afar, happened to witness this scene. A flicker of shock passed through his eyes. Could there be another person in the world with the same ability? This defied his understanding. He immediately dashed toward the direction of the two, for as a user of the Pass Fruit, he could move through the bustling entertainment city without any obstacles. When he caught up to them, Tanaka's eyes widened in disbelief. He murmured "Moke." Enel was momentarily ignored by him. But just then Enel turned his head and glanced at him. That disdainful, world-dominating look instantly intimidated Tanaka. He could sense that this man's arrogance was not just in his expression. His strength was also extraordinary. Just that one glance made Tanaka's hairs stand on end. Gulp. He swallowed hard, his heart filled with terror. Could this guy also be one of Moke's crew? If plus Weevil King of Baboons burns Alta Jesus Burgess and the others, their strength would be quite formidable. Though few in number, each was an elite. Perhaps another red hair pirates. Wait. His gaze once again fell on Moke. If he remembered correctly, the Navy bounty poster claimed he was a multi-ability user, but only 3 powers had been confirmed: Earth Light and something akin to a Slice ability. But what about that lightning just now? Could it be that this guy had gained yet another power? Huff. Tanaka took a deep breath. And this man beside him. Could he also be a Logia, specifically one controlling electricity? Could it be the legendary Rumble Fruit, said to be the most destructive among Logia types? At that thought, Tanaka's scalp tingled. He had to report this to Tesselo immediately. Meanwhile, Enel, someone was watching us just now. Are you sure we don't need to deal with him? Moke waved his hand. This is the world's greatest entertainment city. We should enjoy ourselves first. Wouldn't it be a shame to start a fight now? Enjoy? Enjoy what? Enel looked confused. Moke's face broke into a mischievous grin as he patted Enel's shoulder. Today your captain will show you the sights. I promise you a royal experience. Enel was even more bewildered. Soon Moke led Enel to a tavern which was not only lavishly decorated, but also had several young ladies standing at the entrance dressed in very revealing attire with diverse styles. Hey handsome, wanna have some fun? Moke was young and handsome, and after coming to this world his strength had grown, giving him the aura of a true powerhouse, which added a unique charm to his presence. Enel too was not bad looking, especially with his disdainful demeanor that suggested he was someone important. Young, handsome, and not short on belly. What could be more attractive to them? So the young lady's eyes sparkled with a different light, eager to press close so the two could feel their firm, yet soft bosoms. One of the leaders immediately stepped forward. What would you two like to play? Moke smoothly slid his hand around her slender waist and gave it a gentle squeeze. He said with a mischievous grin, what do you think we're here to play? Her waist was indeed slender and soft. Moke glanced down. Her hips were also quite pert. You're so naughty. The woman knew exactly how to tease. Instead of pulling away, she rubbed her soft curves against Moke's arm. Good heavens. That bust size was slightly lacking. Just then Moke spotted a woman coming out from inside. His thoughts immediately took a sharp turn. She had light purple hair and a black dress with a plunging neckline that revealed an endless cleavage. The hem was very short, barely reaching the top of her thighs, with slits on both sides. And as she walked, she swayed, especially that firm and elastic posterior bouncing with each step. It was a captivating sight. With her curvaceous figure, Moke suddenly felt that after being in this world for so long, a little relaxation would be a good choice. So he asked the woman in his arms, who is that? The woman gently tapped his chest with her little fist. How annoying. You hold me, and yet think of another. But she was perceptive and knew her limits, quickly adding, she's our best songstress, very famous. Moke felt a sense of familiarity. What's her name? The woman, Karina. Holy shit. Moke remembered. This was Nami's acquaintance from the original story. They called each other Cat Burglar and Vixen. As the saying goes, names are never wrong, only nicknames are. This Karina was indeed a vixen. I'll take her. The woman was surprised, then said weakly, she's a songstress, she only sings. She's different from us. There was a hint of envy in her brows. In this dog-eat-dog world, being able to choose one's own path was a luxury. But Moke released the woman and walked toward Karina. Karina, always alert, sensed him and looked over. The moment she saw Moke, she was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes lit up. She recognized him at once, the newly appointed Shichibukai. But her heart had already turned into a symbol of money. In her eyes, Moke was a walking treasure. Far from being afraid of his Shichibukai status, she swayed her slender waist and approached. What would you like to do here, sir? I can be your guide. This left Moke momentarily speechless. In both his lives, it was the first time a woman he had his eye on threw herself at him. Interesting. After regaining his composure, he quickly understood what she was up to. After all, like Nami, she was a master of treasure stealing. She was probably after his wealth. But he wouldn't be losing anything. What was there to fear? He immediately wrapped his arm around her waist naturally, and Karina didn't even have time to react. Her waist was already in Moke's grasp. Her face couldn't help but flush slightly. She struggled imperceptibly, trying to break free from Moke's hold. But to her surprise, she couldn't break free at all. She then acquiesced but cursed inwardly, stinking man. Let you take advantage for now, later I'll steal you clean. Then you'll know my power. At that moment Moke saw a red-haired woman approaching, also wearing a dress. But hers was a long one reaching down to her calves. The form-fitting dress perfectly showcased her figure, curvaceous and alluring. S-shaped. That's exactly what it was. And with every step she took, it seemed to stir desire. Her graceful figure perfectly embodied the phrase, swaying with charm. TSK, TSK. Moke flashed a sinister smile. Another beautiful woman has arrived. Then he said to the other young beauties, take care of my brother. Serve him well. If you treat him right, there will be a reward. Rest assured we'll make sure your brother feels perfectly comfortable. As she spoke, the woman in Moke's arms tactfully slipped away. He directed several beauties to surround Enel. He was not interested in women, so he found the surrounding women somewhat annoying. Moke said this is also cultivation. You cannot refuse. Enel, women could be used for cultivation. How come he didn't know? After arranging Enel, Moke ignored him. He embraced Karina and walked towards the newcomer. The newcomer met Moke, raised an eyebrow, and said with a hint of pride, "There are rules here, and I hope you will abide by them." After speaking, she glanced at Karina in Moke's arms. She is a songstress, not a plaything. Who was she? Baccarat. She was one of the two top executives under Tesoro with an exalted status. Here she was second only to one person and above all others. Moreover, she shared a bond with Tesoro that went beyond mere partnership. So even facing Moke, she maintained a condescending attitude. After all, they could manipulate even the celestial dragons and the world government. A mere warlord meant nothing to them. If not for the fear that a disturbance here would cause losses far outweighing gains, what would they have to fear? TSK. Moke's gaze roamed over Baccarat's body unabashedly. Baccarat immediately frowned. In the entire entertainment city, no one had dared to be so disrespectful to her. She reiterated, "I hope you will follow the rules here otherwise." This time, before she could finish, Moke interrupted, "What if Karina herself is willing?" As he spoke, his hand slid down from her slender waist and gently patted Karina's round and plump bottom. Karina froze completely, as she had never expected this. Moke was so shameless. She had to get him out of here, find a place to divert his attention, or else he would take advantage of her all day long. She immediately let out a charming laugh. "Sir, the night is still young. Why don't we go to the casino first? Then we can come back and find some sisters for fun." Moke squeezed and praised as Karina gritted her teeth. "Not bad, bouncy and firm." Then he said to Baccarat, "That guild Tesoro has no future. Why not join my pirate crew?" Heh. A cold laugh sounded. Moke, Karina, and Baccarat all looked over. A tall man was approaching. He had gray-green hair, wore pink clothes and pants, and purple sunglasses. Most strikingly, he was covered in gold chains, gold earrings, and more. He exuded the aura of a nouveau riche. "Guild Tesoro," Karina exclaimed involuntarily. She had been here for a long time and naturally knew the stature of Guild Tesoro. Once she had even seen people from the world government helping him deal with a few troublesome pirates who had caused trouble here. Can you believe it? She wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Even after witnessing it, she still found it hard to believe deep down. Therefore, she had always harbored a sense of fear towards Guild Tesoro. Baccarat's lips curled slightly. In her eyes, there was nothing in the world that Guild Tesoro couldn't handle. Guild Tesoro slowly walked up to Moke, stared at him with a grim face, and said, "Kid, I admit you have some strength and a few decent subordinates. But this is not a place where you can act recklessly. If you're here to have fun, I welcome you with open arms. But if you're here to cause trouble, believe me, with just one phone call, I can have you stripped of your warlord title. And show some respect to my crew." "Your crew?" Moke glanced at Baccarat, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It must be said, Guild Tesoro's words were not an exaggeration. With his money power, he could indeed pull it off. But what did he fear? Moke's eyes flickered, thinking the time is not yet ripe. Let you be arrogant for now. When news of the Navy's execution of Ace breaks, I'll make your woman kneel and sing surrender. With that thought, he glanced at Baccarat again. No wonder she exuded a captivating charm. She was a married woman. He didn't believe for a second that Guild Tesoro and Baccarat had a purely professional relationship. When a man gains strength, status, power, and wealth, women are an inevitable topic. Unless he's not a man. But he liked it. What man doesn't harbor a desire for another's wife? He was no exception. However, on the surface, Moke waved his hand. No need to be so tense. I'm here only because the king of baboons, Burns, made an appointment with an old friend to gamble here. So I brought the rest of my crew to enjoy the world's largest entertainment city. Then he changed his tone. But I'm a free-spirited person. What I hate most is someone telling me about rules. Baccarat is your WO. Crew member, I won't say anything. But the one beside me is just a songstress. So what if I want to play with her? To put it arrogantly, even if I set my eyes on a queen, the king would have to vacate the bedroom and let me enjoy a night as king. As he said this, his gaze stared fixedly at Baccarat. Baccarat's face darkened instantly, as did Guild Tesoro's. Because his words clearly carried a hidden meaning. No man could tolerate such a thing, even if it were merely a metaphor. Guild Tesoro cast a deep glance at Moke, then said viciously, "Have your fun. I hope you enjoy yourselves." With that, Guild Tesoro turned to Baccarat and said, "Let's go." Moke let out a couple of strange chuckles in response. He then looked at Karina in his arms and asked, "Sweetheart, where did you say you wanted to go play?" At that moment, Karina realized she had provoked a formidable man. Even Guild Tesoro had been humbled. Karina swallowed hard, her palms sweating with nervousness. She took a deep breath to calm herself and said, why don't we hit the casino first?" Moke patted Karina's pert bottom and said, "Good idea. Let's go." But then he added, "I still need a secretary on my ship." "Want to join?" Karina looked confused. When did pirate crews ever have secretaries? Those were for companies and wealthy people, weren't they? Most importantly, such secretaries were usually not respectable, the kind where you work them hard by day and play with them by night. Realizing what he meant, Karina blushed, her eyes showing a hint of shyness, though she also felt a bit of anger inside. Of course, she was a resourceful person. She had already recognized the reality. The decision had been taken out of her hands from the moment Mach set his sights on her. She had no say unless she found a chance to escape. Otherwise, she was at his mercy. She clenched her fists, her mind racing. But Mach seemed to read her thoughts. You're no less than Baccarat, yet she's one of the rulers here with countless wealth. While you can only use your looks to steal a few coins, don't you resent it? He paused, then added, if I gave you a chance to become her, would you seize it? He spanked her hard, making her but jiggle. Karina shrieked and covered her rear. But she quickly noticed that Mach had released her. He looked at her meaningfully and said, think it over carefully. With that, he signaled her to lead the way. Karina obediently guided him, her heart in turmoil. She knew Mach was letting her choose. Meanwhile, Baccarat fumed. Tesoro, that man is too much. Are we just letting him off? Guild Tesoro narrowed his eyes and sneered, impossible. He dared to provoke me, so he must pay the price. He then picked up the Den Mushi and said, this is Tesoro. The other side replied, I know. What do you want to discuss this time? Guild Tesoro said, the new warlord Mach is here with his crew right now. I want you to send someone to deal with him. The other side sounded surprised, the new warlord Mach. Then quickly asked, did he provoke you? Guild Tesoro said irritably, I'm asking you, can you handle it or not? The other gave a strange laugh. With my power and position, as long as the berry is right, I can take down anyone except the 4 emperors. But then he changed his tone, but not now. That guy is still useful to us. After the navy business is settled, I'll find a way to take his life. Guild Tesoro narrowed his eyes. He had climbed to his current position not only through his devil fruit, but also his keen instincts. Is something big happening with the navy? The other replied, that's not your concern. Just make sure the berry is delivered, and he won't be your problem anymore. Guild Tesoro fell into thought. After a long pause, his eyes suddenly lit up. If he remembered correctly, the Whitebeard pirate's ace had been captured by the navy. That's it. Guild Tesoro smiled. The navy aced the warlords. All the factors pointed to one thing. The navy headquarters was going to war against the Whitebeard pirates. If that were true, Mach would definitely head to Marineford. Then this plan could work. He turned to Baccarat and said, Baccarat used the old channel to send 100 million berry. Then he said to the person on the Den Mushi, I want to see Mach's head after the upcoming big event. The other replied, he's one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and he has a good relationship with the navy. So without at least 1 billion berry, you'd better deal with him yourself. Guild Tesoro's face darkened, but he eventually nodded in agreement. I'll give you 1 billion, but I no longer want just Mach's head. The other chuckled, don't worry. After the event, Mach and his crew will vanish from this world. He added, and given how much berry you're paying, I'll find a way to get Mach out of there soon. So he won't cause you any more trouble. Guild Tesoro nodded in satisfaction, thanks. Meanwhile, Mach, guided by Karina, soon arrived at the largest casino in the entertainment district. Before he could step inside, the Den Mushi in his pocket rang. Mach raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting slightly. The call at this moment made him suspect something. Sure enough, when he answered, Sengoku's voice came through. Mach, didn't I tell you to come to Marine headquarters? Why are you at Guild Tesoro's? Get over here now. Mach's pupils contracted slightly. He muttered to himself, so it was this guy's doing. But he really has far-reaching connections. His desire to gain power here grew even stronger. Then he said nonchalantly, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, don't be so agitated. Rest assured I'll reach Marine headquarters within the agreed time. But before that, I'm going to have some fun here. You don't need to worry about that. Sengoku fell silent for a moment. Then his tone became unyielding. I said you come now. Mach's tone turned cold as well. Sengoku, you need to understand one thing. I'm not your subordinate. I'll go to Marine headquarters, but my business is none of your concern. With that, he hung up. In Sengoku's office, another Den Mushi had been kept open, eavesdropping on the entire conversation. At this moment, a few strange chuckles came from the other end. See, didn't I tell you Mach was uncontrollable? At that moment, a few eerie laughs echoed from the other end. See, I told you Mach was beyond control. After finishing, he added another remark. He killed the highest-ranking naval officer in the East Blue upon setting sail, which shows he holds no reverence for the Navy or the world government. Combined with his talent and strength, as well as the speed at which he's building his pirate crew, once he grows powerful enough, he will undoubtedly become a grave threat. Therefore, we should eliminate him while we have the opportunity. Sengoku couldn't help but frown. He knew full well that this man was undoubtedly paid by Guild Tesoro. However, there was one point he could not deny. If Mach were allowed to continue developing unchecked, he would surely become a major headache for both the Navy and the world government. Intelligence reports revealed that Mach had already recruited quite a few crew members. Clearly, he harbored immense ambition. Unlike Bear or Hawkeyes, who walked alone, or Hancock, who contentedly remained in the calm belt as the pirate queen. Unlike Jinbe, who cherished peace. And certainly unlike Doflamingo, who cared only about making money. Thus the question also crossed his mind. What did you say? Guild Tesoro received Mr. Tanaka's report once again. His eyes widened with pure excitement. Mr. Tanaka, the Beast Pirates Hurricane Jack has arrived at the port accompanied by Smoothie and Pecoms from the 6 running gods. Coming to his senses, Tesoro immediately asked, why are they here? Mr. Tanaka, they must be after the Zoan-type devil fruit being auctioned. Tesoro furrowed his brows. The auction house belonged to Doflamingo. Or rather, it was jointly operated with him. Every year 1 or 2 devil fruits were auctioned to attract guests. Thinking carefully, today happened to be auction day. Devil fruits were the most crucial strategic assets for any faction. Over the years he had also purchased several. Mr. Tanaka's Paramecia type, the Fukuda fruit, and Bakala's Paramecia type, the Lucky fruit. They all came from here. Among the 4 emperors, Big Mom and Kaido, Big Mom had a fondness for Paramecia fruits, while Kaido favored Zoan fruits. In recent years, the devil fruits listed at the auction house were basically snapped up by these 2 emperor pirate crews. This time a Zoan-type devil fruit was being auctioned. How could the beast pirates not come? The moment he thought of this, a slight smile curled the corners of Guild Tesoro's lips. He already had a plan in mind. He turned to Mr. Tanaka and said, send that Zoan-type devil fruit from my inventory to the auction house as well. And make sure to stir up plenty of excitement. Also ensure Mach becomes aware of it. Mr. Tanaka and Bakala exchanged glances, both overjoyed in their hearts, for they already understood Tesoro's scheme. This was about using someone else's blade to commit murder. Mr. Tanaka understood. I'll handle it right away. His speed was remarkable, and combined with his abilities, he was far swifter than the leisurely paced Mach and Karina. Therefore, when Mach and Karina arrived at the casino, they saw the auction house across the street, enthusiastically promoting its event. Today marks the auction house's annual devil fruit auction. Lord Tesoro is in a generous mood, so he has also contributed a Zoan-type devil fruit to share the joy with everyone. So those of you who came specifically to bid on devil fruits are truly fortunate. Your chances of acquiring one have doubled. Zoan-type devil fruit. Mach looked thoroughly surprised. Karina, are you interested? She added another remark. If you are a 1 million berry entry fee, grant you access. A 10 million berry entry fee. Mach's face registered astonishment. Karina nodded. How ruthless. Mach couldn't help but remark on Doflamingo's money-making methods. Although it was indeed shrewd, anyone with some strength and wealth who wouldn't want to compete, especially those whose potential had been exhausted and whose power could no longer be elevated, and those desperately seeking to boost their strength in a short time. It was simply a fatal temptation, but this was too coincidental. Having just come face to face with Guild Tesoro, he immediately sent a devil fruit his way and made a grand announcement. The commotion was impossible to ignore. Could it really be this coincidental? Mach was no fool. It was obvious that Tesoro's actions were designed to draw his attention to this auction. But why? Did he want Mach to bid on both devil fruits, then secretly drive up the prices, let him purchase them at exorbitant sums, and then profit enormously, taking out his frustration? That seemed unlikely. Guild Tesoro was the Golden Emperor, controlling 20% of the world's wealth single-handedly. Those 2 devil fruits, even if sold at sky-high prices, would be merely a drop in the ocean for him. So what was the real purpose? For a moment Mach couldn't figure it out. Regardless, Mach had indeed become interested. Karina, let's go in and join the excitement. Huh? Karina looked utterly shocked. The entry fee alone was 10 million berries per person, 20 million for the 2 of them. And it was non-refundable. Meaning if you didn't purchase anything, that 10 million would be gone forever. But Mach didn't care. He simply grabbed her hand, paid the 20 million berries, and entered the auction house. After stepping inside, he discovered many others had already arrived. Moreover, they all looked fierce and menacing. Clearly not people to be trifled with. Most importantly, some of them regarded him with greedy eyes. Mach couldn't help but touch his nose. He had to admit Sengoku's bounty poster was indeed remarkably effective. But almost immediately Mach noticed everyone's expressions shift dramatically, their eyes filled with a hint of terror. Mach turned to look behind him, for he had sensed someone else entering. He had simply not paid much attention earlier, since newcomers were a common sight at the auction house. But the expressions of these people now piqued his curiosity. In just one glance Mach froze. 3 people had arrived. The leader was tall and powerfully built, wearing a metallic jaw piece with 2 ivory-like ornaments adorning his head and shoulders, and draped in a fur coat. He also wore a belt bearing the Beast Pirates insignia. To his left stood a tall young woman with long legs and an excellent figure. Notably, she wore a pair of horn-like protrusions on her head and a light pink floral pattern mask. On his right was a young man, also wearing a mask. However, his mask was black and white striped. These 3 were so distinctive that Mach recognized them instantly. They were Hurricane Jack, Smoothie, and Pecoms of the Beast Pirates. At this moment Mach finally understood what Guild Tesoro was planning. This was intended to provoke a conflict between him and the Beast Pirates, leading to a fight and ultimately enmity. Once enmity was established, even if he defeated these 3 now, he would still face the suicidal Kaido afterward. That man is utterly insane. It must be said that Guild Tesoro had indeed schemed brilliantly. Then I shall see exactly what kind of Zoan devil fruit you've sent over. You're so confident it will make him clash with the beast's pirates. Hey, get out of the way. At that moment Jack the Drought fixed his gaze on Mork, who stood in their path, his eyes growing impatient. If it weren't for this being the territory of Doflamingo and Guild Tesoro, he would have long since backhanded the fool who dared block his way. Of course it wasn't fear. Rather, the three parties had a cooperative relationship, and they had to show some respect. Just then Altai and Page 1 behind Jack recognized Mork. Surprise flickered in their eyes, and they exchanged glances. That guy is the new warlord Mork. The new warlord Mork. Jack paused slightly, then scrutinized Mork closely. His expression also grew more solemn. Ever since the Navy established the 7 warlords of the sea, every one of them had been a figure of extraordinary power. Thus he dared not underestimate Mork. Yet he was also extremely confident in his own strength. Kid. Just as Jack was about to speak, an auctioneer with a microphone stepped onto the podium. Behind him followed a person carrying a box containing a devil fruit. Welcome everyone to this year's devil fruit auction. The first fruit today is prepared by the auction house itself. The Zoan Black Wolf fruit. Starting bid 100 million berries. Each increment must be at least 10 million berries. Jack, Altai, and Page 1's eyes all lit up. The Zoan Black Wolf fruit, though inferior to the ancient Zoan they had eaten, was still quite decent among regular Zoan types. Jack glanced at Mork. We'll talk after this auction ends. With that he bypassed Mork and walked to the front row to sit down. 110 million berries. 130 million berries. 160 million berries. At that moment the bidding had begun. Because this Zoan Black Wolf fruit held immense appeal for everyone present. Jack curled his lips in disdain, then raised his hand. 200 million berries. The moment he uttered this price the entire hall fell silent. It wasn't that they couldn't afford more. Rather, they were wary of Jack's strength and the beast's pirates behind him. They were all weighing whether it was worth antagonizing the beast's pirates for a devil fruit. Mork, however, just shrugged. The Zoan Black Wolf fruit was indeed decent among Zoan types, but it didn't catch his interest. He was far more eager for the one Guild Tesoro had brought. So he didn't bid. Any more bids? The auctioneer shouted loudly. The attendees exchanged glances, and for a moment no one spoke. Yes, they wanted this devil fruit. But they knew they lacked the strength to withstand the inevitable wrath of the beast's pirates. Not to mention Kaido, even Jack, Altai, and Page 1 alone could sweep everyone present. Heh. Jack let out a cold laugh, then turned his head to glance at Mork. His eyes held a hint of smugness and a trace of contempt. Because in his view Mork had come for the devil fruit, yet he didn't even dare to bid. Trash. Mork was baffled, a string of question marks running through his mind. Is this guy brain dead? 200 million once. 200 million twice. 200 million 3 times. Bang. The auctioneer brought down his gavel, sold. He then signaled with his eyes, and the attendant immediately understood, respectfully presenting the box to Jack. From now on this is yours. Jack nodded in satisfaction and took it. As for the berries, the auction house would collect them from their ship. Everything followed the usual procedure. Next we auctioned the second devil fruit. This fruit is a collection piece sent by Lord Tesoro. So it will surely amaze you. Clap, clap. With that he clapped his hands. Immediately another person carried a box containing a devil fruit onto the stage. Then the auctioneer announced loudly, "It is the Zoan mythical Zoan Hound of Hades form." What? Everyone present exclaimed in shock. When they had entered they had seen the advertisements and knew that Tesoro had also sent a Zoan devil fruit for auction today. But they never expected it to be a mythical Zoan. This was rarer than even Logia types. And crucially, every mythical Zoan that had appeared so far was incredibly powerful. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, their eyes filled with greed. Others stood up excitedly, their fists clenched. If not for the rational part of their minds reminding them this was Tesoro's territory, they would have already tried to seize it. Even Jack the Drought, Altai, and Page 1 changed expressions. A mythical Zoan was rarer and stronger than the ancient Zoan they had eaten. Ha ha ha. Jack the Drought burst into laughter because in their eyes this mythical Zoan was already the beast's pirate's prize. Holy shit. Mork was stunned truly. The Hound of Hades was a mythical divine beast, also a beast of calamity. Like the celestial hound, it was the mount of a great deity. The celestial hound was Erling Shen's battle beast, while the Hound of Hades was the battle beast of the fire god Jerome. The Hound of Hades was the embodiment of flame, its body pitch black, capable of spewing raging fire from its mouth, and its appearance brought great conflagrations. It also fed on flames, usually hiding behind Jerome, devouring fire to fill its stomach. Well, Mork was tempted, for this devil fruit was essentially a combination of a Zoan and a Logia fire fruit. Absolutely formidable. Moreover, this fruit was perfectly suited for the champion Jesus Burgess. With it, Jesus Burgess's strength would skyrocket, reaching the level of a warlord. Then his own crew's power would be further enhanced. After the shock, he muttered inwardly, that Tesoro really lives up to being the richest man in the pirate world. He pulls out a mythical Zoan just like that. At that moment the auctioneer felt the atmosphere was right. He immediately shouted, starting bid for this mythical Zoan is 500 million berries with increments of at least 50 million berries. Bang! He slammed the hammer. Auction begins. Jekka stood up abruptly, 550 million berries. After bidding, Jekka glanced around, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. Those who were eager to bid all backed off. The auctioneer frowned slightly. Jekka's action was somewhat against the rules. You bid and others are afraid to bid against you. The auction house would have no complaint, but standing up to threaten everyone is wrong. 600 million. Moke bid decisively. Swish. Everyone turned to look at the bidder, and when they saw it was Moke, they were all stunned. Especially Jekka. In his eyes, Moke was nothing but trash. Otherwise, he would have competed for the first devil fruit. So Moke's sudden bid caught him off guard. He then narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent completely undisguised. Paijuan also stood up, staring at Moke arrogantly. Hey, do you really want to be an enemy of the beast's pirates? Moke smirked sarcastically. This is an auction house. The highest bidder wins. If you don't have the berries, then get out. Stop talking nonsense here. Hey kid, do you know what you're saying? The hot-tempered Run T glared as if ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Moke, however, looked at the auctioneer. Isn't this auction house based on the highest bidder? If that's not the case, then I could save a lot of berries. After saying that, Moke also stood up. Kalina beside Moke was trembling. She was truly terrified. What kind of people were these? Looking for death. Paijuan was furious and about to attack, but Jekka stopped him. Don't get excited. This is an auction house, so let's follow the auction house's rules. Highest bidder wins. Then highest bidder wins. He then sat back down. Run T and Paijuan exchanged glances, looking at Jekka with confusion. Jekka, someone is paying for us. We should be happy. Run T and Paijuan were stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. That's right. Even if this guy won the bid, they could just rob him outside the auction house. They saved 550 million berries for nothing. What a great deal. Moke, however, spoke to the auctioneer again. I think no one will bid higher than me. Shouldn't this devil fruit be mine now? Hearing this, the auctioneer took a deep breath. 600 million berries once. 600 million berries twice. 600 million berries 3 times. Bang! The auctioneer struck the hammer. Sold. After that, he added a reminder. Since this is your first time auctioning here, please deliver the berries here within 1 day. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Moke chuckled. Don't worry, what's this little money? I'll give it to you now. As he spoke, Moke took a gold ornament from Kalina. As a devil fruit user, he instantly became a gold fruit user. Gold manipulation. Moke stretched out his hand, and in everyone's horrified expressions, the surrounding gold elements were all drawn to him. The gold in the air, on the ground, underground, as well as the gold items in the auction house and the gold accessories on people, all turned into gold elements and converged into Moke's hand. Soon a golden sphere appeared, and the sphere grew rapidly at a visible rate. The range of Moke's technique was a full kilometer. At this moment, within the kilometer radius, a strange spectacle occurred. All the gold turned into golden sand, gathered together, forming a golden cloud that flew toward the auction house. Taizalo. The crowd showed anger, but dared not express it. Compared to gold, their own lives were more important. Obviously, they were mistaken. This was the most prosperous entertainment city in the world, and this was the most bustling area of the city. It could be said that the richest people in the entire entertainment city were gathered here. How could there be little gold? Soon a golden sphere the size of a tabletop appeared before everyone. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Moke grinned and said to the auctioneer, this should be enough. All this. The auctioneer was stunned. This was essentially robbing others of their berries to pay the bill. This manipulation was too arrogant. Logically speaking, they should tell him to go to hell. Just grab him directly. Did he think they were made of mud? But he glanced at Jekka the Drought Run T and Paijuan nearby. Taizaluo had already said that the price of this devil fruit didn't matter. What mattered was to make Moke fight with Jekka, Run T, and Paijuan. So he waved his hand. The person behind him holding the devil fruit immediately delivered it to Moke. After taking it, Moke smiled lightly. Finally, he said to Jekka the Drought Run T and Paijuan, thank you for yielding. With that, he picked up the weak-legged Kalina and walked out. Jekka the Drought Run T and Paijuan exchanged glances, their eyes full of shock. They never expected that this guy could manipulate gold. Wasn't that Taizaluo's ability? TSK. They then stood up and followed, all grinning maliciously. Jekka the Drought said to Run T and Paijuan, when you strike, have some restraint. Don't kill him. Run T and Paijuan nodded, their eyes full of excitement. With that ability, just now after capturing him, the beast pirates would never lack berries. Everyone present knew exactly what they were plotting. Moke sent Kalina to the entrance of the casino across the street, then turned to look at Jekka the Drought Run T and Paijuan. Conqueror's Haki. A terrifying force erupted from his body and swept outward. People on the street fell one after another without warning. Those with some strength turned their heads in terror, looking at where Moke was. In the casino, Wyber Bulyuok Palina, Jazasibajiasi Baboon, King Boensi, and Ada all showed puzzled expressions. Ishao also raised an eyebrow. Then he said meaningfully, "It seems there's going to be a big ruckus here." Baboon King Boensi stood up. "I'll go out and take a look. Maybe it's the captain." "Oh, then I'll go see too." Ishao stood up as well. Wyber Bulyuok Palina, Jazasibajiasi, and Ada also rushed to the casino entrance. They happened to see Moke confronting Jeka the Drought Run T and Pai Jawan. Moke tossed the devil fruit to Jaiza's Bages. "I just bought it for you at the auction house, a Zoan mythical type Huado form. It enhances both physical abilities like a Zoan and grants control over flames. Perfect for you." Jaiza's Bages' eyes lit up instantly. Zoan mythical Huado form. Baboon King Burns Bulyuok Piluna and Ada cried out in unison. They exchanged glances thinking, can a devil fruit of this caliber really be found at an auction? They could hardly believe it. If it weren't for their captain's words, and if the devil fruit hadn't already been handed to Jaiza's Bages, they would have burst out laughing. A mythical Zoan from an auction. Is there a more absurd joke than that? At that moment Moke added, "I paid 600 million berries for it, so, after you eat it, get your strength up quickly." 600 million berries. Jaiza's Bages exclaimed, his hands trembling as he held the fruit. Well, at that moment he felt a sense of belonging to this pirate crew and immense gratitude toward Moke, their captain. And not just him, the others felt the same. Their loyalty to the crew's sword. Meanwhile, across from them, Drought Jack Runti and Pei Jivun grew anxious. Jack said, "Runti, Pei Jivun sees that devil fruit." Runti and Pei Jivun replied in unison, "Yes." With that they sprang into action, their legs propelling them directly toward Jaiza's Bages, who held the fruit. Baboon King Burns' expression shifted. "Drought Jack of the Beasts Pirates Run T Pei Jivun," he exclaimed. "The Beasts Pirates." Jaiza's Bages Bulyuok Piluna and Ada frowned. Since arriving in the New World, Moke had drilled them on information about the 4 Emperor's crews, including these 3. Realizing the situation, Jaiza's Bages decisively swallowed the devil fruit. In his mind, the safest place for a devil fruit was inside one's stomach. "You dare." Run T and Pei Jivun, charging forward, instantly transformed into hybrid forms, their speed skyrocketing. Baboon King Burns and Ada exchanged a glance, then leaped forward to block Jaiza's Bages. Headbutt Spear. This was Run Ti's signature move. She wrapped her head in armament hockey and charged headlong at Baboon King Burns, who stood in her way. Unfazed, Baboon King Burns assumed a striking stance. Fishman Karate Shark Wave Straight Punch. A powerful full-body straight punch from Fishman Karate. Head and fist collided with immense force. Baboon King Burns staggered back 2 steps while Run T was flung 3 or 4 meters through the air before landing. Meanwhile, Pei Jivun threw a punch at Ada. She stood motionless as if the blow aimed at her was of no consequence. Confusion flickered in Pei Jivun's eyes, but he didn't halt his attack. His fist was already inches from her. At this point, it was too late for her to dodge, block, or counter. True enough, the next moment his fist slammed into her. Yet the instant his punch connected, Pei Jivun's face twisted in shock. It felt as though his fist had struck something incredibly slippery. His fist slid off harmlessly, failing to inflict any damage. Not good. As a veteran officer of the Beasts Pirates, his instincts and experience screamed danger. But it was too late. Ada had already anticipated everything. Drawing her twin blades, she declared, "2-sword style, 2-character wolf thrust." She raised her swords, forming the shape of the character 2. As Pei Jivun's fist slid past her, and he was about to brush by, she struck. SHHK. Pei Jivun was instantly slashed and sent flying. Ada's blades were coated in armament hockey. Caught off guard, Pei Jivun failed to use armament hockey defense. 2 gashes in the shape of the character 2 appeared on his chest, blood gushing out. Pei Jivun, Run T, fiercely protective of her brother, yelled in panic, her face filled with pain and worry. She leaped to catch him. Meanwhile, Jack had already launched himself into the air. He absolutely could not allow that mythical Zoan to be eaten. He drew the 2 weapons from his tusks, straight lower blades with scythe-like upper sections, and swung them at Jaiza's Bages, attempting to stop him from consuming the devil fruit. Piluna cackled, "Horo, horo, horo." Wyber cut him down. Swish. Wyber sniffled, then swung his massive blade horizontally, targeting Drought Jack in midair. Clang. Both were powerhouses, so their clash was a pure contest of strength. Wyber's body trembled, and the ground beneath him cracked, revealing the immense force of the blow. Drought Jack, airborne, was knocked back to the ground. By then, Jaiza's Bages had already swallowed the mythical Zoan. "Bastard." Drought Jack cursed. Run T was even more furious. No one in the world was allowed to hurt her brother. She glared at Ada as if wanting to tear her apart. Pei Jivun grabbed her arm. At that moment, he had to re-evaluate this group. And so did Drought Jack. He first shot a venomous glare at Jaiza's Bages, who had eaten the mythical Zoan. Then his gaze fell on Wyber, who had repelled him with a single blow, a hint of wariness in his eyes. In that clash, he had found himself slightly outmatched in strength, a rare occurrence as he usually relied on overwhelming power to win. Finally, he looked at Moke. He had no choice but to take Moke seriously. If his subordinates possessed such strength, how much stronger must Moke their captain be? No doubt he was only more formidable. The situation was now highly unfavorable for him. Run T and Pei Jivon. After all, two of his opponents had easily held off Run T and Pei Jivon, and even wounded one. On his side, he too had been blocked by one of Moke's crew. That meant just 3 of Moke's people could match them. And they weren't limited to 3. Their strongest captain, Moke, hadn't even lifted a finger. Under normal circumstances, retreat would be the wisest choice. But who was he? Drow Jack. He swung his weapons again and charged, this time directly at Moke. Moke's face twitched. Truly worthy of a ship fruit user. So fearless, he muttered to himself. Moke's face twitched involuntarily as he silently mused, truly worthy of a ship fruit user. Such audacity. In the next instant, the Sandai Kitetsu in his hand was drawn and swung, meeting the fist of Jack the Drought head-on. Clang! Jack the Drought's fist, coated in armament hockey, collided fiercely with the Sandai Kitetsu in Moke's hand. Terrifying power clashed between them, ceaselessly colliding, forming a formidable burst of energy that swept outward in all directions. The gust rustled their clothes violently, and even the ordinary townsfolk of weaker constitution struggled to keep their footing, a testament to the level of their confrontation. Your strength is nothing compared to your underlings. TSK. Yet Jack sneered contemptuously, for he realized that under this punch Moke's power fell far short of Weibel's. Nor did it match his own, as evidenced by the fact that under his blow the Sandai Kitetsu in Moke's hand was gradually being forced back. But the corner of Moke's mouth curled upward. Strength is but a part of one's overall power, not the whole. Crackle. As his words fell, a fierce electric light burst from his body. Instantly the current traveled along his arm, coiled around the Sandai Kitetsu, and finally surged into Jack the Drought. No matter how resilient Jack's body was, it could not withstand the terrifying voltage. He was plunged into a brief paralysis. Now, one sword style Azura slash. Demon aura surged from Moke's body, wrapping around the blade of the Sandai Kitetsu, merging with the sword's inherent demonic energy into one. A purple blade formed by the demon aura materialized on the Sandai Kitetsu. With a mighty roar, Moke unleashed all his strength. He forcefully broke through Jack the Drought's fist, and the Sandai Kitetsu struck deep into Jack's chest. SHHH. A gash visible to the bone was carved across Jack the Drought's chest, blood spurting violently. Thud thud. Staggered back several steps, the severely wounded Jack barely managed to steady himself. The searing pain in his chest left Jack the Drought in disbelief. He had always idolized Kaido, and his lifelong pursuit was to possess a body as impervious to all attacks as Kaido's. Thus he had devoted immense effort and time to tempering his physique. The results were evident. His body ranked among the top in the entire New World. Few could inflict such a grievous wound on him, but this man before him had done it. When he looked at Moke again, his gaze had completely changed. Gone was the previous contempt, replaced by nothing but profound wariness. In the distance, Guild Tesoro Mr. Tanaka and Baccarat stood atop a high vantage point overlooking the unfolding events. Guild Tesoro's expression had turned grim when he saw Moke's subordinates easily repelling Jack the Drought Ultai in page 1. Mr. Tanaka and Baccarat also wore grave looks. With their unique abilities, they were confident in handling Ultai and page 1. But against Jack, only Tesoro could manage. Observing the current situation, their hearts sank. At that moment, they were immensely grateful for their earlier decision not to completely fall out with Moke. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. After a long silence, Guild Tesoro finally spoke. I never expected Moke's crew to possess such strength. Unless the entire crew of a certain Yonko arrives in full force, they are invincible. At this moment, Guild Tesoro acknowledged the power of Moke's crew. Mr. Tanaka said wearily, we've had a very unpleasant history with them. If they decide to target us again, how would we handle it? Baccarat chuckled. In this world there is no one that berry cannot sway. If there is, it's only because the berry isn't enough. Guild Tesoro nodded. In this world, those without berry can only accomplish nothing but be dominated. But if you have enough berry, you can dominate the whole world. Even the celestial dragons high above must bow to your will, let alone a Moke. And Guild Tesoro possessed 20% of the world's berry. Who could he not dominate? He turned to Baccarat. Jack the Drought Ultai and page 1 are already doomed to defeat. We must offer an apology to Moke's crew. Moke likes devil fruits, doesn't he? Then send another one. Yes. Baccarat raised no objection. For Guild Tesoro's goal had been achieved. The enmity between Moke and the Beast's pirates was now firmly established. Baccarat immediately went to prepare. Guild Tesoro then instructed Mr. Tanaka, contact the Big Mom pirates. Tell them, I want Moke's head. Name your price. Mr. Tanaka, I'll see to it at once. Having issued his orders, Guild Tesoro smiled to himself. With the Marines' headquarters and the New World both closing, and I wonder how you'll survive. Offend me, Guild Tesoro. No matter who you are, death is your only way out. Meanwhile, Moke, having gravely wounded Jack the Drought, prepared to press his advantage. But Jesus Burgess stepped forward, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Captain, let me test the power of this devil fruit. With that, he instantly transformed into his hybrid form. At the same time, he raised his hand, and flames engulfed his entire fist. Seeing this, Moke's eyes lit up with interest. Excellent. I'm curious to see the might of this fruit as well. Bastard. Jack the Drought was furious at this substitution for a weaker opponent mid-battle, for he saw it as an insult. Bending his knees slightly, he then exploded forward, his target still Moke. Indeed, Jack the Drought was Jack the Drought, bold to a fault. Then again, in the original story, this was the man who dared to charge at Tsuru Sengoku and Isho. Now Moke understood this guy would never back down until he was completely subdued. He was the type who would never yield until beaten into submission. Fire Fist. Jesus Burgess punched toward the charging Jack the Drought, the flames on his hands surging into a colossal fiery fist. The flaming fist hurtled toward Jack the Drought. Jack's face twisted in shock. He knew this technique all too well. Under Kaido's leadership, he had clashed with the Whitebeard pirates countless times. Thus, he had fought Fire Fist Ace before. He never imagined that this mythical Zoan fruit could rival the power of Fire Fist Ace. It stunned him greatly, but his reaction was swift. While still charging, he wrapped his weapon in armament hockey. Then he raised it to shield himself. Rumble. Jack the Drought was engulfed in flames. When all returned to calm, he stood there, smoke rising from his body. Tui. Jack the Drought spat a wad of saliva to the side. Then he twisted his neck and finally burst into a somewhat manic laughter. Ha ha ha. With the laughter, his entire form transformed into a colossal mammoth. He swung his long trunk directly at Jesus Burgess. Wahahaha. Jesus Burgess also let out a hearty laugh, then threw a punch. With raging flames, he met Jack's trunk. In terms of raw strength, Jesus Burgess was slightly inferior. He stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before stopping. Nonetheless, this was to be expected. He had just consumed a devil fruit, and though his power had indeed increased considerably, the enhancement was limited. Once he develops this fruit to the next level, his strength would undergo a direct leap. Flame burst. Jesus Burgess, having realized this from the direct clash, made a very wise choice. He opted to fight using his devil fruit ability. He bent his legs slightly, then with a burst of power launched himself into the air. Finally, he punched the ground fiercely, flames exploding from his fist. A ring of fire formed, sweeping outward in all directions. Holy crap, too excited. Baboon King Burns, Brook, Perona, Ada, and Isho immediately retreated. They had no desire to be caught in the blast. After all, this was a wide-range attack, and such attacks typically did not discriminate between friend and foe. Ulti and Page 1 felt the same. They now understood clearly that the situation was extremely unfavorable for them, even with the two of them added. They were no match for Moke's crew. Exchanging glances, they had made a decision. Using the opportunity to avoid the fire ring, they swiftly fled. They had no intention of staying to go crazy with Jack the Drought. Moke, who stood still, naturally noticed Ulti and Page 1. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and chased after them at high speed. He had no worries about Jack the Drought's situation, although Jesus Burgess, who had just eaten a devil fruit, was probably still no match for him. There were still Weeble, Baboon King Burns, Brook, Perona, and Ada. They were more than enough to handle Jack the Drought. Whoosh! Moke caught up with the two, appearing before them and blocking their path. His gaze fell on the backpack on Page 1's back. Inside lay the Zoan-type black bear fruit. It suddenly occurred to him that this devil fruit would be perfect for Weeble. Even without developing it, the mere consumption would enhance Weeble's strength. Page 1 naturally noticed Moke's gaze, and his heart tightened. Ulti's expression also changed drastically, and she inwardly cursed. Earlier we were thinking of stealing their devil fruit. Now it's the other way around. We're being robbed. She quickly stepped in front of Page 1. Moke's gaze then fell on Ulti. And indeed, with a large chest, slender waist, and long legs, she was a hot-bodied girl. Though her face was covered, her large eyes sparkled. A clear sign she was far from ugly. Thus Moke suddenly became curious about Ulti's true appearance. Ulti noticed Moke's attention was on her, and turned to Page 1. I'll hold him off. You go. We leave together or not at all. Page 1 said firmly. The siblings had relied on each other since childhood, their bond deep. How could he leave alone? Ulti's eyes hardened, and she shouted, then we fight to the death. Ulti headbutt. Ulti immediately entered her hybrid form. She charged at Moke with her head coated in armament hockey. This attack's power rivaled that of a super heavy cannon capable of fracturing an ordinary person's skull, shattering the floor and blowing away those nearby. In her hybrid form, the Ulti headbutt was even more devastating. In the original story, she had used this move to overwhelm Nami and Usopp with no chance to fight back. But Moke was no Nami nor Usopp. He raised his hand, coating it with armament hockey, and directly caught Ulti's charging head. My! Ulti was instantly frozen in embarrassment. She found her head firmly held in Moke's grip. Her attack was nothing but a joke. It hadn't harmed Moke in the slightest. Worse still, no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from his hand. Sis. Page 1 was shocked. He transformed into a velociraptor and swung his tail at Moke, trying to save Ultai. But Moke swung Ultai around to block. Bang! Page 1's tail slammed hard into Ultai's back. Caught off guard, Ultai coughed blood from the corner of her mouth, sustaining serious injuries. Ultai! Page 1 cried out. He had never expected Moke to use Ultai's body to block his attack. He was caught in a dilemma. If he didn't attack, he couldn't save her. If he did, Moke might use her as a shield again. TSK. Looking at Ultai's face, so close, Moke asked with curiosity. I have one question. Why do you siblings wear masks? Is it because you're too ugly? Indeed, women cannot bear being called ugly. Held aloft, Ultai struggled and retorted, You're the ugly one. Moke grinned playfully. Oh, let me have a look then. He reached his other hand toward Ultai's mask. No. Ultai was terrified, and even Page 1 looked frantic. Moi. Their reactions puzzled Moke. It's just a mask, isn't it? What's the big deal? Could it really be that ugly? Please no, I beg you. When Moke's hand touched the mask, Ultai's entire body went limp. She even started crying. Moke was baffled. What's the big deal? She hadn't broken down like this when she was caught and beaten. You're overreacting. It's not like I did something to you. Page 1, having already taken off the backpack, said to Moke, As long as you don't remove Ultai's mask, I'll give you this devil fruit right now. This? Moke was even more confused. Handing over the fruit would make it hard for them to explain to Kaido, even as Flying Six members. And it's just a mask. Why is it more important than life? Well, Moke's curiosity was fully piqued. If he didn't see her true face today, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. So he decisively tore off the mask. Holy crap. One glance left Moke utterly stunned. How should one put it? Run Ti's appearance and personality were complete opposites. To be more precise, she was a child-faced beauty with a mature figure. In other words, she was a soft-looking but fierce loli. However, her style differed from Perona's. Perona was the dazed little princess type. Run T was the kind with a hint of childish charm, incredibly cute and endearing. But that wasn't the crucial point, because on her left cheek, there was a tattoo. Although it was perfectly normal for pirates to have 2 tattoos, this one was different. Because this tattoo was an absolute taboo in this world. The dragon's celestial hoof brand. It represented the supreme authority of the celestial dragons and the lowliness and humiliation of slaves. No one would ever get this branded on them. Moreover, anyone bearing the dragon's celestial hoof brand was considered the private property of the celestial dragons. Wherever you went, you would be captured and brought back. They might even dispatch the Navy's top combat force. Therefore, those with the dragon's celestial hoof brand would always hide it. First, to avoid being hunted by the Navy admirals. Second, to avoid confronting their humiliating past. In other words, it was the deepest psychological scar for all slaves of the celestial dragons. Because as long as the brand remained on their bodies, they would forever be slaves of the celestial dragons. Once exposed, even Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, might not be able to protect them. Mock set Run T down, then cast a scrutinizing gaze at Page 1. If I'm not mistaken, you have one on your face too, don't you? Page 1 seemed to have resigned himself to his fate and voluntarily removed his mask, revealing his true face. The guy was actually quite handsome. However, the dragon's celestial hoof brand on his face ruined everything. Mock fell silent. He suddenly felt a sense of sympathy for Run T and Page 1. The way the celestial dragons treated their slaves was somewhat evident in the original story. He had originally planned to deal with them. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, join my pirate crew, and I'll remove that dragon's celestial hoof brand for you. 2, die by my blade. Of course, he wasn't some saint. He had other motives for saving them. First, these 2 were quite capable fighters. Moreover, one was 22 and the other 20 still young. And youth meant potential. Honestly speaking, they could be considered geniuses. Taking them in meant gaining 2 crew members with decent strength and potential. Second, calculating the timeline, Hancock, who also bore the dragon's celestial hoof brand, should be around 28 or 29 now. She was captured at 12 to be a slave to the celestial dragons and rescued by the fishman leader at 16. So that was about 12 to 13 years ago. Run T and Page 1 were either 7 and 9 or 8 and 10 back then. So it was highly likely they were rescued around the same time as Hancock 12 or 13 years ago. Therefore, there was a good chance they knew each other. Using this as a bridge might help gain Hancock's initial trust. Then offering to remove her dragon's celestial hoof brand to earn her favor, maximizing the chances of winning her over. Even if he failed when the warlord system was abolished and the Navy attacked. When she could no longer stay in Amazon Lily, she might choose to come to him. Third, this cute loli Run T and Perona would make a perfect loli combo. That was also a pretty great option. TSK. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. What? Run T and Page 1 couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The way they looked at Mock had changed completely. It was no longer fear and pleading, but only shock and anticipation. Why had they joined the Beast Pirates in the first place? First, because Kaido was strong enough and they admired strength. Second, because if their identities were exposed, given Kaido's personality and power, he might protect them. But if they could get rid of the Dragon Celestial Hoof brand, they would be reborn finally, saying goodbye to that painful memory. This was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Because the Dragon Celestial Hoof brand was impossible to remove. Even if someone had the ability, no one dared to do it. The consequences of being discovered were too severe. See, can you really remove it? At this moment, Ron-T seemed to have forgotten her fear, her face filled with excitement. Mach nodded. This Dragon Celestial Hoof brand was probably burned on with a hot iron and then colored with tattoo ink, right? So strictly speaking, it's a type of wound. And as long as it's a wound, I can restore it to its original state. Really? Upon receiving this clear answer, Ron-T and Page One's eyes lit up. The two exchanged a glance, instantly reading the answer in each other's eyes. They nodded in unison. Ron-T, Page One, we greet our captain. Ha ha ha. Mach couldn't help but laugh. Then the ghostly aura fused with the strange power on the sacred sword surged out from Mach's body. It converged in Mach's hand. He then reached his hand out towards Ron-T. Ron-T instinctively flinched backward as Mach's domineering methods moments ago had left a deep impression on her. His forcefulness, his overbearing nature, and his terrifying strength. Mach said, hold still. I'll remove that Dragon Celestial Hoof brand for you right now. Ron-T immediately stood still, letting Mach place his hand on her face. She then felt Mach's hand gently caressing her cheek. A mysterious power emanating from his hand made her face feel a tingling sensation. The touch of his hand also stirred something within her heart. She instinctively looked up at him. He was so handsome and imposing. His forcefulness, dominance, and terrifying strength now seemed to shine. Her face flushed red instantly. As Mach continued to caress her face, the Dragon Celestial Hoof brand on Ron-T's cheek visibly faded at a noticeable rate. This sight naturally didn't escape Page One's eyes. It thrilled him immensely, because Mach truly could remove the Dragon Celestial Hoof brand for them. How wonderful. Finally, he even saw Mach absorb the color out of the brand. Ron-T's skin became as smooth and fair as any other part of her body. So Page One eagerly leaned his face in. Mach. Slap. Mach immediately delivered a slap, leaving a clear handprint on Page One's face. At the same time, his Dragon Celestial Hoof brand instantly lightened a bit. Page One looked aggrieved. Captain. Mach rolled his eyes. What do you expect me to rub your face for ages like I did your sister's? Page One. The image flashed in his mind and his body stiffened. The mental picture was too much. Well, he'd rather take another slap or two. It was no big deal. Seeing Page One's reaction, Ron-T realized that the Dragon Celestial Hoof brand on her face was truly gone. She couldn't help but touch it. Her face flushed with excitement. When she looked at Mach again, her eyes were filled with gratitude. At the same time, there was a hint of a different emotion in her gaze. Because at that moment she felt a pang of disappointment. If only the captain's hand had lingered a little longer. That kind of gentleness was something she had never experienced before. Captain, this is the devil fruit. Page One immediately handed the backpack containing the devil fruit to Moku. Moku took it. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, another devil fruit in his grasp. Not bad at all. Rumble. Just then a violent explosion erupted from the auction house. It instantly drew the attention of Moku, Ron-T, and Page One. The three of them turned in unison. Their lightning raged fiercely. Ron-T and Page One's eyes widened involuntarily, for the power of that thunderbolt could be felt even from their distant position. It was utterly intimidating. One could only imagine the fate of those caught in the epicenter. Ha ha ha. Moku, however, burst into laughter. This was unmistakably Enel's handiwork. He chuckled to himself. This guy must have been thwarted and is venting his fury. He then turned to Ron-T and Page One. Come, let me introduce you to the vice captain of our pirate crew. Ron-T and Page One exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. If they weren't mistaken, this was the legendary Rumble Fruit, the most destructive among Logia types. That meant their pirate crew had a vice captain equal to an admiral. Previously they had fought against Weevil, who rivaled Jack, easily stopped Baboon King Burns, and Ada, and now Jesus Bias, who had just eaten a Zoan mythical devil fruit, had grown immensely stronger. There were also Brook and Perona, who had yet to reveal their true strength. In terms of high-end combat power alone, this lineup was already comparable to any Yonko crew. And if their captain was already a Yonko-level powerhouse, then the New World might soon witness another Emperor of the Sea. Who is this guy? Could it be the one Tanaka mentioned who came with Moku? Guild Tesoro, who had been watching the situation from afar, never expected that just as Jesus Bias and Jack the Drought were locked in intense battle, suddenly this fellow appeared. Gulp. Guild Tesoro swallowed hard, for this devil fruit seemed specifically designed to counter him. He was gold, the other was lightning. The flashes left him no place to hide. He would be finished in seconds. No, this guy like Moku must die. Otherwise I'll never have peace of mind. Not just him. Baboon King Burns, Jesus Bias, Brook, Perona, Ada, and even Isho, every single one of them. All wore expressions of utter shock. Especially Jaiza's bias, because the man was standing right in front of him. When this guy had appeared, the way he conjured lightning in his hand had nearly made Jaiza's bias wet himself. He turned to look at Jack the Drought, who lay on the ground convulsing. The corner of his mouth twitched, for he knew full well that even after eating the mythical Zoan, his strength was still a notch below Jack the Drought's. After all, he had only just eaten the devil fruit. Though he had traded blows evenly with Jack the Drought, if the fight dragged on, he would be the one to lose. Yet even Jack the Drought had fallen. If he had taken that hit, the result would be even worse. So he was extremely wary of this sudden newcomer. He was on full alert. At that moment, Enel turned to look at Jaiza's biased curiosity in his eyes. He had clearly seen it, another flame. Indeed, what Moku said was true. Here on the blue sea there were indeed many gods. Then his gaze swept to the side. Baboon King Burns Brook Perona Ada Isho. When his eyes fell on Isho, his pupils contracted sharply. With his observation haki, he could naturally sense that this man's power was terrifying. Wait. Something strange seemed to have mixed in. His gaze swept back quickly and landed on Brook. He froze for a moment, then his eyes nearly bulged out. A living skeleton. Enel, you finished already. At that moment, Moku returned with Run T and Pei Ji-wan. Jaiza's bias glanced at Run T and Pei Ji-wan first, then asked, Captain, he is. Moku, let me formally introduce you. This is Enel, a Logia type Rumble Fruit user. He is also the vice captain of our pirate crew. After saying that, he quickly added, and Run T and Pei Ji-wan behind me have officially become our nakama. Get to know each other. Logia type Rumble Fruit. Vice captain. Those two have joined our crew. Baboon King Burns, Jaiza's bias Brook Perona and Ada. Each one was more shocked than the last. But immediately they broke into grins one after another, because this meant their pirate crew's strength had taken another huge leap forward. At this moment, Moku's gaze fell on Isho. Master Isho, it's a pleasure to meet you here. Isho only nodded, even with a hint of reluctance. Moku raised an eyebrow, slightly understanding that Baboon King Burns had not yet won him over. So he did not press further, leaving it at that to avoid any counterproductive effect. At the same time, he shot a glance at Baboon King Burns, who made a gesture indicating he understood and would continue to recruit. By now, Karina had fully grasped the strength of Moku's pirate crew. She had made up her mind. She naturally walked over to Moku, wrapped her arms around his, and flashed a charming smile. Captain, shouldn't you introduce me too? Moku was somewhat surprised. Oh, you've agreed. Karina nodded. Good. Moku said 3 goods in a row. He turned to the others and introduced. Her name is Karina. From now on, she is one of us. She is a songstress here and knows this place very well. So after we take over this place, she will be in charge of its operations. I hope you all give her your full support. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around Karina's slender waist. This time Karina did not resist. Instead, she leaned into Moku's embrace naturally. Behind Moku, Run Ti's expression turned slightly stiff at the sight. The others nodded. However, Isho's expression hardened. He never expected Moku to already have designs on this place. He knew that even the Yonko dared not act rashly here. After all, this place was intricately connected to the world government and the celestial dragons. There were even world government agents stationed here at all times. Isho couldn't help but admire inwardly. What audacity. And indeed, as he thought, world government agents were always present. For instance, at this very moment, a woman wearing a white hat with flowers, a pink dress, and a white shawl stood in a hidden corner observing the unfolding events. She was an elegant woman with short golden curly hair, blue eyes, a tall figure, and a very attractive face. Who was she? She was... Inalu turned his head to look. With his observation haki, few could escape his notice. Moke raised an eyebrow somewhat. He knew well Inalu's thunder in nature, knew anyone who caught his attention must be formidable. Inalu nodded too. One is high up straight ahead. The other is hiding in a corner. As for the one high up, Moke didn't need to guess. It was surely Jir Taizaluo. But who was the one in the corner? Bakala, Mr. Tanaka. These two probably wouldn't even catch Inalu's eye. He felt a bit curious. So he said, force him out. Inalu turned, raised his hand, and unleashed a discharge, sending a bolt of lightning directly towards that direction. Boom. The powerful electric current forced the person hiding in the corner out. A graceful figure leaped out from it and landed on the street. Moke entered high-speed movement, with a shave instantly appearing before the person. His fist was already swinging, but upon seeing who it was, he couldn't help but pause slightly. His fist slowed down a bit because this was a familiar face. She was a woman with short golden curly hair, her silky strands gently brushing against her fair cheeks, emitting a faint fragrance. Her eyes were like deep lakes, her blue pupils shimmering with captivating light, as if they could pierce one's soul. Her figure was tall and slender with perfect proportions, and every step exuded a unique, elegant aura. Her appearance was even more admirable, her delicate features like a masterpiece carved by a master sculptor. Her slightly upturned lips carried a faint, barely noticeable smile, making people couldn't help but fall for her. Her skin was smooth and delicate like white jade radiating a subtle luster. Every smile and every movement of hers was full of charm, drawing the eyes of those around. Who was this beautiful, moving, and elegant woman? She was Satusi. Moke's eyes narrowed involuntarily because this woman was no simple person. She had many identities, and one could say she was a multiple spy. First, Satusi was a clone, the first successful product of the MADS cloning experiment. For unknown reasons, she had been embedded in the Celestial Dragon's Direct Secret Intelligence Agency, CP0, for over 20 years. Her main duties were surveillance, infiltration, and intelligence gathering. Then, under the guise of CP0, she infiltrated the underworld for missions and became one of the kings of the underworld, known as the Queen of Pleasure Street. But she had always been on Vegapunk's side. In Egghead, she betrayed CP0 to protect Vegapunk. When she appeared, the imposing Lucci and Kaku were directly taken down by her. Although it was a sneak attack, it still demonstrated her strength and cunning. At this moment, Satusi was infiltrating the underworld as a CP0 agent. That is, she was currently the Queen of Pleasure Street. If he guessed correctly, the street where Ainalu had just been partying was Pleasure Street. In the underworld, she and Jir Taizaluo likely had a cooperative relationship. At the same time, she was also sent by the world government to keep constant watch over Jir Taizaluo. He and Ainalu Jazasi Bajiasi Jack the Drought Runty and Pejuan, 6 of them, had caused such a commotion. How could she not take notice? Satusi, however, watched the fist getting closer, her pupils sharply contracting. With a burst of power from her legs, she retreated 7 or 8 meters backward. Then she stood there staring intently at Moke and Ainalu. At this moment, her heart was in her throat, because neither of the two before her was someone she could handle. Interesting. Moke laughed. Who? Satusi took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Then she revealed a charming smile. Don't misunderstand. I am Satusi, the Queen of Pleasure Street. I was just attracted by the commotion here. I have no ill intentions. Moke gave Satusi a deep look and said meaningfully, I hope that one day we will have a chance to cooperate. He truly meant it. Because if he built a good relationship with her, he might be able to bring Vegapunk over. Then when he appeared, he would have a line of seraphim behind him. Just thinking about it was full of style. The most important thing was that these seraphim could be shaped however you wanted. Then creating one resembling a young Big Mom would be wonderful. This was simply the ultimate love of all otaku. Far better than the inflatable and silicone ones from his past life. Satusi. She was very puzzled. Although she was one of the kings of the underworld, after all, she was just someone involved in the adult entertainment industry. Most people looked down on it. She had also seized on this point to enter the underworld from this angle. Could it be that he wanted to open an entertainment venue with her? If that was what he thought, she wouldn't mind. After all, she entered the underworld to build good relations with all kinds of people and obtain intelligence. She had seen with her own eyes what Moke was capable of. If she allied with him, the world government would naturally be pleased. Then we'll talk later. With that, Satusi attempted to leave. Seeing that Moke made no move to stop her, she was very surprised. However, she felt relieved and took the opportunity to leave quickly. Swish. Moke and Ainalu both turned to look at the other side, because both sensed someone coming towards them. Soon a person emerged through the wall. It was Mr. Tanaka, a subordinate of Jir Taizaluo, now holding a box in his hands. He handed it to Moke. This is a gift from Jir Taizaluo. I hope you will accept it. Oh. Moke was a bit surprised, but quickly came to his senses. This was an attempt to reconcile with him. Of course, Moke was not foolish. He wouldn't really believe that Jir Taizaluo wanted to reconcile. Jir Taizaluo's purpose was clear, at least for now. He didn't want Moke to attack him. Moke smiled, because it suited his plans perfectly. After all, the Marine headquarters had not yet announced the execution of Ace. He still had to wait. So his gaze fell on the box in Mr. Tanaka's hands. Mr. Tanaka quickly added, this is one of the 2 Zoan-type devil fruits in Jir Taizaluo's collection. This one is the mythical Zoan you bid on. The other one is this. Zoan, ancient Zoan, bloodthirsty giant ape form fruit. Ancient Zoan, bloodthirsty giant ape form. Holy cow. Moke suddenly felt that the Zoan black leopard fruit he had obtained earlier was no longer appealing. Was there a fruit more suitable for Weibel than this ancient Zoan bloodthirsty giant ape form fruit? After eating this devil fruit, even Green Bull would probably find him troublesome. It must be said Jir Taizaluo truly lived up to being the richest man in the pirate world. With just one move, he gave away a mythical Zoan and an ancient Zoan. He believed that Jir Taizaluo had more than just these 2. At least a Paramecia. Definitely. Because when collecting, one wouldn't only collect Zoan types. Moke's heart grew stronger than Gil Tesoro's. Then Moke and Enel returned to the group and handed the ancient Zoan-type bloodthirsty adamantite fruit to Edward Weibel. Weibel tilted his head, sniffled with a hint of confusion. Moke didn't explain, but simply said, this is something delicious. Eat it. Delicious. A fruit. A smile appeared on Weibel's face, and he took it and shoved it into his mouth. Then he was in a dazed state. Moke understood that he was comprehending the suddenly gained ability. It couldn't be helped. The man's mind was too simple. It would likely take a while for him to adapt. So Moke turned to Baboon King Burns and said his devil fruit is the ancient Zoan-type bloodthirsty adamantite form. And yours is the adamantite form. Just by hearing the names you know they belong to the same category. So you teach him. After saying this he added, be patient, he might be slow to learn. Baboon King Burns nodded, rest assured Captain, I'll teach him well. From Champion Island all the way here he had spent some time with Weibel and knew well his peculiarities. Moke's gaze swept over his companions one by one finally, settling on Jack the Drought lying on the ground. I figure Guild Tesoro has already spread the news of our capture of Jack the Kaido of the Beasts. If we stay here we'll inevitably face the Beast Pirates. And Enel and I need to go to Marine headquarters first, so you'll have to leave this place temporarily. Or rather let Guild Tesoro believe you've left. When the battle between Marine headquarters and Whitebeard begins you'll immediately strike and take over this place. After saying this he added, remember, try not to harm the ordinary people here. At these words Isho, who had been silent, slightly changed his expression. Though it was just a simple remark, it revealed a lot of information. If the world government and the Marines could act like this, perhaps the world wouldn't be so chaotic. Baboon King Burns, Jesus Burgess Brook Perona Ada Ultai, and Page 1 all nodded in unison. Because they understood Moke's intent. Moke then turned to Enel and said, let's go. I'll take you to Marine headquarters. Once there you'll witness the various strong warriors of the Blue Sea. Enel grinned upon hearing this, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Then under the gaze of the group the two transformed into bolts of lightning and sped away. They chose to cross through the comm belt, because that would save a lot of distance. For those who could fly through the air, it was both energy efficient and time-saving. How fast were lightning and light? Fast enough to make you doubt your existence. That's why in the original story Kazura was dispatched during the Sabaody Archipelago incident. Because no matter where he was he could arrive instantly. Marine headquarters. Sengoku's face was grim. Because he had also received intelligence about Moke's crew from Guild Tesoro. It must be said Moke's personal growth had exceeded his expectations. His ability to recruit crew members and expand his influence had also far surpassed Sengoku's predictions. Another Red Hair pirates. Back then Red Hair had risen with astonishing speed. Before you even realized it, he had reached a level that made everyone wary and helpless. With his crew he forcibly snatched territory from the three emperors, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, and became the fourth emperor. At that time those three pirate emperors had taken turns attacking him, but he repelled every single one. This showed the strength of Red Hair and his crew. Sengoku unconsciously tapped the table, a habit of his when thinking. After a long while he reached a conclusion in his mind. He turned to Vice Admiral Tsuru and said, take this opportunity to inform Doflamingo and have him and Kuma act together. Keep Moke here. Vice Admiral Tsuru pondered for a moment, then nodded, I'll handle it. Doflamingo already has a grudge against Moke, so he'll likely cooperate fully. Having said that she changed the subject, but Gecko Moria is acting strangely. No response at all. The agents we sent to investigate have also vanished without a trace. Should we send Kuma again? Sengoku shook his head, not now. His experiment is at a critical stage. Vegapunk won't let him go. It's already good enough that he agreed to let Kuma participate in the battle against Whitebeard. Vice Admiral Tsuru, then let's ignore him for now. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, strike his name from the warlord list. The warlords were already full. They were Kuma, Jinbe, Mihawk, Doflamingo, Hancock, Moke, and Blackbeard. Gecko Moria's strength had severely declined. If it weren't for the upcoming battle against Whitebeard, using him as a temporary combat force the moment Blackbeard became a warlord, Gecko Moria would have been unnecessary. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded, then turned to look out the window at the sky, murmuring, by my calculation, they should be arriving soon. Sengoku stood up and walked toward the warlord meeting room. Swoosh. 2 bolts of lightning landed at Marine headquarters. Who goes there? The Marines were startled, looking at the two with caution. But when they recognized Moke's face, they sighed in relief. They knew his identity. A major immediately stepped forward. You're here for the warlord meeting, right? I'll take you to the meeting place. Moke surveyed the surroundings. The Marines all looked spirited and sharp-eyed, clearly elite soldiers, many of whom possessed considerable strength. And there were a great number of them. He silently praised, truly the elite of Marine headquarters. He nodded and followed the major toward the warlord meeting room. While Moke was sizing up the Marines, they were also sizing him up. Of course they also noticed Enel. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, because they had just seen that both Moke and this man had descended as lightning. Even the major, leading the way, occasionally turned to look at Enel. Soon they arrived at the warlord meeting room. The major withdrew as he was not qualified to enter at this time. Moke and Enel walked in unobstructed. As they entered they saw Mihawk sitting cross-legged in the center with an air of disdain for the world. On his right was the pirate Empress Hancock, on his left was Doflamingo. Further along were Blackbeard and Jinbe. Moke's lips curled slightly. Kuma was probably still in the lab. Gecko Moria had already been taken out by him. So this was the full assembly of the warlords. As Moke sized them up, they were also sizing him up. Especially Hawkeye. After studying Moke's face for a moment, his gaze fell upon the autumn water and Sandai Kitetsu at Moke's waist. His eyes instantly sharpened. Moke noticed Hawkeye's gaze and nodded in greeting. I am Moke. Once this matter is concluded, I hope to have the opportunity to test my swordsmanship against yours. Hawkeye's lips curved slightly upward. I shall be waiting. Fufufu. Doflamingo let out his signature laughter from the side, his eyes fixed on Moke with a meaningful, inscrutable look. He exchanged information with Guild Tesoro. He had already learned that the Navy and the world government had abandoned Moke. Once this event concluded, Moke's life would be forfeit. Still thinking about dueling Hawkeye? In his next life, perhaps. At that thought, his mood was exceptionally good. Moke looked over, caught the look in Doflamingo's eyes. A chill ran through his heart. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his wariness spiking. With his current strength, Doflamingo's power was no longer a threat. However, Doflamingo's status as both a celestial dragon and an underworld emperor was something he still had to respect. This man surely knew things that Moke himself did not. Sometimes an information gap can be a death sentence. His gaze then shifted to Blackbeard, a playful glint in his eyes. Ziaha. Blackbeard let out his own signature laugh, his eyes brimming with caution and murderous intent. Yo, if it isn't Blackbeard. You sure ran fast last time, Moke said with a mocking grin. Yo. Blackbeard's face stiffened, his fury nearly consuming him. There is a saying, one should not strike a person's face or expose their shortcomings in a reprimand. But this man targeted the most painful spots, striking faces and exposing faults with ruthless precision. It was maddening enough to make one gnash their teeth. Oh. Hawkeye, Doflamingo, Jinbe, and Empress Hancock all shifted their gaze between Blackbeard and Moke. None of them were fools. They immediately caught the implication in Moke's words. Fufufu. Doflamingo laughed again, this time with a hint of dark amusement. He then gave Blackbeard a meaningful glance. Perfect. This operation just gained another useful ally. Moke, you've sealed your own fate. You have no one to blame but your own arrogance for making so many enemies. Huh. Blackbeard took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. At that moment, Doflamingo's gaze shifted to Enel, who had arrived with Moke, his expression scrutinizing. Seizing the opportunity, he began to stir the pot. Moke, you seem to have forgotten protocol. Does anyone else here have an entourage? We are all warlords of the sea. Does he have the right to sit among us as an equal? Moke smiled faintly, turning to Enel. This guy doesn't think you're worthy. How about you find a chance to fight him? Show him the level of a god from Skypiea. Crackle. Electric arcs danced across Enel's hands, his gaze turning hostile towards Doflamingo. Were it not for Moke's warning not to cause trouble at Navy headquarters, he would have already launched a 200 million volt blast. How dare he look down on him? He'd turn him into a charred crisp in seconds. What? Doflamingo first looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, but his expression then froze. His eyes were locked onto the electric arcs dancing on Enel's hands. He wasn't the only one. Hawkeye, Blackbeard, Jinbe, and Hancock all felt their pupils constrict. Ha ha ha. Moke let out a triumphant laugh. Allow me to formally introduce our crew's Vice Captain Enel. He ate the Rumble Fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit. The room fell silent. Even though they had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed sent a jolt through them. Those who held a grudge against Moke, namely Doflamingo and Blackbeard, both inhaled sharply. They understood perfectly well what a user of the Rumble Fruit represented. Even Hawkeye cast a few more glances at Enel. No one dared to question his place any longer. A Logia user with the power of the Rumble Fruit certainly had the right to stand among them as an equal. Thus Moke and Enel took their seats. Doflamingo felt a sting of humiliation seething with resentment and a hint of embarrassment, his lips twitching involuntarily. Blackbeard noticed the strange tension between Doflamingo and Moke. While not as openly confrontational as his own rivalry with Moke, a clear undercurrent of hostility flowed between them. His eyes flickered with contemplation. Moke's attention meanwhile settled on Jinbe. Jinbe was a standout figure in the world of One Piece. He later became the 10th member of the Straw Hats. More importantly, he was a man of great character, worth befriending. With that in mind, Moke gave him a nod of goodwill. Jinbe was slightly taken aback, then returned a warm smile. After all, with so many powerful figures present, making a connection with any of them would be beneficial for him and the Fishman race. Finally, Moke's gaze landed on Hancock. He said, as if testing her, recently I managed to recruit 2 people from Kaido's crew. Ultai and Page 1. They're quite capable. The thing is, they claim to be old acquaintances of yours, Empress. Do you happen to remember them? When Hancock heard those names, her face first showed confusion. As she racked her brain, Moke added 12 or 13 years ago. Oh right. They had some injuries on their faces, so they always wore masks. Ultai, Page 1. 12 or 13 years ago. Facial injuries. Wearing masks. Hancock delved into her memories, then suddenly her expression changed drastically, her body going rigid. A look of sheer terror even flickered in her eyes. She remembered. 12 or 13 years ago, before she and her sisters had escaped. In the cage diagonal to theirs, a brother and sister were imprisoned. Their names were Ultai and Page 1. The most crucial detail, their Heavenly Dragon's brand, was branded on their faces. Hancock clenched her fists, for she realized that this man before her knew of her past as a celestial dragon slave. A profound terror gripped her heart. She was terrified that Moke would expose the secret. If he did, she'd never leave Navy headquarters alive, or worse, be sent back into the clutches of the celestial dragons. Gulp. Hancock swallowed hard. Moke quickly added, I've already healed their wounds. Otherwise, why would they have betrayed the beast's pirates to follow me? Hancock's pupils contracted violently, a powerful shockwave rippling through her. The brand wasn't just a mark of shame for Ultai and Page One, it was a taboo for her and her sisters as well. It was a shadow they would carry for a lifetime. And now this man here was telling her he could erase it. How could Hancock not be shaken by this revelation? Hancock's anomaly was noticed by everyone. But what connection exists between Hancock, Ultai, and Page One? It seems there is none. After all, the former is the Empress of the Amazon Lily and the Calm Belt, while the latter are two officers of the Beast's pirates. They are separated by the Calm Belt. Moreover, there is no news of any contact between Kaido's people and Hancock. Wait. Has that guy Machi recruited Ultai and Page One? What audacity! Aren't you afraid of Kaido going berserk? Doflamingo chuckled, inwardly feeling that this was a sure thing. Even if the scheme at Marine headquarters fails to kill Machi, the other plan he arranged can use Kaido's blade to eliminate him. This time, he wouldn't even have to pay any price. No, this time Kaido should be the one paying him. After all, he is helping Kaido regain his face. Fufufu. Doflamingo laughed again. However, Hancock was extremely agitated at this moment. But she also understood the implication of Machi's words. Only if she joined his pirate crew would he remove the celestial dragon's hoofmark from her. Therefore, she temporarily suppressed her thoughts and merely cast a deep glance at Machi. Tap tap. At this moment, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru walked in. Everyone turned to look. Sengoku swept his gaze across the room and said bluntly, I have gathered you here this time for the matter of Port Gasti. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. We have decided to publicly execute Ace to lure the Whitebeard Pirates. Before he could finish, Jinbe interrupted, I oppose. Ace. Similarly, Jinbe was cut off by Sengoku. You have no right to oppose. As he spoke, Sengoku's gaze towards Jinbe turned somewhat hostile. Vice Admiral Tsuru beside him advised, Jinbe, this is a joint decision of the world government and the Marines. What standing do you have to oppose with your warlord status? Don't forget the status of a warlord brings benefits to you and to Fishman Island. Once you lose this status, it will be a huge loss for both you and Fishman Island. The implication was crystal clear. If you, Jinbe, disagree, then your warlord status will be revoked. Fishman Island will no longer be an allied nation of the world government. Jinbe's face instantly darkened. It must be said this threat hit the mark. On the side, Machi raised an eyebrow. He knew that Jinbe would be imprisoned and impelled down. In the original story, Jinbe was imprisoned and impelled down before even entering Marine headquarters. At this time, Luffy was causing havoc and impelled down. When the Whitebeard pirates arrived, Blackbeard would disappear. He sneaked into impelled down, and then Jinbe escaped with Luffy. He couldn't help but turn to look at Hancock. He wondered if the plot had been altered so much by him. Was that kid Luffy still sent flying to Hancock's island, as in the original story? With that thought, he glanced at Hancock and thought to himself, I'll probe a bit later. Then he glanced at Jinbe. His captain's crew was all devil fruit users, and they lacked a trustworthy fishman with strength and character as a companion. He thought Jinbe was quite suitable. If Luffy didn't go to Amazon Lily as per the original plot, then Luffy wouldn't enter Impel Down, and in that case, he would really have a chance. At this moment, Machi was in a very good mood. As for Jinbe, he was very conflicted. Fishman Island was extremely important to him, but so were his principles. Moreover, the current peace of Fishman Island was not only due to his warlord status, but also because of Whitebeard. Therefore, he could not repay kindness with enmity. Finally, he said with great difficulty, Marshal Sengoku, I cannot agree to this. I cannot attack the Whitebeard pirates. I hope you can understand. Sengoku's brow furrowed. Understand. From a personal standpoint, he could understand. But he was the Marine Marshal representing the entirety of the Marines, and even the attitude of the world government. Not his personal feelings. Huff. Sengoku took a deep breath and said solemnly, if that's the case, then I have no choice but to ask you to stay and Impel Down for a while. The meaning was unmistakable. He would not give Jinbe the slightest chance to tip anyone off. Jinbe did not resist, and simply nodded. Then he walked out. His actions shook everyone present, including those who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals like Doflamingo and Blackbeard, or the lone wolf like Mihawk. Machi, however, grew even more appreciative. He was determined to recruit this man as a crew member. As for Luffy, let him lie low. After Jinbe left, Sengoku directly demanded that everyone present stay at Marine headquarters until the decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates ended. This made everyone present frown. Whether it was Blackbeard, Doflamingo, Mihawk, or Hancock, which one of them was willing to be subjugated? Which one of them wasn't a decisive figure? Sengoku's tone made them all very displeased. However, each person present had their own hidden schemes. No one voiced further objections. And so it was decided. Soon they were each assigned to stay in a very remote area of Marine headquarters. However, as Sengoku left, he cast a deep glance at Enel. Although he had already obtained intelligence about Enel, he was wary. That night in the dead of night, Machi's Den Den Mushi rang. As soon as Machi answered, the Den Den Mushi transformed into Virgo's face. Captain, I just received some intelligence. It says that Guild Tesoro Doflamingo and Marine headquarters plan to deal with you after taking care of the Whitebeard pirates. Machi was slightly taken aback. He immediately thought of Doflamingo's gaze earlier that day. It must be because of this. Machi's eyes narrowed. I understand. Be careful. Don't get exposed. Virgo, I understand. After hanging up, a cold glint flashed in Machi's eyes. Since you want to cause trouble, don't blame me for going big. Brew brew. Ouch. Unexpectedly, the Den Den Mushi rang again. Machi was slightly stunned, but immediately answered. The Den Den Mushi transformed into Robin's face. Mr. Zero, we have been able to confirm the location of Caesar Clown. We have already dispatched Mr. 2 Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week to go there. Mr. 2 Mr. 3 Miss Golden Week. Mr. 2's strength is decent. Plus he can transform into anyone. He can easily approach targets. Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week 1 is a field controller, the other is a strong controller. Their combined efforts should have little problem dealing with Caesar Clown, especially Miss Golden Week with her bizarre attack methods. It's estimated that even Logia users would find it hard to break free. After all, her technique inflicts no real damage, but draws a symbol on you. It directly influences through suggestion. Incredibly powerful. If she were given a devil fruit related to emotions, painting, or pigments, a soul-type fruit, it would be downright heaven-defying. However, he also understood that with Doflamingo's high regard for Caesar Clown, it was impossible for him not to assign someone to stay by Caesar's side. Just like Monet, the snow fruit user of the Logia type in the original story. Perhaps she was already by his side at this moment. If the two of them joined forces, Mr. 2 Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week might very well end up in trouble. So he reminded them, saying, tell them to be careful. There should be another snow fruit user of the Logia type besides Caesar. Robin, don't worry, Captain. We've already gathered this intel. That's why we managed to find 2 sea stone handcuffs, just in case. And with Mr. 3's cunning combined with the special abilities of Mr. 2 and Miss Golden Week, it should be manageable. After all, their goal is just the devil fruit, not a head-on confrontation with those two. Of course, if it proves impossible, they won't force it. Mock nodded. All right, I trust you. Just then, Enel, who had been sitting nearby listening to their conversation, suddenly looked up at the outside and warned someone's coming. Mock immediately ended the call upon hearing that. Before long, a graceful figure could be seen through the window, swaying as she walked up to their door. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knock sounded. A subtle smile curled at the corner of Mock's mouth, and he said with a meaningful tone, the door's unlocked, come in. As he spoke, he glanced at Enel sitting beside him. Suddenly, he found the guy a bit annoying, for he recognized who it was the moment he saw the figure through the window. Creak. The door was pushed open, and with the airflow came a faint, delicate fragrance. It wasn't like perfume. There was no trace of artificiality. It was truly refreshing and soothing to the soul. Mock understood that it was a woman's natural scent unique to her. During the day, they had sat quite far apart. He hadn't realized that Hancock was so fragrant. As the saying goes, a woman should be sweet-smelling, soft, considerate, and gentle. The one before him was indeed fragrant, soft, and well-endowed. Though her personality was somewhat queenly, once she fell in love with someone, she would become as clingy as a little bird before him. She was simply the perfect candidate for a wife. If he could hold her every night, wouldn't that be blissful? Ahem. Mock coughed twice. Enel looked bewildered. Mock. This guy really had no tact. He was starting to regret bringing him along. But he quickly gathered his thoughts and turned his gaze back to Hancock. May I ask what brings you here so late at night, Hancock? Hancock had kept her eyes fixed on Mock since entering. Now, hearing his question, she asked directly, can you really remove? The words Heavenly Dragon's brand were about to slip out. But she held back because Enel was still present. She didn't want a third person to know her deepest secret. Mock noticed her glance, so he turned to Enel, who still didn't catch on, and said, go keep watch outside. She wants to discuss something private with me. It was only then that Enel realized. He walked out with a sulky expression, and as he passed Hancock, he let out a cold snort. He wasn't charmed by Hancock at all. Indeed, those who can resist Hancock's allure are oddballs like Luffy and Enel. Look at Blackbeard. In the original story, he didn't dare face Hancock directly. Instead, he had his crew distract her, and then launched a sneak attack. Even after the successful ambush, he didn't dare release her for a moment. Blackbeard's exact words were that if he let her go, everyone present would die. That everyone present included Blackbeard himself, because he too couldn't withstand Hancock's charm. This shows how powerful her ability combined with her natural allure had become. Hancock in turn gave Enel an even more contemptuous look. Enel. Once he was gone, Hancock's expression immediately turned serious. Her gaze sharpened. Can you truly remove the Heavenly Dragon's brand? Mock nodded, then said to her, extend your hand, and I'll show you. Hancock looked puzzled, not understanding what her hand had to do with removing the brand. But she complied and extended her hand. Mock took her hand, and with his fingernail he made a small cut on her delicate skin. A wound instantly appeared and blood began to flow. Hancock frowned slightly, but then her expression turned to shock, because at that moment a strange power surged from Mock's hand. It flowed into the wound on her hand, which healed at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the wound vanished without a trace, and her skin remained as tender and smooth as ever. Were it not for the blood still on her hand, Hancock might have thought she had imagined it. Then Mock spoke, this is one of my abilities. I can heal wounds both new and old on myself and others. Moreover, I can absorb the tattoo pigment that has long since fused with the skin. Hancock said with a proud air, then why don't you quickly remove this Heavenly Dragon's brand from me? Seeing this, Mock couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, this was Hancock's style. However, although he had lustful thoughts, he was not like those sycophants who would be instantly smitten at the sight of Hancock. So he merely regarded her with a hint of appreciation, for whenever Hancock struck that pose, she would instinctively puff out her chest. Already extremely well-endowed, Hancock became even more prominent. Mock curled his lips. And why should I? Inwardly he thought, if I could get my hands on that, it'd be perfect. Suddenly an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. It seemed getting his hands on her wasn't out of the question. TSK. Hancock, because I am simply too beautiful, so whatever I ask you should agree. Mock narrowed his eyes. Save that act for others, it won't work on me. Hancock was startled to see that Mock remained completely unaffected by her charm, and she began to regard him with newfound respect. Because few people, whether male or female, could resist her allure. She straightened her face and raised an eyebrow. Then what must you do to remove the Heavenly Dragon's brand from me? Mock said nonchalantly, since it's an old scar, it's a bit troublesome. But it's not too difficult. Just let me massage it with my hand for half an hour, and it will be gone. After saying that, he immediately added, a month of treatment will lead to recovery. As he spoke, Emoka feigned surprise and leaned in closer to examine Hancock's face. Strange. Run T and Pei Jivun's Celestial Dragon brands are on their faces. But you. I originally thought you had pasted something on your face to conceal it. Now that I'm close, your skin is smooth and delicate. There's nothing at all. Hancock instinctively turned her face away, but her heart sank. Then she looked at Emoku with shock. Rubbing for half an hour for a month, and it will be removed, At this moment her beautiful eyes held a hint of shyness, because her Celestial Dragon brand was not on her face, but on her back. But how could a woman allow a strange man to rub her back for half an hour? Not to mention doing it for half a month. That would be taking full advantage. At the same time, she quickly realized and asked with anger, you just healed my wound so quickly, so why do you need to rub for half an hour? Emoku shrugged. It's different. Just now I was demonstrating to prove my ability. But that was a fresh wound, unlike the Celestial Dragon brand, which is over a decade old. Hancock was left speechless. Indeed, old wounds and new wounds were completely different. Finally, with a conflicted expression, she gritted her teeth. Come on, remove the Celestial Dragon brand for me. Then she turned her back, assuming a posture of submission. What first caught Emoku's eye was Hancock's glossy, sleek black hair, followed by her slender waist, and then her round, perky buttocks. Finally, her long, straight, fair, and supple legs. Hiss. Emoku couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, his composure faltering. Tell me who had ever been this close to Hancock, and in such an ambiguous manner. Emoku was completely stunned, because he never expected Hancock to be so forthcoming. Little did Emoku know that with her back to him, Hancock's face had also flushed red. Emoku wanted to say that she hadn't yet agreed to his terms, but in such a situation who could remain calm? But the next second Hancock gently pulled down her top, that smooth, perfectly curved back, that dazzling wasp waist. Even vaguely visible. Gulp. Emoku couldn't help but swallow, not because he was perverted, nor because he was frozen at the sight of a woman. Tell me, facing such a sight of the Empress, which normal man could remain unmoved? Anyway, Emoku felt parched and restless. If not for the wrong place and wrong time, he would have taken her right there. Who? Emoku took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Finally, he reached out his hand, and the demonic aura of the holy sword surged and coiled around it. When Emoku's fingers touched Hancock's back, her body visibly trembled. Clearly she was not as casual as she appeared. After Emoku thoroughly treated her for half an hour, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Hancock dressed herself neatly. Then she opened the door and walked out without looking back, but stopped at the door and gritted her teeth. I'll check when I get back. If there's no effect at all, I will kill you. With that, Hancock left without looking back. However, she walked away in a great hurry, appearing somewhat flustered. The corners of Emoku's mouth involuntarily curled up. From Hancock's reaction, he knew he was only one step away from winning her over. Hoo. When Hancock returned to her room, she felt as if her whole body was burning, her face and skin hot. Nevertheless, she quickly walked to the mirror, pulled down her clothes, and examined herself carefully. She had carried this celestial dragon brand for over a decade, and she knew exactly what it looked like. Thus she could see that the brand had changed significantly. The scar left by the branding iron had become lighter, and its color had faded. It could be said that the rubbing Imoku had just given her was indeed remarkably effective. Hancock couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. The celestial dragon brand had been her lifelong nightmare. She murmured, "It's real. That guy didn't lie to me." Then she thought of the feeling when Imoku treated her wound earlier. That strange power as he massaged entered her skin. It gave her a ticklish sensation, but not an unpleasant one. Rather, it was a pleasurable feeling. Women naturally feel fondness for a man who has done them a great favor. If that man also has intimate contact with her, and if this man is the first she has ever been so intimate with, then his position in her heart will soar. If this man is also powerful and handsome, then the woman will easily fall in love. Just like Hancock at this moment, similar to her sudden infatuation with Luffy in the original story. Now she had developed a crush on Imoku, even somewhat unfulfilled. She wanted to experience that feeling again. Schwa. Hancock's face instantly flushed crimson, and her whole body went weak. She collapsed onto the bed, writhing. Her eyes held confusion. What's wrong with me? Could I be sick? In the all-woman Amazon Lily, she had no idea what it felt like to love someone. Nor did she know what it meant to miss someone. She only knew that at this moment her mind was full of Imoku's handsome face. She only knew that right now she felt terribly uncomfortable, so uncomfortable that she was immersed in a painful weakness. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. That night neither Imoku nor Hancock slept, so they both rose early. When they stepped out, they found each other also coming out. Their eyes met. Imoku's gaze turned blazing hot because Hancock looked tired yet languid, and in that languor there was a hint of affection. Hancock in this state was overwhelmingly lethal. As for Hancock, her legs went weak. Had she not reacted quickly and grabbed the doorframe, she would have fallen. Her legs pressed tightly together. Imoku snapped out of it and waved at Hancock. "Morning." Hancock bit her lip and whispered, "Morning." Imoku said, "Tonight same time I'll treat you again." At this, Hancock could no longer maintain her composure. A blush rose on her face. She even immediately averted her gaze, not daring to meet Imoku's eyes. But she still nodded gently. However, in her heart, she was full of anticipation. Her gaze even immediately averted, daring not to meet Imoku's eyes. That night, Imoku's hand already roamed over her lower abdomen. The next day, they climbed back and forth amidst the mountain's essence. Joyful moments always fleet by. In the blink of an eye, the third day arrived, and following the previous steps, Imoku was set to have his wish fulfilled tonight. But utterly unexpected, Sengoku announced an assembly. "Damn it." Imoku cursed inwardly, then reminded Hancock, "In public act as if we are strangers. Because I have a major task today, so as not to implicate your Amazon Lily." Hancock paused briefly, then immediately said, "Whatever you do, I can help you." Imoku shook his head. "This matter is too grave. If you become entangled, it might bring catastrophic ruin to Amazon Lily. So just watch." Hancock's brow furrowed, her eyes flickering, as if she had made a decision in her heart. Walking all the way to the Shichibukai meeting room, the two maintained a stranger demeanor. "Take a seat." Sengoku was already seated early. Not only him, but Vice Admiral Tsurukazu, Akainu, and Akiji were all present. Even Imoku's heart trembled at this lineup. He then swept his gaze over Doflamingo, Hawkeye, and Blackbeard. This time he even saw Bartholomew Kuma. Imoku's pupils contracted sharply. He understood that the Whitebeard pirates were likely already very close to Marine headquarters. Sengoku wasted no words. "We have already detected traces of the Whitebeard pirates. They are very, very close to our Marine headquarters. So I require you, the 7 warlords, to join the Marines in battling the Whitebeard pirates." The situation was already set. Naturally, no one refused, and they followed Sengoku to the harbor, already on high alert. Hawkeye, Doflamingo, Blackbeard, Kuma, Hancock, Imoku, and Enel stood on one side, awaiting the arrival of the Whitebeard crew. Before long, Blackbeard suddenly approached Sengoku, exchanged a few words, and left. Imoku smirked slightly. Others might not know, but he certainly did. That fellow was just using an excuse to slip away from the sight of Sengoku and the 3 admirals, so he could proceed to impel down as planned. Imoku turned and gave Enel a glance. Enel immediately understood and subtly blocked the view of others. Then Imoku transformed into mud, melting into the ground and vanishing, leaving behind a mud clone identical to himself. This ability was developed based on Cracker's biscuit soldiers. Not only was it identical in appearance to Imoku, but it could also fight like a biscuit soldier and possessed considerable strength. Imoku swiftly moved underground to the rearmost part of Marine headquarters, where there were almost no people now. He emerged from the ground, then raised his hand toward the sun. Transforming into a light-based ability, he turned into a beam of light heading straight for Impel Down. Because he needed to reach Impel Down before Blackbeard and ahead of him recruit some people. Katerina Devon Vasco shot Bartholomeus Pizarro Shiryu of the Rain, Burndy World, Douglas Bullet, and Silver Axe. And also Jinbi, who had been imprisoned there. Each of these individuals was a formidable fighter. Especially Jinbi Shiryu of the Rain, Burndy World, Douglas Bullet, and Silver Axe. Even if he only succeeded in recruiting one of them, this trip would not be in vain. Moreover, except for Burndy World, Douglas Bullet, and Silver Axe, he was quite confident about the others. With these people in hand, he would not only deal a blow to Blackbeard, but also fully shape his own pirate crew. Possessing the strength to rival any Yonko crew while also having enough men to defend his own territory. Emoku's ambition was vast. After this, he would establish himself in the New World in one go and become the 5th Emperor. Marine headquarters was not far from Impel Down. At the speed of light, Emoku soon arrived above Impel Down. However, he unexpectedly saw Garp escorting Ace onto a warship from the sky heading toward Marine headquarters. Emoku narrowed his eyes. According to the original plot, Ace was taken to Marine headquarters and soon to the execution platform. The live broadcast from Marine headquarters began simultaneously revealing Ace's true identity. Then the Whitebeard pirates appeared. The Great War erupted. But for now this was beyond Emoku's consideration. He landed directly at the port of Impel Down after Garp's warship sailed away. He quickly changed his ability again, merging with the ground and heading straight into the depths of Impel Down. When Emoku appeared inside, he felt a scorching heat. Uncomfortable. Level 1 above ground, level 1 underground. Crimson Hell, level 2. Beast Hell, level 3. Starvation Hell, level 4. Blazing Hell, level 5. Freezing Hell, level 5. 5. New Kamabaka Kingdom, level 6. Eternal Hell. This was the layout of Impel Down. The uncomfortable scorching heat told Emoku that he was now at level 4, Blazing Hell. Emoku was about to descend further when he heard a fierce, rapid, lashing sound. Cries of pain rose in waves. Emoku peeked over and saw a woman repeatedly striking a prisoner before her with a whip. Clearly it was torture. But this torture was somewhat special, for Emoku instantly recognized the woman as Suddy. Suddy, the chief jailer of Impel Down's level 4 Blazing Hell, commander of the 4 jailer beasts, held authority equal to that of the head jailer. She had curly blonde hair, her bangs covering her eyes, wore candle-shaped white earrings, a peach-colored tight leather suit, and spiked high heels. Her catchphrase was MM. She had a severe sadistic fetish. The sound of her victim's screams sent her into a frenzied excitement. In the original story, during the battle with the main characters, she engaged in fierce combat with the transformed Emporio Ivankov. Later, her commanded jailer beasts were defeated by Straw Hat Luffy, Knight of the Sea, Jinbi, and Mr. 0-inch Crocodile. She herself fought Ivankov and was defeated, then tied up and suspended in the air by Ivankov. She was undoubtedly the most unique female character in One Piece. Many fans enjoyed seeing her tied up and suspended in the air by Ivankov after being defeated. Don't ask why. Just know if you know, you know. Most crucially, her attire, her personality, and her signature catchphrase, are simply unmatched in the world of piracy. Every aspect of her serves to stir your nerves. If one harbors a particular preference, then she will undoubtedly become your absolute favorite. Then again, if given the chance, which man would not be drawn to her? TSK. The very next moment, Sadie clutched her rear, her face frozen in shock, before frantically scanning the entire room. Her pupils contracted sharply, for she discovered that among those present, aside from the prisoners she had bound, not a single soul remained. Yes, that should have been the case, for originally only she and the prisoners should have been here. But who was that person who struck her just now? The catchphrase echoed once more, yet this time it carried an entirely different tone. Everyone in Impel Down knew she harbored a severe fetish, delighting in tormenting her opponents and listening to their agonized screams. Yet none knew she possessed another inclination, precisely the reverse. Pressing her hands to her aching rear, a blush creeping across her face, she speculated within her heart as to who had dared strike her. She would not let this individual go unpunished. Magellan, Hannibal. The names immediately surfaced in Sadie's mind, for within all of Impel Down, only those two possessed the capability to strike her and vanish without a trace. Moreover, she was well aware that both men harbored a fondness for women, having caused no small amount of embarrassment. Take Hannibal, for instance. Decades ago, when he was still a novice, there existed a woman named Miss Olive. She was merely a pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries, and decidedly mediocre in strength. Therefore, given Hannibal's capabilities at that time, handling her would have been an effortless matter. Had he maintained his composure, absolutely nothing would have gone awry. Most critically, the guard's briefing had described Miss Olive as an exceptionally cunning and vicious pirate, warning the then-serving guard Hannibal to remain ever vigilant. Yet Hannibal was utterly bewitched by Olive's beauty and was defeated with ease. This incident became the blackest blemish of Hannibal's entire life. But which of the two had done it this time? She would never have imagined that this was entirely the result of someone's idle whim before departing. Meanwhile, Mach had already descended once more into the next level. He couldn't help but remark to himself that Sadie's figure was truly exquisite. If she were his personal companion, it would indeed be a fine pleasure in life. Were time not a constraint, he would have gladly entertained her properly. Mok swiftly passed through the 5th level and arrived at the 6th. As the moment he entered level 6, all the prisoners there turned their gazes toward him in unison. Most of the inmates here had long been imprisoned and were entirely unfamiliar with Mok, who had recently risen to prominence across the world. Thus, everyone regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and gravity. TSK, has another new guard arrived? Several of them grew excited for being confined here, endlessly had left bullying new guards as one of their few remaining sources of amusement. Boom. A surge of Conqueror's hockey erupted from a certain cell, sweeping toward Mok. All eyes turned toward it, smiles spreading across their faces. But their smiles immediately froze, for the newcomer also radiated an overwhelmingly powerful Conqueror's hockey. Conqueror's hockey. Once they realized what was happening, everyone erupted in exclamations. It was not that they were particularly astonished by Conqueror's hockey itself. After all, they were once legendary figures who had dominated the seas, and they had encountered many who possessed it. Even within this 6th level, several inmates held Conqueror's hockey. What stunned them was how a mere guard could awaken such power. It was well known that within the entire Navy, only Sengoku Garp and Sengoku's brother possessed it, and those three were the current Fleet Admiral, the former Fleet Admiral, and the hero of the Marines respectively. Thus Conqueror's hockey was exceedingly rare among naval personnel. How could such a person become a mere guard? It was you. At that moment, Jinbe, who had been anxiously worrying about Ace Whitebeard and Fishman Island, was also stirred from his thoughts. Upon seeing Mok, he could not help but cry out in surprise. His eyes were filled with disbelief and his heart brimmed with confusion. Who was Mok? A warlord of the sea. Would the world government, the Navy, or Impel Down ever permit a warlord to enter level 6 of Impel Down alone? Were they not afraid Mok might free all the prisoners? That would create quite the commotion. Hey, Jinbe, do you know this fellow? Jinbe nodded. Mok, the newly appointed warlord with a bounty of 300 million. He is a user of multiple devil fruits and a master swordsman. A bounty of 300 million. Multiple devil fruit abilities. A master swordsman. A warlord. Indeed, everyone's attention was drawn to different aspects. However, everyone soon processed the information. Wait. Jinbe, you said this fellow is a warlord. Shock covered their faces, disbelief gleaming in their eyes. Yet within their hearts anticipation swelled. Jinbe nodded, his gaze never leaving Mok. His mind raced with countless thoughts. Could he truly be a warlord? Then why has this man come to the infinite hell alone? TSK. Mok paid no heed to the others and walked directly to Jinbe's cell. You have been stripped of your warlord title and now stand opposed to the Navy. Have you considered what comes next? What of Fishman Island? Jinbe fell silent. Mok continued, join my pirate crew and I will escort you out. What do you say? Hearing these words, Jinbe was momentarily stunned. With an air of disbelief, he asked, you came all the way to the infinite hell merely to recruit me into your crew? Mok nodded, then added candidly, of course, but since I am already here, recruiting a few more would not be a poor choice. As he spoke those final words, Mok's gaze swept across the individual cells, and familiar, yet unfamiliar figures came into his sight. I will join. I will join too. The very ones who had been so arrogant moments ago now pleaded with desperation in their eyes. It was not that they had lost their will to be strong, but rather that they had truly endured enough. The infinite hell was driving them to the brink of madness. Mok withdrew his gaze and looked once more at Jinbe. Seeing Jinbe remain silent, he asked, you are unwilling. Or perhaps you wish to spend the rest of your days in this infinite hell. Jinbe finally spoke. By doing this, you will become an outright enemy of the world government and the Navy. Your warlord status will be revoked as well. Is it worth it for my sake? Ha ha ha. Mok couldn't help but burst into laughter. The position of a warlord of the sea has never been anything to me. And you are worthy of my doing this. Because both your strength and your character deserve it. After all, my pirate crew is made up entirely of ability users. Jinbe's expression froze upon hearing this. But then he looked at Mok with a hint of gratitude, for the meaning in Mok's words was crystal clear. He was entrusting his life to him. Such trust was not something just anyone could give. Many pirate crews might have fishmen, but most were marginal figures. For instance, Aladdin of the Big Mom Pirates was originally the ship doctor and vice captain of the Sun Pirates, and now serves as the captain of the Sun Pirates. Even though he married Big Mom's daughter Praline and became her son-in-law, he still never became a core member of the great pirate crew. Huff. Jinbe took a deep breath, then said to Mok, can I ask you for one favor? Mok instantly understood his meaning, Ace and Whitebeard, right? Jinbe was slightly stunned, amazed by Mok's sharpness of mind. With just one sentence, he had immediately grasped his intention. Mok chuckled, don't worry. Even without you, I would stand with Whitebeard this time. Off. Jinbe looked bewildered, unable to understand why Mok would do this. Moke admitted frankly, because I have reliable information that the world government and Marine headquarters have already decided. Once the war with the Whitebeard pirates ends, they will turn against me and leave me dead at Marine headquarters. With that he shrugged. So why not take the chance while the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates are locked in their great battle and plunge a knife deep into the Marine's back? Jinbe then realized that's true. In doing so you not only resolve your own crisis, but also make Whitebeard owe you an enormous debt of gratitude. Ha ha ha. Moke laughed. Of course. For me, since Sengoku and the world government dared to scheme against me, they must pay the price. Jinbe pondered for a moment, then nodded at Moke. Moke's finger immediately turned to mud, and after inserting it into the keyhole, he unlocked the cell door. Jinbe stepped out and said with great respect, "Thank you, Captain, for saving me." Moke replied, "We are already partners, there's no need to say thank you." Then he walked to Shiryu's cell. "Are you interested in joining my pirate crew?" Shiryu looked at Moke, remained silent for a moment, then nodded. He had no desire to stay here and rot. Moke warned him, "Remember this, once you join my crew you must abide by my rules. Within my territory, if you dare to kill indiscriminately, I will personally take care of you. But of course I will also let you enjoy the thrill of slaughter. You will be the combat commander of my ship, specializing in attacks against other forces." Shiryu thought for a moment, then nodded again. Only then did Moke release him with satisfaction. Next, Katarina, Devon Vasco shot Avalo Pizarro. One by one they were all recruited by Moke. Then he walked to the 3 cells at the very end of the 6th level, which held Patrick Redfield, Douglas Bullet, and Bourbon Waldo respectively. Except for Bourbon Waldo, who was frozen in ice, both Redfield and Bullet fixed their eyes on Moke. These two were both powerhouse-level fighters. Winning them over would be no easy task. Even if they agreed verbally, they might go back on their word afterward. What could anyone do to them? At that moment Redfield and Bullet exchanged glances. They were among the world's top-tier fighters. Though both desperately wanted to escape this infinite hell, submitting to a junior was something they simply couldn't bring themselves to do. Bullet narrowed his eyes at Moke. "Kid, you've come before me, so you must know who I am. If I said I'd join you, would you actually believe it?" He then let out a mocking laugh. Moke waved his hand. "No, I wouldn't. But even if you don't join, as long as you agree to 2 things, I'll set you free." He then turned to Redfield. "Same goes for you." Redfield and Bullet exchanged another glance and asked in unison, "Let's hear it." Moke said, "The world government and the Marines dared to scheme against me. So I want to play big with them. First, I want you to come with me to Marine headquarters, team up with Whitebeard, and raise a huge ruckus. I want the whole world to know that if anyone dares to scheme against me, even Marine headquarters, I'll sink it. Team up with Whitebeard and sink Marine headquarters." Redfield and Bullet's eyes widened in shock. Not only them, but everyone who had already joined Moke's crew was left dumbfounded. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. Hiss. Redfield drew in a sharp breath. Bullet's pupils contracted to pinpricks, trembling, as if an earthquake had struck. It was clear how shaken he was inside. "Ha ha ha." Bullet burst into laughter. "I thought I was the craziest man in the world, but you're even crazier than me." "All right, I agree." Redfield nodded on the side. "Fine, it's a chance to meet some old friends." Indeed. To him, Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and Whitebeard were all old acquaintances. Moke smiled. "Second thing after the war at Marine headquarters is over, you must agree to help me with one more move. Redfield, you saved us, and we help you once. That's a fair request." Bullet nodded. "Not too much to ask." "I agree." TSK, TSK. Moke let out a strange chuckle, then opened both cell doors and removed their sea stone handcuffs and leg shackles. Once Redfield and Bullet regained their freedom, they were brimming with excitement. Bullet, in particular the madman, was already itching for a fight. He glanced at the remaining prisoners. Not letting them out. Moke's lips curled upward. "Not everyone can join my pirate crew, and not everyone is worthy of cooperating with me." "Ha ha ha." Bullet laughed wildly again, then scrutinized Moke deeply. "When we reach Marine headquarters, I'll see if you really have the guts to back up this arrogance." "Moke, I won't disappoint you." Underground level 4, Infernal Hell, Magellan's office. A guard rushed in urgently. "Warden Magellan, something terrible has happened. Someone has broken into the infinite hell and released prisoners from level 6. "What?" Magellan, who had been seated calmly, immediately shot to his feet with a cry of shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief, for he had always considered Impel Down to be an impregnable fortress. Aside from Shiki, no one had ever managed to escape from here. What was most critical was that someone had actually broken in. Not a prisoner employing some means to escape, but an outsider. This was a serious problem. His heart sank heavily. He quickly demanded, "Who exactly has been released?" The guard replied, "Jinbe, Shiryu, Katarina, Devon Vasco, shot Avalo Pizarro, Burndy World, and Douglas Bullet." With each name uttered, Magellan's heart gave a jolt. From Jinbe onward, none of them were simple characters. Even he would have to take them seriously. Most crucial of all were the last 2, Burndy World and Douglas Bullet. The former was a legendary pirate from the era of GOLD. Roger, known as the Lone Red and the Crimson Count, a man who by himself alone stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger and the Whitebeard pirates. One could only imagine how terrifying his strength truly was. The latter was known as the Devil's Descendant and the heir of the demon, a formidable warrior who had once been a crew member of the Roger pirates. His power was extraordinary. Even his fellow Roger pirates called him a monster. In strength, speed, technique, and physical endurance, he was flawless. Most importantly, during all his years in Impel Down, this man had never once ceased his training. He trained intensely every single day. So he could only have grown even stronger. Just those two alone were enough to give Magellan a massive headache. He lacked confidence in his ability to stop them both. And that was not even counting Jinbe Shiryu, Katarina Devon Vasco Shot, and Avalo Pizarro. What weighed on him most was the one who had infiltrated so silently. At this moment Magellan's hands trembled slightly. Then his eyes hardened with resolve. He was the warden of Impel Down. Guarding this place was his duty. He strode out. He would stop these fiends. Meanwhile, the group that had escaped the infinite hell wore excited expressions on their faces. Shiryu said, "Captain, I'll go retrieve my sword first." Mach nodded, then suddenly thought of something. "Right, capture Suddy for me. She'll be our ship's chief torturer from now on." Huh. Shiryu was momentarily taken aback, then an even more sinister grin spread across his face. A knowing man-to-man smile appeared on his lips. "Rest assured, Captain. I'll deliver her to you completely untouched." He emphasized the words completely untouched with a pointed tone. Mach didn't deny it. It was just a woman after all. What was there to deny? Every member of this group was at least as strong as a Marine Vice Admiral. With such power, who could possibly stand in their way? They advanced unimpeded and quickly reached the 4th level, the lava hell. There Magellan stood, blocking the passage between the 5th and 4th levels. The moment he saw Mach and his group, Magellan struck. Poison cloud. A massive cloud of toxic gas erupted from his body and billowed toward Mach and his companions. Mach raised an eyebrow. He had to admit, Magellan's Paramecia class Doku no Mi Poison Fruit, despite its heavy drawbacks and infamous reputation as the toilet fruit, was undeniably formidable. Especially in a confined space like this, it was an absolute weapon of mass destruction. Even Burndy World and Douglas Bullet frowned at the sight. As former inmates of Impel Down, they had suffered under this man's power before. They knew all too well the devastating might of the poison fruit. However, Jinbe stepped forward, placing himself before everyone. He assumed an attacking stance, but Mach stopped him. Then Mach extended a single hand forward, and his Absorb-Absorb Fruit ability activated. Katarina Devon Vasco Shot, Avalo Pizarro, Burndy World, and Douglas Bullet watched in silence, all eager to see just how powerful Mach truly was. The very next second their eyes widened in astonishment. As his ability activated, a bizarre energy gathered in Mach's palm, forming a swirling vortex. A tremendous suction force erupted, drawing all of Magellan's poisonous gas toward it. The noxious cloud poured into the vortex without a single trace escaping. Then came an even greater shock. They noticed Mach's hand beginning to transform. Soon his entire body underwent a change. That's right. Though Mach couldn't replicate Magellan's Paramecia poison powers, he had somehow transformed into a Logia-like gas form, as if he now wielded the very essence of poisonous gas itself. How is this possible? Magellan cried out in shock, as his ability had no effect on Mach. He relied on his poison fruit more than anything else. And the greatest strength of the poison fruit was of course the poison itself. When poison proved useless against an opponent, the fruit's power was essentially rendered worthless. For him, his ability was now all but crippled. His combat power dropped by 80% in an instant. Soru. Mach vanished from where he stood and reappeared directly in front of Magellan in the blink of an eye. Impact. His fist wrapped in armament hockey drove forward with all his might. It slammed heavily into Magellan's abdomen with terrifying force. Magellan was sent flying. Ugh. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth. What the? Everyone present wore expressions of utter astonishment as they watched Mach effortlessly defeat Magellan. They sized Mach up anew. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Jinbe asked, "Captain, what kind of devil fruit ability is that? How can you be immune to poison gas?" Mach didn't hide anything and answered directly, "Paramecia class, the Absorb-Absorb Fruit. It allows me to absorb all things and transform into all things." Paramecia class, Absorb-Absorb Fruit. Absorb all things and transform into all things. Everyone wore puzzled expressions. The next second they were dumbfounded. Mach raised his hand and a swirling gust of gas appeared in his palm. These were all sharp-minded individuals. They could see it immediately. Wasn't that the very same poisonous gas Magellan had just released? How was Mach able to wield it? Shouldn't that technique only be usable by Magellan, the poison fruit user? Absorb all things, transform into all things. They savored those words once more, and realization dawned one by one. Yet precisely because they understood, they became even more astounded. No, horrified was the better word. They exchanged glances with one another. A devil fruit like this actually existed in the world? Didn't that mean he essentially possessed countless devil fruit abilities all at once? Now they finally understood why Mach was called the multi-ability user. Damn it. Magellan slowly rose to his feet, though he could feel his abdomen churning as though sliced by blades. Clearly his internal organs had been severely damaged. Yet he remained resolute in his conviction and duty. Venom Dragon. Magellan launched another attack, releasing 3 massive dragon-shaped torrents of poison from his body. This poison differed from the miasma used earlier. That prior toxin would gradually dull the 5 senses upon contact, yet would not kill. This venom, however, would immediately corrode anything it touched. Unless an antidote was consumed swiftly, death was certain. In the original tale, Blackbeard's crew had fallen to this very technique. Had it not been for Drake's intervention, they would have been utterly annihilated. Of course, part of the reason lay in Blackbeard's excessive confidence in his dark fruit powers. Unexpectedly, his dark fruit could not absorb the poison's damage. He had nearly perished. However, Moke possessed no such weakness. Nothing in this world was beyond his ability to absorb. Witnessing the surging dragon-shaped torrents of venom rushing toward him, Moke extended his hand once more. A vortex materialized in his palm, a technique he had developed based on Blackbeard's dark water. It was specifically designed to counter devil fruit abilities. The 3 massive dragon-shaped torrents of poison were drawn into his hand once more. Then his body underwent another transformation. The poison within him split into 2 distinct forms. Counterattack. 3 dragon-shaped venom torrents twice as massive as before surged from Moke's hand and hurtled toward Magellan, with twice the speed as well. In the blink of an eye they arrived before Magellan. How is this possible? He cried out in shock, managing only to cross his arms before his chest in a basic defensive stance. Rumble. Magellan was completely engulfed by the 3 dragon-shaped venom torrents. When all settled, he stood there trembling. Moke's strike had inflicted not only devastating physical damage, but also profound psychological harm. His once unwavering resolve was now beginning to falter. Facing an opponent whose martial arts and hockey far surpassed his own, a natural counter to his devil fruit ability, he could see no glimmer of hope for victory. Oh dear. Jinbi, Katarina, Devin Vasco shot Alabaster Pizza Rooklefield, and Bartolomeo fell silent. For Moke's displayed fruit ability was simply too overpowered. Gulps. Jinbi swallowed hard and murmured, aside from Zoan types, all Paramecia and Logia abilities are completely countered, aren't they? The other 5 instinctively nodded. They had all spent considerable time in Impel Down, so they understood Magellan's strength well. In such an enclosed space, he was practically invincible. A direct assault was nearly impossible, for one would be poisoned before even reaching him. And yet this man had been reduced to a defenseless state by Moke. Moreover, they could tell that Moke had not even exerted his full strength. Venom Warhead, Hell's Judgment. Magellan understood he had no way out now. This was the moment to fight to the death. Even if he could not defeat Moke, the others would have to stay behind. A skeletal giant wreathed in deadly poison emerged behind him. Unlike the usual purple toxin, this technique unleashed a specially crafted crimson poison. Any substance it touched would become infected and spread, eroding everything in its path. A single contact with a person would cause the poison to spread relentlessly until death claimed them. It was undoubtedly his most powerful technique. More importantly, this was not a ranged attack, thus potentially avoiding absorption by Moke, which would only strengthen him further. A skeletal giant wreathed in deadly poison appeared behind Magellan, his gaze sharpening. Then, bending his knees slightly, he exerted his full strength and leaped into the air, soaring above the group. With a wave of his arms, the skeletal giant behind him mirrored the motion, sending its deadly venom crashing toward Jinbi, Katarina, Devin Vasco shot Alabaster Pizza Rooklefield, and Bartolomeo. The 6 narrowed their eyes. So coldly. Does he take us for mere pawns to be dispatched at will? Each of them had once ridden the seas as formidable warriors. Had they ever been so despised? Jinbi struck first, darting forward with remarkable speed, Fishman Karate Tangii Seiken. Utilizing the precise form of his straight punch, he generated a 360-degree omnidirectional shockwave. This technique offered both offense and defense with no blind spots. While the shockwave shielded his entire body, it also dealt devastating damage to everything around him. Rumble. The shockwave and the skeletal giant's venomous arms collided with tremendous force. Whoosh. At that very moment, a cold glint flashed. Magellan, still airborne, took a direct slash to his back. He crashed down from the sky. Gazing unwillingly at his attacker, he discovered it was his former colleague, Drake. His pupils contracted. It's you. He struggled several times, attempting to rise. Alas, after being struck twice by Moke and now slashed by Drake, he had reached his absolute limit. In the end, he could not stand. Drake sneered dismissively, then turned to Moke and raised an eyebrow. Captain, the mission is complete. As he spoke, he glanced to the side. Moke followed his gaze and saw the unconscious Suddy. He nodded with satisfaction. Magellan has handled things for you. Next, we simply need to seize a warship to reach Marineford directly. Jinbi, you know these passages best. Lead them. I'll take the lead. Jinbe, yes, Captain. No one objected. The greatest obstacle in Impel Down was Magellan, and with him defeated. Impel Down would be as fragile as paper to them. Even if a Marine Admiral appeared, they could dismantle him. Besides, at this moment the Marines were engaged in a massive battle against Whitebeard. There was no way an Admiral would be available. They watched as Moke touched the stone ground, and then his entire body merged into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Good heavens! They finally understood how Moke had infiltrated Impel Down so silently. Drake opened his mouth and after a long moment finally breathed out in admiration. Captain, this ability is truly remarkable. Envy flashed in his eyes. Rooklefield and Bartolomeo exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, with such a devil fruit ability, he is destined to become a powerhouse who transcends this world. Reaching their level of strength was merely a matter of time. Indeed, at this moment both of them still believed Moke's current power paled in comparison to theirs. After all, Moke's abilities specifically countered Paramecia and Logia devil fruit techniques. However, one of them was a mythical Zoan type. The other could reach the pinnacle through martial arts and hockey alone. Thus, in their eyes, Moke's devil fruit ability posed little threat to them specifically. If a real fight broke out, Moke could hardly perform with the same overwhelming dominance he displayed against Magellan. Meanwhile, Moke, having left Impel Down, transformed once again into a beam of light, speeding toward Marine headquarters. Along the way, he spotted the Blackbeard pirates sailing in the opposite direction. Clearly, they were heading for Impel Down. Haha. Moke halted above them, letting out a sinister chuckle. Doc Q, who perpetually seemed on the verge of death, was resting on the deck when he happened to catch sight of Moke's figure. His eyes widened in disbelief. The memory of their clash at Mocktown was etched indelibly into the minds of every member of the Blackbeard pirates. Doc Q bolted upright, pointing at the sky. See, Captain. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, that's the guy who fought you at Mocktown. What? Blackbeard and Lafitte were taken aback, then followed Doc Q's gaze. There, hovering in midair, stood a figure. Their expressions shifted simultaneously, for this person's silhouette was seared into their very souls. One glance was all it took to recognize him. Ziaha. Blackbeard let out his trademark laugh, though it carried a tinge of unease. Among Logia types, the dark fruit was certainly one that couldn't grant flight. Its inability to allow elemental transformation stripped away that advantage. And now they were stranded in the middle of the vast ocean. Most critically, their opponent could fly and possessed devastating wide-area attacks. On land, he wouldn't have been concerned. But this was the open sea. The ship beneath them couldn't withstand such punishment. If it were destroyed, being a devil fruit user, he would face certain death. Lafitte. Blackbeard turned to Lafitte. The meaning was clear among the three of them, only he possessed the ability to fly. Their survival now hinged on him. Lafitte's brow furrowed deeply. His instincts warned him of trouble. Though he could fly, could he outpace light in the air? Obviously not. Moreover, he'd have to carry two others. Meanwhile, Blackbeard aimed his hand at Moke in the sky. He was already preparing for battle. Only by using the dark fruit to restrain Moke could he find a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, would Moke give him that chance? Absolutely not. Meteor shower. Through his ability, Moke gathered a massive concentration of light elements above his head. Countless orbs of light formed, then descended like meteors, blanketing Blackbeard's ship entirely. Damn it. Blackbeard cursed, regretting his delayed reaction. But at this point, words were useless. He abandoned his attack and focused on shielding the ship beneath him. Darkness surged violently from his body, spreading rapidly in all directions. Just as the countless light orbs descended, the darkness enveloped the entire ship. Rumble. Every orb was intercepted without causing a scratch to the vessel. Moke, hovering above, was slightly taken aback, didn't expect Blackbeard to have that trick up his sleeve. However, he had no intention of letting him off the hook. In an instant, the Sandai Kitetsu at his waist was drawn. Simultaneously, the sacred sword mark on his chest radiated a brilliant glow. Then Moke's entire form underwent a transformation. His hair grew wildly reminiscent of a scion's transformation. This was the state of the sacred sword. With complete mastery over it, he no longer needed the Blood Moon's assistance. Entering this state came naturally. In this form, Moke's power skyrocketed. He then swung his blade, unleashing a devastating slash from the heavens. It seemed capable of cleaving the entire ocean in two. Boom. This was Moke's first use of this state since acquiring the sacred sword. He was determined to end things swiftly. Thus, this was his most powerful strike. In this moment, he was undeniably at the level of a grandmaster swordsman. There was nothing in the world he couldn't cut. Whoosh. Even the darkness enveloping the pirate ship was sliced through like paper. Subsequently, the entire ship was severed in two. No. Blackbeard, Lafitte, and Doc Q all turned pale, their hearts gripped with terror. Blackbeard and Doc Q immediately clung to Lafitte's legs. Lafitte, alarmed, exclaimed, "My flying to the sky was not a wise choice. Up here we're all sitting ducks." As he spoke, he glanced at Doc Q and the horse beside him. Blackbeard, Doc Q. Both had to admit there was logic to his words. When calm was restored, only scattered debris of the pirate ship floated on the sea. There was no trace of Blackbeard, or Lafitte. Moke furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, "Is Blackbeard really gone just like that?" Though he was absolutely confident in that strike, he found it hard to believe Blackbeard had been taken down so easily. After all, this was a man who had bided his time on the Whitebeard pirate ship for decades before orchestrating a rise to become one of the four emperors. A true mastermind. In the world of One Piece, Blackbeard was certainly among those he respected. Moke lingered in the air for a long while, yet found no sign of the trio. Finally, Moke transformed into a beam of light and continued toward Marine headquarters. Cough, cough. The moment he departed, Doc Q emerged from beneath a piece of the ship's wreckage. He struggled to pull Blackbeard and Lafitte out. He coughed incessantly, having swallowed a mouthful of seawater. But he couldn't afford to worry about himself now, as Blackbeard and Lafitte had stopped breathing. He produced 2 syringes and plunged them deep into the chests of Blackbeard and Lafitte. Their faces, which had lost all color, began to rapidly recover. Finally, both of them bolted upright, coughing violently as seawater poured from their lungs. It took a while before they regained their composure. Blackbeard looked at Doc Q. "We owe you this one. Without you, we'd be in a dire state." Lafitte nodded vigorously in agreement. They had nearly died today. Meanwhile, Moke had arrived at Marine headquarters. However, he didn't rush to the port. Instead, he rested at the rear to recover his strength. The upcoming battle would be physically exhausting. He had to be in peak condition. Rumble. The entire Marine headquarters trembled, and seawater surged around them, threatening to engulf the base. Seeing this, Moke's eyes lit up. Whitebeard's made his move. Crack. Then the seawater that was about to engulf Marine headquarters was instantly frozen. Aokiji has made his move too. Moke couldn't help but curl his lips, then murmured, "But it's not time yet." He flashed to a high vantage point, observing the situation from behind. The sea surface had been frozen solid, and the Whitebeard pirates had already charged into the port. Yet Moke's gaze remained fixed on Akainu. Sure enough, before long he saw that man move, luring a person from the battlefield to a secluded spot to begin a conversation. TSK. Moke let out a strange chuckle. Though he dared not get too close and couldn't discern the man's features, he knew it must be Squard, the great vortex spider. Even old, wounded, and sick Whitebeard was still the world's strongest. Even Akainu and Sengoku had to scheme to severely wound him first before daring to engage him in battle. Such was the deterrent power of the world's #1. This time he would not let Akainu and Sengoku have their way. When Akainu parted ways with that man and moved far away, Moke appeared and blocked the man's path. Only then did Moke get a clear look at his true appearance. He looked to be in his 40s, with long hair, a spiderweb tattoo on his forehead, fangs, a protruding tongue, and 2 swords of different sizes strapped to him. His appearance was cunning and cruel. Not just his looks, but also the 2 swords, one large, one small, were highly distinctive. As Moke had expected, this was indeed Squard, the great vortex spider. In the original story, Squard's former pirate crew was annihilated by Gold. Roger and Whitebeard had concealed from him that Ace was Roger's son. Akainu exploited this weakness to successfully turn him against Whitebeard. After being swayed by Akainu's rhetoric, Squard took advantage of the chaos in battle to strike Whitebeard with his massive blade, severely wounding him before he could even enter the fray. Moke of the 7 warlords of the sea. Squard, the great vortex spider, recognized Moke instantly, but his face showed confusion. "Aren't you at the port? What are you doing here?" "Moke, and what were you doing here, secretly meeting with Admiral Akainu?" Squard's pupils contracted sharply as the implication of Moke's words left him stunned. Finally, he asked in disbelief, "Aren't you one of the 7 warlords?" Moke nodded. "So what? By the way, I'll borrow your head." "What?" Squard exclaimed in shock. Then he took out a lighter and ignited it. The absorbed fruit immediately absorbed the flame, and he became a Paramecia fruit user. Moke first kicked fiercely at the wall beside him. Boom. Under the immense force, the wall shattered, scattering debris everywhere. As Squard watched in confusion, Moke picked up a large piece of rubble. In the next instant, flames covered the stone. Artificial magma. Moke hurled it instantly, and Squard was engulfed in flames, his body covered with burns and impact injuries from the stone. Thanks to Moke's clever manipulation, the damage looked almost identical to that inflicted by Akainu's magma. Then Moke hoisted Squard's corpse and used Moonwalk to fly above Whitebeard. "Who's that?" Moke's appearance instantly drew the attention of everyone on both sides. "It's Moke, the warlord. Who's he carrying?" "That looks like Squard, the great vortex spider. He killed Squard. Truly worthy of being a warlord." The Marines grew excited. Though Squard was not a division commander, he was a captain under Whitebeard's command. His status was not ordinary, nor was his strength. This was undoubtedly the first major figure to fall in battle. "What's going on?" Sengoku had a bad feeling and turned to look at Akainu. Akainu scowled deeply. "What is that bastard up to?" He glared at Moke with extreme hostility. "Squard." In contrast, the Whitebeard pirates were filled with grief. Whitebeard's pupils also contracted sharply, and a boundless killing intent flickered in his eyes. Boy, you dare touch my son. Have you thought about how you'll die? Whitebeard had already made a slashing motion, activating his Nika Fruit. A white sphere appeared on his blade. Then he swung it violently, aiming directly at Mach. Endless Devour. Mach activated the Absorb Fruit's ability, and a vortex formed in his hand. He met Whitebeard's blade with his hand. Boom. The blade and hand clashed fiercely in midair. To Whitebeard's astonishment, the white sphere of the Nika Fruit rapidly shrank and vanished into the vortex. Armament hardening. Mach instantly coated his hand with armament hockey. Finally, the blade and hand collided in reality. Mach felt a terrifyingly immense force. He was blasted away, yet Whitebeard had not harmed him in the slightest. Mach flipped in the air and landed steadily back on the ground. At that moment, a towering figure charged at Mach. Shusui was drawn in an instant, and a slash shot forth toward the newcomer. The man was startled, but did not retreat. He caught the attack firmly. Meanwhile, a giant, colorful bird descended from the sky. Damn it. Without a doubt it was Marco. What an honor, being besieged by Whitebeard, Marco, and Diamond Jozu all at once. Mach dodged one attack, then hurled Squard's corpse at the charging Diamond Jozu. Look closely at whose handiwork this is. And I'm on good terms with Luffy. I came here this time to save Ace. If you don't believe me, look over there. Luffy, good terms my ass. I almost got killed by you. As he spoke, Mach pointed at the execution platform where Ace stood. There another Mach was already unlocking the sea stone handcuffs from Ace's wrists. Indeed, this was the substitute Mach had created earlier. Apart from temporarily concealing his true movements, its greatest use was to burrow underground and avoid everyone to reach the execution platform, while his real body drew all attention, thus saving Ace. Once Ace was saved, no matter how outrageous his claims, Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates would believe him. Sure enough, seeing Ace rescued Whitebeard, Marco, and Diamond, Jozu instantly showed expressions of excitement. When they looked at Mach again, their eyes were filled with gratitude. Whitebeard, thank you. Mach waved his hand, then looked at Squard's corpse with a hint of regret. Sorry, I found Squard already dead. Whitebeard's excited expression froze, then he turned to glare at Akainu on the high platform, killing intent surging. Magma, brat, I will kill you today. Something's wrong. All the Marines present, Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, saw their expressions darken. Because they too followed Mach's pointing finger and looked toward the execution platform. Just in time to see another Mach unshackle Ace from his sea stone handcuffs. For someone with Ace's strength, once the sea stone handcuffs were removed, it was as good as a rescue. Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru, Akiji, Akainu. They were all dumbfounded, their eyes filled with confusion, which quickly turned to fury. Mach. Everyone gritted their teeth, clearly having been deceived by Mach. Especially Akainu, for Whitebeard was now staring him down relentlessly. No, it was everyone from the Whitebeard pirates who stared at him with murderous intent. If glares could kill, Akainu would have perished countless times over. Even Akainu felt a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Swish. This time Kizaru moved first. As the fastest of the three admirals, he transformed into a beam of light and appeared directly in front of Ace, blocking his path. Crackle. But just then a flash of lightning appeared, and Enel stood nearby staring at Kizu. Your opponent is me. Mush. There was no way around it. His dramatic entrance had drawn the majority of everyone's attention, including Kizaru and the newly freed Ace. Both of them narrowed their pupils slightly. Logia type. Rumble Fruit user. However, their reactions could not have been more different. Ace was overjoyed, for this meant they now had another powerful fighter on their side. But Kizaru's heart sank, though his face still maintained that lazy, somewhat lecherous expression. Yo, how scary. However, as he spoke, he pointed his index finger at Enel. Meanwhile, light gathered at his fingertip. Laser beam. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Enel had long been impatient, showing no fear before an admiral's attack. He struck the drum on his right shoulder, releasing the lightning he had generated, shaping it into a phoenix-like Thunderbird that shot toward Kizaru at incredible speed. Light and thunder collided fiercely in midair. Rumble. The violent explosion sent powerful shockwaves radiating outward. Everyone was blown backward, forced to bow their heads just to steady themselves. Who is that kid? Even Whitebeard couldn't help but ask. Mach smiled gracefully with a hint of pride. This is my Vice Captain Enel, a Logia type Rumble Fruit user. Not bad, right? How did things come to this? Gah. Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter. Mach immediately added, technically Ace has already been rescued. We should retreat immediately, but since we're already here, it would be rude not to show the Marines a thing or two. How about we cause some chaos together? We should at least kill one or two admirals. Befitting our status. Whitebeard's pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively glanced at his son, the great spider Scaxiatelli. Indeed, at this moment retreating would be the wisest choice. But Scaxiatelli was also his son. This vendetta must be settled. Seeing Whitebeard had not responded, Mach added, my crewmates will arrive soon. And there are also two of your old friends. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. My old friends. Mach, Rayleigh Barrett. Whitebeard's pupils trembled. Rayleigh was someone who stood alongside him and Roger in fame. Though Barrett was from a younger generation, Whitebeard knew well of his ferocity. A slight smile formed on Whitebeard's lips. Then let's make this a proper rampage. Speaking of which, his gaze fell once more on Akainu. Besides, we cannot ignore the revenge for Skaxiatelli. He then raised his great sword and pointed it at Akainu. Men, Ace has been successfully rescued. Our target now is Marine Admiral Akainu. Today this old man will cut him down. Charge. Forward. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates grew excited. Swish. But just then Mihawk of the Seven Warlords moved. His all-blue blade knife flashed, and a terrifying slash erupted instantly. Wherever it passed, the ice layer frozen by Aokiji on the sea surface was split open. The slash remained unimpeded, and its target was naturally Whitebeard, the world's greatest warrior. For he wished to understand the gap between himself, the world's greatest swordsman, and the world's strongest man. TSK. Mach grew excited upon seeing this slash. He then saw the sacred sword pattern on his chest pulse with eerie light. Under the astonished gazes of Whitebeard, Diamond, Jozu, and Marco, it began to change. His hair started growing wildly, and his body became increasingly massive. Most astonishing of all, they felt Mach's aura surging to unprecedented heights. When his aura peaked, Mach swung his autumn water blade. A slash no inferior to Mihawk's erupted from the blade. Boom. The two incomparable slashes collided head-on, neither able to prevail. Terrifying power crashed against each other between the two slashes. Shockwaves radiated outward in relentless waves. Wherever they passed, even the ice layer began to crack and eventually shattered. Finally, the two slashes exploded violently, blasting a massive crater into the already shattered ice. Seawater immediately flooded in, forming a small lake within the ice. Hiss! Diamond, Jozu, and Marco both couldn't help but gasp. Regardless, what everyone cared about most was Mach's identity as a Logia-type user. Then came the Seven Warlords, even though he had dual swords at his waist. However, most people overlooked his identity as a swordsman, because compared to the other two identities, being a great swordsman seemed too ordinary. But no one expected Mach to unleash such combat power through swordsmanship alone. Great swordsman. Bismar's pupils contracted sharply. He too was a great swordsman. Therefore he understood the aura and slashing power of a great swordsman all too well. As a great swordsman himself, he also had full confidence in countering Mihawk's slashes. But to achieve a flying slash capable of matching Mihawk's, he knew he could not do it. The title of Hawkeye as the world's greatest swordsman was not earned through empty boasts. He carved it out with each stroke of his blade. All who doubted him have become victims beneath his sword. There are only a few great swordsmen in the world, yet the only one who truly caught Hawkeye's eye was Red Hair. However, after Red Hair lost an arm, Hawkeye never sparred with him again, because in his view, even if he won, it would be an unfair victory. This shows how proud Hawkeye is. At that moment, his sharp eyes couldn't help but tremble. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a long-lost smile. Finally, there was another great swordsman in this world worthy of his attention. Xiangwa Archipelago. Seeing Imoku successfully defected to rescue Ace, Inel, as a user of the Rumble Fruit Logia, held off Yellow Monkey. After Imoku finally displayed the strength of a great swordsman comparable to Hawkeye, everyone went into an uproar. Isn't that guy Imoku a warlord? Why did he suddenly betray? Imoku actually has a Rumble Fruit user under him. Doesn't that mean he has a vice captain of admiral level strength? Oh my god, this guy is also a great swordsman. It's over. Really over. Ace has been rescued, and Yellow Monkey is blocked by the Rumble Fruit user. Imoku directly blocked the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye. In this exchange, the Marines lost 4 top-tier combatants. The Whitebeard pirates, on the other hand, gained a fighter like Ace. The tide has turned in Whitebeard's favor. If Marine headquarters loses, then what will the world become? Everyone's faces were filled with terror. The reporters present were both terrified and somewhat excited. After all, this was only the beginning of the war, yet every piece of information revealed was headline-worthy. They had already imagined the headlines. Warlord Imoku defects supports Whitebeard. The birth of another great swordsman. Rumble Fruit user appears possesses the strongest destructive power among Logia. The new world will welcome a 5th emperor. The captain is a multi-ability user and great swordsman, while his vice-captain is a Rumble Fruit user. After all, this war was being broadcast worldwide. It could be said that every member state of the world government had a live feed. Naturally, this also included Jir Taiziluo's entertainment city. After all, his entertainment city was also one of the member states of the world government. When he saw Imoku blatantly standing on Whitebeard's side on the big screen, he was completely caught off guard. Because this completely exceeded his expectations, instantly disrupting the trap he had set for Imoku at Marine headquarters. Bastard. Jir Taiziluo couldn't help but mutter a curse. But he didn't notice that in a corner a ghost-like figure was watching everything. I never expected the captain to be a great swordsman. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Naturally, it was Brook who was monitoring the Golden City in his soul form. He never expected that the battle between Marine Headquarters and Whitebeard would be broadcast live in the central plaza of the Golden City. Originally, it would have been difficult for him to time things precisely. Now Brook directly flew out of the Golden City and headed toward the sea outside the Golden City. Because Ada Great Ape King Burns Weibel Perona Jesus by his Runty and Page Wan were hiding in the sea not far from the Golden City. The time had come to attack the Golden City. At this moment Red Dog could no longer sit still. He leaped up and came to the side of Ace, Enel, and Yellow Monkey, quickly forming a 2-on-2 situation. Ace's pupils slightly contracted when he saw Red Dog. He was also very wary of the Marine Headquarters. But he was not afraid. Red Dog stared intently at Ace. I will never let a bloodline of sin like you leave Marine Headquarters alive. Dog bite Red Lotus. He first turned his arm into magma, then shaped it into a dog's head and extended the molten limb toward Ace. Sunfire. Ace also activated his ability, turning his arm into flames and shooting a pillar of fire from his palm to block Red Dog's attack. Boom. Ace's strength had always been criticized, but one thing could not be denied. As long as he didn't encounter someone like Blackbeard, who was a natural counter to devil fruits. He is not afraid of anyone. In the original story after the Paramount War, wherever Luffy went there were legends about Ace. This shows his strength. The two attacks collided violently in the air. Sure enough, in terms of devil fruit development alone, Ace was no less than Red Dog. Some say the magma fruit is a superior version of the flame fruit, but that's nonsense. Although the magma fruit adds physical attacks, due to the hot rocks in magma flames can reach 3000 C. If developed to the extreme, reaching the sun's surface temperature of tens of thousands of degrees is not impossible. But the temperature of magma is only between 900-1200 C, with a maximum of 1300 C. With such a comparison, which fruit is truly superior? Then why was Ace pierced through the body by Red Dog in the original? There may be several reasons. First, Ace developed his fruit in the wrong direction. He didn't develop it from the temperature aspect. Otherwise, even if his chest was pierced, how could magma's temperature harm him? He had physical attacks and elementalization. How could he lose? Second, Red Dog used Haki. Don't forget, magma is different from fire. Magma is tangible, and when it's tangible, it can be coated with Haki. For example, coating Haki onto the rocks within magma. Meanwhile, fire is intangible, so it cannot be coated with Haki. That's the difference. Imoka leaned toward the ladder. After all, Ace had developed the Flame Emperor. His flames had turned white, and white flames are around 1500 C. It already exceeds the maximum temperature of magma. Of course, this is just Imoka's own thought and speculation. But regardless, at this moment Ace and Red Dog fought to a draw. Perhaps Red Dog is indeed stronger than Ace. But it wouldn't be easy for him to take down Ace. At this moment Imoku turned to look at Makur. I suggest you support Ace. Although his strength is indeed good. However, during the time he was captured, he is exhausted physically and mentally, not in his best condition. And now he has to face Red Dog. Hearing this, Makur's expression turned serious, and he then looked at Ace, who was already fighting Red Dog. As for Imoku, after saying that, he left it at that. With a burst of force from his legs, he shot out like a cannonball. His target was Hawkeye. He was eager to know, in his holy sword state, how much of a gap remained between him and Hawkeye. Ing Yen's eyes sharpened, and then the blade, Yi in his hand, slowly began to rise. The moment Mach rushed in front of him, Yi descended and Mach's Choshui swung out. Clang. Mach took a slight step back, yet it was only a step. Swish. At that instant Ing Yen drew his blade backward, and then swung it fiercely. The force of this slash was so immense that even the air vibrated, howling as it surged toward Mach. Well met. Mach gripped his blade with both hands, raising Choshui to parry the attack. However, the overwhelming impact forced Mach to retreat 7 or 8 meters, his feet dragging 2 deep furrows across the ground. Mach's brow arched slightly. Though his body had reached the level of a renowned blade, granting him the qualification to contend head-on with the world's strong, he still lacked somewhat in raw strength. This was his inherent weakness. After all, he had traversed with his physical body, not his soul. Absorbing renowned blades could enhance his physical resilience, allowing him to endure tremendous damage. While his strength had also improved, there remained a gap compared to the powerhouses of this world. What could he absorb to elevate his power? He couldn't very well exchange his body. Wait. He couldn't change his body, but what about his bloodline? Mach's eyes suddenly brightened, for he had discovered a new direction for developing his abilities. If he could successfully develop this path, he would truly rival the pinnacle experts of this world, even without relying on external forces like the sacred sword. With a clear goal, Mach's fighting spirit blazed even fiercer. He stamped his legs, launched himself into the air, and soared above Ing Yen. Gripping his blade with both hands, he descended upon Ing Yen with the force of a mountain-crushing axe. Ing Yen's pupils contracted, and he too grasped his sword's hilt with both hands. Then he swung upward, fiercely meeting Mach's Choshui. Clang. Their blades clashed once more with tremendous force. Under the immense power, the ice beneath Ingyen's feet shattered fragments, spraying in all directions like bullets. The bystanders suffered greatly, falling one after another. Swish. At that moment, a figure appeared above Mok's head. A chilling aura swept over. Mok's face turned ashen, and so did Ingyen's. They exchanged a glance and withdrew their blades almost simultaneously. Ingyen disdained joining forces with another to attack a single opponent. Ice Block Pheasant. The newcomer was none other than Akiji, one of the Navy's greatest combatants. He gathered cold air in his right arm, unleashing an ice bird of immense destructive force that froze everything in its path. Its target was Mok. Mok stood motionless, clenched his left fist, and punched upward. Crack. Under this blow, the very space seemed to fracture. Boom. The ice bird released by Akiji was shattered from a distance, and even Akiji himself was wounded by the shockwave. Of course, he was a Logia type. The wounded area had turned to ice, then instantly restored. The power of Whitebeard's Gura no Mi. Akiji was all too familiar with it, having already suffered Whitebeard's attack before. Although Mok's strike was far weaker than Whitebeard's. It was indeed the Gura no Mi. Thus Akiji's eyes widened in shock. Not only him, but Ingyen as well. In fact, the battle between Ingyen and Mok had already drawn intense attention. Most people were watching their duel, so they all witnessed this astonishing scene. How is that possible? On the high platform, Sengoku and Garp both changed expression. Haha. Mok let out a strange laugh. Indeed, he had absorbed the power of the Gura no Mi from Whitebeard's earlier slash. Now he possessed a similar ability. His Devil Fruit power was extremely special. The 3 stages of development could make any absorbed ability permanent. The first stage, using the Kitetsu 3, granted him a body comparable to a renowned blade. When he absorbed the Sacred Sword, his fruit ability reached the second stage. But all along he had refrained from absorbing a second ability to make it permanent, waiting for this very day. The Gura no Mi was undoubtedly the ultimate offensive power. Moreover, with his renowned blade-level physique and the Sacred Sword's healing ability, the side effects of the Gura no Mi had no effect on him. Thus the Gura no Mi was perfect for him. That brat. Whitebeard also showed astonishment, muttering, "What kind of devil fruit did he eat?" He was no fool. He quickly understood. When Mok had appeared earlier mistaken that Whitebeard killed Squard, the big spider, the furious slash he had unleashed. He had witnessed with his own eyes the Gura power attached to the blade being absorbed by Mok's ability. Initially, he thought it was merely a technique to counter devil fruit damage. Now it seemed it was far more than that. It could absorb an opponent's ability and make it its own. If Whitebeard could see it, how could Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Akiji not? At that moment, their pupils shrank to pinpricks, trembling like an earthquake. When they looked at Mok again, their gazes had changed. Sengoku glanced at Garp, who frowned slightly, but understood Sengoku's intent. He pushed off with his legs, launching himself into the air. He swiftly ascended to the high altitude, then descended toward Mok. Seeing this, Whitebeard smirked and bellowed, "Garp, I'll be your opponent." Before his words faded, Whitebeard swung his blade, imbuing it with the Gura power. Crack. The space fractured in a large area, showcasing the attack's might. Garp's observation haki had already detected the strike, so mid-air, he halted his attack on Mok. He crossed his arms in front of him, coating them with armament haki. Boom. In the next instant, he was struck, as if from afar, sent flying backward. But Garp was Garp. He flipped mid-air and landed steadily on the ground. Now his gaze was fixed firmly on Whitebeard. These two were old rivals, well aware of each other's strength. So Garp understood clearly that engaging Mok was unlikely. He signaled Akiji, who immediately nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Mok flashed a bright smile at Akiji. Boom. Mok punched out, activating the Gura no Mi once more. A long-range strike shot straight at Akiji. Crack. Crack. Another wound appeared on Akiji's body, and the injured area turned to ice once more. Clearly, it was elementalization again. Mok frowned slightly. As expected, Logia types are troublesome. Otherwise, the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit alone would have been enough to injure him. But now he could only use the Tremor-Tremor Fruit as a support. Whoosh. Armament haki immediately wrapped around the blade of Chioshui. Against Logia type's armament haki was indeed the most suitable. The next second, Mok used Soru, vanishing from his spot and entering a high-speed movement state. An ordinary person would never be able to keep up with Mok's speed. But who was Akiji? The Navy's strongest combat power, and having trained under Zephyr, how could he not know the 6 powers? It was just that at his level, Devil Fruit abilities were far more useful than the 6 powers. But that didn't mean he didn't know them. Akiji stood still, his eyes fixed on Mok's high-speed movements. When Mok appeared on his left, ice time, Akiji instantly released cold air, which would freeze the opponent upon contact. Soru. Mok disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he swung Chioshui fiercely. For Logia types, only close combat could work, because it was difficult to coat slashes with armament haki. The same went for Devil Fruit abilities unless one reached the level of awakening. Only then could one coat attacks with armament haki from a distance. like Doflamingo and Karakuri. Of course, there was another method emitting armament haki externally. Unfortunately, Moke hadn't mastered that yet. It seemed that after this paramount war he would need to settle down for a while to improve his strength. Otherwise, against the emperors and these admirals, he would feel somewhat constrained. Akiji narrowed his eyes at this, then a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, at your level, how could you not know armament haki? Ice saber. Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air that formed an ice saber, and then armament haki enveloped the blade. Finally, he swung the ice saber to meet Moke's Choshue. Boom. The two blades clashed fiercely, and to Moke's surprise, Akiji blocked his attack. That Akiji blocked this attack wasn't surprising because Akiji had that kind of strength. What surprised him was that Akiji had blocked it using swordsmanship. He couldn't help but recall that in his previous life many One Piece fans said that Akiji and Kizuru should both possess swordsmanship at the level of a swordsman or even a grand swordsman. The evidence was that Kizuru using the Ama no Murakumo fought evenly with Silver's Rayleigh. To fight Rayleigh to that extent, one would need at least the skill of a swordsman. Similarly, Akiji has moves like the ice saber. If he lacked swordsmanship, why develop such a technique? Akainu, for example, didn't have such a move. Then the two simultaneously exerted force, and the powerful backlash pushed them back a few steps each. Meanwhile, Ada along with Weevil Brook Perona Jesus Burgess, Burns the Ape King Ultai, and Page 1 had once again boarded Gran Tesoro. Tanaka, who was in charge of the security of the entire Gran Tesoro, noticed them immediately. His face changed drastically, and he immediately rushed to where Guild Tesoro was. He wasn't a fool. At this moment when Moke's subordinates came here, it was obvious what they were up to. They meant trouble. What's going on? Guild Tesoro was just embracing Baccarat at that time, and Tanaka walked straight through the wall, appearing right in front of them. If they hadn't just started flirting, Baccarat would have been seen completely. He could have been scared out of his wits. Whoosh! Guild Tesoro and Baccarat both turned to glare at Tanaka with extremely hostile looks. If Tanaka didn't have a good reason today, they would definitely teach him a lesson he'd never forget. At this moment, Tanaka couldn't care less about their expressions or thoughts. He quickly said, Tesoro, Moke's crew members have already landed on the island. This time they're probably here too. He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was crystal clear. Guild Tesoro and Baccarat's faces turned even uglier, and all their previous mood was completely ruined. Baccarat immediately stood up from Guild Tesoro. Guild Tesoro, on the other hand, picked up a Den Den Mushi from the side and quickly made a call. It connected quickly. The Den Den Mushi transformed into Kaido's appearance. Tesoro, you're looking for me. Tesoro, Moke's crew has come to my Grand Tesoro again. Kaido's pupils sharply contracted, then he said, as far as I know, Moke should be at Navy headquarters right now. Tesoro, yes, Moke is at Navy headquarters. But the other crew members except for the Logia Rumble Fruit user are all here. I think Jack is still in their hands because in such a short time Moke couldn't have sent him to Navy headquarters. Wororo. Ha ha. Kaido let out his signature laugh, but his expression was exceptionally grim. The murderous intent in his eyes was completely undisguised. He asked another question, so Ultai and Page 1 are there too? Tesoro nodded, that's right. Kaido, very well. After saying that, he hung up. Tesoro's lips curled upward slightly at this, knowing that Kaido would definitely come to help, whether for Jack or for Ultai and Page 1. But then Tesoro's expression became serious again because distant water can't quench a nearby fire. So he needed to find others. Thus he immediately called another number. The person on the other end raised an eyebrow. You don't need to be so anxious. Even though things have changed since I've accepted your money, Moke will die. Even if he survives the war between Whitebeard and the Navy, I'll arrange other plans. Tesoro got straight to the point. Moke's crew has boarded my Grand Tesoro again. I know you've always had people on my island, so have them make their move. Kill one of Moke's crew members, and I'll pay 500 million berries. For the strongest one Weevil, it's 1 billion. It has to be said Tesoro truly deserved the title of the richest man in the pirate world. But of course, he possessed 20 of the world's berries. Clearly the other party was also stunned by Tesoro's extravagance. After a long silence, he laughed. As long as your berries are in place, I'll take care of anyone below the emperors. Tesoro smiled, knowing that the deal had been successfully struck. The world's premier entertainment city had even declared itself an independent kingdom, joining the world government's alliance as one of its member nations. Its master Guild Tesoro possessed 20% of the world's berries. With their strength and confidence, dismantling Stussy's Happy Street would be no trouble at all. However, facing Guild Tesoro, they felt somewhat uncertain. It was not that they believed themselves inferior in strength to Tesoro. It was that Tesoro's identity was far too sensitive. Once they laid a hand on him, it would mean a complete break with the world government and the world nobles. Otherwise, you might wonder how Guild Tesoro managed to establish himself in the new world despite possessing such immense wealth. If it were not for the world government and the world nobles, this place would long have been claimed by their Big Mom pirates or one of the other 4 emperors' crews. For in their eyes, the Golden City and Guild Tesoro were like a toddler running about clutching gold. If they wished, they could have seized everything long ago. That was 20% of the world's berries. Just the thought made one's mouth water. Once they took control of this place, they would never have to worry about money again. At that moment, a woman stepped forward. She was a young woman whose height and appearance closely resembled those of an ordinary person, with pink hair, golden eyes, red lipstick, fair skin, and red gloves. Her red short skirt, red high heels, and purple cape perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Combined with her mature and elegant demeanor, she exuded an undeniable charm. She was Charlotte Galette of the Big Mom Pirates, the 18th daughter and 42nd child of the Charlotte family, the butter minister of Toto-land, and a Paramecia type user of the butter fruit. She walked up to Stussy and said, "Then I am even more puzzled. What does this have to do with the four of us?" The leading man nodded beside her. The man was tall and muscular with orange hair styled into three fan-shaped sections, the color deepening from bottom to top. He had thick eyebrows and an orange beard on his chin. His upper body was bare, draped only in an orange cape, and he wore brown gloves. His lower body was clad in red pants and orange and yellow striped long socks with orange pointed shoes on his feet. He was Charlotte Oven, the fourth son of Charlotte Lean, also known as Big Mom. He was a triplet alongside Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Perispero, the baking minister of Toto-land and a user of the heat fruit. At that moment, he strongly agreed with Charlotte Castard's words, though he could not fathom what boldness drove Mock to dare disturb this place. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this had nothing to do with them, nor with the Big Mom Pirates as a whole. They were more than willing to watch the spectacle unfold. If it were not for Stussy's close relationship with their mother, she would have been slapped away long ago. Let her understand the consequences of interrupting their affairs. Stussy had already anticipated their reaction and quickly added, "Over the years, Lin has been eagerly seeking to win over Tesoro. If you side with Tesoro and help resist Mock's crew together, even assisting Tesoro in eliminating them outright, then I believe Tesoro would be grateful to the entire Big Mom Pirates. At that point, would the deep cooperation that Lin has long desired still be out of reach?" It must be said, Stussy truly deserves her reputation as an intelligence agent who navigated the underworld and rose to become one of its kings. Her quick wit and silver tongue are absolutely top-notch. And indeed, Charlotte Owen and Charlotte Castard had already been swayed by her words. They couldn't help but glance at the other three. The tall, burly figure with short yellow hair, a handlebar mustache, and a yellow cape was Charlotte Daifuku, the third son of the Charlotte family. He serves as the bean minister among the 34 ministers of the Toto-land kingdom with a bounty of 300 million berries, and is a user of the Paramecia type vapor fruit. The one with long yellow hair, a pallid complexion, donning a red cape over purple garments, and white trousers, wielding a samurai sword, is Rizan, the 33rd son of the Charlotte family. She is a young woman with brown eyes, short violet hair, and a slender figure. This is Castard, the 6th daughter and 16th child of the Charlotte family. She wears a fluffy light pink shawl with pink polka dots on the shoulders and a tight purple-pink bodysuit, cinched at the hips, accentuating her symmetrical lips and figure. She dons elbow-length gloves and a belt with a long sword hanging at her waist. She looks remarkably valiant. Indeed, the five seated here are none other than Charlotte Owen, Charlotte Daifuku, Charlotte Rizan, Charlotte Castard, and Charlotte Galette. As children of Big Mom, they lack autonomy. Their marriages are tools to consolidate the strength of the entire Toto-land. They cannot even act recklessly on their own. This has forced most of them into lifelong singledom. Forcibly so at that. Given Big Mom's age, Charlotte Owen, Charlotte Daifuku, Charlotte Rizan, Charlotte Castard, and Charlotte Galette are of an age where Big Mom would have had grandchildren by now. But does she? A single grandchild? No, not one. Yet human nature is the same for everyone. Such desires are inherent. Some can restrain themselves while others indulge secretly. Take these five, for instance. Charlotte Castard and Charlotte Galette exchanged glances, then looked at the row of beautiful women before them, swallowing hard. Unlike Charlotte Owen, Charlotte Daifuku, and Charlotte Rizan, as women, if they wished to indulge freely, they had to come to Stussy's establishment. Otherwise, secrecy would be nearly impossible to maintain. As it stands, it seems their plans for tonight have been thwarted. What a pity for this bevy of beauties. Tonight could have been a truly wonderful evening. Charlotte Owen, Charlotte Daifuku, and Charlotte Rizan also exchanged glances, feeling a pang of regret. Each of them had their duties. Getting away like this was no easy feat. They then looked towards Stussy, and finally Charlotte Daifuku spoke. "Your words do carry some weight, but until things are finalized, they remain just your assertions." Stussy was silent for a moment before responding, "Very well. I will have Tesoro give each of you 500 million berries. Consider it compensation for your troubles. This is, of course, only for the transaction between him and you. He will still owe the Big Mom Pirates a significant favor. As for what you can extract from him with that favor, that will be up to you all." She left the sentence unfinished, but her meaning was unmistakably clear. Owen, Daifuku, Rizan, Castard, and Galette looked at each other, finally coming to a decision. Soon, led by Stussy, the five of them arrived before Tesoro. When Tesoro saw them, his eyes were filled with shock. He had no idea that these 5 had been right under his nose all along. He couldn't help but glance at Stussy. He had never truly looked at her with respect. Although Stussy, like him, was a king of the underworld. In his view, she was merely someone dependent on him. If he were displeased, he could have her dismissed at any moment and quickly install another in her place as the Queen of Pleasure City. Like Baccarat, for instance. But that title, while a king's title in the underworld, was hardly flattering for a woman. Most importantly, he looked down on the meager berries earned through such flesh trade. But now, he had to see her in a different light. The fact that these 5 could slip onto the island and into Pleasure City unnoticed was clearly Stussy's doing. The most crucial point was that the CP agent had just mentioned someone would come to support him. And now Stussy arrives with Owen Daifuku, Rizan Custard, and Galette. He wouldn't believe for a second that there was no collusion between her and CP. At this moment his perception of Stussy had completely changed. However, he quickly averted his gaze. After all, he only needed to know who she really was. There was no need for Owen Daifuku and the others to know that as well. He then nodded towards them, saying, "I agree to Stussy's proposal. I will directly raise the bounties. Weevil to 1 billion Jesus Burgess and Kingburn to 800 million Ulti Page 1 to 600 million Brook and Perona to 500 million. After finishing, he added, "As long as you bring me their corpses, the berries will be paid immediately, no delays. Furthermore, to show my sincerity, once this matter is concluded, I will provide 2 Paramecia-type devil fruits as gifts to deepen our cooperation." Owen Daifuku, Rizan Custard, and Galette exchanged solemn looks, their expressions grave. They were not swayed by Tesoro's increased bounties or his show of sincerity. Indeed, Tesoro was incredibly generous, but his generosity made them uneasy. None of them were fools. Although Tesoro was wealthy, he wasn't the type to hand out berries to just anyone. Proactively raising the bounties and immediately agreeing to deepen cooperation with their crew, even offering 2 Paramecia devil fruits as a token of good faith. This all pointed to one thing, that many of Mach's crew members possessed formidable strength. Otherwise, Tesoro wouldn't offer such favorable terms. It was clear he was afraid they might back off upon realizing the enemy's overwhelming power during the confrontation. Phew. Owen Daifuku and the other 5 took a deep breath, trying to calm themselves. They didn't reply immediately, instead saying, "We need to consult." But before they could finish, they saw Ulti, Weevil, Brook, Perona, Jesus Burgess, Kingburn, Page 1 approaching them in a line. It must be said the aura emanating from these individuals was incredibly imposing, especially Weevil, Jesus Burgess, and Kingburn, who gave them the illusion of facing the sweet commanders. Ada, Weevil, Brook, and Perona. The group had also caught sight of Tesoro's faction. Tesoro, Baccarat, and Tanaka were exactly who they had anticipated. After all, they were the primary targets of this operation. Even Stussy had her suspicions, knowing she had been seen before and might have easily been swayed by Tesoro's vast fortune. However, Owen Daifuku, Rizan Custard, and Galette were a complete surprise to them. The group exchanged glances, taken aback by this unexpected presence. These 6 were prominent figures in the Big Mom Pirates, all children of the Empress herself, as Mork had briefed them. This sudden development threw their plans into disarray. It wasn't that they feared defeat, but engaging them directly would mean declaring opposition to the Big Mom Pirates as well. Having already captured Jack and subdued Ulti and Page 1, they had fully antagonized Kaido. If they also made enemies of the Big Mom Pirates, once they took control here, they would face 2 emperors and their entire fleet simultaneously. Hesitation crept in. They decided to contact Mork first to determine whether to proceed or retreat. The scene then shifted to Marine headquarters. Their Mork had just clashed with Akiji, both stepping back to create some distance. Suddenly, the Den Mushi in his pocket began to ring. Mork glanced at Akiji, who surprisingly didn't press the attack, but instead watched with curiosity. A call at this moment was highly suspicious. Akiji wanted to know what was happening on Mork's side, and if it would alter the situation here. Mork, fully aware of Akiji's intentions, couldn't care less. Distant water couldn't quench a nearby fire. Without hesitation, he answered the call. The Den Mushi morphed into Ada's face. "Captain, we have an unexpected development. Big Mom's children Owen Daifuku, Rizan Custard, Galette, and the underworld broker Stussy are siding with Tesoro. Should we continue with the plan?" Mork's lips curled into a slight smile, "And why not? Take them all out," he added, "but try to capture Stussy alive." Ada acknowledged, "Understood, Captain." After Mork ended the call, Akiji's pupils constricted sharply. He questioned his own ears, staring at Mork in disbelief. "Tesoro, your men are attacking Tesoro's entertainment city." The revelation was staggering. It was shocking enough that Big Mom's children were siding with Tesoro. Tesoro controlled 20% of the world's currency, so he had connections both open and secret with every major power. This was an open secret. But he was a unique case, so everyone chose to turn a blind eye. Who would dare touch Tesoro? The world government and Marine headquarters would never allow it. No, even the emperors wouldn't stand for it. If any pirate crew obtained Tesoro's wealth, the balance among the emperors would shatter instantly. If the world government or Marines got it, it would be equally detrimental to the emperors. This standoff was what allowed Tesoro to exist in peace. He was a powder keg, anyone who moved against him would face a united front from all others. Yet this man dared to make a move. And at this precise moment, it was clearly calculated. While they were tied up with the Whitebeard pirates here, another strike was launched at Tesoro. This way the world government couldn't send significant reinforcements to protect Tesoro. And with Whitebeard's full mobilization, Big Mom and Kaido were focused on his territories, leaving them with no attention to spare for Tesoro. Truly, they had seized every advantage of time and place. The only thing they likely hadn't predicted was that Big Mom's children would be there at that moment. This inadvertently made Mork's crew's assault on Tesoro's territory significantly harder. Akiji stared at Mork, his murderous intent reaching an unprecedented peak. Even if I let Whitebeard go today, you Mork will die here. Akiji was resolute, ready to pay any price. Whitebeard didn't harbor the same boundless ambition as Mork. Ice block partisan. He formed ice spears around himself and hurled them at Mork. Mork clicked his tongue, stowed the den mushi, and swung his sword shusui. He effortlessly shattered the ice spears, sending a crescent/hurtling back at Akiji. A massive explosion of force erupted. At that moment, the colossal commotion from the battlefield drew both their attentions. Mork instinctively looked over. Akainu had somehow shaken off Ace and had charged straight at Whitebeard, launching a direct attack. Whitebeard, who had long harbored a desire to kill Akainu, saw this as the fool delivering himself to his doorstep. He showed no mercy. Unlike the original timeline, Whitebeard hadn't been mortally wounded by betrayal. His strength remained intact. His eyes blazed and his conqueror's haki exploded outward. Akainu, being the closest, was significantly affected. Seizing the opportunity, Whitebeard reached out and grabbed Akainu's head in a vice-like grip. He activated his Gura no Mi power, enveloping his hand and Akainu's head in a shimmering white sphere of vibrating force. Akainu, usually brimming with absolute confidence in his abilities, felt a flicker of genuine fear for the first time. Not good. The next second, the Tremor-Tremor power erupted. The shockwave was so intense that Akainu's eyes widened, his gaze turning unfocused and dazed. Blood poured from Akainu's mouth and ears. He was severely injured. Anyone else would have been dead on the spot. Akainu! Sengoku shouted in alarm. Garp leapt high into the air, descending like a meteor with a fist aimed directly at Whitebeard. Despite his personal disdain for Akainu, he was a top-tier marine asset who couldn't be lost, especially in this situation. So Garp intervened to save him. Whitebeard didn't move his body, but his eyes shifted upward. A slight smirk on his face, he swung his massive blade to meet Garp's iron fist. Their attacks collided with earth-shattering force midair. The sheer power clashing between them generated a ferocious gale that swept across the entire harbor. Some of the weaker fighters were blown into the air by the shockwave. It was a testament to the terrifying power of their exchange. Suddenly Mork's expression changed drastically. Kizaru had transformed into a beam of light and appeared behind Whitebeard. His index finger pointed at Whitebeard, a blindingly brilliant light gathering at its tip, ready to fire. Laser beam. A beam of light burst forth directly. Moi. Whitebeard's observation haki had already detected it. But at this moment, he was busy pressing down Akainu with one hand while blocking Garp with the other. There was simply no time to react. Pops. Marco, who was nearby, changed color dramatically and transformed into a phoenix, charging straight over. Yet he was still a step too late. The laser beam grazed past his ear. At the same time, Diamond, Jozu had already rushed toward Garp in the air. Because he understood that only by restraining Garp could Pops truly unleash his full power and eliminate that bastard Akainu. However, at this point, he could only brace himself and charge ahead. Even though he had already seen Kizaru's attack land on Pops. Because even if he wanted to rescue him, it was too late. In that case, it was better to stick to the original plan and force Garp back first. Swish. The laser beam struck Whitebeard, but at the last moment Whitebeard shifted his body. So even though the attack hit him, it did not strike a vital point. At best, it was merely a flesh wound. Bastard. Marco's leg had already slammed into Kizaru, sending him flying. He crashed into the wall of the harbor hundreds of meters away. Marco no longer dared to be the slightest bit negligent. He stood not far from Whitebeard, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Fearing that Whitebeard would be surrounded and ambushed again, Imoka raised an eyebrow. The crisis on Whitebeard's side seemed to have passed. He then turned his gaze to Ace and Enel, noticing that the two of them were already panting heavily. Especially Ace. Indeed, they only possessed strength comparable to that of an admiral. Yet there was still a considerable gap between them and the admirals. After engaging in battle, their stamina was rapidly depleted. At this moment, one of them was entangled by several vice admirals, while the other was tied up by Smoker. Indeed, all three of them were Logia users. And none of them had awakened armament haki. If they only attacked with their devil fruit abilities, none could harm each other. For instance, Enel was well aware that the man who could turn into smoke was far inferior to him in strength. Yet he still had no way to deal with him. At this moment, his desire to learn armament haki grew even stronger. Because without mastering armament haki, He couldn't even defeat a foe like this. This reminded him of that rubber fruit user who had been immune to his abilities. He had thought that such humiliation would never happen again. Unexpectedly, he had encountered this smoky fellow once more. His heart was thoroughly pierced. Moku, however, was fortunate to possess the sacred sword. With it, unless he was killed instantly, his stamina and recovery were both terrifyingly high, so he could endure for a long time. Slash. A cut suddenly appeared on Moku's clothes. Moku's pupils contracted, for he had not detected that attack at all. Observation Haki. It seemed that he would have to find a way to awaken this ability later, otherwise fighting would be too disadvantageous. He then turned his head toward the direction of that attack. There a man with an extremely long tongue was grinning maliciously. But on his face was shock because he saw that his bullet line couldn't even break through Moku's defense. At the same time, he felt a pang of regret. What a perfect opportunity that had been. Moku's attention had been drawn by the commotion near Whitebeard. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Moku squinted his eyes, his gaze extremely hostile. Doflamingo turned his head to look at Akiji. Hey, how about we join forces and kill him? Akiji, he's yours. After saying that, he didn't care how ugly Doflamingo's expression became. He shot forward at high speed toward Whitebeard. Because if this continued, Akainu would really die. Ice Age. Crack crack. The freezing power surged toward Whitebeard, forcing Whitebeard to withdraw the hand he had placed on Akainu's head. TCH. Akainu was finally saved, but he was in a very sorry state. Still, he stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva to the side. His gaze was fixed intently on Whitebeard. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He had never imagined that Whitebeard, so old and riddled with illness, would still be so tremendously powerful. Boom. At the same time, Garp in the air clashed fists with the charging diamond, Jozu forcing Garp to abandon his struggle with Whitebeard. Using the recoil from Jozu's punch, he landed beside Akiji and Akainu. The three of them now faced off against Whitebeard, Jozu, and Marco. Kizaru wanted to join them, but Ace, having shaken off the Marine Vice-Admirals, blocked him. For a moment, no one intervened between Moku and Doflamingo. Doflamingo's eyes twitched. Fufufu. The strength Moku had displayed made him deeply wary. One-on-one, he had no confidence in killing him. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to the other warlords, Hawkeye, Bartholomew, Kuma, and Boa Hancock. Hawkeye was out of the question. He was a lone wolf, extremely proud. He would never join forces to deal with Moku. Hancock. Well, forget it. That woman had no regard for anyone but herself. So only Kuma remained. Kuma, how about we join for? Before he could finish his words, Moku had already moved. He was not one to only take hits without retaliating. His legs bent slightly, and then he shot forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Doflamingo. He swung the sword Shoshuei, which traced a cold arc through the air, aiming for Doflamingo's neck. Spiderweb wall. Doflamingo reacted swiftly. He swung his arm to the side and released a dense web formed from hundreds of thousands of transparent threads. Moku's pupils narrowed slightly. In the original story, Doflamingo had used this technique, but the threads were quite sparse, serving only as a huge shield to defend against attacks. Moreover, it was only suitable for blocking large physical attacks. Although this move had strong defensive power, its weakness was obvious. Attacks smaller than the gaps in the web could pass through directly without being hindered. But Doflamingo's current technique was different. It was flawless. The density of the threads had formed a true wall, leaving no gap or opening for Moku. Moku's eyes narrowed, and he erupted with both demonic energy and armament haki, wrapping them around Shoshuei. The spiderweb wall was cut cleanly in two, and the strike continued unabated. Swish. Doflamingo's eyes widened in shock as he watched his own body being. Swish. Doflamingo's eyes widened as he watched his body being split in two. Huh. Moku showed a surprised expression. Indeed, he was confident he could defeat Doflamingo, even crush him. But he never imagined he would solve it so easily. Doflamingo was after all one of the top warlords, the king of the underworld, and had awakened his devil fruit. How could he be cut down so easily? Not good. Moku's face changed drastically. Though he didn't have observation haki, he could sense something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment Doflamingo, whom he had cut in two, turned into threads. Fufufu. At that moment, Doflamingo's distinctive laughter came from behind Moku. Foot-severing line. Doflamingo created 8 nearly invisible thin threads from the tip of his foot, delivering a straight kick accompanied by sharp threads. It was enough to send an opponent flying. This technique was similar to the kick version of 5-color line, and its power in the original work could split a building in two. Its power was evident. Even Luffy with armament haki couldn't fully defend against it. But Moku was not Luffy. Instantly, armament haki enveloped his body, while demonic aura surged wildly. Doflamingo's threads like blades sliced through Moku's entire body, as if the armament haki had no protective effect. However, Moku's body immediately returned to its original state. At the same time, Doflamingo's foot struck Moku's back. But strangely Doflamingo found that Imoku's body was like a swamp. His kick not only failed to harm Imoku in the slightest. Instead his foot sank in. Not good. This time it was Doflamingo's turn to feel uneasy. Imoku's lips curled into a slight smile. At this moment, he had transformed into the Logia-type mud ability. For convenience, he had already modified his shoes. They were like sandals, making it easy to contact the ground with his feet. Thus a Logia user didn't necessarily have to use their hands. Thus he trapped Doflamingo. Turning around, he swung the Choshui in his hand like lightning. Swish. A cold flash passed, and Doflamingo's leg was severed at the knee. Ah! Doflamingo let out a scream. However, Imoku didn't let him go. He lifted his leg and kicked Doflamingo in the abdomen. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Doflamingo's mouth, and his entire body flew backward from the powerful force. At the same time, Doflamingo's severed leg fell to the ground. SSS. Everyone who saw this gasped in unison. Everyone present knew Doflamingo's strength. Though he couldn't match an admiral, he was definitely stronger than all the vice-admirals there. It was fair to call him sub-admiral level. Yet such a strong man couldn't last a few moves against Imoku and lost a leg. This showed how terrifying Imoku's strength was. Swish. But it wasn't over. Imoku swung the Choshui again, unleashing a slash comparable to the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk. This slash was Imoku's full power without holding back. Doflamingo, who had been kicked away, had a face full of pain, but upon seeing this attack his eyes narrowed. His expression carried a hint of fear. Boom. At that moment a bare paw came flying from the side. It collided with Imoku's slash, causing a violent explosion. Doflamingo was also caught in the blast and flew even farther. But he thus saved his life. Such a unique attack method, unless one was foolish, would be immediately recognized. Imoku looked at the bear. He was also a legendary figure. Bartholomew Kuma, known as the Tyrant, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Native to the South, blue mixed blood of the Buccaneer tribe, former king of the Sorbet Kingdom. Former bounty of 296 million berry. He was a pawpaw user of the pawpaw fruit. His true identity was a Revolutionary Army officer. After becoming a warlord, he became the prototype for the Navy's humanoid weapon, Pacifista Code PX-0. Before the Summit War, he was completely modified by Dr. Vegapunk and lost his self-awareness. After the warlord system was abolished, he became a slave of the celestial dragons. That is to say, at this point Kuma no longer had his own consciousness. He had never understood why he willingly became Dr. Vegapunk's test subject. Isn't that tantamount to disguised suicide? Never mind. Kuma would be rescued by the Revolutionary Army eventually. So Imoku's gaze fell on Akainu, who had already been severely injured by Whitebeard. In Imoku's heart there was a list of people who must die. No. 1. Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons are a group of scum, with supreme status, the source of evil in the pirate world. So he was undisputedly ranked first among those who deserve to die. No. 2. Momonosuke. Momonosuke may look small, but don't be fooled by his appearance. He is actually very lecherous. He has repeatedly buried his head in Nami and Robin's chests, and often pretended to be pitiful, asking Nami to bathe with him. Relying on his young age, he acted without any scruples. Despicable. No. 3. Absalom. Absalom, with his clear fruit ability, was hated by many. The key point was that when he first appeared, he used his ability to peep on Nami bathing, and then used his strength to hold her down, intending to do indecent things. If Nami hadn't kicked him in a vital spot and made him flee, he might have succeeded. No. For Akainu. Akainu might have had some unspeakable past in his childhood, making him arrogant, insidious, and despicable. In O'Hara, he even bombed a ship full of children with cannonballs. He constantly preached justice, yet for the sake of justice he killed even his own allies. He even disregarded civilian casualties to catch pirates. In his words, it became the necessary cost for justice. This was what he called absolute justice. But wasn't that another form of evil? If he became the fleet admiral, it would be a disaster for the entire world. Absalom had already been dealt with by him, and he had no intention of letting the other 4 off. And Akainu was the target of this summit war. So today he must die.